Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to HPTpoker.com. It's James Larson joining you from the Ameristar East Chicago.
I'll bring up the glasses when they're playing.
We're back for another great event. We had 498 players, but now we are down to our final 9. Only one will be our new champion and go home with just under $165,000. Before we introduce our final 9 players, I want to thank part of our broadcasting crew in the back room. We've got 2004 World Series of Poker main event champion Greg Raymer, and alongside him, the legend Craig Casino. So we're happy that you're joining us today at HPTpoker.com. And now let's go ahead and meet your final 9. In the 1 seat, he's got the headphones on. I'm just trying to kill some time until I grab my sheet. $1,275,000. Give it up for Nick, everybody. In seat 2, no stranger to an HPT final table. He starts today with $1,856,000. Give it up for JT, everybody. Another alum, an HPT. This is how many final tables for you, Benny? TV 3. He's got over, I think, 12 cashes now. He starts today with 3.2. Give it up for Ben Castle, everybody. In the 4th seat, he's been excited for 2 days, he told me. He's got $3 million in chips. He's got a good Italian name. We're just doing first names, though. Give it up for Mike, everybody. In the 5 seat, $702,000. He simply goes by Ruby, everybody. Give Ruby a big round of applause. In seat 6 with $365,000. Give it up for William, everybody. Did we call you William or did we call you Bill? Call you William, okay. Don't call him Bill. In the 7 seat, Fred didn't fill in his chip count, but he's got the best name of anybody up on the table. Give it up for Blade, everybody. The Blade. In seat number 8, he's got another cool name. He just goes by AK. He's got 1.185. Give it up for AK, everybody. And rounding out the group in seat 9, give a big HPT welcome for Shiva, everybody. Shiva. Those are your final 9. Like I said, we started with 498, just 2 players short of 500. A prize pool of over $714,000. First place will go home with $164,000 and change. Your dealer, your first dealer, his name is Trevor. We pick up where we stopped last night, 1530 with an ante of 4,000 chips. I will ask the director if we are ready. Okay, let's go ahead and start the tournament clock. Jeremy, give him a round of applause, and let's get the cards in the air. We can go ahead and start that deal. All right, where we left.
Well, welcome to the live stream, everybody. We are in action here. The first hand of our HPT final table from Ameristar East Chicago. $164,000 to the winner. I forget the number now, but well over 500 players. 600 maybe? I forget.
Yeah, it was close to 600.
You know, and that is Craig Casino you are hearing. He has graciously agreed to help me out. And so we'll have both of us giving you commentary. Craig will have to leave later this afternoon, and Kirk Falla from Windy City Poker will be coming in to do this. But we got our 9-handed final table, $164,000 up top. Lots of money to be won yet, and they've all made a good profit already at this point.
Thanks, Greg, for the intro, and glad to be here. Appreciate you asking, and the HPT. It'll be fun.
Yeah, I look forward to it. You know, Craig and I are buddies. We both play a lot of HPTs, you know, get Hawaiian barbecue together and, you know, on the dinner breaks and stuff. So, you know, it should be a good time for us. And here's our chip leader, Ben Castle, and of course he would be my favorite to win this tournament, whether he had the chip lead or not, because, you know, I like the most, you know, the most beautifully rounded guy at the table. You know, I mean, I always figure, you know, us big guys are a lot.
Well, you can have your reason. I'll have mine. Ben's just an all-around nice guy on top of it, and I've known him since I started with the HPT in 2010. We met early on, and just an enjoyable person to be around. I'm really glad he's got the opportunity to be at this table.
I'm not sure if I played with him or not. If I have, it hasn't been for all that long ever, so that it didn't stand out. But, you know, yeah, he's definitely got the best resume of anyone at the final table here. He's, you know, if you count final table as the final 9, I mean, obviously until a couple years ago, HPT televised tables were the final 6.
Right.
But if you count also finishing 7th, 8th, or 9th, he has something like 4 or 5 HPT final tables. And you know, he has like at least 2 third-place finishes, I believe. And
Yeah, back in '08 and '09, I think he finaled both of those.
so, I mean, I think he's got the most career, you know, like tournament wins of anyone at the final table. He's won the most cash in tournaments, I believe.
Yep.
Of our 9 players, and he's got the experience and he's got the chip lead. Even though it is a bad news for Ben that Mike Puccio to his immediate left is the second chip leader.
Well, Mike would be my second pick to win because he's a countryman. He looks Italian. He's got the Italian last name Puccio, so I'll have to root for him second.
I thought he was Swedish.
Huh?
I thought he was Swedish. No? Puccio's not Swedish?
I don't think
Or
so.
Norwegian or something?
Don't think so.
14,000 is what's going to get paid to the next player out. So obviously this is one of those things too where, you know, when you're playing a tournament, you want to make the money, and that's people's goal typically is get to the money. But you have to keep in mind, you know, these big differences in the pay. I mean, even here at the final table, 54 people got paid. So we've already got 45 people that have been paid and they're done and gone. And 14,000 for the next man out is a great result. But, you know, you finish ninth in, 8 of these events, and you don't get as much money as finishing first once.
Well, there's definitely 2 types of players, and some the money would mean a lot more too, and they do play around those pay jumps. They're always paying attention to when that's going to change and play accordingly. Maybe miss some opportunities to play hands that they would play if they were already at that level, but which personally I think is unfortunate, but it's just different for everyone.
Well, I pay attention to the pay jumps myself, and it has a big effect on your strategy. People accuse me of playing like, oh, you're just trying to win, and you don't care about the money anymore, and da-da-da. And it's like, I do pay attention to pay jumps, but not just because I would like to make the next jump, but also because I know other players will. So when you're doing things like 54 players are in the money and everyone gets 3,000, but if you make it to 45 players, instead of 3,000, you get 4,000.
Right.
And so an extra $1,000, 33% pay jump, it's significant. So when I see that, like, oh, wait, we're only at 1 or 2 places away from a pay jump, I might even just bring it up. Like, one more player and we all make another $1,000. And I am trying to, get some of those guys to tighten up.
Yeah, and there's a difference in that, too. When I said that was the players that have, everybody pays attention to that. It may keep you from playing a questionable hand when you're on the pay jump, but there are some players that will lay down decent hands or big hands because they're thinking about that, and that is not the person I don't think you want to be if you want to win one of these final tables.
The real trick is, there's a theory, or not even a theory, and I think it's correct enough to not even be called a theory anymore, but ICM, which stands for Independent Chip Model. And an ICM is a mathematical method of determining the value of your stack in a tournament at any moment in time. And what doing that ICM math will show you is things like, if you and I get it all in on the first hand of the tournament and we're in an absolute 50-50 coin flip, then both of us are essentially breaking even. In other words, we're risking $1,500 worth of chips to win $1,500 worth of chips from the other guy. And we're losing essentially nothing in this transaction. One of us is going to win the pot, one of us is going to lose, but between the two of us, the net worth of our chips is going to be $3,000. It might go down like $1. So like when you beat me, you might not quite double up in money terms. Your stack might only be worth $2,999 or $98. And I lost the full $1,500, and the field is now sharing that $1 or $2. But once you get close to the money and in the money, now if we get it all in a 50-50, the two of us as a team, so to speak, are losing money. If your stack was theoretically worth $10,000, as was mine at the beginning of the hand, when you win that 50-50, your stack isn't worth $20,000. It might only be worth like $19,000 or something like that. And so that extra $1,000 was dispersed to the field when you knocked me out. So you made $9,000 in profit, but you were risking $10,000 worth of chips to do it. And so you do want to pay attention to these pay jumps and stuff because those close decisions, you can have a difference. But some people way over accentuate it. In other words,
Yeah.
like I'm sure my queens must be good here, but you could have aces, you could have kings.
I see him as definitely a little bit of an advanced strategy for a lot of the basic players out there, but it does pay. It is worth paying attention to. Oh, and there's Ben with his bedazzled sunglasses. That's
Did he steal those from Elton John?
I don't know. That's pretty funny, but
From the Liberace Museum.
seems to me I'm sitting in here today with somebody else who started this whole sunglass craze here, so it's kind of funny to see. Where are the original Fossil Man glasses anyway? At the
original
Smithsonian
pair.
or what?
Well, if I thought they were going to get displayed, I would donate them to Smithsonian. But the Smithsonian Museum probably has like 100 things in storage for everything it displays. So
Sure.
it's like, why would I donate it if it's just going to sit in their storage?
Well, they rotate it,
It's going to
Greg.
be like the Raiders of the Lost Ark thing,
Yeah.
Grade it up and put it in the back.
They rotate. They'll let you know when it comes up.
But the original pair for me are just on the trophy case at home.
Yeah,
So
pretty cool.
when I win the tournament, instead of signing the fossil to the guy who knocked me out, I sign it to myself and put it on the trophy case. So I've got my 4 HPT fossils, my main event fossil, and other tournaments since then, and the glasses are there and other little mementos.
Well, I'll tell you, when you and I were at the final table and we were down to the final 3 in Iowa, I was thinking about getting that fossil from you when I made that all-in move on you that you called and ended up winning. So one of these days, I'm still going to try to get one of those fossils.
Well, it's just been a coincidence that you don't. It's just coming in Colorado, I seem to always burn through buy-ins like crazy out there. It doesn't seem I can get it in as a favorite fast enough and get beat.
Yeah. Well, for a lot of the folks at home that are watching that don't realize it, whenever somebody knocks Greg out of a tournament, he's got a bag of fossils and he autographs them over to the person who knocked him out, which I know is coveted amongst a lot of the players that are out there. It's part of the thrill, although sometimes I wonder if it doesn't work against you if people aren't making questionable calls or questionable plays just in the hopes of being able to say, hey, if I won the hand, I can say I beat Greg Raymer in a hand, and if I lost the hand, at least I got a fossil to show for it.
Well, I am essentially putting a bounty on myself, and it could mean that someone's a little more likely to risk the all-in if they have me covered. Oh. Well, I had a bad read there. At one point, I thought I saw a little, tremor in Ben's hand.
Yeah, it looked like it.
And I thought that meant he had a big hand, like he
Yeah.
really had something huge, because I thought that was the so-called adrenaline tell.
Well, the first lap or two on the table, everybody gets a little bit nervous until you settle in, so it's kind of, you don't want to do anything foolish on the TV table, and you don't want to miss an opportunity either, so it's kind of a balancing act to figure it out.
Well, that's true. The adrenaline tell means you've had a release of adrenaline. It doesn't necessarily mean you have a big hand.
Right.
More often than not, if you see someone and they start having the shaky hand and they're breathing heavy all of a sudden, it means adrenaline.
Yeah.
And usually that indicates that they have what they perceive to be a super strong hand. Like when people are bluffing, they don't usually have the adrenaline release. But like you said, I've seen guys, especially they'll sit down at the table, they've been there for 2 hands. I raise, they call, and I see the shaking hand as they're calling, and I'm like, oh man, that guy's trapping me with aces or something.
Yeah.
And it's just no, he's just nervous to be getting in the hand.
Yep.
And that just playing the hand has caused the release of adrenaline.
That's generally that's true most of the time, but I have noticed a few people that I've played against that do get pretty nervous even when they are bluffing or when they're worried about the move they just made. Usually those guys will hold their breath a little bit more, be afraid to move, but it's not always true for everybody, but most of the time it is.
Well, the thing is too, you can't have that. You can't hold your breath when you have the adrenaline going, because it's that fight or flight thing. It's ramping up your metabolism so that you can either fight off the predator, run away from it. Kind of an ancient response. And so if you're holding your breath, you definitely don't have adrenaline coursing through you, because otherwise you'll be passing out soon.
Yeah.
and that's the thing that, if you're out there and you're like, man, I got that adrenaline problem myself, there is no cure per se. The cure is experience. you get used to this, you be in the situation often enough, and now it's not emotional, so there's no adrenaline.
Well, on the note of somebody passing out, then in the future, if I'm not sure, I'm just going to wait a little bit longer. If he stays conscious, I know I have to get away. If he's laying on the floor, I'll know I'm okay to call him.
Well, if he's laying on the floor, he can't turn his hand over, so you're safe to call him.
You win anyway?
Yeah, even if you're playing the board, I think you're going to end up winning the pot. You might get a different ruling, like the floor man might decide, like rule 1, in the interest of fairness, I'm going to turn his hand over for him.
Yeah.
and not declare it dead. But there was an incident at the World Series, something like 20 or so years ago. They were playing down to the final table of one of the stud bracelet events. And back then, it was typically the events were 2 days. So you would play day 1 to the final table, and you'd come back the next day for day 2. And then some of these tournaments, I mean, you'd start at noon, and they wouldn't make the final table until 8, 9, 10 in the morning. And then it'd be like, okay, start up at 4 o'clock for the final table or something. Like, you wouldn't get much sleep. But they're playing late at night, and this guy's the chip leader. And he starts having some, like, chest pains and stuff, and they ask, any doctors in the house. Doctor comes and looks at him and says, yeah, I think you're having a heart attack. You better get to the hospital now. And the guy was like, screw that. I am chip leader and about to make the final table. I've been coming here for years. I've never made a final table. And the doctor's like, well, what do I know? I'm just the doctor you asked for. So the guy keeps playing. He starts feeling better. He makes the final table as the chip leader. Now he's so ramped up, instead of like going to bed, he jumps into a high-stakes cash game. And even then the doctor said, look, if you're not going to go now, well, then when you're done playing, you better go. And the guy's like, I feel fine now. He gets in a cash game. Now he has like the huge heart attack in the cash game.
Wow.
Goes to the hospital and is just physically incapable of returning the next day. So it's like, some bad choices there.
Yep.
And apparently, like, he sent a friend to the Binion's Horseshoe to negotiate a deal, and they like picked up his, they made a deal, like, we'll pay him this much, took his stack out of play, and the other 7 guys played on.
Yeah, it's Doyle Brunson tells a story like that too, where a guy died right at the table, and they just waited. They took him away, and I guess they put his chips aside for his family, and the guys kept playing. What are you going to do?
So just to help for our audience too, maybe I should mention this. So you see like kind of an orangey colored chip, and that is 1,000. So that's the smallest chip. The gray or silvery looking chips are 5,000. Those beige chips are 25,000. And I think Ben had some dark blue chips in his stack.
Yeah, there's some right there.
Mike does. Those must be 100,000. They might be 50, or they're probably 100.
Yeah, I would guess 100.
There's an action flop, maybe.
Yep. Ben was involved in a hand I saw yesterday at the end of the day where he flopped a straight, and his opponent flopped 2 pair with the ace-jack out there. I think Ben was playing 10-queen. Jack-king-ace hits the flop. He kind of surprised the guy with the ace-jack. I'm sure in that situation that fella thought he was gold, but that's the brutal part of poker right there.
Well, and we just heard that is a $100,000 chip for those dark blue. So we've got our 2 chip leaders here, Mike and Ben, and then also Nick Lafata in the 1 seat is still in this hand. Now, Nick is one of several players. About half the players here started the day with, like, in the millions. More than $1 million, less than 2. We have several players like that. 5 of our players are kind of in that middle ground. And those guys are all having, like, 30, 40, 50 blinds. Our chip leaders, though, have like 100 blinds each. And then we have our 2 short stacks that only have like 10, 20 blinds.
I expected Ben to have a big hand there, although I thought either one of those gentlemen could have a big hand, because usually the chip leaders don't want to get into it, especially early at a TV table, but they must have both had something to work with. I'm guessing Mike Puccio probably had a head-top pair with a decent kicker, but Ben had 2 pairs, so it took care of that.
And Ben is solidifying his lead. There's a little unscheduled break here, and maybe a technical issue, something like that. So we're taking a short break here for about 10, 15 minutes. And so
Time to take a quick break here. We're going to race off some chips, but we'll get the cards back in the air in about 15 minutes. Don't go
I guess
too
we'll be
far.
back in a little bit.
So maybe
The
not an
HPT.
unscheduled break. We finished that level from the other day, and they have to race off the 1K chips. And I'm not sure why they're taking a full 10, 15-minute break, though.
Yeah, usually it seems like
doesn't
some.
take that long. But in any event, we'll be back in action 10 or 15 minutes, and while we're waiting for that, I can give you some more details here. At least the starting chip counts today. We had Nick Lafata in the 1 seat. Started today with 1.3 million. JT Turner in the number 2 seat with 1.8 million. And then number 3 seat, our big guy Ben Castle started with 3.2 million. He just won that last pot. Obviously, he's still the chip leader, and he's probably getting closer to 4 million now. Mike Puccio was in second place in the 4 seat with 3.1 million. Ruby Kozaski, 1.3 million in the middle seat, the 5. To his left, one of our short stacks, William Miner, started with 700K. And then Blade Shahali in the 7 seat started as the short stack with 365,000 chips. So he's the one who's in the most trouble, so to speak. He only has 10 big blinds, and he should either be folding or shoving any hand he plays. A.K. Kantos in the 8 seat started with 1.9 million, and Shiva Dudani in the 9 seat with 1.2 million. So all these guys that are like, 1.2 to 1.9 million, they're actually, that's what I consider kind of the toughest spot to be in. It's like you don't want to take a big chance of going broke against one of the chip leaders when you got guys like William and Blade who are so short that, as soon as they play a hand, there's a good chance they'll be all in. And now if they play that hand, lose, you make another 4,000, 10,000, some significant pay jump. But then you don't want to miss out on a chance to become one of the chip leaders either, because you folded what turns out to be the best hand.
Yep.
So it's always that balancing act, and that's why I really like the final tables, because this is when you're playing tournament poker.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when you and I are sitting out there on day one, from my point of view, it's a cash game. I am trying to win as many chips as I can while losing as few as possible. And if I go broke, oh well, re-enter. And if it's too late for re-entry, that's okay. Then I'm re-entering, next weekend or a month later, the next tournament I play. But I don't play with a different attitude, so to speak, than I would in a cash game. But now that you're at the final table, it's really tournament poker.
Well, I always find, well, not always, because you don't get to the final table all that often, but I don't like going in as the chip leader at the final table. I know a lot of people would differ with that,
Okay,
but
next time we make the same final table, and if you're the chip leader,
We'll
I
switch.
will be glad to switch with you,
Yeah.
no matter how many I have.
no, it's just like everybody expects you to win. You got the most chips, you're obviously going to win. Everybody at home, people that don't really understand the game, and they look at it that way. So to me, it puts a little extra pressure on you. But you're right. If somebody's got 1.5 and you've got 2 short stacks after you with 700,000 and 365, you've got to be aware of the fact that you have to play a hand good enough that if you commit chips to the pot and those 2 players decide, or one of them decides they're going to shove on you, you don't want to waste the chips you just put in. So you've got to be good enough to make, your hand's got to be good enough to make that call. So it kind of hamstrings you at times. But that is the balancing act of poker. And, a lot of folks don't like to have the big stacks after them, because you can make a play and they just play bully poker. They bully their chip stack, and they come over the top, and you don't know what they have. And so that puts you in a bad spot too. So it's the beauty of the game right there.
Well, it is, like any game, you've got this strategy, and and what is this guy thinking? And I think that's what makes poker so challenging for so many players. It's not like a game like chess, where, even if we haven't quite achieved it, in theory, someday we're going to have a computer program, and it's not going to care who you are, how you play, or anything. It's going to have this perfect strategy that you just can't beat, because there's no luck factor or anything like that. And in poker, it's, since we're nowhere near that level of perfection in the skill, so to speak, it's really about who is my opponent, what is he thinking, why is he doing this. So playing the opponent is so much more important than playing this theoretical perfect strategy is.
Yep.
When we reach the day maybe where even the human players are closer to perfect, then you need to be perfect as your kind of basic strategy. Otherwise, they'll just crush you in that regard. But until we get there, it's all about who is this guy, what's he doing, why is he doing it.
I think we see
figuring them out.
Yeah, I think we see that all the time, though. I mean, the game has obviously gotten tougher. Players have gotten better, and if everybody's got the perfect strategy, in the end, it's still going to boil down to the human element. And you're never, everybody can play better, play more by the, whatever the perceived notion is what is the best way to play. But it still boils down to personality and feelings and just the other aspects of the game. So that's what I enjoy about it anyway, trying to figure out why people are doing what they're doing and when they're doing it.
And it's tough though, because of course, you and I are experienced players, and we have a really good understanding of the game. And sometimes you're against that guy, and you just don't realize like how little he knows. So you're like, oh well, he would never make that raise with this kind of hand because that would make no sense at all. And it's like, well, wait, he doesn't realize that makes no sense at all.
Right.
I have those too. I pay that. I'm like, well, it's like he either made the flush or he's bluffing, because he would never just value bet a king here on the river. Even the ace king with the best kicker, it's too. And so I call him with second pair because I think he's bluffing, and then he shows me king 4, and I'm like, why would you bet that hand? That's such a horrible bet.
That's why friends ask me, would you rather play good players or bad players? Without a doubt, I'd rather play good players, because it just makes you better, and it helps you to understand. You're more able to understand what they're doing and why they're doing it, and whoever makes the most good decisions will win the tournament. But when you play a weak player, they make calls they shouldn't make, they make raises they shouldn't make. You've got no idea where they're coming from or what they're doing, and then you could have the best hand going into it. Guy makes a call he shouldn't even be thinking about making, or even a re-raise, and then all of a sudden he hits runner on you to beat you, and that's the difficulty in playing a weak player.
Well, it has that frustration element, I agree, but I'd still rather play the final table of like 8 donks than 8 of you. I mean, I don't want my 8 players to be like you and Ben Cass.
Thanks for not putting me in the donk category. I appreciate it.
Well, you're more than welcome. I mean, if I thought you were a donk, I'd tell you. But I mean, it's it's not like you're going to not suck out of me either, though. You might have reason to believe that this is a spot where a bluff will work a high percentage of the time, and either I make a great read and call you, or this is just that 10%, 20% where you were wrong, and I have too good of a hand to fold. And then you can hit the runner, and you did everything right.
Yep.
So it's not like, a good player never puts it in bad. They just don't put it in bad and stupid. Mm-hmm. But yeah. we still put it in bad, and I'm not even thinking of the cold decks. I mean, you have aces, I have kings, and we're 30 big blinds deep, and all the money goes in pre-flop. I'm not stupid for putting it in with kings.
No.
But I did put it in bad. You're a 4-1 favorite. So yeah, the good player won't put it in bad and stupid at the same time, but he can still put it in bad and then suck out, and that's then part of the game as well. But I mean, the trick with the donks though is you just don't get unlucky the first time or two, and then you have a big stack, and then when you do get unlucky, you still have plenty of chips, and you can, you're still there to collect their bad decisions.
Sure.
And make money. So to me, that's always the trick, is just, give me the table full of horrible players, and then just don't let me get unlucky the first time or two. And now that I'm chip leader, they have to beat me. I have to get unlucky 2, 3, 4 times in a row for them to knock me out. And hopefully they won't do that.
Well, you're starting to change my mind, I guess, but maybe I've just had more situations where I've run into those weaker players that have stung me more times than the good players have. I don't know, but
well, it can hurt more emotionally because you're just you feel like, how can I lose to this idiot? It's like, God, why must I lose to this idiot? Kind of a thing.
Yeah.
And so whereas if it's you sit down at the table and it's like, oh wait, this is Joe Hashem and he just knocked me out, and even if he got lucky in the hand, you're still like, well, I mean, the way he played it was smart. He accidentally got it in bad, and then he hit a 3-outer or whatever. But you're not thinking, why must I lose to this idiot?
Yeah, right.
So it's less frustrating, even if he did suck out on you. But when the really horrible player, especially when you've seen the guy make horrible decision after horrible decision all day long, and then he sucks out on you as well, and you're just like, oh, really? You know, like, why? Why me? I mean, someone's eventually going to, like, knock this guy down because he's not going to get lucky anymore. Why couldn't I have been the guy who knocked him down instead of part of the friendly fire casualties on the way?
We've had our share of situations where we've done that to other people. So, yeah, it is frustrating, but I don't know. It's just what happens, I guess, part of the game. Looks like the guys are starting to come back to the table, so I would imagine we're going to get going here. They are going.
A very lucky hand like that. I think a dealer's just practicing.
Oh, yeah,
they're practicing their flop to make sure it looks good. But, I mean, I had a spot in the tournament late on day one where the guy in the big blind has, like, 15 blinds. Yes, please.
Hey, Jeremy. Can they turn down James in our earpiece a little bit? Is that possible? I mean, I'm having issues with that.
So I'm sitting there in the cutoff seat with Ace-Jack suited, and I open for a raise. I mean, you know, I got a good stack of chips, and I got a good hand in good position. It totally makes sense. The button folds. The small blind, who has about as many chips as me, calls. And now the big blind, who only has like 14 or 15 blinds in his stack, goes all in. And I knew a little bit about this guy, and I knew he was a competent player. So I'm like, this is a perfect squeeze spot for him. Mm-hmm. I make it 2x, small blind calls. He can now shove 14x. It's 12 more blinds for me to call. I'm not getting that good of a price. I can't call with any of the hands that I might have been stealing with.
Okay, that's fine.
And
is he going right now?
No, they're practicing. I thought so too for a second when I first glanced up, but not really.
So I thought this was a pretty obvious call. I felt like this player might have all kinds of hands. You know, not just good hands, but like, you know, 7-5 suiteds and just all kinds of hands where they're just figuring there's a really good chance. Because if I don't have something pretty good, I don't want to call because the small blind's still there and he might have been trapping me and have a really big hand, and now I can go broke or get crippled. And then, of course, more often than not, the small blind doesn't have that strong of a hand, and so once I fold, he'll fold. So it's the classic squeeze, perfect spot for it. So I gladly called with my ace-jack, and then he turns over ace-king. And so it's like, did I make a bad read?
No.
He would only make that raise with a good hand, and I just didn't know him that well? Or was I right? He would have shoved in with 50 different hands, but he happened to have one of the best.
I think you were right. He just woke up with the hand that would go along with the thought process of putting the squeeze on, and you know that's the perfect. That's the best of all worlds, right there.
I mean, there's no way to tell, though. I mean, it's like I don't know the player well enough to know. There'd be some players I've seen them long enough. I'd be like, I don't care if it's a perfect spot for a squeeze. This guy either doesn't understand that, or he's just such a nit that he would never risk his tournament without a premium hand.
Yeah.
And against that guy, the ace-jack is an easy fold. But, you know, here's someone who seems like he's a pretty good player from what you've seen over a couple of hours. I assume that he might understand things like the squeeze play and how this is such a great spot.
Yep.
And that he should be. I mean, if I were in his shoes, I would be shoving with maybe any two cards. Because I'm like, oh, this guy's raised in late position. He doesn't have to have a good hand.
Sure.
You know, and hey, if I squeeze there with 7-5 suited and get called by ace-jack, it's like, well, hey, I still have 40% chance of winning anyways.
Yeah, it's like when a player will sit there and you know he's going into the or he hits the flops there, he's got his pair. Somebody bets, he decides to raise. Somebody opens, somebody raises. You decide to do that. You got your pair, and then all of a sudden, after you make your raise and you get a call, you hit the set on the river. Or on the turn. It's like everything's just coming together. Things are working for you. Things like that are what help get you to the final table. It's just that those things don't happen real often. Unfortunately.
Well, you know, everyone here at the final table, from the very best player to the worst, is lucky to be here.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, if we take someone and it's like, oh, this guy is the greatest tournament player in the history of the world, and he enters this tournament, he is going to have some run good to make the final table, even though he played better than everyone. But he will make more final tables in the long run than anyone else, this hypothetical greatest player ever.
Sure.
because he won't need to have as much luck as the next guy to get there. So, I mean, some people downplay luck as if it just doesn't exist. Some people make it seem to feel like it's only the luck and there's nothing else to it. And it's the combination. You have to play good and run good, but the better you
Welcome
play,
back to
the less run good you need.
HBTpoker.com. It's James Larson here at the
When,
Ameristar Casino, East Chicago.
When
9
people ask
players
me,
remaining.
what does
One
it
will be our new
take when you
champion
get there
going
to
just
win
under
one of these? It's like
165,000. I'm now gonna
you have
throw
to
things
play
over
well,
to my
definitely.
broadcast partner,
You have
Greg
to
Fosselman-Ramer, and
get
Greg,
lucky
the
at
legend,
times,
Casino.
obviously, but above all, you have to avoid getting unlucky. That's, to me, is the biggest thing. When you flop the set and somebody rivers the full house or rivers the straight on you, that's just not much you can do about things like that. You just have to hope you're not on the bad side of that. I'll be sitting at the table and I'll see somebody get stung like that, and I'll just sit back smiling, just thinking, oh my God, that could have been me. I'm just glad it isn't.
Well, that was my knockout here. I flopped the set, and the straight draw got there. Oops. A little whiff there.
Here we go. Oh, Ben's folding.
See, now Ben's not wearing his glasses here. He's not in the hand. We'll have to see. I mean, I never wore my glasses unless I was in the hand. So, like, when I would look at my cards, if I was going to play, I would put the chips out, then put on my glasses. And
Well, you had said earlier that you thought that wearing those glasses annoyed the table, so it was probably a smart move to put it on just when you're in the hand. You might as well just annoy the person that's playing against you. Maybe you'll get them to make a bad decision or make a mistake.
yeah, I think what it was is that there's so many marginal hands in poker. I mean, so here's our raise from AK. Now, Shiva, there's going to be all kinds of hands that Shiva could be holding right now that some people would play, some people would fold, and even someone would I would play this hand sometimes and not others, just depending upon like the feel of the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And so if I'm now putting on my glasses and they annoy you, subconsciously you would know that, like, well, if I just fold, then Greg takes the glasses off and the annoyance goes away.
Yeah.
Whereas if you play against me, then I keep them on and I just stare straight at you the entire hand and the annoyance continues. So to some extent, it's like, why not get rid of the annoyance? So I think subconsciously people would fold a little. I mean, I'm not talking about much, but at the end of the day, there might be 2 folds that I wouldn't have gotten if I didn't use the glasses.
Shiva just raised 200 to 210,000. Looks like 8's folding, and he does.
Yep. See, in this, it's a hand like this, though, that kind of proves the fact, though, that poker is a skill game. Because Shiva could have had any 2 cards there. It doesn't matter. I mean, yeah, if Shiva had aces, obviously he wasn't going to fold. And is he going to call and trap? Is he going to re-raise? All those possibilities. But Shiva might have had the worst hand.
Mm-hmm.
He could have had deuce 3 offsuit. Maybe AK folded, king 9 or something. That's not a bad hand, but not a great hand either. And so Shiva would have won this pot entirely due to skill. And so just the fact that, like, I know from online poker they've estimated that something like 70% of all no-limit hold'em poker hands are won without a showdown.
Yeah.
Well, that means the winner could have had anything at all. Any 2 cards that have not been seen on the board might have been in that player's hand. And so, obviously, at the end of the time, if you want to play millions of hands, the more skillful player is going to be able to win a few more than his fair share of those kinds of pots.
Well, it becomes a game of chicken, obviously. I mean, when you're in the 2 blinds, everybody else at the table's folded. You're in the 2 blinds, and the small blind opens for a raise. The big blind sits back, and he's thinking, I know why he did that. He's just trying to take it away, hoping I have a marginal hand. You have to assume both players usually are going to have marginal hands. So the big blind realizes that. He's a good player. He re-raises a small blind. Then the small blind sits there and he thinks, he knows why I did what I just did, and he raised me. It doesn't necessarily mean he's strong. So then the small blind re-raises. And if you get a really strong big blind player and he realizes, I know that you know that I know that you know, next thing you know, he's re-raising or shoving you all in to make a point. And sometimes neither player has a good hand, but then again, sometimes players go broke in those blinds because that small blind did have the big hand all along. But again, the beauty of the game.
Well, and part of the skill in the live version is like, can you see something in the body language of the player that clues you in as to whether he honestly thinks he has the best hand, or whether he just figures there's a good enough chance he'll fold, and that's why he's being aggressive. So Daichi wins that with a little under the gun raise. We are now at a 5,000 ante, and the blinds are 20,000 and 40,000. So the average stack at this table still has like 40 to 50 blinds, which is a lot of play.
What that also means, obviously, is that it's costing these players 100,000 chips roughly every time another 9 hands are played all the way around the table. So the players sitting with 300,000 and 700,000, they have to start looking for spots to make moves and try to chip up, because they'll get blinded out of here if they don't.
Yeah, like on that last hand, if it hadn't already been raised by JT in the 2-seat, if it had folded around a blade, who was in the cutoff that last hand, I mean, you could argue for him to just shove no matter what he had. I mean, if he had shoved, gotten called, and we had deuce 7 in his hand, I would not have said he made a mistake, because he still has enough chips now that if he goes all in, people can fold. But if you get to the point where you're too short, the blind is 40,000 and you're all in for 100,000. If it folds to me in the big blind, I'm going to call before I even look at my cards at that point. I'm getting such a good price. It's like, 60,000 more to win like 200,000. I don't care how bad my cards are, I call.
Yep.
And you don't want to get to that point. If there's any way to avoid it, you do not get that short, where the people are going to call you, even if they have junk. You need to make them have a reasonable chance of folding.
Well, I'll tell you, Greg, the last...
takes away Blade's option. He now needs a real hand. It's 85,000 to Blade. He should either fold or shove here. He looks like he's going to call, and I hate that call.
Yeah, that's tough.
I don't really care what his cards are. Even if he has 2 aces, I don't like it, because I don't think he has enough chips that William is going to fold. So, I mean, even though William is the second shortest stack, I think William would have been pot stuck there to call a shove. So if you have a monster hand, you might as well get it in now while you know you're ahead. If you have anything else, like if you don't think you have the best hand, you shouldn't even be calling against William. If you do think you have a better hand than him, because let's say Blade has something pretty good right here, like ace-queen. But now he's got 2 opponents, and if he doesn't hit the flop, now what do I do? I have almost no chips, but the pot is now huge. The pot is probably the same size as Blade's stack.
Right. Well, to me, it's actually scarier when a player is short stacked and he only calls, or he makes a small raise, and he's trying to preserve some of his chips. I actually think he's got a bigger hand, where if you shove, everybody expects you to shove. You could be shoving with 10 jack of spades. You could be shoving with aces. If somebody's got anything at all to play with and they've got enough chips, they're going to call you. So you might as well put all the chips in the middle.
Well, it's just the fact that, he could have, again, started here with a premium hand, like an ace-king. And now what does he do? I mean, everyone checked the flop, 3-4-7-7 with 2 diamonds out there. JT could be betting because you guys both showed weakness and you're both short. So I just figure no matter what I have now, there's a good enough chance you both fold. So JT could be trying to steal here with nothing. And if you know that, well, if I'm Blade, can I fold my ace high, knowing that you might have nothing right now?
Good point.
So it's just, he puts himself in these really, really tough spots with that call. Aces and William is all in.
There's an all in now.
Now Blade, would definitely have to throw away things like ace-king and ace-queen. And I'm going to be curious to see his cards, but I feel like I'm going to say I don't like it no matter what. Well, and JT didn't have nothing.
No.
He's asking for a count, so he didn't have. It's not like he has Jack 10 of hearts, and he's like, oh yeah, I was just trying to steal from these guys showing weakness. There's only one card to come. He can't call here.
No, I think he's folding
unless he has something that's in pretty good shape. We have ace-7 for 3 sevens against. Oh yeah, see king queen of diamonds. That's a horrible call.
Yeah.
He flops basically the gin, so it all works out great for Blade, but when he made the call, that was awful. I mean, it comes like ace. The flop comes like ace queen 3. He might have the best hand with that pair of queens, but
Yeah.
does he want to call off and then find out? Oh no, ace 7. You know.
This is what knocked me out in 1A. Only the guy hit his full house on the river.
Well, I mean, 3 threes, 3 fours, 3 aces, and a 7. He has 10 outs.
Yep. 20%, 18% here.
Yep, in that neighborhood. So I mean, it's not a ridiculous spot if he gets there. You know. I mean, poker players will often go on and on about like, oh my god, like what were the chances, and you know. And I'll see them saying that when they lose, like, oh, I was a 2-1 favorite and I lost, and they're going, oh my god, and I'm like, boy, like when the dog that's 4-1 wins the race at the track, no one goes on about, oh my god, 4-1 and it got there.
Yeah.
You know, no one talks about it like it's some amazing thing. But poker players, when they lose, you know, a 2-1, 3-1 favorite, they're like, you know, oh my god, this is unbelievable. Everything is so unbelievable. Oh, it's so unbelievable, this hand. And what happened? I was a 2-1 favorite and lost. Like what?
I'm getting to the point where I'm tired of hearing the bad beat stories, and I'm trying to keep that in mind and not tell anybody else my bad beat stories. So it's everybody, if you played the game for a while, everybody knows what they are. It's like the same story over and over again, just different cards.
Well, see, for me, the ones that stand out like aren't the bad beats, but it's like the ones that are true statistical oddities. And like one bad beat, one hand cannot qualify for that, if you know what I mean. It's like any one hand can't be that statistically unlikely.
Yep.
But when it's like, you know, a whole series of hands, then I'm kind of like, and even if I'm not complaining, it'll sound like it maybe, but I'm like, no, like this is like so unusually unlikely. It's just strange.
Well, I'll tell you, Greg, the last time you did the webcast, I watched most of it from home. I wasn't at that event, but I learned so much listening to your evaluation of hands, and
Thanks.
you were on your own doing that. And I'll tell you, I don't know if a lot of folks even know it, but you do training classes were all over the country, and usually it'll precede an event you're going to, or a lot of times it will. So if the listeners at home are interested in that type of expertise at a reasonable rate, FossilManPokerTraining.com is the place to look that up, and I would encourage folks to go to that.
I'm talking to someone about doing a seminar here in the Chicagoland area in February next year. So that might be a go. And so for the people in this market locally. And if you go to the webpage now, though, you're not going to see anything. Like I don't have anything solid scheduled for next year. Because what I've found doing this now for like my 3rd year is that really no one books anything for the new year until the new year starts. Because they're like, end of year budgets and and I don't have like my things finalized for next year yet, my budgets and other issues, so like I can't book you until I know what I'm working with next year. And so beginning of the year is usually very slow, you know, and then I'll get phone calls and stuff and start booking things in February and March and stuff in a couple of weeks from now.
Well, I think the players out there are used to going to the different sites, you know, like after the first of the year to find out what tournaments are going on and when. And so I'm sure they realize that that'd be the time to check on that. But, hell, I may go to your
We're all in here, yeah. Blade
all in
raised
again.
pre-flop, and now he's all in on the flop, and that's a pretty huge all-in for the size of this pot. I mean, Blade made it like 90 to go, and I think he got just a call here from Nick, and now he's all in for what looks like 600,000-700,000. So that doesn't. I don't really like that bet. I mean, maybe I missed the action when we were talking, and the pot's bigger than I think it is. But unless that happened, and no, that. Well, I don't know. It's
1-200.
I tell you what, if the pot was bigger than I thought, then that would mean that it went raised by Blade, 3-bet by Nick, and then Blade just called. But unless Blade was doing the stop and go play, then I don't like that shove.
Yeah.
It's like it's a big enough bet you can never get someone to call you with worse if you have a good hand, and if you're bluffing, it's like more than you need to risk on the bluff kind of a thing. But I mean, bet sizing is still one area where a lot of players have a lot of room to improve. You know, I'm always amazed when I see things like a guy will open, you know, the pot, make that first raise pre-flop, and it'll be like huge, 6 times the big blind.
Mm-hmm.
And his whole stack is 15 blinds or something like that. And then when someone re-raises him, he folds, and then he'll like be stealing. And it's like, you could have made it 3 times the big blind and you would have stolen just as often. And then when you folded, you only lose 3 instead of 6.
Yeah.
So it's like, why do you,
Well, bet sizing is obviously crucial, not only for winning the most that you can possibly win, but avoiding losing more than you need to. And that's a big part of the game that, as you say, it's more for a lot of the more advanced players. So it just
the thing is, it doesn't even require. It's not like it takes huge amounts of technical knowledge.
No, it's easy. It's easy to figure out, but it's still, they just don't understand all the nuances of it, until you've been playing for a while.
Like one of the things I'll always teach in my seminars when it's a tournament seminar is consistency in the bet sizing. Like here we're playing 20 and 40,000 blinds. So if I'm going to raise, like personally, if I'm going to raise pre-flop, the first guy, I make it 80. But if you say you want to make it 100, okay, that's fine. That's a good number too. But I always say, like, if you're going to make it 100, make it 100 every single time.
Yeah.
Because then I can't start detecting a pattern like, oh, wait, Craig makes it 120 when he really wants me to fold, but he makes it 90 when he doesn't mind a call. And now you're giving away the strength of your hand with that discrepancy. And players, it's hard to mix it up and truly be random, where there is no pattern. Human beings are bad at random. And so, but if you're consistent, you essentially are random in the same way. Like, I cannot tell the difference.
Yeah, and that's the easy part of the game as far as bet sizing. I mean, you tell somebody that once, they'll always remember it, or at least they should.
But they don't believe it, and then they don't remember it, or they don't do it.
I know.
It really amazes me. Like,
what easier way to confuse your opponent than to keep your opening bet always the same, whether you're big or you're small? They've got no way of knowing. So there's no way to pick up a pattern there, so why wouldn't you do that?
Well, then I also advocate things like let's say, especially in the earlier levels when it's kind of like more of a cash game thing. And people aren't, like here we got the all-in shove from William. He opened for the all-in shove. And given his stack size, that's a perfectly good bet amount. I don't think he has no more or not much more than 10 blinds. So I like, if he's going to play the hand, shove it all in. But, like post-flop action, I'll tell my students, like, be aware of how much is in the pot. And if you always bet whatever, 50% of the pot every time you bet, or if you always bet 75% of the pot every time you bet, well, then I don't know if you have the nuts or bluffing. All I know is you're betting 50% of the pot, and that's how much you always bet. And, so when you're bluffing, you bet half the pot. When you have the nuts, you bet half the pot. Every time you choose to bet. So I don't have a clue where you're at.
Yep, and it just boils down to what your cards are and the seat positions and what you know about that player up to that point.
Yeah, I mean, you can still have some guesses. Like maybe this guy doesn't bluff very often, so I know this probably isn't a bluff. But if he bluffs 10% of the time, I don't know if this is one of those 10% or not. So William doesn't look happy, but what has he got? So William shoved under the gun with, did they say Jack 8 of spades? Jack spades 8 of clubs, and he's against Queen of spades, Queen of clubs. He doesn't even have the flush draw. I don't really mind the shove given his stack size, though, because he had that short stack. It's like, do I want to shove this kind of pretty marginal hand under the gun, or do I want to have to pay my big blind and lose a big percentage of my chips?
I like the under the gun raises with drawing type hands even.
A really good flop for Jack 8.
Yep.
He now has 4 clean outs, any 9, and he's going to win this pot. So it's a better than average flop for him.
Yeah, whenever you lead into the pot, people figure you must have a big hand to be doing it. So it's just an opportunity for me to try to hit a 7-8 of spades. I'll open at times with hands like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you gave me my choice, I'd pick 7-8 suited over the Jack 8 off.
Oh yeah.
But again, and he didn't get there. No 9, so he gets knocked out first.
Well, we just lost our first player.
And I mean, it's slightly unlucky in the sense that, I mean, he knows that with all 8 players behind him who might yet call, that, like every time he gets called, he's behind.
Yep.
And he's hoping he doesn't get called. But, when he gets called and instead of queens they turn over ace queen,
Yeah,
then it's like, okay, wait, I still have like 35-40% chance of beating hands like this.
correct.
And that's not such a horrible spot to be in. On average, when he gets called, he's going to have at least 35% equity, whereas this time he only had 18% equity or something like that. So it's funny how, wait, you just put it all in with what you knew was a bad hand, and we're saying you were unlucky? Well, you were unlucky to run into that big of a call.
Sure.
I mean, he would have lost to the ace-king as well on that board.
Yep.
But it would have been a lot less unlucky, so to speak, if he gets called by that kind of hand. The worst, though, is when you do something like that. Like he shoved there with jack-8. If it had folded all the way back to Ruby in the big blind. And Ruby is kind of like, oh, you know what? I'm sure you have me beat, but I love to gamble with this hand. And he calls you with something like jack-9 that you're like, oh, my God, I never thought you'd call me. You got me dominated.
Yep.
Like, if you'd had ace-king, I'd have been so much better off.
Well, it boils down to the chip stacks. I mean, if he shoves in first position, somebody's sitting there with maybe three times the chips he has. Even if they're sitting there with ace jack, they may fold it, thinking, "Well, he's first position. Do I want to risk that?" But then you get around to somebody who's got 6 or 7 times that many chips. He'll have the ace jack and he'll call you for sure.
Oh
so,
yeah. And I wouldn't expect ace jack to fold, except for maybe the next couple of guys immediately behind me.
Yep.
Because they have to worry about me and everyone behind them. Then I don't want to call with that kind of hand. But it just always sucks when someone calls you a shove. Mm-hmm. You shove with something bad, and they call you with a hand that's also bad. And I never thought anyone would call me with that. And yet you have me totally dominated.
Well, that gets me back to what we were talking about with the weak players versus the good players. That's exactly where you see the weak player making that play, and it comes back to haunt you.
Well, but the good player might have said, you know what, I can tell you really want me to fold, and given the situation, you might have shoved with all these, 7-8 suited stuff, so I'm going to call you a jack high. Because I'll be a favorite against your 7-8 suited, and your 9 high suited, and your 10 high suited. And
Sure.
Oh, wait, jack 8? That's even better. That you happen to have that one, exactly. But, if I call you a jack 9 and you have queen 8 suited, it's like I'm not that far behind anyways.
JT just opened the pot. Ben's folding. Mike's gone.
Yeah, it appears Ben and Mike have not come to this final table with the attitude of I'm going to run this thing over.
Not yet. It's not a bad move to wait until the nervous stacks pare themselves down a little bit. If you got a big hand, play them, but there's no reason to push the action just yet. I mean, I know some people would disagree with that, but I don't know.
One of the main reasons I would agree with you, though, is not so much that I'm waiting for a few stacks to bust, but I'm trying to, let's play tight and solid for the first, half hour, whatever I think it takes, so that people will say, oh, wait, I thought he was going to come in and bully us, but it looks like he's waiting for hands. Mm-hmm. And once I feel like I've created the tight image,
sure,
now I can start running over.
Yep, gives you a little more of an advantage.
Until I get caught, they're going to think maybe I'm just hitting a rush of cards.
Yep.
And that's always one of the keys, though, too, is, your image is hugely important. I mean, people say image is everything in other aspects of life.
Yeah.
Hollywood and business and all that. And I don't really agree with them per se, but it's not that image is everything, and it's not that I think you should try to create a specific image at the table, but you definitely should be aware, what is my image? I mean, if you've been getting dealt pocket aces every other hand but haven't had a showdown, people are going to think you're running them over. So they've folded, 8 hands that you've played in a row, and you've had a huge hand every time, but they don't know that.
Yeah, and I know a lot of players or a lot of people, professionals, say you should never show your hands, but I'll tell you what you were just talking about, if I know I've been running over the table and I've had a variety of hands and then I've just outplayed my opponent with a bluff or two, and I realize my image is tight or is loose at the table, I'm showing the aces, I'm showing the kings at some point, just to put that thought in their mind. Keep them guessing, yes, but not when you're playing and winning 4 out of 5 pots and you got that little run going. To me, it doesn't hurt to show those hands once in a while.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of showing bluffs ever.
Me either.
Because now people are like, oh, wait, he raised, it was a crappy hand. I'll have to come over the top next time. And then when you come over the top next time, is it because I showed the bluff, or is it because you actually have something? Now I've made it more confusing for me on how to play well against you.
Yep.
And plus, I mean, it's almost like you're being rude too. Like, aha, I bluffed you.
Yep.
Even if you say nothing, it still kind of has that feel to it.
And you're putting a target on yourself, and not only against that player that you just showed the bluff on, but the entire table. Because most people, they'll all laugh about it. They'll all be happy they saw it, and they'll go, nice play. But it's just not. I don't know. I know there's somebody out there that may or may not be listening right now that disagrees with that, and he likes to show the bluffs to keep people on their, just make them wonder how good the hands are that you are playing. But when you start getting short stacked and you're not getting cards and you need to make the bluff and you do make it, you don't want someone thinking back to 2 hours ago when you showed that bluff and calling you because they were trying to decide which way to go. Do I call them? Do I not call them? And then they think about that bluff they showed. That puts them over the top to give them the call. Because let's face it, you have to play a lot more weak hands than you get good hands as a rule. So I just don't ever agree with showing bluffs.
Yeah, like I said, it just confuses the issue because, like, is this guy playing back at me because I showed a bluff?
Yep.
Or because he has a real hand? And it makes it harder for you to put him on a hand. And you might even see a tell on him that he feels strong, but it's not because he's actually that strong, but because, well, my hand's not that good, but you bluff so much and my hand's a favorite.
Mm-hmm.
But his body language now is the confidence of someone with the best hand. So you might lay down a good hand that's the best because you think he has a great hand in the moment. Actually, I should get to these. I've got some Twitter questions. So I guess that's pronounced Down the Lane. Had asked, what did it feel like the second you realized you were a multimillionaire when you won the WSOP? I mean, it felt great to win, obviously. I compare it to, like, if you win a big sporting game, like when you were in high school, if your team won the big game, that feeling when the game finished and you won. It's the same thing, but it's obviously amped up because now it's not just like the high school game or whatever. It's the world championship, and it comes with a lot of money. The money part I didn't realize. It was like months later, and I was looking again at one of the pictures where I'm like holding up the bricks of money, and they've got all those bundles of hundreds on the table in front of you. And I'm realizing, like, well, I've got 2 bricks in each hand, and each brick is $50,000. So I'm holding up $200,000, and I'm like, $200,000 is more than I'd ever made in 1 year in my life.
Yeah.
Up to that point, and I'm not only am I holding $200,000, but the stack doesn't even look smaller for having $200,000 removed from it. Like, physically, it looks just as big as if I hadn't taken those away. And then I was like, that really was kind of the visceral moment of just how much money it was.
Was it the actual? Was that the full amount that they had on the table? Was the full $5 million, or did they have more for effect? Do you think, or was it singles with hundreds on tops and bottom?
Well, I think there might have been singles in the middle.
Yeah.
Like each bundle had the $100 bill on the outside, and it might have been all singles in the middle,
Yeah.
rather than there literally being $5 million in cash on the table. But it was still physically the same, so to speak, as if it had been $5 million.
And that is what we call marketing. Marketing
I know
poker.
in the past, I mean, Binions would bring out the full, like, million or whatever when that was the prize back then. And the winner could literally say, put those bills back in that cardboard box, and I'm walking out the door with the box, and that's it. I know that when Varconi won the main event in 2002, the kid from England who was second place, I mean, that was at a point in time when it was still Becky Binion who owned it, and there was issues of fiscal solvency for the casino. They had, like, some kind of lawsuit filed against them by the Fremont Street Experience for not paying their dues under that thing and stuff. And so he and his dad, they were concerned that, like, if we take a check or something, we might go home to England and it'll bounce. So they took his prize of like $1 million and change. I don't know, it was $1 million, $2 million, $5 million or something for this guy. They took it in cash. And then they got a security guard and walked them across the street because they were staying at the Golden Nugget across the street. And then put it like in the safe deposit box at the Golden Nugget. But then apparently he just like had the money like in a duffel bag and flew home to England with it. Like, he's got like $1.2 million in the overhead.
Wow.
Like, hey, I got to fill out that paperwork and declare that I have over 10,000.
Yeah.
But it's, I'm British. There's no tax liability.
My daughter Jen just texted in saying that she wasn't getting the feed, but you're getting questions here, so I'm assuming
Yeah, I've seen
most
something
folks
here
are, so I don't
about-
know.
Yeah, there's something about the stream is the audio is not getting through very well, so we'll be working on that, and hopefully you'll be able to hear us. Because boy, you're giving you some gems here, and we don't want you to miss out.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, maybe we should focus more on the action. What the heck?
Yeah.
It's so much more interesting when you're at the final table playing.
Oh, yeah. This is walking in the door and seeing that table sitting there and knowing I wasn't going to sit at it was disheartening. But I'm happy for these guys because I think every poker player at some point in their life deserves a final table and deserves to win one of these. It's thrilling when it happens, and you put in all those years playing for it. I just feel bad for anybody that doesn't quite get there.
We have a shove here, all in from Nick. I think
The one seat.
Blade opened this pot. Blade Shahali, who has had a nice bounce back and won some good pots there, has well over 1 million chips. He opened this for 90, it looks like, and all in by Nick, which looks like a pretty big raise. I think Nick had like 1 million or more. So, I mean, he's shoving here for something like 10 times.
Laying down the ace.
And Blade shows the ace. And see, I also don't mind that kind of lay down. I mean, you don't show the kicker. I mean, like I would, if I had, let's say I was folding ace queen there.
Yeah.
Even if I'm sure that's a correct fold, I'm not going to show that, because even if I'm right, and Nick is sitting there like gritting his teeth, going, "How did you not pay me off?"
Yeah.
And double me with my ace king. Nick or other players at the table might think, "Oh man, we just re-raise this guy and he folds ace queen. I can run this guy over." I don't want to suspect that they're thinking that.
Yeah, and most of the time when they don't show it, there's a 3 or a 4 to go with it probably.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. You can assume that.
Yeah.
But he's showing you that, like, hey, I wasn't just raising with total garbage. I at least had an ace. Mm-hmm. So this isn't, 7-5 suited or whatever. This is an ace. It's a reasonable hand for me to play. So just because I'm raising doesn't mean I have junk. But, I'm folding. And the main reason to show it is like just to say, hey, just because I raised doesn't mean I just have anything. I have something.
Yeah, and I agree with that, Greg, but I also toy with the fact that, when you show that ace, it might tell the table that you're willing to make a big laydown if you play back at me. So,
Sure.
Again, it's the balancing act of poker that you have to figure out at this particular time, this particular moment, is this the right thing to do, even when it's just something like showing cards.
Yeah. I mean, what I'll definitely say is this. When it comes to showing cards, unless you have a clear reason that you're confident is correct, then just don't ever show at all.
Yeah.
So if I think that, like, showing that ace is going to be useful because it'll send the message that, I have a decent ace, but I'll fold to that much heat. But I'm not just opening with just any 2 cards here. I have something when I make my first raise.
Right.
If that's the message they're going to receive and you're confident, then showing the ace is fine. But if you're not sure that that's the message that's coming through, then just don't show.
Yeah, and I would assume with his chip stack and his position when he made that bet that he had the ace or he had the middle pair. I think the table would pretty much assume he probably had something. He wasn't fishing around with a 7-8 of hearts, trying to see what the flop was going to bring. He isn't going to risk the chips there. So I don't.
You got a 4-way pot here.
Of course, if he had the 7-8 of hearts and that 7-8 just hit the board, he would be pretty happy. But that was another hand.
So I think Ben raised under the gun here. He got called. JT called him from the big blind, and I think that AK and Shiva both called him from late position. Yeah, so JT, AK, and Shiva both called, and Ben had raised pre-flop, and this flop is 4-7-8. Now, my rule of thumb here, like I have 3 or more people who call my pre-flop raise. I'm not going to make this C-bet if I'm Ben, unless this is a flop I would want to bet even if I was one of the callers.
Yeah.
In other words, I pretty much ignore the fact that I was the pre-flop aggressor, and it doesn't really factor into the decision of do I want to bet the flop.
Well, it amazes me, too. I fully agree with that. And it amazes me how many players, though, feel they need to make the continuation bet because that's what you hear now on poker, that's standard, making the continuation bet.
Yes.
Sometimes you get everybody to fold after you, but if someone's laying in the weeds, you've just wasted some chips. If you do just check, and then somebody raises, then you make a decision. Am I just calling or am I re-raising? But yeah, I also agree. You get 3 callers after you. You don't need to make a continuation bet all the time.
Well, it's just so unlikely that you're going to get 3 people to fold.
Yeah.
And so for me, it's like if I change the scenario a little bit, if instead of it Ben raising under the gun, if Ben had called from the big blind with, let's say, ace-jack, it's like, would he bet that flop?
Yeah.
Probably never. Probably never bet 4, 7, 8 flop when he has ace-jack. So the fact that he raised with it under the gun and got 3 callers, he should be just as likely to check it and play it as if he had called.
Yeah.
But like you said, some players seem to feel like unless someone bets before it gets to me, I'm always going to c-bet. But like, what are the chances you're going to get 3 guys who missed that 4, 7, 8 flop with 2 clubs? And so if your hand has no value, you're just mostly throwing your chips away because the bluff just won't work.
Well, you should never really try to bluff more than one person anyway, so it's hard enough to get through one a lot of times, never mind 2 or 3.
Yeah. Well, that's why, like, when I raise pre-flop and get 1 caller, I basically always c-bet. I only have 1 guy, and there's no reason to think that I don't still have the best hand, whatever it is I raised with. But if I have 2 players, it gets a little tricky, but 3 or more, I just, in my mind, it's as if I was not the pre-flop raiser. And I just, what are my cards? What is this flop? What are the stack sizes?
Yep.
Should I bet this flop, irregardless of who raised?
Well, for me, like if I'm early position, I make the first move and I got 3 callers, and I've got a flush draw or I've got an open-end straight draw, then I may make that continuation bet because I don't have a hand yet. There's a good chance I may hit my hand yet, and if I make the continuation bet and get myself down to just 1 opponent, then I've made the continuation bet. That's going to make my next bet look stronger, even though I may not have hit my straight or my flush. It gives you the ability to play power poker at that point.
Well, and my question there would be, like, assuming instead you were one of the 3 callers and it got checked to you, would you bet the flop with that same straight or flush draw? Mm-hmm. And if the answer is yes, then I'd say, yeah, then you bet it also when you were the pre-flop raiser. If your answer is no, I would probably never bet that flop even with my draw, then I would probably be more on the side of checking it, even though you were the pre-flop raiser.
Right.
I mean, the fact that you raise pre-flop does change things a little bit, but once you get that many callers, I think it only changes it, just slightly. So it could turn a check into a bet, because of that small difference.
Sure.
But like you said, there is a subset of players out there who seem to feel that I am supposed to c-bet every time, no matter what. And I think most of them are spewing when they c-bet every single time into that big of a field. I've seen guys who'll c-bet, when there's like 6 callers.
Yeah.
And they end up having nothing,
Yeah, and then somebody re-raises it and you're folding. What was the point of the c-bet?
Yeah, it's like...
You really expect 5 players to fold, 6 players to fold?
Yeah, the flop is 6, 7, 8 all hearts, and they have like ace, queen, club, and spade, and they're c-betting, and it's like, what? What are the chances you're going to get that many guys to fold? There's none of them has anything for that flop,
I wonder if the Smithsonian's going to call for Ben's glasses now.
Well, they never called me.
Where did he get those glasses? I'm going to have to ask him. I don't know if that's something one of his kids or his wife bought, or if he did that himself, or just what.
I don't know how many times HPT episodes like rerun out there across the nation.
A couple times.
I guarantee you they do not rerun as often as ESPN reran the 04 main event.
No.
I mean, they might have shown that thing like 300 times.
Oh, yeah. Well, those glasses were classic, man. That's other than the fact that you won that, those glasses are what made you the recognizable poker player you are today. I mean, everybody remembers those glasses.
Well, it was funny, too. I mean, I'd have people who would recognize me and they don't pay any attention to poker, but maybe they are places like, oh, the guy's a bartender in a sports bar, so that ESPN's always on the TVs. He doesn't pay any attention to the poker on the TVs, but he still can't help but see me over and over again. So then he is asking me like, oh, did you go to this high school like where I went, because we're about the same age and I recognize you and and stuff like that. Or those are always the funny ones. There's some guy in the airport, he's like, oh, I know you. He's like, do you sell lumber? Because that's his business. And I'm like, no, I'm not in that business. And he's like, well, I know you.
Well, it's funny when you watch some of the World Series of Poker and even some of the Heartlands and World Poker Tour events on TV, and you see some of the things people wear nowadays to get attention, like one gentleman was wearing an umbrella hat or something, and It just some of it's a little too much.
Well, some of them are way over the top, like you said, just because they're looking for attention. I think nowadays when you see that, it's often like a lot of these kids will like do a prop bet with each other.
To see if they will wear it or not.
Something like let's make a bet, you and I, because we're both going to go to Vegas and play a lot of tournaments.
Yeah.
Like whoever has the most total in cashes before the main event can dress the other guy and make him wear whatever he wants.
Yep.
And they'll do a prop bet like that with each other. And I always find that amusing. And it's like, why are you in a gorilla outfit? And it's like, oh, because that jerk John Smith really went overboard when I lost the bet. So he rented the gorilla costume for me to wear. And though actually you'd have to take the headpiece off. They won't let you play in disguise like that where the camera can't identify who you are.
Oh, okay. Ben's still in the hand.
Ben is just re-raised from the button. 175,000 3-bet from Ben. Mike is folding. Ruby's in the big blind. Raise, re-raise. He's folding the vast majority of the time. Oh, I thought he was grabbing his chip for a
so
second.
did I.
He was putting that change on his
I
stack.
thought there's aces or kings right there.
He was ready to go, and it looks like our original raiser is JT. Looks like he made it 100, so 2.5 times a big blind, and then Ben has done like a kind of almost a min re-raise here, which I kind of like doing that when I'm in Ben's spot where I have position on the guy.
Yeah.
I do not like doing these small 3-bets though when they have position, because then it's so much harder to get them to fold when they know they can call and have position on you.
Yep.
So it was 60,000 more. JT made it 60,000 more over the big blind, and then Ben just re-raised 75 more on top of that.
Well, there's an action flop.
Well, I mean,
depending.
Yeah, I mean, these players are both either like loving or hating that flop.
Yeah. Well,
to be honest,
they're both late position players, so that flop may mean nothing to them. Yeah.
Well, but if you don't have ace 10, I mean, even if you have like 3 kings right now, it's like, do I really love this flop?
Yeah.
I'm now behind ace 10 and 9-10, and so ace 10 is the only hand that really loves the flop. But I mean, if I have 2 pair or better, I'm still going to be assuming for the most part that I'm ahead. And now this would also be the kind of like when I c-bet like this heads up, my c-bet is usually the same amount that I did pre-flop plus like 1 chip.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd make it like 180 instead of 175, something like that. But when the flops are this huge, like when there's the ace in the flop or like 2 aces on the flop or king 3 and flops like this that are basically screaming like this flop could have hit me like massively, I often will size my c-bet smaller, because like if JT has like a small medium pair, if he has ace 8 suited, I mean all these kinds of hands, it's like he can't call 130 any more than he can call 180. And then like if this happens, I get re-raised and I do have nothing, like, oh, I hate this flop. I had a really good hand pre-flop. I had pocket 9s. I figured I had the best hand, but this is one of the worst flops in the world. Now I only lose 130 instead of 180.
Yeah, I would guess Ben's going to fold here. He just doesn't look like he's too thrilled with this. And
I agree with you on his body language.
Yeah.
He looks like he's unhappy.
JT seemed pretty certain about what he was doing.
And JT made a pretty big check raise there as well. Which, again, I mean, on a board like this.
Whoa.
Well,
shows how good we are at our reading ability.
Well, I mean, maybe we read that he's unhappy, but he's decided he's going to, like, float.
Yeah,
or
that could.
like
I guess we'll find out.
He could be floating.
Oh, I was just going to say, this is where the 10 will show up. Watch. I should have said it.
Now I really hate it if I have 3 kings.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here with 3 kings right now, and I'm just like,
Yep.
Oh, my God, you got to be kidding me.
Uh-oh. Now, see, this is either because he's
check.
nervous
Ben
or
should
because
check
it's a
everything.
good... Oh, yeah.
I don't think there's any hand Ben wants to bet here.
No.
Because if you have the ace, then
all you're
you
doing
don't
is
need to bet
chopping.
it. You don't need to bet it.
No.
Well, it's like if you're chopping, the bet does you nothing. If you're ahead, the bet does you nothing.
True, and if he's sitting on a set, he could hit a full house on the river even if you got the ace. So
I mean, the only reason to bet here is if you have a pretty good hand, let's say like 2 pair, and you feel like if you check, you're going to have to face a big river bet.
Yeah.
And you might be getting bluffed. And so, like, rather than have to face the big river bet and get bluffed, I'll make a bet now and just let him fold all those hands that might have tried to bluff me, because I might not call that river bluff.
That's a pretty good bet.
I mean, the only scary card here for him really is a diamond. There's 2 diamonds now, but it's just pretty unlikely that either guy has 2 diamonds in his hand.
Well, it's a folder and all in.
Well, that would be the thing, though. Like, if Ben is bluffing here, he's showing 10-9 and he folds. Well, I tell you what, if this is on TV and Ben doesn't have an ace, then we're going to have to say, like, wow, what a great bluff on the turn. But
it was very disciplined laydown, though. A lot of guys don't do that, but I mean that seems like a pretty obvious laydown under the circumstances for that much money that he bet.
Well,
but
since Ben called your check raise on the flop, it's not that Ben has to have an ace, but he has to have a hand that's every time 9-10 is ahead on the turn, Ben has outs to the full house. And he obviously has outs for the chop, because he can catch an ace or a 9 on the river to chop no matter what he has. But, I mean, you're right, it's a good disciplined laydown, but boy, would I be sick. I mean, that would be a fold that even if I made it 100% of the time, I would also feel sick to my stomach every time.
Yep. So are we getting any comments on your computer there that we're talking too much?
Well,
might as well check and see.
The comments are never "we're talking too much," but sometimes they're like, "Can you talk more about the action and less about?"
Well, we
stuff?
should probably do that. It's difficult though. It is when you're not when you can't see the whole cards. It's a little tougher, but. JT looks a little flushed after that last hand.
Yeah, I can't blame him.
No.
I mean, he flopped a hand where it was like, okay, if I'm behind, then I'm ready to just give up, and I know I'm just cold decked and nothing I can do about it.
He's smart to walk away and regroup, though.
But, so there's no way not to be upset. I mean, even what I actually try to say to myself in a spot like that, I'm now going to assume that Ben had ace-10, flopped me dead, and the 10 on the turn saved me from going broke.
Yeah.
I know it's almost certainly not the case.
Yeah.
But that is what I'm going to tell myself so that I will just be happy about that turn card. Instead of saying the turn card screwed me and cost me a huge pot and maybe a double up, I will say I'm going to assume he had ace-10 and that card saved my ass. Otherwise, I would have been out of here.
Well, if Ben had a hot hand, a good hand there, we'll see that on TV. But and if he was bluffing, we're going to see it on TV. But there's so many hands that get played. There's so many amazing hands, and they're limited to how many, obviously, they can show over the 2 hours.
Well, my top 2 picks
so it's hard to say.
For Ben's hand there are ace-king and ace-queen. I think those are the 2 most likely hands for him to have been holding on that pot. And so I think he got a little stubborn on the check raise, calling the check raise on the flop, and then I think he got lucky on the turn. That's my bet. But I mean, I'm wrong so often with the reads that
that's all right.
I'm not even going to be embarrassed when I see this on TV and it's like, oh nope, not at all. He had a set, or he had ace-10 or whatever else.
JT probably wanted to throw up though when that 10 hit. He checks the turn, the 10 shows up. It's like, are you kidding?
Yeah.
Or checks the flop. I mean.
I mean, the funny thing, too, is like when Ben bet the turn, like the only hand that Ben, the only reason Ben would want to bet an ace on the turn is like not to give a free card to someone with like the trips or 2 pair to make a full house.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really about the only value of a bet if you have it. So it's almost like, he shouldn't have had the ace in his hand, in a sense, in order to make that bet. And the size of his bet was such that you've just forced someone with 2 pair of trips to fold.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't like you gave them a price that was not quite good enough, but might tempt them in. I mean, let's say to price out a set, you have to bet whatever amount. I have to bet X or more, or he will correctly call me for this lower price. Well, then you bet like 1.5 times X. You don't bet 3 times X. Because then when you bet that much, it's like, okay, he'll just never make the mistake of calling for that much. But if I do 50% more than he should call with that hand, now he might make that mistake and make me some money. What would have been really sick, though, is if Bennett had something like King 9.
Anything to drink?
Thanks, we're good.
Okay. Thank you.
Which channel is this?
It's on the HPT website live stream.
What is that, like on TV?
No,
Like,
it's
okay,
a.
No, this is closed circuit.
okay, yeah, sure.
But on your laptop.
It's just there's a button
All right. Ben's back in action with his Liberace glasses. I'm going to start just calling them Liberace.
Liberace,
glasses.
that's good.
Yeah.
He'll like that.
I mean, it's Liberace or Elton John, and Liberace just flows easier when you say it. Liberace.
Although, if he comes out in a fur robe after the break, I may have to leave. I don't know if I could take it.
I mean, we could stick him with that name. His name in the poker world is now Ben Liberace Castle. And then...
That's how nicknames are born, Greg, as you well know. Mr.
all right,
Fossil
everyone,
Man.
Everyone who's listening to the live stream and you're a friend of Ben's, his new nickname is Liberace. And if that's too many syllables, just call him Libby.
I'm sure he's going to appreciate this.
Well, the Libby probably works out better than Liberace. He could come up with something else. Like, well, I was a freedom fighter in South America, and libertador. I was the liberator, and so they called me Libby.
I'm sure everybody will fall for that story.
He could come up with something like that, though. And people who don't know him could believe it.
I'm sure everybody will.
But when they hear you call him Liberace, it's like, okay, there's only one person that could refer to. It seems like, oh no, Liberace is Romanian for tough guy. No one's going to buy that.
My mom used to talk about, she and my dad, when they were first married, they saw Liberace play. They were in Chicago. He was actually playing in someone's garage for money, and they spread the word around the neighborhood, and people paid so much to come and watch him. It's just, they said, really, a garage?
That's
yes.
like when you're the kid putting on the show and you charge your friends a nickel.
Yeah. Yep.
It's like a Mickey Rooney movie. Mickey Rooney and Judy Garland. We got to put on a show and save the orphanage. That is funny. What's funny too is when you and I were kids and before that, much of American society was very homophobic.
Yeah.
And yet, so people would make these homophobic comments and stuff, and yet people like Liberace and Freddie Mercury of Queen and stuff. I don't remember, people, when I was in high school, would be like, oh, Queen rocks, and then 10 seconds later they'd be making some homophobic remark.
Yeah.
And wait, no one seemed to realize they were wait, the name of the band is Queen. It's like, that's a pretty big clue as well.
Sure.
So it's somehow no one connected it up with some of these celebrities of the day. And, so to me it's just unusual that society was so homophobic and yet so, ignorant as well of the fact that, it's not like they were hiding it even, so to speak.
Yep.
And I'm sure there's lots of people Freddie Mercury's not gay, man, he's a rocker. Obviously now we just realize, the whole homophobic stuff was all a horrible mistake and no one should have had that attitude. Personally, when I was young, I was like, oh, I like gay men because that's less competition for the girls. That was always my attitude. It's like, yeah, I wish all the guys in my high school were gay because then all the girls would only have me to date. There'd be no one else to ask them out. But being a libertarian, I'm all in favor of everyone does whatever they want if you don't directly hurt someone else. So you go to your house and it's consenting adults. I may not want to know what you're doing, but I don't care.
So John Stossel's required watching at the Raymer house, huh?
It's not that he's required watching, but I agree with most of his stuff.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of it.
I just, you're an adult, do what you want. If you're blaring your music really loud, well, now you're disturbing me next door.
Yep.
But if you're doing something that I find morally repugnant, but I don't have to see it or hear it, then why would I care? I don't care if you're
Agreed.
in there doing satanic rituals. You know, if I don't like it, well, I don't have to see it.
You don't have to
So,
participate.
yeah, I don't
Yep.
have to see it. I don't have to know about it. What does it matter to me? You know, if you're doing crystal meth, I think you're stupid. But
Up to you.
you know, now if you give it to your kid, okay, now I think the government should get involved and take your kid away and protect the kid from you. But that's because he's a kid and he's not old enough to consent to do something that stupid. But I just don't like the government telling adults what to do.
There are definitely a lot of people out there that shouldn't be parents, that's for sure.
Yeah, but unfortunately the alternative is the government determining who gets to be a parent, which
Yeah.
is even scarier. I mean, in theory, I would be all for that, but there is no person in the history of the world I would trust with the authority to make the decision.
No, of course not.
You know, but in theory, like if there was some way, you know, that only competent parents would have kids, you know, that would be fantastic. But since I don't trust anyone to make the decision, I'm just going to say there is no government involvement in such things. I mean, it is an amazingly difficult thing. Oh, a walk.
A walk, first one.
I mean, it's an amazingly hard thing to be a good parent, and yet it's something that pretty much everyone in the world does. And almost all of us with zero training before we do it, and no experience, and, you know. So it is funny. I mean, if parenting were more of a commercial activity, you know, like running a business and stuff, there's no way they'd let you run that kind of business without a license.
No.
And, you know, like some kind of like, you know, like you can't be a masseuse until you go get training and pass a test, you know, and you can't be a barber.
Yeah, my wife and I talk about this a lot, that they should have required, training for any, people. But a lot of people don't know they're planning on being parents, and I don't know. It's just, I don't know. A lot of kids are at a
There's no good
disadvantage right
answer.
from the beginning, I guess. But
Well,
anyway.
it is a situation where there's really no good answer, but it's funny though that like I have to like get tested and licensed and trained and everything to cut your hair, but not to like mold your mind and raise you as an
Yeah.
adult.
Yep. I know. Good point.
So it's funny, but again, I don't see any solution other than giving the government more power, which I would never be in favor of. I mean, who's going to get a license to become a parent in Nazi Germany?
Yeah.
Right? You know, I
Yep.
mean, like we don't need to kill these people we don't like off. We just won't let them reproduce. So there's just no way you could trust any government in the history of the world with that authority.
Well, I'll tell you, that last walk was an enigma in poker anymore. It used to happen a lot, but with 8 or 9 people at the table, you almost never see it. There's always someone ready to come into the pot.
All
He's
in
shoving
ray
right there?
rays. Yep. I don't know. I missed if Shiva limped or. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it wasn't Shiva. It was AK who raised to 150. Oh. AK raises to 150 on the cutoff. I don't like that raise.
No, it's
Too big. Like 4 times the big blind.
It's like sometimes you see players are afraid to see, cards come off the deck. They feel they're protecting the pocket 7s or 8s and just want to try to win it right there. But I don't know. That was a lot to shove for the amount that was out there.
Well, I mean, but AK raised to 150, and I think. Well, let's see. That's 6. So that's like 1 million chips there for Nick. So I mean, to go from 150 to 1 million all in, I think is perfectly reasonable. He's shoving for like 6 times the bet he's facing, and that's kind of the problem with AK's raise to 150, is you've now made it so that if Nick wants to re-raise you, he's going to go all in. So the only reason that AK should make it 150 is that he wants to snap call the shove. I mean, the thing is, the blinds are 20 and 40. If he's going to fold, if everyone behind you is going to fold for a raise to 150, they're probably going to all fold for a raise to 100. And so, like, why risk 50 more?
It depends. To me, though, that shove depends on your hand. If you've got the really strong hand and you want to do that to make the other guy think you've got 6s, 7s, 8s, something like that, that to me is perfectly fine. But if you're trying to protect the middle pair, you shove all in there, you're more apt to get called because it's going to make your hand look actually weaker, not stronger. So to me, you don't want to shove there if your hand is questionable. You only want to do that shove if your hand is really strong. But that's how I feel about it.
Well, but it's also a spot, though, like, you've got the first guy in late position who's opening for the raise. It's just that a lot of his range can't call for 6 times the bet. He makes it 150, you go all in for 900. he just can't call with most of those hands, whatever he thinks you have. And he's going to throw them away. Whereas the downside of doing something less, like instead of, let's say, re-raising to 900 all in, what if Nick had made it 400? So 150 from AK, 400 from Nick, and then Nick has 500 behind. The problem you run into there is that AK might now re-raise all in, thinking he can get you to fold. And now he re-raises all in with King 9, you call with your 7s, and you're in a flip. Whereas if you had shoved, he would have just folded.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's pluses and minuses,
different
of course,
dynamics
to the scenario. But, so against some players, you're going to want to do the shove, whether you have aces or something that you really want them to fold. And other players, you do want to induce that 4-bet shove.
So a lot of friends talk about, reads at the table and, what does it mean when he looks nervous or this or that? It's like, but it's hard to explain, but the read isn't the read. The read is everything we were just talking about, the size of the bet, the positions, and it's just, there's so many things that go into it.
Absolutely. Well, the other issue, too, for AK, like he made it 150 that time and then he folded to the shove. If he had been making it 100 every other time and now he makes it 150, it's like, why is it 150?
Yeah.
In many cases, it is like, I really don't want you to call with this hand that I'm holding right now, and so I'm going to make it even bigger to try to ensure that you fold.
Yeah.
And so there definitely are players that will tend to fall into that tendency of, I make bigger raises when I want you to fold, and I make smaller raises when I don't mind if you don't fold.
That's a nice thing to find out at the table, though, when you're playing those people, that's for sure.
Well, he's got 4-bet here. Shiva opened the button for a raise. He was 3-bet by JT, and now Shiva has 4-bet. And
Yeah.
JT is the bigger stack here, pretty sure. We don't have like live updates on the chip counts. And that works for Shiva. And there was nothing about Shiva's body language that made me think he was bluffing. Oop. Limits going up. So the ante is still 5,000, but the blinds are now going to be 25 and 50,000. So
120,000 every time around the table, roughly. 115. So.
Yep, 115,000 to sit out and orbit, and again, like I have been for several years now, just a big fan of the min raise pre-flop. I come in this level for a raise, I make it 100. Some people would make it a little more. And it's not that I think, like, if you tell me, Craig, well, I would always make it 125 here, Greg, I'd say that's a good number too. I think the mistake, though, is the people who are always coming in for, like, 200 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you make it 200 and everyone folds, they probably would have folded if you'd made it 150 or 125.
Yeah, save the chips.
And so save those chips, because obviously at least some of those times you have a hand where you're going to fold to a re-raise. And if you're so damn tight that you would never make the first raise with a hand that you would fold, then I really don't care how much you raise, because you're just playing too damn tight. It's like, we got other things to fix first.
Yep.
I mean, and it's like, the thing is, when you bet in poker and raise in poker, you usually want them to fold, even if you're a guy who basically almost never bluffs. I mean, if it folds with me on the button this hand and I'm Nick, and I come in and I raise with ace-10, that's not a bluff. I mean, I almost certainly have the best hand. I got two random hands. Ace-10 is likely to be the best. But I really just want them to fold. I don't want
win it the easy way.
Yeah, because if you don't fold, now it has become a lot more likely that I don't have the best hand. And now if I miss the flop, there's a good chance I've gone behind. So it's a spot where, even though I'm not bluffing at all, I want you to fold. And that's true of most of the bets and raises we make in poker. Is like, even when I always think I have the best hand every time I bet and raise, I still want people to fold. So since you want people to fold, bet and raise the smallest amount that you think will get the job done. And there's no need to risk more. And so when you see people make it, like the 150 we saw from AK a couple hands ago, It's like 100 would have gotten the job done, and then since you had to fold to the re-raise, you saved 50,000. But you save 50,000 once or twice in orbit.
Oh yeah, it adds up.
Yeah, it adds up real fast. You know, even though it wouldn't have been 50,000 on day one because the blinds and stuff were smaller, you save that same amount. You're saving like 1 or 2 blinds per orbit from times that you failed to lose those chips. You know, you saved them instead of losing them. You know, now all of a sudden you're sitting here at the final table with 1,000,005 instead of 1,000,000, something like that, and huge difference in your chances to win the whole thing.
Well, obviously the players that are listening right now, they've heard the saying, chips saved are chips earned, and that's really true. And it's not just the chips that you save, but it's the potential of what you could have won with those chips down the road. I mean, if you're able to save yourself a couple 100,000 chips and you get into a situation where you get the better end of an all-in, it's better to have that 250,000 extra chips in your hand to double that and maybe quadruple it with another double later than if you hadn't had those chips, if you just used them unnecessarily along the way.
Well, and even more so when it's, you know, instead of being all in for 300 and the guy has you covered with his 350, you're all in for 400. He doesn't have you covered. You get unlucky, but you're still in.
Yeah,
You're
still got
short,
some left.
But you got that 50,000. You can make a comeback.
Yep.
Whereas if you hadn't saved those chips previously, now you'd have been eliminated on that hand. So it, you know, it's just one of those things that sometimes it doesn't end up making a difference at all. But when it does, it can be the huge difference. Like, oh, I came back from short stack to win the tournament. If I hadn't saved some chips 3 hours before that, I wouldn't have been able to make the comeback.
And the chip in a chair story is true. It does happen.
175 from Ben. Fold from AK. Someone asking Ben to show the bluff. I don't know whose voice that was, one of the players, but that's one of those things that it never hurts to like make a statement like that to the guy, because if he doesn't show, you didn't lose anything. If he does show, you gain the information.
Yeah.
So it's kind
Good
of
way
like,
of looking at it.
it's like a free roll, you know. I mean, unless you're doing it all the time and you're just annoying the hell out of people, you're just on a free roll. Uh-oh. I'm still seeing a tweet here that there's no sound.
Dude, I wonder if they know it in the other room.
Well, I'll just send a text here to Fred and tell them.
They have problems with the feed every now and then. I don't know why, but there's been no sound all. Well, no, my daughter texted and she said that she could hear everything. So, but that was 20 minutes ago.
Well, we've told Fred here, and hopefully he's either fixed it or will.
It is going? Okay.
All right, so we're being told by our technical guys that sound is going out, and the problem has to be at the receiver's end of things, and I'm sorry if that's the case for you, and I don't know what to do to help you, and it doesn't matter what I say right now because you can't hear me, so...
I've got somebody who's commenting on the video. I'll post a comment and see if that helps people.
So, if you hear me now, I apologize that you didn't hear me before, but we're doing the best we can, and our technical guys say the sound is going out. So apparently some people are getting it and some people are not, and that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Because if no one's hearing this is like the longest conversation you and I have just ever had, you know, the longest private conversation.
Yep.
And there's no Hawaiian barbecue on the table in front of us.
No, I remember the time we went to dinner. You knew where the Hawaiian barbecue was, that's for sure. I'd never even heard of one before.
Yeah, they're not that well known outside the West Coast.
Yep.
I love that stuff, though. It's really good. Lately, though, it's been Venezuelan food. It's been my kick. And unfortunately, hard to find. I didn't find anything here in Chicago unless I go all the way downtown or north side, which I haven't been.
Hey, you're in Chicago. You go to Portillo's. That's all you need to know.
Is that Italian?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, see, that's like my least favorite ethnic.
Well,
food.
it's not an Italian restaurant. It's a beef and hot dog place. But I'll tell you, they have the best beef, the best hot dogs, the best chicken parmesan. They got the best everything.
But do they have cachapas?
The what?
cachapas?
No,
Arepas?
no, I don't think so. It's an Italian beef joint, basically what it is. There's about 40 of them around.
Italian beef can be pretty darn good.
Oh, yeah. And you know those hot peppers you were eating, the hot jardiniere earlier? You put those on there, you're in heaven.
No, I get you, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that.
Yep.
Just my latest trend has been like going for the South American type foods.
I mean, this is so good that Warren Buffett from Berkshire Hathaway,
Yeah.
he bought the Portillo's chain, I heard. So I didn't know who bought it, and then I heard it was him, and I'm thinking, boy, that guy buys good businesses, so he must have agreed. I would think that would be too small for him, but apparently not.
Well, that could just be kind of like a what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of a whim.
Yeah.
Kind of like, oh, how much it'll cost me to buy this whole business? Okay.
Yeah.
Like that's pocket change, so to speak. If I screw it up, my Berkshire Hathaway shares will not drop by much. You know?
That's right.
It's less than 1% of the whole portfolio, so it can't hurt me that much anyways.
You own Burlington Northern, I think it is, and you own Portillo's, so you're not at too much risk, I wouldn't think.
So that's the kind of thing, though, when people talk about like luck in poker and stuff like that, a lot of people behave like life itself is not chock full of luck. Obviously, he's a smart guy.
Yep.
It's not like he's an idiot who got lucky, but he's still lucky. He had some things go his way early in his career and all that, so that he could like take maximum advantage of his abilities.
Yep.
But there's plenty of other guys out there that are probably like just as smart as him, just as hardworking, and nowhere near that level of success because they didn't ever get that lucky break.
Yep, that's true.
and
And
that's-
it relates just like it does to us in poker. For you to win, me to win, anybody to win a tournament, I mean, all those things have to come together. So it's probably true in all avenues of life.
It's 100% true. It's like, if you're good at what you do for your business, if you're highly skilled, you are likely to be a success. But to be like a massive success,
Yeah.
like Warren Buffett or Bill Gates, or
Certain things have to work out.
you're going to have some things go again. There's lots of businessmen out there that are probably just as good as Bill Gates, could do the job just as well or better, but they weren't at the right place at the right time to
Right.
hit it that huge. So I'm not putting him down. If he was an idiot, he would not have succeeded like that. But no matter how smart he is, he was pretty unlikely to have succeeded to that scale.
Yeah, true.
I mean, no matter how smart, no matter how good he is at what he does.
Well, he had nerve too.
That
I mean,
level of success. Well, I mean, all those talents put together.
yeah.
He was unlikely to achieve that level of success no matter what talent he had.
He picked good businesses, but he also understood that when the blood was in the water, when the market was crashing and going down, that eventually it would come back, and he never faltered or wavered or, bailed out on his positions. He added to his positions, so that's a hard thing to do.
Well, I'm just saying, like, again, even if he is like the greatest investor, businessman, however you want to categorize those skills, he could not have reasonably expected, like, we go back in time when he was 18, we couldn't say, oh yeah, on average this guy's going to make this many billions of dollars.
Yep.
That's going to be his average result because he's so good. But if he hadn't been that level of success, he probably still would have been a very big success.
Sure.
But at some level with millions of dollars instead of billions.
Well-
And the difference between the multi-billionaire in that field and the multi-millionaire in that field is probably largely due to luck.
Mike is in the hand now, and he hasn't really played hardly any hands, so his table image is pretty tight at the moment. Ruby's probably weighing that out.
Well, and Mike's bet here is actually kind of awkward. It looks like Ruby has like 1.2 million, give or take, and
Yeah.
Mike has just bet like 400,000.
Yeah.
So it's almost like saying to him, like, if you go all in, I'm not folding.
Yep. I'm calling you.
And therefore it's actually kind of a tough, it's an unusual spot. It's a bet that when I'm in Ruby's shoes, I'm kind of like, what the heck is this guy doing? If he's bluffing me, why wouldn't he want to bet a little bit bigger to make sure that I didn't he didn't accidentally induce a bluff from me.
Yeah,
And-
it's a please call me or shove. It's a
You
please
know.
shove on me.
And if he wants me to call, then why not make it a little bit smaller where I could feel like I could afford it to take a card off? So it's always in three-way pot. Okay, that's my big
Yeah.
mistake. He's not just against that 1.2 million chip stack. I missed. So, yeah, I'm sorry. My whole analysis is wrong because I didn't know we had that third player in the hand.
Yeah, I
Changes
didn't see
things
that either up
dramatically.
there.
So that's my fault for not paying enough attention. But, when I see some of those bets, though, like if I'd been right, it was heads up, which I'm wrong, then I'm kind of like, this bet doesn't make any sense, like no matter what you have. If you're trying to make me fold, this is a strange amount. If you're trying to make me call, this is a strange amount. If you're trying to induce a raise from me, this is a strange amount. Like bet less so that I would hope that I could shove and get you to fold. Bet less so I could call and feel like I have some kind of price. Or bet more if you want to just make sure I go away. So then I'm kind of like, what the heck could he possibly be doing this bet size with that makes any sense? Or is he just not paying attention to stacks? So that's a lot of players just don't really notice the stack sizes. And so they don't think about the fact that, like, oh, wait, given your stack size, this is a stupid bet for me to make. I should have bet more or less.
Shiva raised. Here's the man with all the chips. I hope he throws those cards away. He picked them up like he was going to toss them, and I've seen how many players pick them up like they're going to throw them out, and then all of a sudden they decide to play the hand, and it just gives so much information.
Oh, yeah. Without a doubt. I was trying to get some names here. I was trying to remember a hand I was going to talk about from... so the HP... Oh, wrong click. So there's the HPT in St. Louis... clicked on the wrong thing. Oh, that's why. There was a really interesting hand where I thought the bet sizing was kind of horrible, but it worked out perfect. So maybe he just knew the opponent better than me. This was Reginald Sean Roberts, who's done really well on the HPT.
Oh, yeah. He's a great player.
He was to my right, and there was this young lady to his right, Alona Sushnina, and she had just won a huge pot to become the chip leader when we were either 4 or 5 handed, and she's now tossed out a raise. She's still stacking the pot, and she's thrown out a raise, and he's next to act, and he starts like kind of putting his chips together, and he's got like small chips and then the next biggest chip, and he stacked them up like all my small chips, like all my 1K chips in 2 even towers, and then 5K chips on top of those evenly. And he keeps stacking them up until he has half his chips in one stack and half in the other. And then he took a couple of the big chips off the top of one stack, set them on the other stack, and pushed the slightly larger stack forward as a re-raise. So he's re-raising like 55% of his chips. And I folded. Anyone else who still had cards behind me folded. And then she immediately said all in, and he immediately called, and he had 2 kings, and she had like 10-7. And he doubled up through her, and he became chip leader. And I was asking him later, I'm like, okay, I understand, like, you were, and it was a big raise, too. I mean, his 3-bet was much bigger than normal. And I was like, why did you raise so much? And he's like, well, I thought I would induce a bluff from her, a shove bluff. And I'm like, but wouldn't you want to, like make it so that it's like a third of your chips?
Yeah, an amount that she would want to do that
then
with.
she could feel like, oh, I could get him to fold. Like, it seems to me like you almost, like with those moving those couple of chips over, it was like saying, like, I am not folding. And yet she still, and he's like, well, I was just sure that she was going to shove, and I'm like, okay, he was right, so he had a better read than me.
Well,
and she was young, and she had to be inexperienced because she was just so young.
Yeah.
And, but it just goes to show, like, she should have immediately realized, like, this guy has just bet half of his chips, more than half. There is no reason to believe he will ever fold. Like, even if he's full of shit and has something worse than 10-7, he isn't folding because he's pot committed at that point. And so it's like you got to really pay attention to those stack sizes.
Well, I'll tell you, Sean is an excellent player, excellent amateur player, and I've played with him a few times, and I noticed that he does make bets and raises on the larger side. Like if he's the first one to enter the pot after the flop, if he gets a call or two after the pot, he's generally making close to a pot-sized bet. So, and it makes him
I've
tough
played
to
with him
play.
a couple of times, and like I said, he plays really well, I think. I was just really shocked that, he would think, man, I never would have, like, no matter what I thought of her, no matter how I felt about her game, I still would think that if I've made it so visually obvious that I've committed over half of my stack,
Yeah.
that someone would expect me to fold and when they went all in. Because, if he had deuce 7, made that raise, and then he tag teamed me in, like, okay, Greg, now you finish the hand for me. And then when she went all in, I would have looked at the deuce 7 and I would have said, well, this sucks, but I call.
Yeah.
And then,
'Cause
of
you're
course,
committed.
we would have been dominated by her 10-7, and we
Sure.
probably would have lost, but, I still would not have folded anything
Yeah.
at that point. Like, I'm getting more than 3-1. Even if you have aces, my call isn't that horrible.
Right.
And, with 7 deuce, she would actually have had to show me pocket 7s before I would have folded. I would have called if she had showed her cards, that's the only hand I would have folded to with a hand like 7 deuce is pocket 7s. If she showed me pocket 8s, I would have called. Well, actually, I'm probably getting the wrong price even against any of those over pairs, so I can fold. But you know what I mean.
Yep.
It's just a spot where I'm just never ever folding. And so I was really shocked that she thought he would fold, and I was shocked that she thought that he would fold to the all in. I would have moved the 2 chips and then pushed out the shorter stack.
Yeah, you would think.
At least something like
Yeah.
that. Like it's a little less than half. But it is always surprising when I see people make bluff raises in spots where I'm like, why would you think that guy could? He can't fold even if he's bluffing. JT putting out like 200 or so. Well, that's all. Looks like more, 150.
Yep. 3, 6 of them.
And we got Blade, who now has a reasonably healthy stack. That's like at least $1.6 million for Blade there. So this bet is like 10% of what he's got at the moment. He's cutting out. This is such a popular pose the last few years.
Yeah, the
one hand on the opposite
shoulder, yeah. Resting your head. I'll tell you, though, you play 10, 12 hours, the back of my neck starts getting sore if I just hanging over the table. It's always, I'm usually holding my head up with something or other.
Well, it's like my body shape just doesn't fit that pose, Like my head doesn't reach my arm. Like when I'm sitting there, it just doesn't work for
Yeah.
me.
Maybe we should invent like a head crutch. Something we can just rest on the table, put it up, rest our chin on it, lean forward. Kind of like the masseuses use, with the pad.
Well, that's what I was thinking. You just bring the masseuse pad and put your chair backwards.
Yep.
Of course, then the problem is your arms are kind of held back a little bit. Your
Yeah,
shoulders
it's
are held
awkward.
back and you can't reach.
It's awkward.
JT bets again here, 285 this time, so slightly less than double his last bet, which is a pretty good amount. Now, this is definitely a spot, though, if Blade is thinking of raising, all in is the only reasonable choice. He can still fold, he can still call, but if he's thinking of raising, all in would be by far the most likely correct amount.
Nope. He's going away.
And that's why bets like that, and again, you want to pay attention to stack sizes as well there. Like, if I'm betting that 285, it's kind of like, 250, 300, 350. Those are all essentially the same bet, from Blade's point of view.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I call this bet, then you might be betting all or most of my stack on the river. And if I'm going to raise here for any of those numbers, I'm going to have to raise all in and basically risk everything. And so they all put a lot of pressure on him. And anytime you can just make a bet that puts that kind of pressure on your opponent, then it can't be a bad bet.
No.
If you have it, you want to bet something rather than give a free card. If you're bluffing, you've just made a bet that puts this huge pressure on him because of his stack size. Whereas if they both were like two of the chip leaders with over 3 million, then the 285 doesn't put that kind of pressure. And
a lot of players are afraid to make bets or like that. They they're always thinking, what if he has this? What if she has that? You know, they're always. But the more you play, the more you realize the other players don't have the big hands very often, or hands that can call bets like that in most cases. But you got to have the nerve to make those plays.
Well, that's one of the reasons I kind of like the fact that we don't see the hole cards. Overall, I think it would be more fun if we did.
Yeah.
But the nice thing is, like, sometimes we can look at those scenarios and kind of say, you know what? I don't even care what his cards are. He should, like, go all in here. Or
Based on
he should raise
circumstances,
here
yeah.
and stuff like that.
Yep.
I mean, the hand we discussed before, I mentioned the ace-jack, and the guy had ace-king. And I said, oh, by the way, I don't think I finished the fact that I sucked out and hit a jack on the river and knocked the guy out instead of him taking away, like, 40% of my chips. But, you know, I mean, like I said, I would have, if I were, like, on the rail instead and coaching that guy, at the end of the hand, I would have said to him, like, look, I don't care what you had. It couldn't have been a bad idea for you to shove there, given those stack sizes.
Sure.
It's like you got the initial raise from late position. It could be all kinds of weak hands. And the only reason I would tell him not to shove with any two cards there would be if, like, the original raiser's a nit. Like, oh, that guy has to have a big hand or he never would have opened. And there's that category of nits that are super tight before they ever put one chip in the pot. But once they pick a hand to play, they don't ever like to fold.
Yeah, they fall in love with it.
You know? Well, it's not even so much I fall in love with it. It's like, I've waited so long to have one of the hands that I consider good enough, I ain't going to fold it.
I'm going with it.
You know, so they just won't give it up once they come in.
Yeah, they won't read the changing story that develops, you know, and they just stick with it. Don't you hate just sitting here and not being at that table?
You know, it hasn't been that bad, though, because no one has made a play that, like, I'm like, oh, my God, like, that is just
I'm
awful,
talking
horrible.
in general.
Well, no, the hard part, though, is
I just
want to
be there.
I've done a few of these live streams where there'd be several players who are just really playing bad.
Yeah.
And then I'm kind of like, wait, how did that guy make the final table and I didn't?
Yeah, well, you see it a lot.
You know, it's like, how do I not win all of these when I see those decisions being made?
You see it a lot.
You know, so when that happens, I'm kind of like, ugh. There was one of these live streams from Colorado a while back, and, like, when the blinds were 50 and 100,000, like, the standard opening raise amongst these three players was like 675,000, and I was just like, how do I not win all of these?
Well, I'll tell you.
Like, that's not a good number at all.
Yeah. Flopping quads. Nothing wrong with that.
Well, so we mentioned the adrenaline tell earlier. See,
Yeah.
and that's the kind of thing, like, if someone flops quads, if they're going to have an adrenaline tell, that would be the time.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's like, quads, I know I'm going to win. This is so exciting. But the thing is, like, once you play enough poker, then it's kind of like, okay, great, I have quads. That's awesome. But the question isn't, I know I'm going to win, but the question is how much.
Yeah. Figure out how best to proceed.
I would rather double up with deuces than win a small pot with a royal flush.
Yep.
You know, and so it's that kind of thing. I did a tournament back in either 04 or 05 called the British Poker Open that PokerStars sent me to. And it consisted of like 12 heats. And each of these six-handed, it was like a six-handed sit-and-go, winner-take-all to advance in the tournament. And each heat was televised live with like a 5-minute delay. And for some of those, they had like one or two of these, so they were using them on one or two of us at each of these tables. As a little device they'd strap on you that had like your heart rate and pulse. You know, it was tracking your pulse for them. And I remember watching the episode the night before I played, and Gus Hansen was at the table, and he had this heart monitor on him, and they would show it just every now and then. But Gus, very athletic guy, by the way. His like resting heart rate was like 52 or 50 or something. I mean, a pretty low number because he's so athletic.
Yep.
And then they show a hand where he like flops the top full house, and his pulse goes from 50 to 51 maybe. Like no change.
Really?
Just zero change.
Wow.
Like when he's not in a hand, when he's in a hand, when he has a big hand, a weak hand, it's like he was like that same like 50 or whatever the number was like all the time. And yet there was another guy at the table, some kind of like minor celebrity in England, And I mean, they were like making jokes about like, we're gonna have to get an ambulance on standby. I mean, this guy would get involved in a pot, and his rate would go like maybe his resting pulse was 65 or 70, and he would just be playing any hand, and he'd be going 80, 90, and then he would hit something big, and he's like 150, 160 as he's sitting there, and they're just, I mean, the commentators are just like, Jesus, we need to get an ambulance. I mean, this guy might be about to pop, you know.
You're right though. The more people play, the calmer they're going to stay. Some people don't. You know, some people just never do. They just always get excited. But
Well, if you're super excited every time you're in a hand, then that won't be a tell anymore.
yeah,
But the truth is, no matter what we have happen to us in life, whether it's good or bad, if it happens enough, you'll get used to it. If I come to your house tomorrow at noon and I say, Craig, you're a great buddy. Here's $1 million cash. Merry Christmas. I imagine you'll be pretty happy, pretty ecstatic over that.
sure.
You know, and then I come back the next day at noon. I give you another $1 million. You'll still be pretty happy. 50 days in a row, it'll be like, what the hell, Greg? You're usually here at noon. It's like quarter after.
I was going to say when
know?
are you showing up this year? I was just curious.
You know, it's like, so if
I want to
doing
make
that,
sure I'm home.
You're not going to be excited anymore. I mean, it's not that you're going to be thinking like, oh, another $1 million, this sucks, but you're not going to be like that. It's not going to be that huge, like, oh my God, $1 million. You know, this is unbelievable. Thank you.
Yep.
Super excitement. You know, running party around the house. It'll be like, you know, oh hey Greg, good to see you again. A little running late today, huh? Traffic bad out there, you know. I mean, and then the same thing if. You know, if it was something bad happening to you every day, eventually it'd be like, well, okay, time again for that bad thing to happen, you know, nothing to get emotional about because I know it's coming. It happens every day.
The wheels are turning. You can just see him, the smoke just coming off his head. What am I going to do here? Let's see.
Yeah, I should have been paying more attention. I don't even know what decision have we got here that AK is facing. He's got like close to 2.5 million chips there in his stack. So I have to be a better multitasker where I can like talk to you and tell stories and yet still watch the screen and know exactly what's going on.
Well, I won't think you're rude if you watch the screen when you're talking and not me. So that's fine. I guess that's what we're here to do.
But even if I'm looking at the screen, I'm not really seeing it.
Yeah, I know.
Because my brain isn't. I mean, I am definitely a one task at a time guy, which they've actually scientifically proven is true of all of us. It's like when your computer is doing, like if you have a web page that's downloading, and you also, you know, your computer is, you know, like also streaming a video and this and that. You have multiple pages operating.
Mm-hmm.
Your computer isn't actually doing them all at once. You know, it spends like a fraction of a second doing activity 1, and then it switches over and it does activity 2 for a fraction of a second, and then activity 3, and then it goes back to number 1. So it does them in rotation, so to speak. But it's switching back and forth so quickly. To you and me, it looks like it's doing all of them simultaneously.
Sure.
And they've done research to show that the same is exactly true of us. Like if you're on the phone, you know, with your wife, and you're like watching this live stream on your computer, and your assistant is talking to you about the meeting tomorrow, you are not looking at all three. You're not paying attention to all three at the same time. You're just switching back and forth, but with nowhere near that speed of the computer. And it's, you know, so people who think they can multitask, they really aren't ever as good as they think they are at it. Like I said, and they've done lots of research on that.
2 hands in a row here.
Raise from 130 from AK.
Let's see if the small blind and big blind think he has anything. Nothing. See how easy it is?
Well, the thing is, even if you think the guy is full of it, if you have nothing yourself, folding is probably still the right decision.
Yeah, the difference, obviously, he knows what he has. You don't know what he has. You can guess he has nothing, but you might just be wrong. So why commit the chips?
I mean, you can 3-bet bluff with your nothing and hope that he folds.
Yeah.
But then, you know, if it doesn't work, you have burned through a lot of chips. So it's a tough play to make.
Yep.
You have to feel quite confident that he's going to fold. It's funny, the worst call, this is the worst call I've ever seen in my life. Happened to me many, many years ago, playing the Tuesday night No Limit Hold'em tournament at Foxwoods back in maybe 99 or something like that. And we're down to 12 players, so 2 6-handed tables. I'm the chip leader with 9,000. Because back then the tournaments didn't start you with thousands and thousands of chips. You started with, a couple hundred chips or whatever. So I'm the chip leader with 9,000. The second chip leader is 2 seats to my right with 8,000. And the next biggest stack in the whole field is 3,000. And it folds to this other second chip leader on the button who makes a huge opening raise to 2,000. But I've been playing with this guy for a while, and he has a big tell, and I know he's bluffing. But I'm also thinking, if I re-raise him all in, he can fold and still have 6,000 chips, which is second place by 2 to 1.
Mm-hmm.
He shouldn't call me here if I put him all in unless he has a huge hand. And Mike raised and took that one down. So I'm thinking, maybe I should be shoving here with almost anything. And I look down now, and I have pocket fives. And I'm like, well, I'm sure he's bluffing. I'm pretty sure he should fold even if I'm wrong most of the time. And I feel like I have the best hand most of the time as well. So I go all in. And this guy starts staring at me, and he's just, you can just see him. He's just fuming and getting his body is tensing up, and he's getting, grit in his teeth, and just his whole body is tightening up, and, muscles contracting, and he's just pointing his finger at me, and he's like, I call.
Really?
And I was like, wow, I guess you have a bigger pair. And I turn over my fives. He tables 6-4 offsuit.
Really?
And one of the other players says, I said, why did you call? And he again, very angrily, he points at me, kind of stabbing his finger my direction. And he's like, I put him on a re-steal. And
You could have been re-stealing with Jack 8.
Well, that's the thing. It's everyone at the table, the dealer and the other 4 players, not me, but everyone else at the table in unison said, so what? Who cares if you put him on a re-steal?
Yeah. Don't tell me he won the hand.
Well, if God comes down from heaven when this guy's making the decision and says to him, Greg Raymer is bluffing, he still has to fold.
Yeah.
Because most of my bluffs beat 6 high. But no, he flopped a 4. And then my first thought was oh my God, don't let this be a bad beat story.
No kidding.
But then it bricked out, and I win, and I have 17,000 chips. I have half the chips in play, 11-handed, and I win.
Yeah.
The tournament later that night. So it's a perfectly good beat story, so to speak, or a good win story. But it was just the only way you could make a worse call would be to be just as bad for more money. Because it's just wait, if this guy, if I know for a fact he's bluffing, he still has me crushed most of the time. And
yeah, what do you expect you to have? 2-3? No, I put you on a re-steal. And there's the 6-4 you had. See, if you had that, you'd have been upset.
I'd have been crying. I'd have been are you kidding me? A guy's going to make that bad a play and get rewarded? It does seem unjust, doesn't it? If someone makes that bad of a play and gets rewarded for it. It's oh, now he has half the chips.
I'll tell you another thing I've noticed now. People will pay you off. There's 2 kings on the board. If you've got the king, the other guy's got the queen. A lot of people are starting to think that, there's 2 on the board, there's less chance you actually have one. They're making the call. And you do see it a lot. And it's exactly what it was. Boom. The kings against the queen.
King Jack against Ace Queen. And
yeah, it's pretty common.
But
so you can feel good about I know.
I mean, if I'm going to call you with a queen on the river, it is more correct to call when the river was a king instead of a deuce or some innocuous card. Because it does increase the chances that my queens are good.
Yep.
I mean, that's what happened to Ryan Hickey at that St. Louis final table as well that I was talking about before. We play a hand where the flop comes I think it was King, Queen, X, and I have a king, and he has the queen, and then it comes king on the turn, king on the river. And so at that point, it's what are the chances Greg has a king? And that's all he can lose to is a king or pocket aces. He chops or beats, everything else I could have.
Yeah.
And so it was really, I considered that very much like a cold deck. There's no way, when I shoved the river, he was supposed to fold. When he called me on the flop, it's you flop second pair, I could be c-betting with nothing.
Yeah, well, no, that is the way you have to look at it. I mean, for the most part, unless there's other circumstances. But it's just, if you're the kind of player that thinks every time you're sitting there with queens and pocket queens and you see an ace hit the board or a king hit the board, and because the other guy was the aggressor in the hand, he must have an ace or he must have the king, and you fold, you're never going to win at poker. You're never going to be a successful player. You
Well,
can't be.
You'll be run over too much.
Yeah, you just can't.
I mean, one of my pet peeves when I do these live streams, especially in these heads-up pots, is when someone raises and it's heads up and they don't c-bet. And especially they don't c-bet with what eventually turns out to be not a very good hand, or at least not a good hand for that flop. Because there are going to be so many times when if you had c-bet, the guy would have folded. But now you either let him catch something, or he decides he'll call you down with his underpair. Like you have ace 10 and you don't like that flop of like king jack 7, but then you check and a deuce comes off and now the guy calls you with pocket fives. If you just c-bet the flop, he certainly might have folded. He's like, but now you look weak. He figures you have a hand like ace 10 or something that missed. So he calls your bet, and then it goes check, check on the river, and you lose to a hand you would have beat. I think for every time those guys are like, well, I saved these chips, I think for every time they do that, they're at least as many times that they cost themselves the pot. Nick didn't look happy there. Is he frustrated?
Must be seeing a lot of poor hands.
Well, he's got a little less chips than he started with, so. It's not that hard to get frustrated playing poker. I mean, very rarely do you get those magical days where just everything goes your way.
Yeah, Stan Jablonski said to me once, if you're results-oriented, poker is not for you. And I've always been results-oriented, but I still love poker, but it is pretty frustrating.
Well, it's tournament poker in particular. I mean, the thing is, let's say you and I are at this final table, but we end up finishing, one of us third, one of us fifth. We're not going home happy.
Nope.
I mean, we made really good money, and we're happy that we made money, but we're not really very happy because we were like, oh, man, I was that close to winning the whole thing again. So you're not really thrilled. And let alone all those many, many other times that we don't cash at all.
I know.
I mean, tournament poker, unless you finish first, there's some amount of disappointment to the result. And so that means you have got to be prepared to just, eat your losses over and over and over again. If we were cash game players, at least then, if we were winning cash game players, we're going home a winner most of the time.
Yeah, it's difficult when your family pays attention and you got friends that watch and pay attention, and they know you made day 2 and you go and you don't cash, or you do cash, you don't make the final table. It's like I just don't think a lot of the non-players out there understand the difficulty. I mean, you are playing. You go to a city and there's professionals that come in, like you, other people. Then you've also got the people that follow the Heartland around. A lot of them are better players. And then you've got all the local people from that area. You know who's coming in. There's a few weak players, but usually it's the best players in that area that have confidence in their game that can play. So, you're playing a lot of difficult players, and you get 4, 5, 6, 700 players in an event. How often are you going to win that? Not too often.
Blade's trying to decide what to do. We had a raise, an early position, I think, under the gun from Shiva on the 9 seat. Blade's doing some math. There has been a couple of calls already. Yeah, I mean, 300,000 chips there. He's super crippled.
Yeah.
And he's just trying to decide. Obviously, that was some pretty marginal hand. He's trying to decide, is this a good spot for me to, try to triple up or something? A big part of the math there, though, he'd be looking at that one, is if he goes all in, he's reopening the action. And then I'm looking at Shiva's stack, and I'm thinking to myself, if I shove for my 300 and now Shiva's allowed to re-raise, unless he was bluffing and has a bad hand that he's going to fold, he's going to re-raise all in, and those other guys are probably going to fold.
Yep.
And now I'm getting this,
yeah, he's going to want to isolate.
I'm getting 3-1 on my money heads up. So, I mean, to be honest, I'd have to double check the numbers. I didn't, but I'm pretty sure if Blade shoves, that Shiva can then 4-bet. You know, it was a legal raise at that point. Or is it just Ben who called? I thought 2 of them called down there. I thought I saw someone else toss in some chips after Shiva raised, but I guess it was only Ben.
Yeah.
But even then, I wouldn't be calling Blade I wouldn't say Blade made a mistake if he had gone all in there with almost anything, just because he could probably get the pot isolated heads up.
Yeah, I'd rather go all in there with a 7-8 or than with a weak ace, because you got to figure somebody might have the ace, and I don't know.
Even if it was something really bad, like not even a good hand at all, like it's 10-7.
Yeah.
It's like, well, if I get my 10-7 in and I'm heads up against Shiva, it's like, you know, Shiva's also pretty short and he was under the gun, so I mean he ought to have a hand under the gun, but that doesn't mean he has to have a big pair. So he could easily have, you know, just good aces and other things of that sort. And now my 10-7 is 2 live cards, but if I'm getting the dead money, like the 140,000 that Ben put in dead.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, now I'd be glad I didn't like shove it with 10-7, but you know, I mean, Shiva just doesn't have to have that good of a hand.
Yep.
I mean, it's not that it's surprising that he does, but if he had had ace queen instead, and then I'm like, well, my 10-7's not in bad shape against that kind of a hand, and I'm getting like 2-1 because of the dead money. So it's not a bad, but that's what you need to, again, you need to really know your stack sizes, because you don't want to make that all in for 300 and then it's not enough and Shiva isn't allowed to re-raise. Because then, you know, and it's also a really good idea when there's a short stack at your table like this, you might change your opening raise. You want to guarantee that if that guy shoves, I'm allowed to re-raise.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
So
sure.
I've seen people make that mistake where, you know, like they make it 200,000 to go on the button, and then when the short stack shoves, like let's say the small blind calls and now the short stack shoves for 300, they're not allowed to re-raise and get rid of that small blind who had already called the first 200.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas, I could have made it 160 instead of 200, and then his all-in would have reopened the action to me, and I could have gotten rid of the third player. You know, so you've got a lot of extra pressure. It's like I hate to make that guy. I'm the small blind. I have a pretty good hand, but I don't want to call now because I'm afraid this guy's going to shove, and then you're going to like isolate and get rid of me. But then I might also be thinking like, oh, this is a perfect time to trap with aces, because now this guy will, if he shoves and you try to isolate, now I've trapped you for your whole stack.
Yeah, I don't know if in that one hand we were talking about, though, if he would have shoved to isolate to pick up 300,000, a lot of your own chips to put at risk to only be picking up 300 from him, plus the dead money that's in the pot.
Well, but the thing is, though, he'd have already been kind of committed. Like, he puts in 140, he doesn't really want to fold for 160 more from Blade with anything. But if I don't have a really great hand, like queens or better, like he had, then I'm really quite happy to get rid of Ben. Like if I just call and Ben comes in behind me with position, what do I do when I don't hit the flop with my ace queen and with my pocket tens? You know, there's an overcard or two to my pocket tens. I don't know if that jack hit him or that queen hit him. You face so many tough decisions that it can be just better to just get it all in now. We got Mike involved, who's got that tight image.
Yeah, he must have a hand.
10-10 jack, a very action board there. I mean, someone can have the full house or the two pair of the trips, and the draws abound. You know, lots of starting hands are either an open and straight draw or a gut shot straight draw with overcards. And we've got the all-in from Nick.
Well, this would be a present for Blade.
700,000.
If somebody gets knocked out here.
About 700,000 to Mike to call, and he's got like 3.5 million. So it's not going to like damage his stack hugely, but it's way too much for him to call if he doesn't think it's correct. I mean, it's a real common mistake in the past, and still a mistake that people make of like, I can afford this, and I can take someone out if I get lucky.
Yeah.
And they make that call of the all-in. But I'm like, wait, why do you care? I mean, who cares if you knock him out or someone else?
Somebody else, yeah.
You know, like
Yeah, I don't like doubling people up like that.
Don't make a call that's mathematically wrong
Yeah.
just because you can eliminate someone if you get there. And it's about a pot-sized bet, give or take. So Mike's getting like 2-1. So, I mean, from my point of view, the question for Mike is like, do I think I'm gonna? If I call him, I'm gonna win a third of the time. If I think I'm gonna win at least a third of the time, then it's a good call. If I think I'm not gonna win a third of the time, then you gotta fold.
I wouldn't put JT on the 10 here with the amount of the bet he made after the flop. I wondered why he would bet as much as he did right there if he had the 10. I mean, it's a good move if you do have the 10 because a lot of players won't believe you would make the play. But
Well,
I don't know.
It is a tough flop, though, to give a free card with just a 10. Like, if I have 10-9, I'm thinking, like, if any ace, king, or queen comes, it could give him a straight. And I don't like that. He showed.
What did he fold? Can't see it.
It looked like he was turning over an ace, but I didn't get a good look at it.
You know, I love it when a player says good fold, yet he won't show you his cards. It's like, if you want me to know it's a good fold, then why don't you just show me the hand? It's like...
Well, it's funny. I've always said, like, even if I believe you, like, if he says, "Oh, good fold, I had the 10."
I don't believe it.
Well, no, even if I believe him,
Yeah.
like, I don't believe him.
Yeah,
Like, oh, I know this guy and we're friends and he wouldn't lie to me here.
yeah.
I still don't believe him.
No.
It's like, you know what? You know what, JT? I know you would never lie to me. Or, I mean, Nick here. I mean, Nick, I know you wouldn't lie to me, but I still don't believe you.
Now, you're trying to put the perception out there that I'm getting big hands right now. Then, you know, if you want them to really know, why don't you show it? And if you're bluffing, you don't want anybody to think you just were successful with a bluff. So,
Yeah.
it's just, why do people even say it?
Well, there was a fun hand I played when I was at day 2 of the World Series main event a few years ago on the feature table with Jason Alexander. And he was sitting to my immediate left. And at the beginning of the day, we were chatting, and he was talking about how lucky he had been. He was going to play really tight, and he was especially going to stay out of my way because, he's like, you're going to outplay me so bad, I'm not going to get involved. I swear, I mean, we were at that table together all day, the entire 10 hours. Every single time I opened raise, the first guy in the pot, and I opened for a raise, I think Jason was in there behind me like 2 out of 3 times. I mean, either he didn't really get like what tight means, or he was lying to me earlier in the day, or whatever, But there had been several times, there was a guy like 2 seats to Jason's left, and there had been several times all day where I raised, Jason calls, and now this guy would 3-bet. And every single time he 3-bet, I was like at the bottom of my range. It's like, well, this was the time I had the 7-8 suited, or something like that. And given stack sizes, I couldn't afford to call to try to hit. And so this guy had done this 5 times, 6 times all day. And now it's happened again. But I have pocket jacks this time. So, like, Jason has been doing well, and he has a lot of chips. I think I had more than him maybe, but Jason has a lot, and this guy has less than either of us at this point. My normal re-raise, if I'd been heads up against the guy, I would have just put them all in. But Jason's behind me, and I'm like, on the off chance that Jason was actually trapping with aces and kings, I am going to just make this slightly larger re-raise. And then if Jason shoves, I'll know I'm beaten. I can fold my jacks. And if this guy shoves, I'm never folding because now I'm getting 4-1 and on his shove.
Mm-hmm.
But it was big enough for me to basically tell that guy that you cannot re-raise again and get me to fold. So it's like very clear, you cannot re-raise and make me fold. But I can get away from Jason. And now Jason folds, and he agonized before he folded ace-9 offsuit.
Really?
It's like,
Yeah.
come on.
Yeah.
I mean, we have to both be bluffing for ace-9 to ever be any good. But the other guy tanks for quite a while, and he eventually folds his hand. And I said, good fold. So that's why I thought of it, because you were saying,
Yeah.
I said, good fold. And he's like, how do you know it was a good fold? And I said, well, it's not like you laid down aces or kings, implying that I had queens.
And I pretty much have anything else beat.
And then the funny thing is, though, it's like when you see it on the TV show later, I say that to him, and he had folded kings. He had laid down kings.
Whoa.
And on TV, they now show. I say that to him, and then they cut to a close up of his face, and he's just kind of giving this.
Oh, man.
You
Yeah,
know, like,
that's
oh,
funny.
Like when I said that, he just made this face, and I don't remember him making the face in real time when it happened. So
Yeah.
ESPN will edit these things out of context.
Well, that's because you were looking down, raking in the chips. See, that's why
Well,
you didn't
no,
see his face.
No, I might have missed it, and he made the face at the time, but I know for a fact that ESPN will take those close-ups,
Yeah.
and they will cut
They'll use it later.
They will use a close-up of you that they like,
Yeah.
and some hand that it wasn't part of.
Yeah, I understand. Well, I tell you, between you and Jason, or George Costanza, I should say, being at the same table, that had to be a chatty table.
Oh yeah, we were having fun. You know, it was a good table. I accumulated quite a bit of chips throughout the day, and then just ran like crap on day 3 and got knocked out. But you know, it was a fun day, but it was really, I mean, I know it's, I mean, when the guy was tanking, as soon as he thought for more than like 20, 30 seconds, I assumed my jacks were good. So when he finally folded, I meant it when I said good fold. Like, you know, there's no way you laid down the best hand.
560 bet. Looks like he's thinking about. Well, he's got a call almost.
Was it 560 all in, or?
No, it was just 560 raised to 560.
Oh yeah, so very
So
small
not a
re-raise,
full-
325.
not a
so
full
about
re-raise.
235 more. I mean, yeah. Probably can't fold anything, but
No.
he's got to be thinking about, do I want to like raise again myself? Back in the day, I mean, people made such big raises and, you know, big bets and big raises. It'd be like, you know, you and I'd have a stack size where, like, pre-flop action, if we were going to go all in, it might have gone like, you raise, I shove. And then nowadays it'd be like, you know, 2-bet, 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet.
Yep.
And then the 6-bet is finally all in. It's like, man, they milk so much more play out of the
Yeah.
same stack size.
And it's call.
Yep. Oh, man.
Going to the flop.
Shiva looks pretty casual there.
Well, that's a scary flop.
That is, again, and we've seen lots of these flops today where
Yeah.
it's like people are either like elated or like crapping their pants when they see all these flops. We have the 10 jack queen and the king queen jack and queen jack 9 with 2 spades. I mean, almost every single legitimate hand in poker has validity on this flop except for like the pocket pairs that are smaller.
All in.
All in for like 750, give or take. So it's a perfectly reasonable amount compared to the pot too. It's like 2/3, 3/4 of the pot. And this is a spot where realistically JT should kind of know what he's doing already. I mean, he was first to act. He checked the flop. You have an opponent who's going all in for 3/4 of the pot. I mean, this is an expected bet.
Mm-hmm.
And he thought a little bit and folded, which is cool. I hate it, though, when someone tanks for like 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, to make it look like they had a real big decision there.
Well, or just even if it is a big decision to them. I'm like, well, wait, when you checked, as soon as you checked, you should have been done thinking.
Yeah,
Like,
should have known
you
already.
You should have pretty much known, like, what am I going to do if he shoves? You know, if he checks behind, which turn cards, you know, whether it's any of them or all of them, am I going to bet? And certainly if JT had any of that flop, he probably should have shoved himself. You know, it's kind of like that was the huge downside, actually, of Shiva's re-raise pre-flop, is that if I am JT with a hand I'm willing to call with there, it's probably a hand where I'm going to do the stop and go.
Yeah.
I mean, in his shoes, I am either going to, like, fold pre-flop, I'm going to call and then shove every flop, or I'm going to call and check every flop because I'm trapping. Like, I have aces or kings, and I'm just going to check call every flop no matter what. And, of course, that's a scary flop for aces or kings, too. But,
Yeah, oh yeah.
you know, but I'm still not going to change my decision. So it's either stop and go, or it's just stop and call, or fold now. Or if I have aces or kings, I can just shove now because he's pot stuck. He's probably never going to fold. I might as well get it all in. So it's like if I had a good enough hand that I'm just going to call, no matter what, then I probably could just get it all in pre-flop. Fold it to the blinds. That's 180 or something. 160. Action on Ben. Now this might be the one spot where your standard opening raise might be bigger, is when you're opening from the small blind. Because now, with the big blind having position on you,
Yeah. You don't want to make it too easy.
You might need to bet more to get, like if you just do the min raise that I prefer, it's different. When you make that min raise at any other position, the big blind knows that he has to play out of position
Yeah.
against you, and so he's a lot more likely to fold. Whereas here, you're the small blind, he's a lot more likely to call. So it's not a bad idea, but you'd want to, like if you're going to raise 2x every other position and 3x from the small blind, that's fine, but again, do it every time. Like
Yeah.
always raise
Stay
3x.
consistent.
Always raise 3x when you're doing it opening from the small blind.
Here's another tough flop.
Yeah. Now that would have been a flop I would have always c-bet when I was JT, whether I have it or not. Because how many hands can Ben have that he will continue on a king-king-10 flop? I mean, if he doesn't have a king, he doesn't have a 10, he doesn't have queen-jack. You know, it's like even if he thinks he has the best hand, what is he going to do with ace-jack? You know, it's really hard for him to not fold almost anything other than king X and maybe, you know, 10x. And even then, if I have a 10, I'm not that happy about it. I don't want to fold, but I'm certainly not excited. Though I know there has been this move lately for a lot of good players talking about what they call the delayed c-bet. Like in spots like this, you know, they're heads up, especially out of position. They like check every flop, and then they intend to bet every turn no matter what. And it can look stronger. I mean, it's like, wait, you checked the king-king, maybe you were trapping, maybe it means you do have a king.
Yeah.
So it throws that confusion into the mix. So it's not a play. I haven't started doing the delayed c-bet myself because I think against bad players it doesn't work very well. I think it makes them feel that you're weak.
Yeah.
But against good players, the delayed c-bet might be the better play in many cases.
A lot of the better players now, though, they're raising everything constantly because when they do have the hand, they're getting paid off because they've seen you make that bet how many times when you've missed. But again, you get those big hands so infrequently compared to the weak hands. It's
Oh yeah.
I don't know if that makes sense.
No, it's totally, and especially like when we get to be where we're playing heads up. You know, it's just so hard to make a good hand, and you know, so if you and I are heads up, I mean, I just can't be giving you credit.
Sure.
You know, king, king, 10, it's like you don't have to have a king, a 10, an ace high, a pocket pair, or any of that to be betting. Whereas, even though like most of these hands are played heads up after the flop, because 8 guys got dealt in, it's so much more likely you have
Right.
something. I mean.
Well, during 1A, I had a 9-10 of spades, and the flop came 10-5-4. And I knew my opponent. I played with him locally a time or two, and he had been the aggressor. And then I let out after on the turn when the third 10 showed up. And he's sitting there, and he's thinking. And all of a sudden, he shoves all in. And I kind of know him. I'm thinking, there's no way if I lead out now into that 10, you're going to believe I have the 10, you know, and he didn't. He said, I know you don't have the 10. I know you don't have the 10. He called. He had paired the 4 on the board with an ace, and he makes the move on that. He ends up getting knocked out. But, yeah, I mean, there's a lot to be said for betting into the nuts or betting into strong hands.
Well, if you want to be able to bet your missed hands and get them to fold, then you can't be checking to trap every time you fold huge.
Yep.
Because then it's like, well, he's betting. He has nothing or he has mediocre. He never has huge. So, you know. And like you said, people tend to think a lot of players feel like every time they have a certain level of hand or above, I should trap. You know. So we are now at the end of that level. No more 25-50 blinds. We'll be coming back to 30, 60,000.
All right, folks, time to step aside for a
But
quick
we have a
commercial
15-minute
break.
break, and we will rejoin you then.
Well, Greg, I'm going to have to be heading back home. I've got my grandson's Christmas party tonight, and I promised him I would be there.
Are you going to
So-
play Santa? You gonna put
No,
on a
I'm just
beard
going
and-
to watch. I'm just going to watch. But I know Kirk will be in here probably by the time you get back. So appreciate the opportunity to come in and chat with you. It was fun.
Please, I appreciate you coming to help me. It's so much more fun to do this when I can talk to someone, especially someone who can add so much.
Thank you.
To the strategy discussion, and hopefully we can do it again sometime. But even better, let's just make the damn final table, both of us. Next
Yeah,
time.
only with a different outcome. Last time you knocked me out and you won it. So
Well,
next time I'll try to knock you out.
We'll let you get second then.
Oh, no.
Before I knock you out,
I don't think
all right?
that's exactly what I had in mind. But
Well, I didn't expect you to have that in mind. But, I mean, we're going to have to agree to disagree on the order of finish.
all right. Thanks, Greg.
Thanks, buddy. I
Goodbye,
appreciate it.
everybody. Thank you.
Audience, we will be back here. Hopefully, Kirk will have had time to join us. He's fighting traffic from Chicago. But it'll either be me or myself and Kirk Fowler when we get back from this break in about 10, 15 minutes. See you then.
Welcome back to HPTpoker.com. It's James Larson here, your final 8 players.
I'm
started with
pretty-
498 with our A, B, C, and D fields going into day 2. We had 103, and like I said, now we're down to our final 8. I want to take this opportunity to say thank you, everybody watching the live web stream today, and a happy holiday season for all of you. This is our final event of 2014, so I hope you can spend some time with your family, and I know Dave Goodfriend is here too. Happy Hanukkah to you, Dave, and happy holidays to everybody else. So let's go ahead and give a round of applause, get the tournament clock started. 30-60 with a 10K. We'll get those cards in the air.
All right, welcome back, everyone. And Craig Casino has had to leave for family stuff, and I appreciate very much, Craig, you participating and helping me with the live stream. And now from Windy City Poker, I have been joined by Kirk Falla. And Kirk is here. Thank you so much. We appreciate you coming here like short notice.
No problem,
help
Greg.
out.
I'm glad to be here.
Awesome. Why don't you give us our new chip counts for everyone at home?
And the chip leader is Ben Castle. He's got a little over 3.7 million in chips. Right behind him is Mike Puccio.
Puccio.
I'm going to keep mispronouncing that. Mike P's got 3 million, just a little bit more than that. Right behind Mike is AK Kontos. You know, this is like one of those days where they just want to throw all the names that are hard to pronounce right at us, just to test us.
Well, this is Chicago. I mean, the ethnic groups in Chicago tend to be Eastern European, which tend to be longer names than. I mean, you can get the Vietnamese names wrong, but they're usually only 1 or 2 syllables.
AK's got 2.2 million in chips. We got a whole bunch of people right there in the near the bottom with 1.2 million in chips. Nick Lafata. 1.1 is JT Turner, all the way down to the short stack. Ruby Kozowski. Ruby's only got 4.5 big blinds, so he's probably going to have to pick a spot here pretty soon.
Yeah, he tanked for a while on a spot when he had 300,000, where I thought maybe he should have shoved.
Right now he is in the big blind, and he's facing a raise from Mike.
He's getting a huge price here. He probably wants to call there with anything. It actually looks like he got raised by Nick in the 1 seat, and then Mike called from the 4.
Okay.
Or maybe Mike re-raised. That would be, even facing a re-raise from Mike, though, I would not have given Ruby any grief if he had called all in there with just anything.
You're just gone with it. If your cards are live, you got a good opportunity.
Yeah, he's getting such a good price. Because let's say that, Nick has to fold, but he gets all that extra dead money. I mean, Nick has presumably put in, he had to put in at least 2 blinds, and he might have put in 2.5 or 3. I didn't see his raise amount.
I think it was to 220 was the original raise, I believe. Well, that might be the re-raise.
Yeah, it looks like 150.
Yeah.
Can't quite see it. And then, 275 for the re-raise.
Pocket jacks.
And yeah, I mean, that's part of the only reason Ruby wants to fold there is that Mike's image is super, super tight.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, Mike can still have ace-king and ace-queen hands where you have 2 live cards maybe.
Yeah.
But a lot of his range is actually going to be bigger pairs. If it had been someone else 3-betting, I probably would have just been, let's go and hope I have 2 live cards, and now I might have 35-40% equity, and I might be, but I'm getting 2 to 1 or better on my money.
And he might be looking at the factor that he's going to be the small blind and then the button. So he doesn't have that many chips. So but maybe somebody gets knocked out, he moves up in the money. Figures he's going to be in 8th place anyways.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be thinking too much about moving up in the payouts here, because it's going to be tough for any of these guys that have this million and a half to get it in. With he's sitting there with 3 blinds.
Yeah.
I mean, this is where the ICM math really becomes overwhelming. That I have to. I mean, if I'm one of these guys with the million-something chips. I mean, if you could tell me, Greg, you want to get it in right now as a 2 to 1 favorite against the chip leader, it'd be like, wow. I mean, that's actually mathematically like break even.
Mm-hmm.
And it's hard to get a hand so good that you feel like you're better than 2 to 1 against their range. So, I'm not too excited to play anything if I'm not the chip leader.
Well, action's folded around to Mike.
And he's studying his short stack player, but. Again, Mike is probably not bluffing, and Blade's over there with, pretty healthy stack now, so it's not like,
Yeah, Blade's sitting on 1.4 million in chips. Raise amount is to 135. Ruby says no thank you. Blade looks like he doesn't want to play.
Yeah. Again, it's really tough for Blade to play anything there against the second biggest stack.
Just jacks. Show jacks again. Mike wants to show, but nobody wants to see.
Well, it's easier to kill yourself with a call than a shove, but I mean, Blade has had the misfortune here of he is just in a spot where he can't, get anyone to fold.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when you're shoving 4 blinds, way back when, before the poker boom, you would actually get people to fold.
Yeah.
I mean, I would see really crazy stuff like the guy in the small blind would open shove 3x, 4x, and the guy in the big blind would tank fold ace 10 or something that good, you know? And I'd be like, are you insane? Like, the price you're getting? And, I wouldn't say anything because I didn't want to wise people up back then.
Yeah.
But
The style has
but
definitely changed in the last
nowadays,
couple of years.
You shove 4x. I mean, it doesn't matter what position you're in. The only question is how many callers.
Mm-hmm.
Or do you get re-raised? I mean, your best hope really is like call, and then someone re-raises and shuts everyone else out. And now you're getting this huge overlay. Oh, I'm getting 5-1 against one guy. Good.
Yeah. I'll take my hand against 5 people or one person. I'll take one person.
And I'll make that play with even bad hands. Like, I think these first 3 guys that called just have marginal hands. They're hoping to knock him out. I might have a marginal hand to re-raise.
Mike's going to raise it again.
I'm like, I don't care if I'm giving you a better chance of surviving because now I'm getting 5-1.
Yeah.
If they all fold, I'm getting 5-1 against one guy.
I'll take my 3 deuce of hearts against one person. If I miss, I
See,
fold.
now this, again, it's a good spot because he can get someone to semi-bluff for him. Like, now that there's going to be a real side pot. I mean, once you get that side pot going, now you might get one of these other 2 guys to, like, semi-bluff the flop. Because he's like, well, I'll at least try to win the side pot.
Yeah, give you a little protection.
And now they can, so they can get the 3rd guy to fold who's going to beat you when they don't.
And then the other person gets mad. Why don't you just check it down with me? Well, I want to win the chip so I can win the tournament. I'm not here for you.
Yeah. Especially if it's a big side pot.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if it's a big side pot, I wouldn't blame you for semi-bluffing with, 5 high.
Mm-hmm.
But the bad part is when you're like semi-bluffing with 5 high and there's like no side pot.
Yeah.
And then it's like, well, what are you doing?
I was just kidding. Here, have my money.
Even if you get me to fold with your, like 5 high straight draw, he's all in, he can't fold, then he's almost certainly got that beat.
Yeah. The only time that's good is if it's your mom. That's the one all in for less. I got to protect my mom or my dad will be mad.
There's no friends at the table, so I guess there's no family either.
Yeah.
So, there shouldn't be.
Well, Mike's looking like he's going to call this all in here.
I was visiting my family in Michigan one time, and I'm at my uncle's house, and my grandfather, who's living with the uncle, and like 6 or 7 of us play a little poker tournament, and it gets heads up between me and my grandpa. and he's been like so like weak tight all day long, and I'm thinking like, wow, I'm just going to be able to just grind him down with 99% certainty here.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking like, should I let Grandpa win? And I'm just like, like I'm a poker player. I can't like let someone win. Even Grandpa.
You let him win, he gives you a good Christmas present.
Well, fortunately, he like cold decked me 2 hands in a row and won. Fair and square. Like, we both made huge hands. He doubled up. We both made huge hands. He beat me. And I was really happy that it happened that way. But I was just like, you know what? I don't think I can dog this and like let him win.
Yeah. Well, it goes check, check all the way through to the river.
And look at Ruby. He's like, I already got my cigarette ready because I'm going to be out in the hall in a minute smoking it.
Yeah.
And he does lose.
Looks like Mike's going to take this pot down with a pair of 10s, ace kicker. Ruby is knocked out in 8th place. He's going to take home $17,853 in cash.
And that makes $4,000 more for everyone else.
There you go. And Mike's on a little bit of a heater. 3 hands in a row he's taken down. He had $3 million in chips when we got back from the break. He's probably the chip leader.
The ace 10 at that spot. I bet most of these players are like, wow, I didn't think he'd have that weak of a hand. And I'm not saying ace 10 is a weak hand. But I'm saying his image has been so tight and solid.
More premium.
That you expect him to see the
Guys,
jacks.
I'm joined with Ruby
10.
going out in 8th place with just under 18,000. You know what's real cool about this story? You played 2 of your last HPT events. You got 9th place, a final table finish in Michigan, and now you get 8th place here. You're running pretty good, but I know you wanted to go deeper.
Yeah, it's frustrating.
And I saw all day just the look in your face, and I haven't seen the whole cards, but I got a feeling they weren't that good.
That look's always there.
Yeah, so we'll plan to see you, I'm sure, a lot next year because you're having a lot of success here on the HPT.
Thank you.
All right, real quick, though, you got a prediction on who wins this thing?
If I had to guess,
flip a 7-sided coin.
We're waiting, Ruby.
AK.
He says AK. All right, give him a big round of applause. Going home with
Where's
just
AK's
under
chip count now?
$18,000.
AK started with
We'll send it back
2.2
to
million.
Freddie and
So he's in
Maria.
third place. I'm not that far behind. So
Yeah.
he's not picking like a super long shot. In the
Ruby
chip
Q
count
going home
sense.
with just under 18,000.
I mean, most of this final table, at least what we've seen, not seeing the whole cards, we haven't seen like very many plays that I just say, oh yeah, that's awful.
Mm-hmm.
And I've done some of these other live streams where there
And with that
definitely have
elimination,
been,
we are now 7
more than
When
an
we come
occasional
back from
play
this
of
quick
that
commercial
sort.
break, we'll have more
Where I'm just kind of like, oh
exciting
no,
final
that's
table action.
horrible.
You're
You know,
watching
that's like
the
people at
HBT.
home. That's how you do not want to play the hand, kind of a thing. And having not seen much of that today, you can say this is a tougher than average HBT final table.
Welcome back to the Ameristar Casino, East Chicago.
I'm looking at it, I can't tell. Have anybody here been at a TV table yet?
One will
Ben
go home
Castle
as
in
our
the
new
3-seat
HBT
there,
champion.
the
and
big
just
guy with
under
the light blue shirt.
And then JT also is the.
Ben
Back
has
in the
something
air.
like 4 HBT final tables.
Okay.
If you count, I mean, some of them were back when they only aired 6-handed final tables.
Yeah.
But he might have finished 7th or 8th or 9th.
Okay.
But if you count 9-handed as making a final table, then he's got, I think, at least 4 HPT final tables. And I'm pretty sure that his career results on Hendon Mob, he's won a lot more money than anyone else at the final table has. Which doesn't necessarily mean he's the most experienced player. We could have someone who's like a great full-time cash game pro or something, and only plays tournaments occasionally, and therefore he might be a much better, more experienced player.
He looks comfortable.
But-
I know a couple of the other guys, just looking at them, they don't seem like they're as comfortable playing at a TV final table. Final table's a different story, but, when you have the scrutiny of knowing what the whole cards are and then everybody judging your play, it's a little bit difficult to play the style that you might want. But I think, Ben definitely looks comfortable, and he's got the experience, so...
He's got at least 2 third-place finishes on the HPT, so he's obviously spent plenty of time on the camera, has done that before. And I personally, I love being on feature tables and televised tables for what you say. It's like people can kind of tighten up and get nervous, and they don't want to look stupid. So sometimes it's very correct to do a bluff with a bad hand, a hand that has no value if called.
The other person calls you and they're wrong. They look like the worst player in the world, and they feel so distraught,
And they
and
don't
that's an
wanna look.
advantage.
Like, my friends are all going to see this, and they're going to be like, "What were you thinking, trying to bluff the world champ?" Or whatever, or "Why would you try to bluff that guy?" And why were you shoving 7 high and all this kind of
This
stuff.
is why you shove with 7 high.
Well, maybe 7 high on the river.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like the guy has the busted straight draw or the busted flush draw, and he shoves, and it doesn't work, and he looks like an idiot. But it may have been a very smart move. This was that 20% of the time it didn't work.
And a lot of times with final tables that are televised, and this is something that I've seen over the years being a producer, but also being a player and a fan of the poker shows, is when you're at a TV final table, a lot of times it's a lot easier to figure out what's going on here if you think like a broadcaster would be announcing the hand. This makes sense. This makes sense. This is a spot where he could make a play. He does have that level. And, a lot of times if you pay attention to those sort of things, you can excel at a TV table like this, where a regular old final table, you have nothing to go on. But for something like this, a lot of people are in that zone of, okay, I need to play right. I need to play properly. Nothing too crazy, except for those one or two times.
They don't want to make a questionable play.
Mm-hmm.
Even if they would normally make such a questionable play, because they know it's really actually a good spot for it.
Yeah. And a lot of times, too, the money is so...
They don't want to look silly.
Yeah, and then, of course, you have the opportunity where if you make a bad play, you're out an extra $15,000 or so.
I mean, it just makes my opponents more predictable.
Yeah.
And that's always a good thing. I mean, people will make comments about oh, you want loose players on your right and tight players on your left and stuff like that. And you want big stacks on your right and short stacks on your left. And both of those things are true to a degree, but what you really want is you want unpredictable players on your right and predictable players on your left. So that the guy who has position on you, you can be pretty confident you know where he's at.
Yeah.
Because he's playing.
You float the flop knowing that if an ace comes, he'll fold if you bet. Things like that. Or if you spike
whatever it is. I mean, everything.
yeah.
Just that I know where he's at. When he bets, when he calls, when he raises, I know where he's almost certainly at.
Yeah.
But the unpredictable player, whether he's a great player or just a maniac, random, idiot
Mm-hmm.
who just pushes buttons at random to make a decision. It's like he's unpredictable. You never know.
And he puts the pressure
So
on you,
let,
and then you're
let him be to your right.
second guessing yourself.
You get to act after he does
Yeah.
in the hand, and that gives you some advantage in this. And those are the toughest players, the ones that are unpredictable. Whether they're world class and that's why they're unpredictable, or whether they're just awful random maniacs, they're tough to play against, and they're the high variance. And
I'm told I'm tough to play against in $20 rebuy tournaments because I don't care.
well, see, that's funny. I mean, I like to think, at least, that I don't play any different because of the stakes or the situation. Like I said, even that little $5 tournament against my dad, my uncle, my aunt, my grandpa, it's like I'm still trying to play my best game to win.
Yeah.
I just have a hard. I mean, I can play bad. Don't get me wrong. I can make mistakes. I'm not trying to say that, but I cannot like play bad on purpose. Like, well, I know this is stupid, but I'm going to call because it's fun.
Yeah.
I just can't do that. I cannot make myself make what I know is a bad decision. I can make a bad decision because I screw up, but I cannot just like, oh, I know this is a stupid call, but what the heck? Let's have fun and gamble.
I go into every tournament with a list of bad things I want to do. I try to do them all.
There you go. I mean, and again, if you're playing a small tournament and you just want to, and that's maximum fun for you, I don't hold that against you.
Yeah.
I don't put that guy down.
Yeah.
At all. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Poker should be fun, whether you're playing seriously or
It's
not.
a game. It's a game where you can win a lot of money, but it's a game when it comes down to it. It should not put you in such a stressful environment that you don't enjoy it, because then when you don't enjoy it, you're not going to finish first, second, or third unless something lucky happens. And then when that luck happens, now you're enjoying yourself.
Yes, if you're having fun and you're in that good mood, you're more likely to make good decisions, which means you're more likely to do well.
And after the fact, because if you get mad and you're in a bad mood, you're going to get a speeding ticket on the way home. You're going to get a flat tire.
Well,
And it's the worst
I
night.
get the speeding ticket analogy. I don't get the flat tire.
Because
You're
you're
like psychically, you're so angry that you like explode.
you're going to drive through that. You're going to drive through that pothole. You're like, you know what? Forget it.
Okay,
Boom. And then all of a
paying
sudden,
attention, and you hit. Okay, that makes
yeah.
sense.
And you're not going to have a spare, or you're not going to have a jack in the car. It's going to be one of those days for you.
Oh. Well, see, now that part of that was one of those days I don't get, but one of those days because you're making it happen. Like once you said like, oh, you're not paying attention and you hit the pothole, I'm like, okay, I get that.
I should have made that call. I'm going to run over this
mad and I'm
pothole.
speeding. I get that, but I thought you're like I'm going to go out to my car and my tire's going to be flat because I was unhappy and ran bad, and I'm like, I don't understand that one.
Yeah.
I mean, that means you think there's like the karma or
I do
God
believe in
and
the poker
devil
gods.
and-
They do bless you, and they do
Well,
get you for certain things sometimes.
I joke about the poker gods, but I don't literally believe in them.
Yeah.
But I'll tell people things like when someone I think they're really strong and maybe a straight flush or quads is possible, I'll be like, they're about to fold. And I'm like, if you have quads or better and don't show everyone, the poker gods will like shit on you for a month minimum.
They give you this gift, and
they'll
you
be
don't want
like-
to share it with
and
everybody.
And I've had them kind of look at me like, oh, really? Like, they think I'm serious, and they turn over like, oh, yeah, I did have the quads.
Yeah.
And I'm like, Plus, it does somehow seem right. Like you make quads are better. You have to show it. This is not Dr. Pepper with deuces, fives, and tens are wild. Mm-hmm. This is Hold'em. It's hard. Hard to make a pair. Hard in quads.
Let alone
Forget
something like
about
that.
it.
Yeah.
I can't even remember. I'm not sure if I made quads all year. If I did, it'd only been maybe once. I must not have won a big pot if I did make quads, because I'd probably remember it.
Got checked down
I've
to the
lost
river.
to
You
quads
bet the minimum.
several times this year.
That's no good.
I'm 0 for 7 this year when my opponent and I have both flop sets.
Wow.
Because every time I had the higher set, they made quads.
Wow. Well, raise and take it for Ben Castle.
Yeah, I mean, we've had some of that today.
He's looking for the applause.
Oh, by the way, this is now Ben Liberace Castle because of his glasses that he's been wearing. And if Liberace is too many syllables for you and you're a friend of Ben's, you can call him Libby. But his nickname is now Liberace or Libby. And hopefully enough people are listening that know Ben on a daily basis that we can make this stick. And I don't really know Ben at all, so he may think I have it out.
Hashtag Libby. Hashtag Libby.
He may think I have it out for him, but it's just too good of an opportunity for me not to like try
Give
to
a
make
little
it
rib.
happen.
Yeah.
And Libby isn't so bad. People don't hear Libby and immediately think it's some foo-foo nickname. But if the Liberace one sticks, if everyone starts calling him Liberace in the poker room, that one he might not.
It might get to him a little
He
bit.
might be unhappy with me there. And not enough friendly we're buddies. I'm giving you grief because it's fun and it's what buddies do.
Yeah.
He might be like, no, I'm pretending it's that, but I'm really actually pissed at you for real.
Mike wants to play this hand.
7 o'clock tournament tonight in the poker room, $100. 6:15 tournament tonight in the poker room, $100.
Just to let you guys know who are watching, there's going to be a poker tournament tonight in the poker room at 6:15, $100 buy-in. Get your 8,000 chips? 8,000 chips. Nice little deep stack tournament.
I would be there, except I'll be here.
Can they take this equipment to the table so we can play and commentate at the same time?
No, but we could maybe encourage these guys to really gamble it up and be done by then.
Free hamburgers.
Cheeseburger,
Put a- we should put a bounty on-
Chicago. It's cheeseburger, cheeseburger.
Yeah, put a bounty on everybody.
Free cheeseburger, cheeseburger.
Pocket tens for Mike.
I've done a lot of bounty tournaments, like where I'm the only bounty. I mean, like I go somewhere to teach one of my seminars, and then they have like, let's say, a $200 tournament that night, and then they put like a big bounty. I'm like, it's a $200 bounty tournament, and there's like a $600 or $800, $1,000 bounty on me. I mean, much bigger than normal.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like these bounty tournaments where everyone's a bounty, where it's like, oh,
25 bucks here, 25 bucks there.
Yeah, 150 went in the prize pool and 50 is the bounty. Because then, not going to get out to win the bounty is like nice, but it's just gravy. It's not like your goal.
Yeah.
But I'm playing in some of these tournaments where like a bounty is 5 buy-ins, and it's a small little nightly tournament at the poker room, and like
It's worth almost the same as first place.
Well, you have to finish like 3rd or 4th or better, to get as much money. And so I have to play very differently. I mean, if I shove all in and you have me covered and there's no one left behind you that does, like, you should basically never fold.
Yeah.
Because you're getting like 6-1 on the call. And I'll tell the whole table, like, you guys, this is the math, guys. If I shove, like, you're risking your $100 stack, but you can win my $100 stack plus 500 cash. So you're getting 6-1 on the call. So, I mean, if no one else behind you has me covered, like, you should play pretty much anything. I was like, but I will have a good hand, which means they shouldn't call behind you since they can't knock me out and win the bounty.
Yep.
So I'm telling you, I have a good hand, but it's not only aces. It's aces, kings, queens, jacks, tens, ace, king, ace, queen, because I expect you to call me with anything. And then they'll, like, the last guy that has me covered will fold. I'll be like, what are you doing? And he's like, it's too early to risk all my chips, And I'm like, well, it's not all your chips. Well, most of them. I'm like, but so what?
It's most of them for a chance at 500 bucks.
Third. Like, there's still 60 people in this tournament. You got to finish third to do better than this.
Yeah. You can wait 3 hours to get the same amount you can do in 10 seconds.
How is it too early to finish third? The funniest was when a guy did that, though. He said, it's too early to risk all my chips. And then the next hand, he proceeds to try to bluff this guy by, like, barreling every single street where it was obvious to everyone else at the table that the guy wasn't going to fold, and he bluffed off all his chips. As he was, like, standing up, I so wanted to say, but it's not too early to do that? I mean, I kept my mouth shut. I'm there representing the casino.
Yeah.
I'm teaching a seminar. I didn't say it, but I really wanted to.
That's the perfect time, too. It's like,
it's too early to call to win third place, but it's not too early to do that. Are you kidding me? I mean, he was berating a guy earlier who had, like, doubled me up when I had half a starting stack. A guy calls me with, when I shove all in, he calls me with pocket threes getting 11-1, and I have aces and I double up to a starting stack, and he's berating that guy for calling me with threes. I'm like, he's a 4-1 underdog getting paid 11-1. If he folded, he's an idiot. And he called, so he's obviously smart and knows what he's doing. If you think he should have folded, you can do the math. And the guy's just like, it's still stupid. You know you're behind. Why would you call?
all right, JT is going to move all in here on the button.
Things have not been going JT's way for the most part.
Yeah, he started the final table with 1.85. He's dropped down to a little under $1 million right now.
Yeah. But he's just had several spots where...
And his all-in's actually 600,000, I think they said.
Yeah, so I mean, he's lost a lot of his chips here, and so he's basically shoving for 10x. And I agree. I mean, it's folded him on the button. I don't care what 2 cards he has. I'm happy with this shove if I'm him. Like, whether I get called or not, whether I win or lose or not,
They wake up with a hand set,
can't be a bad play. So if he gets called, he has deuce 7, and he looks stupid maybe to the home audience, but no, that was a good shove.
The good spot, too, is that you got the 2 chip leaders here, so if the one chip leader has to call, and then what's the other person does?
It's like you're squeezing Ben. Ben is going to hate calling here and then having Mike come over the top.
Yeah.
Because, especially Mike being tight, it's like, wow, now I have to fold almost everything.
I just dusted off 600K. Wonderful.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to let this guy maybe triple up if he wins, and, it's like the only reason Ben could, like, call and be happy is if he's trapping Mike. Kind of like, well, Mike's so tight, I know I don't have to re-raise to isolate. He's gonna fold most of his hands. But if he does come over the top, now I can get maximum value for my aces or my kings.
And he's never going to see it.
Yeah, and so that's like the only way it could be like a where Ben's like happy to call. If he has any other hand where he's like, oh, I'm ahead of JT's range, I'm still not happy until Mike folds.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I call here with Ace Jack, I'm like, well, I'm probably a huge favorite against JT, but man, until Mike folds, I'm really not happy about my spot. Once he folds, I'm like, okay, good. I'm probably a small favorite here.
Recapping so far for you folks who are just joining us online, the HPT main event had 498 players, a $714,000 prize pool with $164,000 of that going to first, and $100,000 to second. We are 7-handed right now. Chip leader is probably Mike in the 4 seat.
So,
Ben Castle's not too far behind him. And Ben actually looks like he raised the button here.
yeah, Blade has like $1.8 million. Oh, yep.
You got a raise and a call.
Now, I mentioned like we've seen. I haven't
Liberace's
seen any
back.
like clearly wrong decisions. Blade made a couple earlier when he was short stacked, where I was like, I thought it was a really bad play when he like just called a raise. When his stack was super tiny and he should have shoved or folded, in my opinion.
Well, action checks over to Liberace.
I mean, Blade definitely has. He's willing to take risks, and Ben is grabbing like 175, but boy, he looks bluffy.
Yeah, he's breathing a little heavy.
Yeah, I hadn't really noticed that yet. You're right. So maybe he's not, but he's like kind of like more aggressive physically. Like his motions were kind of jerky, aggressive, which often is like I'm trying to act strong to get you to fold.
I wonder if Blade's putting Ben on big ace. Maybe Blade's got a pocket pair here.
Well, this is
Sixes,
a flop.
sevens or so.
Ben should have c-bet this flop 100% of the time, no matter what. And to be honest, again, if I'm Ben, I'm checking the turn here almost basically no matter what I have.
Mm-hmm.
So if I have a 10, I'm still checking the turn. Because I want to kind of protect myself. Because like when I do have like ace king, ace queen, ace jack, I don't want to have to bet the turn to represent a hand. So if I'm going to want to check those hands on the turn, then I'm going to have to check like when I have a 10. Or when I have pocket fives for the fives full. Or, when I have when I have aces. When I have those hands that I'm not going to lay down, I need to check those as well. So that I'm balancing my range.
Betting a call. Ace 10 for Blade.
So now the other question, you always want to ask, Blade obviously played the hand in a relatively standard way. Like just check call my huge hand on the flop. Maybe he was going for a check raise on the turn, maybe not. But that's part of the reason too. Like if I'm Ben, I'm always checking that turn. Because it balances my range, so like you don't know if I hit it or not. I mean, you can just say statistically, oh, deuce 5 10 10, highly unlikely that Greg or whoever it is hit it. But does that mean you want to bluff into me though? Because maybe I have that pocket pair or the ace high, or maybe even the overpair. And since I'm playing those hands that way, if you know me, it can be hard to bluff into me on the river, knowing that I'm not folding any of those hands. In other words, I've induced the bluff with all of those pretty good hands.
Nice little pot for Blade.
Depending upon how strong Ben was, though, I mean, listen, I'm not saying Blade played the hand wrong at all, but he definitely wanted to consider, like, should I, like, check raise this flop? And maybe I can get him to commit. Like, he'll assume, like, oh, you wouldn't check raise with a 10. You must have something else. You probably are bluffing. Maybe a draw with the flush draw, 2 spades on the flop. But, a lot of players in Ben's spot might assume you just can't have a 10 if you're check raising. So they might decide the 3-bet bluff, and now you can get it all in.
Well, Nick's moved all in here in the 1 seat. For 735, it sounds like.
So, like 12x, that's perfectly good.
Ben makes the call.
So Ben hopefully should have only made this call if he thinks he has the best hand most of the time. He's
I guess
not-
we'll find out if he's a
not
little.
getting an overlay. I mean, there's not that much dead money in the pot. In other words, he can't call with what he figures is the worst hand because he's priced in.
Mm-hmm.
So Ben should assume, like, I think I have the best hand half the time or more.
He's got kings.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that's the best hand most of the time. And if it's not the best hand, you just, FML. I hope I get lucky.
He'll be screaming FML if an ace comes. I think it's ace 9 versus pocket kings. Ace 9, pocket kings. Got about
Yeah, I always
1.6
hate
million in
seeing
his
these
pot.
hands. When I have kings, I always hate this.
It's always that one.
The ace gets there 30% of the time, but it certainly emotionally it
Feels
feels
like
feels like 70%. I'm sure it isn't. I'm sure lifetime I'm winning my 70% of these with my kings, but it always doesn't feel that way.
And this is the time where you don't want it to come.
Ooh,
It's
and a
okay
9.
earlier on, but not this late.
9
Got a couple more outs. He's got 5 outs twice, a little over 20%.
and the runner flush draw.
Oh, make that 21%, give or take.
Kind of like 6 outs twice.
Yeah. Let's see if we get a sweat on the turn here with a spade. Nope.
The spades have gone away, so it's just 5 outs on the river.
An ace or a 9.
And somehow the 9 hurts more than the ace.
Yeah, right.
Again, there's no good reason for it, but like when they win that way, it somehow hurts more.
And
Ooh.
no go.
Good thing for him it wasn't a spade on the turn. Good thing for Ben, that is.
Yeah. Nick's going to go out in 7th place. $21,000. Not too shabby.
No, good payday for him. And again, everyone else, what are they going to get now? The next guy out?
$26K minimum.
Yeah, so like $5,000 raise for everyone else at the table. So, that's basically one unhappy guy and 6 happy guys.
And Ben is now, in my opinion, jumped into a commanding lead. He's probably got more than $4 million in chips.
Oh, even with the chips he lost to Blade?
Yeah, because that last pot I think was a total of 1.5. So
Yeah, it was at least that much, yeah. Reset, James.
3, 2.
James has only had 8 seasons of this, so he needs some practice. East Chicago. He said Chicago like he's a native rather than someone from Iowa.
Chicago.
Yeah, East Chicago. East Chicago. We're next door to the Bears. I lived in Chicago for 3 years. My first job was an attorney. I was in the NBC. It's like NBC City Front Tower or something like that. It's called.
Oh,
NBC
okay.
Tower, like just north of the Loop. There, east of Michigan, just north of the Loop. First apartment was like 1 block north of the tower. I would walk out the back door of my building through the garage. I would cross the street, cross the block, cross the street. I'm at work.
Mm-hmm.
Shortest commute as you could hope for, realistically.
Heard a story that you accidentally stumbled into poker at a charity event.
Yeah, I found Rockford charity casinos by accident. When I was in school, I went to grad school and law school at University of Minnesota, and I was a blackjack card counter. That was my way of making extra money to, use for entertainment, playing golf and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And when I got into the card counting, we'd go to the tribal casinos, mostly the Treasure Island Casino southeast of the Twin Cities. And when I moved to Chicago, I went to the riverboats, and they were doing 8 decks, and they would shuffle after doing 4 decks, and the rules weren't that favorable.
Mm-hmm.
I was doing the math on this simulation software I had, and it was for me to make $50 an hour, I needed to play at a limit and with a bankroll of $250,000.
Wow.
Which I didn't have.
Yeah.
But it's even if I had it, it'd be well, wait, I can probably do a lot better than $50 an hour doing something else with $250,000.
Mm-hmm.
So it was it didn't make any sense. And someone said, oh, I heard about these places you can go play blackjack, here and there. And, they gave me a link or something or a flyer, and I went to a Rockford charity casino thing, but the person who told me this didn't know that there was a $10 max bet. And I was like, oh, I can't make any money here either. It's only $10. But I had played poker with my friends in college every now and then, 3 or 4 times a year, and they had these poker games, so I thought, well, that would be fun. I'll play a little poker instead. And I don't think I'd ever played Hold'em before. And I was like, I had fun, but I really realized, like, wow, there's so much I didn't know about this game. People are, and these people were horrible. When I look back now, they were horrible poker players, but I was worse.
All in a call. Ace King versus
Is King for Shiva?
Queens, maybe? I'm just going to guess Queens. Oh, Ace Queen.
He's Queen, and he's dominated. So
Is that
Shiva's-
AK all in with AK? No.
No, it's Shiva all-kin. Shiva is all-kin with Ace K. So we don't get any of that, like...
It's a big all in
no
here.
poetry of it.
A lot of money in the pot.
Not good for Ace Queen. You always hope to see a pair when you're behind in these spots, because then your outs rise dramatically for that chop.
Yeah.
He needs running straight cards or a...
He wants a king, a
Queen.
jack, a
Queen
9.
is his big hit. And he
Queen,
wants the board
8,
to pair.
6. Not good.
No runner for him, so it's a queen only.
3 outs, 8%. Is Ben going to do it to him? Is Shiva going to be frustrated with the
Liberace.
3-outer?
It's Liberace versus
Liberace.
the Indian god Shiva.
A deuce.
We're doing a little pause on the clock while they do the chip count here, and that certainly does look like over 1 million chips. So this will be well over a 2 million chip pot.
That's a big hit to Ben's chip stack.
Yep. Yeah, but that's kind of a cold deck there. I mean, these stacks aren't shallow. I mean, if you want to go back, on YouTube or something and watch HPT tournaments from the first couple of seasons, the structures were much shallower. People would be at the final tables with 5, 10, 15, 20 blinds.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's no way you should be
Folding
away.
anywhere.
Like Ace Queen should just be never getting away from anything
Yeah.
at those stack sizes. We're a much better structure nowadays, where people are averaging more like 40 or more blinds. But still, 60,000 for the big. Shiva had like 20 blinds. So again, I don't expect to get away from Ace Queen when the effective stack is 20. 20 blinds for the effective stack. I'm not probably folding Ace Queen very often. So it's just, I call these 50-50s because I think if we switched the hands, the money still would have all gone all in.
Yeah.
And then Ben would have been the 3-1 favorite and would have held up, and he would have won the big pot and knocked out Shiva. The same thing if these were even stronger hands, if this was aces versus kings, again, it's 50-50, because if you had given me the kings instead of giving me the aces, I still would have gotten it all in. So I don't, like, even if I lose in those spots, like your kings beat my aces, I don't sit there and moan about how I was a 4-1 favorite.
Nothing you could do.
I'm like, it was a 50-50, because if
Yeah.
you'd given me the kings, I would have still gotten it in, and then I would have sucked out. I'm not sure. We're listening to James right now, everyone. I'm not sure you can hear him, though. But he's been reading some tweets about the live stream that he's putting out. But big pot there. Changes the and Shiva seems to have been playing very well. Again, if Shiva has made any bad plays, then it's like he made a play where I didn't see his whole cards, and I had no reason to think it was a bad play. So he seems to be playing very well. Pretty much everyone is making decisions that are, if not great, at least completely reasonable for the situation.
And they've got that ability because of the deep format. You're not forced into a spot, and he picked up Ace King, gets it all in pre with versus Ace Queen, holds up, and he's got a pretty good stack.
You can also see some really fun, like, horrible plays of those early years of HPT. One of my favorites that I remember seeing from one of their first seasons, or for season or two, a guy has 6 blinds. He opens for 3 blinds with Ace Jack. Someone re-raises him all in. He folds, and they have, it's right there. It's like,
wow.
It's LOL when he folds. But then, because you get to see the whole cards, it's like, wait, that guy has Ace 10. It's like, you just folded getting 4-1, and you were a 3-1 favorite. Like, ah!
Wow.
That guy, when he saw that on TV, he probably should have, gone to the bathroom.
I should never have signed that release form, giving them permission to show that hand.
Well, it's like, literally, it wouldn't shock me if the guy, puked.
Yeah.
I was like, because he didn't see it in the moment. The guy didn't turn over the Ace 10. And it was just like, when he sees it later, it's like, oh, my God.
What did I do?
This was, such a huge spot for me, and I just folded my hand away.
That's when you tell yourself the 10 was coming. And hope that you can convince yourself it's okay.
Yeah, but it's too late now. The table's over. I mean, that's part of my strategy, though. Like when that horrible, horrible card hits the turn of the river and I fold, and I'm thinking, like, I know in reality that card probably beat me, and that's why I folded. But then I'll do things like, you know what, I'm going to assume that, like, you already had me beat. Like, what are the couple of hands that had me beat already? I'm going to assume you had one of those and that card saved me. Like, now I didn't have to pay you off.
You got there with your flop set against my overpair, and then the ace peeled, and I had to fold my queens.
Exactly. Like, the ace didn't let you bluff me, or it didn't give you the best hand. You already flopped a set of tens, and my queens were already no good. And so, yeah, I make that assumption, even though I know it's not really probably the truth. 595,000 all in.
All in a call.
And, call from AK. JT has two.
Oh, AK's not happy right now.
Oh, drawing practically dead. He can't win without... It's got to come 4-5 or 3-3 for AK to win this hand. This is just an unbelievably good spot for JT.
Yeah, right.
I mean, he's like over 95%. But that's one of the
boy,
outs.
Oh, boy, oh, boy.
That's the 4-outer.
Oh,
That's
boy.
not what he wanted. The 4 or the 5 were the worst turn cards for JT.
Look at
So it's 4 outs. He needs to avoid the 4.
He does.
He says, scared the shit out of me with that card. I don't blame him. I mean, most of the turn cards, your opponent's going to be drawn dead, and instead he gets one of the
He
cards
gets life.
that gives him the most outs.
He goes from less than 1/1,000,000% to 8%, like that. And then you're sitting there going, really? Is this going to be the time? Am I going out like this?
Yeah, and we all have had that happen to us, for us and against us as well. So
You always remember the against, but you rarely remember the fours.
Nah, I don't necessarily forget the 4s, but I don't feel bad about them.
Yeah.
I'm like, if people are sucking out on me in these 2%ers, and then they do it 2% of the time, I get my 2% to suck out on them.
I won a decent tournament with a 2%er. We were 9-handed. And just ran over the table after that. I had so much fun with hitting that 2%. I ran around the room, and then I just bum rushed everybody.
I'm surprised they let you. I mean, you used to be able to run tables over. It's not very easy to run tables over anymore.
No.
It used to be much, much easier.
I think that everything just fell perfect for me because I was having conversations with people. I've got pocket kings, and I'm all in, and I continue my conversation, and they're calling me thinking I'm just on some BS.
Yeah.
And it just kept rolling and rolling and rolling.
See, like Jamie Golded them or something?
I sure did.
I won a stud tournament at Foxwoods years ago at one of their World Poker Finals, and I started the final tables as a chip leader, and I think I knocked out everybody. But it was, it's stud. So it's a different game. You have invisible cards. But, I mean, if someone was the bring-in, if it folded to me, if I had a hand that was even remotely playable, or if I had the highest door card showing, I completed 100% of the time. And then either people would end up folding, or I would end up making the best hand, or I would have started with the best hand every time. It just one of those days where it all goes your way.
Yeah.
At one point, I'm on the highest door card with a 10, so I'm looking at my down cards. I know I'm going to complete, and I look at 2 more 10s.
Wow.
Rolled up. And I started to hesitate, well, maybe I should just call. This is such a huge. I mean, no one has a higher card, and I have trips. And I was like, no, that would be suspicious. That should set off like Greg only limp. That should set off warning bells.
Let's keep
So
firing.
I completed. I think my hesitation though might have been a kind of a reverse tell by accident. And the guy next to me called with split 5s or something. And by the time we get to the 6th card being dealt, he only has less than 1 full bet left. And he makes 2 pair on 6th Street, and I make another 10. And I bet him all in. And he's agonizing, but he called, and I think he should have. I mean, I don't have to have a pair underneath. I don't have to have anything but those 10s that are showing. He finally called, and I'm like, his board was 4 different suits, so he can't make a straight flush. And he doesn't have any cards higher than a 10. So as soon as he called, I'm like, sorry, you're drawn dead.
Yeah.
I say, I don't have to see your down cards, you're drawn dead. You are there's no hands you can have where you're drawing live against quad 10s. You know, and he's just like, you know, because if he doesn't make like 7s and 5s, he can fold.
Yeah, he's getting away
he can
from
fold
it.
the 1 pair of 5s against my 10s, but he can't fold 2 pair when 2 pair might be in the lead. And if he's not in the lead, like if I have 3 10s, he could still have. I have 4 cards to make a full house, and stuff like that. You know, but you know, some days you run good, some days you don't.
You got the former chip leader Ben versus one of the top 2 stacks, Mike.
Is Mike the number one stack now? Do you think?
I believe he probably is.
I'm thinking he probably is, but I'm not 100% sure.
He's got a lot of those blue chips.
Yeah, I mean that's like 2 million in blue, 3.5, close to 4 million. Close to 4 million for Mike. So now this is a spot too where Mike is probably not even ever going to bet an ace. Like some players would say like 2 pair on board, ace high is probably good. And I might get someone to fold, you know, like pocket 4s, pocket 5s, you know, something like that, because they're worried that I have a king or a 3 for the full house. So it's kind of a mix of a value bet and a bluff at the same time.
And the tough spot is, too, is if someone has a 7 there, they've got kings and 7s,
Yes,
and they got you
exactly.
beat. And you miss that a lot of times.
But they might fold, especially like, you know, AK was in the pot 3 ways. AK might fold because he's also got Ben to worry about behind him. So you could sometimes get someone to fold a better hand. You might get called by worse because they just think you're bluffing. But I don't think Mike would ever bet an ace high there. You know, and I don't think he would ever bet a pocket pair unless it was at least bigger than the 7s.
It's possible he had the king the whole way. He's like, you know what, I got to get some money in now.
He could have the king. He could have like backed into the 3. But again, he's been playing so tight. You don't expect him to ever have a 3.
He's had good spots. The only time he had to show his hand that was not as premium is the ace 10, where he knocked somebody out.
He hasn't shown many hands, but every other time it's been a top 10% hand or better. You know, top 5% hand.
Mike's going to play this hand.
Good read. But it's folded to him in the small blind. Now, theoretically, he should be pretty wide open here. Like,
I got to pay attention because the last couple times he's raised, he's looked at his hand and slowly decided what to do, and it's always been a raise.
you know, I got 2.5 million chips here for Blade. But again, even though I'm in position, I'm not excited about calling Mike. I mean, like, what I don't actually want is to have a hand like an ace-10. I want to have, like, suited connectors, suited one-gappers, pocket pairs, you know, or just...
Something to hit hard, or if you miss, you get away.
Or a huge hand that's almost certainly the best hand even against Mike. But I don't want to have... Well, you know, like ace-queen I'm obviously happy to have, but I'm not excited to have ace-queen pre-flop. On the flop, I love it, you know, but...
Saw a little smirk there from Blade. I don't know what that means. Mike's going to lead out into this pot. There we go.
I think Matt was probably Blade's thought. Maybe Blade had like a small pair.
Yeah.
He's kind of like, I was hoping to flop a set of 3s, and well, that's about as far as I can get from a set of 3s.
Yeah.
I think James is teasing Mike about, like, are you mobbed up, like, waste disposal? I'm in waste disposal management. Like, no, we're landscape contractors.
We build it.
We build things. We don't pick up garbage. James, wink, wink. Yeah. We build things because you got to have a place to bury the body.
We're laying cement down.
That's right. Landscape contractors lay down cement for sure. Like, oh, you want a little portcullis thing out here in your backyard? You want a little patio area with a picnic table? You know, we gotta pour some concrete. Why are you digging a big deep hole before you lay a slab foundation? Like, we gotta make sure the dirt's packed right.
Shiva's going to open up for $135, I think. I think he's going to get through here.
Yeah, I mean, again, he hasn't been showing, like, you know, any lag tendencies, and he's under the gun. So, you know, you shouldn't play there without either a big hand or, again, the kind of hand that can either flop big or flop nothing.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I really, even if it's a spot where I will do it and think it's correct, I'm really not excited or happy or whatever if I'm like calling a raise like this with king queen or something like that, because I know I could be trapping myself a flop top pair, and then he's got me out kicked.
He's got ace king.
That kind of a thing, or he's got the overpair to
So
my,
a lot
my
of,
top pair, and so I mean, it may be that the guy isn't so tight that I can fold some of these like second tier hands, but I'm still. It's not like I look down and it's like, oh right, playable hand. I'm kind of like, oh, a hand that's just good enough that I really can't correctly fold.
So a lot of people online talking about king queen getting crushed by ace king with the king high flop.
Yeah, and I mean that's part of what
Mike's
makes
gonna play.
good players is they know when to play those hands and when not to. I mean, you're never going to get it right 100% of the time, but sometimes king queen can basically be the nuts pre-flop, and sometimes it is absolute garbage.
Mike's got a betting toe.
You mean that he's about to bet?
Well, every time he's raised, when he looks at his hand, everything's real slow, and then he comes in for a raise. Every other time it's quick. I'd be interested to see what he has this time. Although we may find out if it's premium or not, because Shiva's reaching for a lot more chips than the original raise. Mike opened to 135. Shiva's going to make it 300 something. $330 is the new bet.
Mike doesn't look happy now.
No. I think that was an forget it call. I'm just going to play this hand.
That's what it feels like, for sure.
Got two big stacks going against each other. Flop comes 10, 6, 5 with two spades.
So,
A couple opportunities here, a couple options. Action's going to be on
that
Shiva.
Flop should not have changed. Whoever's in the lead, whoever was in the lead should still be in the lead almost every time. I mean, you could have like pocket tens just out flopped and overpair, but vast majority of the time, like and certainly our read, I'm pretty sure you would agree with me that Shiva probably started with the best hand, and so it's pretty likely he still has the best hand. But heads up, I'm always going to see bet. I don't care if I'm Shiva. I don't care what I have. I'm c betting here.
I think he's betting the same amount he raised with.
It's the way he his mouth right after he tossed out the chips. He does not. I suspect he has like an ace king type hand because he did not look very happy about making the bet. He did like a little, almost like a micro expression frown as he was releasing those chips. So I mean, like if Mike went all in right now or something or raised, I think Shiva would fold.
We got a bet of a little over 300 and a call by Mike. This pot is getting pretty big. It's probably over 1.2 right now.
The winner of this spot's probably the next chip leader.
That could be an interesting one here. Ace jack of spades, pocket jacks. Shiva's. I don't think he's given up on this hand. He's going to keep firing. He's got. Let's see here.
I
It's
don't
1,
know.
2.
It's not like I've
He's
ever
got a
played
little
with
under
him
3
or
million.
anything, but just when he released those chips, it really felt like he wasn't happy about it. Like, I'm not happy with this spot.
Is he going to go all in here?
Well, I think he's got too much to correctly shove.
Yeah, he's got about 3 million in chips right now. Looks like. Maybe a little less.
Shove is too big.
Shiva is the pronunciation.
So is Mike acting there with that big sigh, or is he really... I mean, put it like this. If Mike does anything other than fold now, then either he was acting or it's pretty horrible that he showed that reaction. It's like you can't give that reaction and then not fold unless you were just acting. He doesn't look like he's thinking of folding at all, though. I think he's...
Now, in this spot right here, if Mike's going to play this hand, okay, he doesn't. But if he's going to play this hand, he needs to. Does he just call here? Does he go all in? He's going to face another bet, obviously.
I'm going to have to know his hand exactly.
Oh, we made a deal and we didn't. Ah, that's a big pot.
I mean, if we assume like Mike only has a hand where I think he shouldn't fold, then 100%, it's not 100%, if you know what I mean. Like there'd be some hands where I think calling would definitely be the best play. He's in position. Let's call and induce another bet if this guy's bluffing.
Mm-hmm.
I am taking a risk though, because like let's say I have the current nuts with a set of jacks. Well, but if an ace, king, or queen hits the river, any one of those could give Shiva either the higher set or the straight.
Or a spade.
Or the spade. That's a lot less likely. I'm not too worried about that. But if a third spade comes and it all goes in and I lose to a flush, it's just FML again. That like what are the chances that he'd have spades? But any ace, king, or queen, and also any of those cards, even if it doesn't beat you, can kill your action.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's like, let's say the turn comes queen. Well, now instead of like doubling or getting all of Shiva's chips with your set of jacks when Shiva has aces, now maybe Shiva just check folds or something, because he figures, if you didn't make a set or two pair, you have ace king. So I mean, it's just one of those spots where you might have to go for value now if you're pretty sure you have the best hand. But on the other hand, if Shiva's just bluffing, you want to give him let's say he's bluffing here with ace king, ace queen, or an underpair. You want to like let him keep bluffing. So again, that's one reason the players who are so good at reading their opponent do so well. It's not just I know when to fold, I know when to call, but it's also like I know when to like get value now and I know when to induce bluffs. Stuff like that. And those are kind of the overlooked advantages of being a good hand reader.
Well, Mike lost a little over $1 million in that pot.
Yeah, things are definitely shifting here away from Ben and Mike. But Mike still has a really great stack.
Yeah. He feels like someone who can shake it off. He's a fan of Taylor Swift.
But now it looks like Shiva is definitely the chip leader. It's like well over 4 million. You'll have to wait, but I'll tell you.
He wants to tell him after the tournament, or he'll see it on TV.
Funny thing is, even if I tell you after the tournament, I might be lying. I mean, I'll even say all the time at the table, like, you want to know what I have? I will tell you what I fold, what I had every single hand we play. I'll promise you I'll tell you. I just won't promise to tell the truth. And they usually then just say, well, then don't bother. I'm like, well, at least I didn't just give you an answer and make you think I was telling the truth. But that's part of the reason I do that, though, is I don't want to say something to them, and even if they know I might be lying, but now they're not sure, and now it complicates my read later. Like, does that guy think I was lying if I told him that I
They're going to jump back and forth.
Yeah,
Instead of thinking one or the other, it's like one or the other. Oh, wait, what about this? Oh, no, this.
Yeah, like if I tell him I bluffed, or I had like the draw. I had a big draw. If he believes me, he might, like when he now raises me later on the flop, he's like, well, because he thinks I'm on a draw, or does he raise me because he has a hand? It complicates my read. So I really don't want to give him information that's going to make things more complicated for me. Things coming a little better for JT lately. Oh, I got a tweet here, and so apparently I made a mistake. I didn't really have a chance this morning to do my full research. So Joshua Williams informs me by Twitter that I'm shortchanging Shiva, that he has 2.5 times the total lifetime earnings of Ben Castle. So thank you, Josh. I appreciate you informing me of that. I was unaware. I hadn't heard of any of these guys before except for Ben, and I had looked at Ben's results on Hand and Mob, but I hadn't taken the time to look up everyone else, and thank you. So Shiva, congrats on all the good results, and now that you're chip leader, that obviously makes you the big favorite to win the whole thing.
Yeah, right.
And if you got the resume and the chips, that makes you the favorite for sure.
Now, does that count the home game earnings? I keep trying to put my home game earnings on my profile, but they won't let me.
Well, but that's cash game, right? Cash games aren't
Cash game, $20 rebuy tournaments at home. I won $200.
Hand and Mob doesn't include cash game results anyways.
JT picks up a little pot here. There's 14.9 million chips in play. Average stack's a little over 2.5, I believe. Yeah, 2.5 million in chips are the average stack right now. Which is still 41 big blinds, so.
Yeah, there's been plenty of play at HPTs nowadays. It's not like, several seasons ago, where the structure was a lot faster.
AK is all in. Shiva, wants a count. AK has got the classic tells of leaning back, taking a sip, not too comfortable, but he's ready to fight. We've got one caller. All in a call. What does AK have? He has queen. Yeah, queen 10.
Looks like queen 10 and
going for that suited connector.
Yeah, I'm not too big a fan of this shove. He had 890, so he still had 15 blinds.
Mm-hmm.
I think he could.
Queen 10 versus jacks.
I think he could have, waited for a better spot than this, because, even though we're starting to get shorthanded here with 6 players, he still has that whole field behind him to wake up with something. If his stack was a bit smaller, if he only had 10 blinds, then I would say good shove.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's a little too much for queen 10.
Well, now it's just a queen. We're running.
Like I would rather
trips.
open shove my button with 2 cards I hadn't looked at, to be honest, and only have to get past 2 guys. Takes away outs. The queen of diamonds is gone. He needs queen of hearts, queen of spades on the river.
2 outs, 4%, and 0. We are down to 5 players. AK is going to take home $26,780. Everybody's jumped up to another $8,000 in their payday. Mike has picked up some of the chips he lost to Shiva.
$34,000 for the next guy out, but you can win $130,000 more if you make it to the last spot.
Mike pays attention.
Mike heard that,
For you folks at home, if you ever play with Mike, he pays attention.
Yeah, I think it was Ruby when they were interviewing Ruby after he got eliminated, and they asked him, "Who do you pick?" He picked AK. I believe that was Ruby who did that.
Yeah, that was.
And Mike heard that, but I mean, it's one thing if Mike had like half the chips in play at the time, and you pick someone else. He might have been chip leader at the time, but he wasn't like crushing.
Mike and Shiv are becoming best friends now.
Yeah, Mike's like, I'll take you no matter what. I'll take you drinking. Yeah, we definitely have lots of movement in the chip counts going on. Chicago. Uh-oh. The look on James' face, he's gonna be doing his imitations pretty soon. He loves to do Sean Connery. He loves to do a Sean Connery imitation. I just felt like that's coming anytime now. Down to 5. Now we're really playing tournament poker.
Hand ranges kind of open up a little bit here, shorthanded.
They should. I mean, like I said, Mike's been playing really tight, but like, if playing ace-10 is like bottom of your range when you're 9-handed, I mean, ace-10 should be well into the top half of your range 5-handed. And that's one reason that like the more experienced players tend to do so well at final tables, because no matter how often you play tournaments, I mean, even if you're a full-time traveling pro and you're playing 200 tournaments a year, like how often do you make the final 5? The final 4, the final, so you don't end up with a lot of experience at the shorthanded game. And so you either loosen up too much or not enough in these spots. And it's just something that, like, once you get that experience under your belt, it really gives you that huge advantage when you do make the final table. I mean, if I look back at my records for 10 years, I don't cash really much more than average.
Mm-hmm.
But when I look at things like final tables and stuff, of every time I've made the final 9 in the last 10 years, I've won it like over a third of the time. And so that is kind of the edge I get from all those hundreds and hundreds of tournaments I've been able to play.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that I've also spent a lot of time doing like heads up sit and goes online, stuff like that.
Did you have to get a visitor or no?
And so it's hard to overcome that. Like, even if some of these guys, like let's say that Shiva is just a way better no limit player than I am.
Mm-hmm.
If he hasn't been able to play lots of tournaments and hasn't been making these, 2, 3, 4, 5-handed stages very often, then that's still going to give me a big advantage playing against him when we get to these stages.
Yeah.
Because he just won't necessarily know exactly how much do I loosen up, or is this too far? If he's a good player, he'll still be making good decisions and he'll be tough and all that. But it's hard to get to those stages. That's one reason too, like so many of the online pros can do so well, because so many of them will do things like, they specialize in sit and goes or heads up
Mm-hmm.
games, and so they have tons of shorthanded experience.
Yeah.
And that just means so much in the spot that, like, I understand, like, exactly, like, how much has ace 10 improved between 9-handed and 5-handed?
Mm-hmm.
And what about ace deuce?
And a lot of people, like, they won't, unless you're at a big final table or at an event where you just don't just finish it up and chop it up like that, people won't necessarily play those shorthanded. They'll just say, hey, let's just take the money and go home. And they won't get that experience that they need for situations like this, or they won't play tournaments where there are too many chips in play. But if you want to learn how to excel in the big tournaments and make the big money, you've got to put yourself in those positions. And
Well, it's like anything in life, no matter what it is, whether it's basic skills, life skills that everyone eventually gets, you still have to practice them the first time. It's not hard to change a diaper, but I promise you, like, if you've just had a baby and you've never done it in your life, you're going to feel like, oh my God, I mean, I thought making sushi was hard. This is impossible, kind of a thing. It's like, it's anything. Until you do it, you don't know whether it's hard or easy. And that's why people, when they're experiencing something, the sushi chef can make it look so easy and so quick and so smooth. And then you try to do it, and you're like, that doesn't so hard, is it? And it's like, wait, my thing's falling apart.
we've got a 3-bet here from JT. Shiva opened up. 350 is the new bet. Joining us in the booth now is Brian Moon, Chicagoan, who played in the HBT this event. And Brian's got a lot of success in the tournament circuit as well as cash games. Gonna bring Brian onto the microphone to talk with Greg and talk some poker.
Hey guys, thanks for having me.
You're welcome, Brian. We only have 2 headsets, so you probably won't hear from Kirk for a while Brian's on the mic. So you were able to cash in this event, but I understand you were kind of disappointed with how it all ended up.
The HBT, I love the structure. I love the events. They're my favorite events. However, it's like my unicorn. It's always a situation where the variance hits me the hardest. This kid JT was at my table for a couple things. If I were to bet on someone to win, I have him or Ben winning the event. He's a phenomenal, strong player. But yeah, the HPT, it's been my first cash for the HPT. Done well in a couple of other events, but my primary is high stakes cash. As you saw last night, I was challenging all comers in heads up last night.
Well, I mean, I don't know how much of it was acting, but you were given the impression that maybe you'd had a little too much to drink.
Oh, I did, absolutely. We were having
Well, I don't
fun.
know if you were really had too much to drink or if you were just pretending.
Well,
You wouldn't be the first poker player to pretend he was drunk.
that's true. Well, we did go out. I did go out with some of the HPT guys after I busted. You know the feeling of busting a tournament. Unless you win it, you're never going to feel like you accomplished what you came to accomplish. So, we had some drinks, and the idea of heads up poker came up, and we decided on stakes, we decided on levels, and we decided to play. So we played a bunch of heads up stake 10-20 last night, and
So had you already arranged to play Scotter before you came to the poker room?
no, yeah, down when we were at the restaurant downstairs, Scott and I decided, we're like, oh yeah, I play heads up all the time. Then we were going to get a game in the room, and it's like, let's just go up to the poker room and play. And that room is. I was sad when they originally closed the poker room here because it was the premier place to play, and this property is my favorite property in Chicago. In terms of just the ambience, what they have to offer, I mean, you saw the room, and the room is just incredible.
Oh yeah, I really do like the poker room, and physically it's good. I love the places when they have like the soft drink station. You can go just get your soda, your coffee, whatever. You don't have to wait for the next cocktail waitress to come by. And the chairs, I love the chairs, very comfortable. The tables are good. They got the auto shufflers on every table, the Bravo on every table. Mm-hmm.
And the Bravo app gives you
they got the USB ports at every spot on the table to charge your phone. I saw someone come up to the desk and say, "You don't happen to have like maybe lost a phone, an iPhone 5 charger, do you? Or an iPhone 5 cord?" And the guy's like, "Oh no, here's one." And he has them like new in the wrapper. He unwraps an iPhone 5 charging cord and hands it to the guy. Here you go. So you can go back to the table and charge your phone. And so it's like, just kind of service I haven't really seen anywhere. So I've just been surprised ever since they opened this room. Then I hear the business is slow, and I'm just like, I don't get it.
Well, it's still new. You still got Horseshoe down the way.
And I hear great things about the Horseshoe as well. So I mean, it's not that I expect everyone to leave the Horseshoe, but you open a good poker room in a market as big as Chicago, you'd think you'd have plenty of business.
And they will. This room is so much better than where the HPT used to have the stop. I think we can all agree on that. But it is a great property. I think the turnout was good. It will improve as timing is better, and hopefully they'll bring up they'll have multiple stops throughout the year at this location.
Well, they've done 2 this first year with Ameristar East Chicago, so it's not going to surprise me a bit if it continues to be 2 a year. I mean, the HPT is actually starting to run into the issue of, like, is there enough room on our calendar? It used to be like anywhere we could set it up, any casino that would make the deal, that would pay the freight, we're going to have an HPT there. And now their calendar's so full, I could imagine them saying to a casino, like, yeah, we'd love to have you, but we don't have any of the time slots you want.
That's
like you mentioned all these different weekends, and we already are booked up on all of them.
And that's a good thing. I mean, I remember I've been playing the HPT since the inception of it, when it started coming to Chicago, and this just how it has expanded and exploded to a premier circuit is incredible. I mean, the stops are good, the players are incredible, the turnouts are incredible, and better yet, the atmosphere that the HPT provides is, to me, is incredible. It's unbeatable. It's better than any other stop out there in terms of what they are able to offer in terms of enjoyment and prize pools as well.
Well, I mean, I'm a big fan, so I just wish all these different why can't you have HPT East Chicago and Raleigh so I can stay at home?
Well, didn't they have a
and like EPT Monte Carlo, that's a good event. Why can't you do that in Raleigh? I mean, it's a World Series of Poker Las Vegas, Raleigh, North Carolina, so I can sleep in my own bed.
I'm sure as a former world champion, you can petition that, and they'll actually take that for.
I'm sure the European Poker Tour and and Ameristar East Chicago will be like, well, yeah, of course, play it in Greg's backyard. As long as we can put our name on it.
Are there casinos out in Raleigh?
No. There is a casino, a tribal casino in the far west of the state that's like a 5-hour drive and change from my house.
Is that the Cherokee where they host the circuit event?
Exactly, the Harris Cherokee. And I mean, it's to be honest, if there's no traffic, I can get to the poker rooms in Maryland in the same driving time. So even though I have to cross a few states, it's just as close as driving all the way across North Carolina.
Yeah.
So it's, in other words, I can go to the airport and fly someplace in really the same time that I can drive to a casino from my house. But I didn't move to Raleigh to play poker. We, didn't want to live in Vegas or LA. My wife wanted better weather than Connecticut. And in 2005, when we moved, there was just no place to find like bigger games and stuff that met those requirements other than Vegas and LA. And
Do they have private games out there?
Oh, there's definitely home games in Raleigh, but I don't play. If they're small, there's no reason to play unless I'm just being sociable.
Correct.
And I've done that. I've played it at one guy's house because there's a bunch of guys from the golf club that I live in. I'm on the 9th tee of this golf course, and so I meet the guys from the country club, and I've played at one guy's house in his home game a couple of times. That's like a 2-5 no limit, not a big game. But if it's a bigger game, then there's so much cash on hand. I'm worried about the cops raiding it, robbers coming to bust the game and steal, or guys. Now there's enough money involved that someone who knows how to cheat, mark cards or whatever, might be getting involved in it.
I play a pretty high stakes game here in one of the north suburbs here of Chicago, and we make a rule. It's all business guys, no pros. And we make a rule that there is actually no money brought to the game, which is
That's a lot safer, because if like some bad guys hear that you guys are playing, even if it was $1 million buy-in, huge money, but if wait, there's no cash to come steal, then why would
yeah.
It's
here's some pretzels. I got $125 in my pocket.
I mean, as you know from last night, you were playing your high stakes game on one table, and I was over playing low limit dealer's choice on the other table, because I prefer all those other games over Hold'em. When I first moved to Raleigh, I got invited to a high stakes Badoogie game, and I was asking questions about it, and how big does it play, and and then I was like, oh wow, so there might be $1 million cash there in any given night. And at first the guy was like, no, not, then he was like, well, maybe there could be that much almost. And I'm like, yeah, no, I don't want to go to this house out in the woods where there's $1 million cash, because you get a bunch of gangbangers or something, they hear about it, a couple carfuls of guys drive out there with guns. I mean, the only question is, are you dead as well as robbed?
Just bring Jeremy. He's a tall guy. He'll stand in front of you.
At one point they were like, well, we got a guy with a shotgun out front. We got security. We got a guy with a shotgun out front of the house. And I'm like, and 2 carfuls of guys with guns pull up, and he's not going to just say, if you let me lay my shotgun down on the ground and go to my car and leave, then I won't fight. I mean, he's going to start shooting at them, and now he's gonna maybe kill one of them, piss them off, and then they definitely kill all of you inside. So it's like, it's a no-win scenario. But your game, if everyone's just bringing a check, at the end of the night, I lost tonight, I write a check, for however much and give it to Bill because he won, and Jimmy writes a check to Bill, and then John writes a check to Jerry. I mean, then obviously no big deal, and there's no incentive. And if the cops hear about the game too, they're just like, if we bust the game, there's no cash to seize.
Correct.
So what do we care?
Correct. And these are high net worth individuals anyways that, there's no reason to bring big money into a game like that unless you're going to a casino where you obviously have to. Going back to your point of last night, when I was watching the beginning of this final table, someone came up to me who was playing with you and was talking about how you were very good about explaining the different games before all the fiasco happened last night.
Well, it was just the one drunk kid.
Yeah, of course. But he was saying good things about how you were, and I think that's good for the game. Is there's a lot of focus on no limit and now PLO, but it's good to be able to play low stakes and have someone's the best in the world and one of the best in the world in the mixed games, sit in a low stakes game and explain to you. You can't get a better lesson than that, So it's admirable that you do stuff like that.
I appreciate the kind words. It's funny though, I've done these games many times around the country when I'm out at events like this getting knocked out, because maybe I just there's a no limit hold'em game over here, but I could care less. So I start the low limit dealer's choice and okay, we're gonna play triple draw. I explain the rules, and I'll say, and here's some basic strategy for you guys before we start. And I'm like, for your starting hand, if you were Pat. No, you don't need to draw a card. That's a good hand. If you're drawing 1, maybe 2, then that's a good. But if you're drawing 3 or more cards, you're really supposed to just fold. And they're like, okay, and we deal the first hand, and it's like goes raise, re-raise, call, and like everyone's drawing 3 or 4 cards. I'm like that was like really straightforward, simple. Like if you're drawing 3 or more, you should fold. And they're calling raises and re-raises to draw 3 or 4.
Yeah, well, you know what though, the best way to learn is to get your butt kicked, and learn that way. I mean, that's the only way to learn. If I didn't have high stakes cash challenges,
it's one way to learn. I don't know if it's the best way.
well, it is a way to learn. I mean, if you're not doing it, reading about it and playing it are two different animals. And
Very true.
by being able to play, especially against one of the best in the world.
I'm going to skip to this hand.
Absolutely.
I didn't see all the action, but we're on the flop, and we've had a bet. I think Blade is raising to $500,000 over Mike's bet of a couple $100,000. I was paying partial attention, but I think we had like 3-4 and a king on the flop. We get a shot of our flop again. Mike doesn't look like he wants to fold. Oh, okay, so the bet must have been 275. So now the raise has been increased to 550. And I'm sorry, ace. I see ace of diamonds. I think 4 of hearts over the dealer's head. And not sure what our other flop card is, and the pot looks like it has about 500,000-600,000 in it already. Not counting this current street. Mike has called.
He's got a different posture than the last time he folded to Shiva. He's playing
We're getting a read here from Kirk saying he's pointing out that Mike has a very different. Oh, ace, king of diamonds, 4 of hearts. Ooh, and the diamond. That's definitely a scare card / action card potentially. $500,000 from Blade and kind of a look. Like hard to put Blade on a flush with that look. There's just something about that look does not say I made a flush. That's more of a like, you should get out of here, buddy. Like I think Blade thinks he has the best hand, but he doesn't have a flush.
Now, what's the value there in betting almost half his stack there?
Well, that's the other question too. It's like, I mean, it could be a very high level bluff. Like this doesn't look. It looks like a value bet that Blade is making. In other words, in theory, he should never be bluffing so much of his stack. And if he is bluffing, maybe he should bet all of his chips, because all in is a perfectly reasonable bet amount compared to the size of this pot. So it makes it look like a value bet.
Now, is there fold value with 2 pair here?
Oh, I'm not folding 2 pair on Mike. He's showing an ace.
weak ace. Keeps looking at the ace.
Yeah. So Blade wins, and Blade he shows an ace also, an ace of hearts, obviously not a flush, but. And then, yeah, so I guess, okay, good, I'm glad. I think I made the right read of Blade. It's like, okay, I'm betting again because I think I have the best hand, but I definitely don't have a flush. Like, you should just get out of here. I don't think Blade wanted to give a risk-a-free card in case it was a diamond on the river kind of a thing. But, yeah, if I'm Mike, I definitely would never have folded 2 pair. And I wouldn't have folded, if Mike's kicker was a big diamond, I certainly wouldn't have folded the top pair with a big diamond.
What do you do with a medium diamond there?
Now I'm halfway between calling and folding, depending upon just how big. I mean, the thing is, you're in that tough spot. Like, if I have a medium kicker, I'm figuring unless Blade's bluffing, I don't have the best hand anyways.
Well, if Mike comes over the top of them, I mean, he's betting half his stack. If he's only got a naked ace with no diamond, I mean, he almost has to fold there, or is he committed?
Well, I don't know. I mean, Blade made a couple of plays early at this final table that I thought were pretty big mistakes. Like when he was super short, he started the table as this shortest stack, and he only had like 10 blinds to start, and he called a raise to see a flop with a hand that turned out to be relatively mediocre, like king queen suited.
And with the pay jumps, I mean, I guess I'd have to know more about the players to see if the pay jumps would actually matter to some. Because, sometimes it does matter with players, and sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, it's hard to judge. I mean, we have some players here like Ben and Shiva that have pretty good resumes, But there's no one at this table that has like, millions of dollars in live tournament cashes.
Right.
Where you would say, oh, he doesn't care about the difference between 14 and 18 and 26,000.
But that doesn't always mean anything. I mean, sometimes you get the business guys who have a lot of money where, a difference between fifth and fourth, or the $12,000 difference is not going to come into play because they're playing for first. They're playing to win. So I don't know any of these guys' backgrounds. I know Ben Keeline. I've played with him many times. The guy in the plaid shirt. What is his name?
Which seat?
I believe it is seat. What is that? C1. To the right of Ben.
Yeah, that
JT.
That's JT.
I spent 3 tables with him yesterday when we were in the money. He's a very, very solid player. So I had the fortunate of getting full value on a turn flush from him. But other than that, he played pretty solid poker. Not that I'm an expert to judge, but
well, see, I don't know the financial situation. For all I know, one of these guys has a net worth of $1 billion, and all he cares about is the trophy and the glory. I do know some people like that out there in the poker world that like they have enough personal wealth that even if it was like the main event, they wouldn't care less about the difference between like third and second place money. They're like, oh, an extra $1 million or $2 million, I don't care. All I care about is the winning the whole thing and the glory that comes with it. So I know some players like that, and I'm not sure anyone at this table qualifies anywhere near that level, but Mike's a landscape contractor, he told us, but I don't know if that means he like gets by on $60,000 a year in income, or if he makes, if his net worth is $60 million. I mean, he might be a landscape contracting company where he employs 5,000 people, and they're all making him money. I don't know.
that is true.
But you're right. It's hard to know, and that's one reason I like to talk to people, because we don't have to talk poker strategy. If I'm at the table talking and I learn from Mike that he runs this huge company and he owns it outright and blah, 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 well, like you said, now I'm probably deciding he's not the guy I can pressure on the bubble. So when we were 55 players yesterday and one more person busts the bubble, he's not the guy who gives a darn about $3,000.
Correct.
So you don't mess with him.
That's what I like about tournament poker, though, is that it balances everybody out. Yeah, I mean, you get those, you get those reads where you're talking about bubble play, but everybody's pretty much equal. I mean, the pressure's on, no matter what the buy-in is, it's still, you get that pressure as we get up the pyramid structure, and it evens the playing field out for everybody.
Well, I don't know if I'd say it evens it out, because some people just feel pressure more than others. Just like some people are like, more nervous energy than others in their daily life, and some people are more calm all the time. And that's kind of like your genetics and stuff, just kind of the natural personality you have. But it's certainly everyone has an equal chance. But just the fact that you can apply your intellect, and like the fact that I talk to the guy and he talks about his business and stuff like that, and now I can actually use that information to predict how he might make a poker decision. And so they don't think they're giving me anything of any value. What does it matter if I tell this guy I'm a landscape contractor, but I don't have like a crew of 5 guys. I'm in charge of a company, and we have crews of 5 guys in 5,000 places a day around Chicagoland. But the big difference then, of course, in what I expect from him and things like the money bubble. Whereas if I know, I'm a poor college kid and I'm home for vacation and
and I satellited it into this.
I satellited in because I scraped up the $200 to get into the satellite. And
$375
a min
I
cash
think,
would be
right.
more money than I'm going to make waiting tables part-time.
80% of my action to play the satellites.
Yeah, I mean, you get that kid and it's like, that he might fold 2 aces on the bubble rather than like go all in and risk it.
They had that episode of the World Series was a couple years ago where the guy folded aces on the bubble. Or did you ever see that video online of the cash game? The guy free rolled into a cash game and he said, "I'm not playing any more hands," and he folded pocket aces pre-flop with no raises in front of him, and Phil Lock turned quads or flop quads, and it's crazy.
Well, the thing is, he shouldn't have. It was a cash game. He shouldn't have folded the aces. He should have turned them face up for everyone to see and then said, "I'm all in."
Yeah.
Because then he's going to win the blinds and antes.
Exactly.
I mean, no one's going to call him now that it's. I mean, And it's a cash game, not a tournament, so it's not even like he's going to get a penalty. But I mean, I've told that to students, like when we're talking about like super satellite strategy. Like, you know, you're sitting there with a stack where you're thinking like, maybe I can blind my way to a seat. Maybe I can fold every hand and win my seat. But I'm not sure if I have quite a big enough stack for that. And then you get dealt 2 aces. Be like, hold them face up, say I'm all in, everyone folds. You basically win a free orbit. And yeah, so the tournament director gives you a 1 orbit penalty. But that's still, you just won a free orbit, which means now you probably can fold everything and win your seat. So like, don't just go all in with your aces. Go all, but make sure like, oh, look at this, I have 2 aces. Wow, that's pretty lucky. I'm all in.
I'm going to try that in my next satellite, although I have
Well, you have to be in that-
enough issues with penalties, so.
Well, I mean, but you have to be in that exact spot where like getting the 1 free orbit is enough to make the difference. You know, I'm not going to recommend it at any other time. And apparently one of my students misapplied the knowledge. I saw a tweet, I'm blanking on the guy's name. He's the poker pro who also is like the screenwriter for like Weeds or something, that TV show. I'm blanking on his name now. I'm bad with names. Nice guy. But
Matt.
Yes, Matt sounds right.
But Matt Salzberg, yes.
Thank you, Matt Salzberg. It is, and Matt.
Yeah, he's hilarious on Twitter.
Apparently, you know, like Matt was just playing a normal MTT, not a satellite, and a player at the table, like Matt, like bet the flop, and his opponent, who had raised pre-flop, like there'd been, I don't remember the action, how the guy told me the action, well, it doesn't matter, but in any event, like on the flop, when there's no ace out there, Matt bets, and this guy now goes all in, and as Matt starts to think for a couple of seconds, the guy like shows 2 aces in the middle of the hand. And it's kind of like, well, if he does have you beat, like maybe he was Hollywooding a little, maybe Matt was Hollywooding with a set. And now he's like, oh, I don't have to Hollywood anymore. You're all in, and you showed me I'm not beat. You know, or my 2 pair is good. You did not flop a set. And, you know, so Matt, like, well, I didn't have that beat. I folded, you know. And then the guy says, I learned that from Greg. You know? Greg taught me that at one of his seminars. And then Matt tweeted that I taught, and I'm like, I did not teach that. I don't know who this was, but this is the only explanation, is that I taught the super satellite idea, and this guy misapplied it horribly.
There's a local legend named Howard here in Chicago, and Howard looks like there's a pretty big. Finish the story after the hand.
Yeah, we should be probably doing more commentary. Less chit chat, more commentary. Is that like? And JT wins. So you said JT played really solid, and he had some things going against him at the beginning of our final table, but now he's bounced back in a huge way.
Yeah, he does play solid. He's a good player, so he. Looked like a decent sized pot too.
Yeah, I mean his stack there, it looks like it's at least 3 million, and Shiva looks like 4 million or so.
He hasn't moved since his big hand with Mike Shiva.
Yeah, I get the impression that Shiva does not like play the lag, you know. So I mean, it's not so much that he's like tightened up, but just tends to like wait for good enough hands. Yeah, that's like a 4 million chip stack, give or take. There, so he might still be the chip leader, and Mike had a big stack too. Still, but yeah, that is that's like at least 3 million. Mike has a little less than 4 million. But I mean, Mike's definitely got the tightest image at this table for the most part, and Shiva probably the second tightest, and no one's really been playing like loose and aggressive, you know. And I don't mean they've been playing lag tard or lag, you know, highly skilled.
Send up some shots of vodka or something.
I'm on it.
And you know, I've seen a lot of this at the HPT final tables where, you know, I'm especially heads up, where I think the players should be much more aggressive, and yet there's just way too much checking and stuff.
You know, and I agree with you, and I apply this to my cash game sessions, especially heads up, and I abuse the button. You know, when I'm on the button, I think I raise 90% of the time, and shorthanded, in my mind, in cash games, I mean, I know tournament ICM and all that is different, but you should be raising much more frequently and 3-betting than you usually see at these events. Is that an accurate statement?
I would tend to agree. We had one of the final tables I commentated from Colorado, and when they were heads up, they played, you know, 100 hands or more heads up.
Colin, right? Colin
was
York?
second. Colin York was second, and yeah, Doug Milner was first.
I was there.
And
saw it.
I mean, of the 100 or so hands they played heads up, I think, you know, counting both of them together, the button open folded like maybe twice, and the button open raised about twice, and every other hand was the button called. And I just thought, I kept, every single time the dealer was dealing the cards, and I'm like, whoever was on the button, I was like, please raise. Whatever you have, please raise, because you should be raising. And you know, basically they both played very passive for that entire heads-up match, and Doug just made more hands when it counted. So like when they both had something, Doug's was better for the most part. And I'm not sure either of them really stole a pot that wasn't theirs. So it was really just when both of them made like a pretty good hand or better, Doug got the best of it in the, you know, overall.
Oh.
And I think Colin could have ground him down by just
Probably.
like if he raises his button, like I raise my button 85% of the time, I think he would grind Doug down.
From what I remember, the guy who won that event was a very passive player and folded a lot, especially 2 and 3 hand or heads up and 3-handed.
Well, Doug was relatively passive, heads up, but so was Colin. But the thing is, Colin was like not at all passive. I played with him on day 2 and day 1, and Colin was very aggressive. He was like more loose aggressive 9-handed than he was heads up. 3-bet here. Mike raised, Blade re-raised. Yeah, Mike's sticky. I mean, he's got a tight image, but once he is in the pot, he does not like to fold, which isn't really a great tendency overall. I mean, you want to be perfectly willing to fold whenever the evidence says you're behind and not getting the right price. I mean, the advantage of being sticky, though, is that people are a little less likely to try to bluff you because they've learned, like, this guy's just really hard to bluff. So it's not a horrible thing if your opponents are figuring that out, but it does put you in a lot of awkward spots. Blade is c-betting, but he doesn't have any. I don't think Blade has any of this. I'm not saying Blade doesn't have a hand, but yeah, see, now if I had been at the table and I see Blade in his body language, I'm pretty sure if I'm Mike, I'm raising that bet every time, no matter what I have. Because it just looked to me like, you know, like it's not that I thought Blade was bluffing, but, you know, he has maybe an ace with a good kicker, something like that, but he did not hit that flop. Of course, when your reads are wrong in those spots, you're spewing. You know, he ends up having ace-jack or better, and I'm just like looking like an idiot and spewing chips at him, but
Genius or stupid. That's sometimes that goes that way, right?
there's a lot of those spots in poker where you are like a genius or an idiot for sure. What I really hate, though, is when I find myself in a spot where like the board is super scary and I have a good hand with that board, but not the nuts or anything, and my opponent's gone all in, and I'm like, man, like if I fold and I'm right, I'm a genius. If I fold and I'm wrong, I'm an idiot. Like, how could you lay down a flush? You know? And it's like, well, because the way the board is, I'm pretty sure he could have a full house, and I put him on it, you know? But But it's like, if you're wrong, people are just like, you're an idiot. If you're right, you're a genius. But if you call, they're like, how could you call there? It's so obvious that he filled up. I mean, it's like they call you a genius or an idiot with either decision, depending upon whether you're right or wrong. And you don't see those situations very often. But actually, I shouldn't have said flush. Like, the board is like 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush, and it's paired. You got 10 jack king king with 3 spades, and and you have like the ace queen straight. And it's like, if you call and you're wrong, people are calling you an idiot. But if you fold and you're wrong, then how can you got a straight? What are the chances he made a flush or a full house? What an idiot fold. And you're just sitting there thinking, like, I can't get this right unless I get this right. It's not even like, a standard decision is X, so if you make that, no one will think you did anything stupid. I'm not sure. Shiv is asking, he basically wants to know how many chips Ben has. But all of Ben's chips are visible. And there are tournaments out there where they'll require you, like, they won't let you do one big stack like that. It's like, we want stacks in like even 20s. Which is like JT, his stacks are probably all 20 tall. And so you can look at those and say 20 times, like the 25K chips, the base chips, that's $500,000 in a stack. Whereas with Ben's stack, is like, well, is that 40 chips tall and it's $1 million, or is it 30 chips tall and it's $1.5 million? But your opponent really isn't entitled to that information. It's like, here's my stack. You have to estimate. If you're wrong, too bad. Wait, no more Liberace glasses. Ben maybe decided those were bad luck or something. Or maybe he heard I was trying to give him the nickname Liberace and got rid of him. Because that's what I kept harping on at the beginning. I was like, oh man, we're going to start. Like, everyone, if you know Ben Castle, his new name is Ben Liberace Castle.
I'm going to start calling him that. He's just bigger than me, though, so maybe I shouldn't.
It doesn't matter if they're bigger than you or not. You still don't want to get into a fight with them. Because
Oh, I'm kidding. Ben and I are friends.
I know you're kidding, but it's just, I mean, like, if it's the littlest old lady in the casino, it's like I'm backing down, and not just because I'll look like a jerk if I don't.
You don't want to get thrown out and banned.
Well, I mean, it's
not
not
worth
even
it.
for that reason. It's just like, hey, how do I not know that she can't kick my ass anyways? And I've got no upside here. It's not like I'm gonna like beat up this person who's smaller than me and be like, all macho and yeah, I took him down. So I have no win if I win, and even if I think there's 0 chance they're gonna win, it's like I still don't have any win in the whole thing. So I'm either losing one way or the other.
Ben's got an 8 here.
Things have gone poorly for Ben. I mean, he chipped up a bit for the first hour and a half at this final table and kept his chip lead, and then he lost the huge pot to Shiva, and nothing's gone right since then. JT doesn't look bluffy to me. I think JT's kind of indifferent here. Kind of like, I'm not sure what I want.
He seemed that way in a lot of pots I played against him with that. When he had his eyes closed, you can see him through the glasses. That, to me, represented...
Oh, he had a huge hand.
That's where I was going with that before he made the call. I figured you'd...
So you'd seen that
I have seen that.
That behavior meant strong to you?
To me, that meant strong, and only because I played with him at 3 different tables 4 different tables yesterday, for a good, and we clashed quite a bit. He had direct position on me, and we clashed quite often.
Yeah, it's hard to really get like that, like database of tells on a player when you're just watching the monitors, because sometimes, like, I want to be staring at a guy, like, as the dealer spreads the flop, but the camera is on the flop. And so I don't get to stare at him at that most opportune moment to pick up the tell. And so it can be really hard for me on this side of the television screen to get a to get a good, reliable read on his patterns. But as he was sitting there waiting for the action from Ben, my general feel was like he was kind of like, I'm not sure if I want you to call or not. Like, it's not that I was bluffing here or anything. I just, it's like it was like a thin value bet. So I'm not sure if I want you to call or not. But he had a huge hand. He had a full house, didn't he?
Trips was. I don't think there was a 7 on board. Yeah, 3 5s with a open ender.
Okay. But still a hand that you really don't expect to ever lose with, given that Ben's just been calling you. I love it when I play a hand like 7-5-2 and I like make the trips and I win, and the other guy's like 7-5, starts ranting about how are you playing that,
Because balancing your range is not important in poker at all.
Well, just the fact that they don't understand that, like, yeah, there are times when 7-5 is a horrible starting hand and you're an idiot to play it, but like if I've got a good stack and you fold to me in late position and I open with almost anything, how bad can it be?
Yeah, there's a reason my my Twitter handle's 710 off. That is my favorite.
Oh, well, that's not a hand I play that frequently. I must admit. I was kind of glad when I won the main event with 8 of spades, 8 of diamonds. It was like, okay, if I overplay that hand, it's like, how bad can it be? It's a middle pair. Like, and then Joe Hasham the next year wins with 7-3 offsuit on his final hand. I'm like, yeah, I don't want to feel obligated to play that hand every time it's dealt to me. I don't remember his suits, but even if he only plays whatever, 7 of spades, 3 of clubs, or whatever the exact suits were, it's still not really the hand I want to like look down and like, oh, this is my lucky hand, I should play it. If I never fold 8 of spades, 8 of diamonds pre-flop, I'm only doing something really stupid and occasionally. Well, JT's looking very comfortable with his situation right now. I mean, he's been scooping pots, and of course you always do in that. When things are going your way, poker's so easy.
Yes, it is.
And that's a big part of being like one of the better players overall, is still making great decisions when it's not going your way.
Would you agree with me? He's the best player left at the table.
I couldn't say. To be honest, since I've never personally played at the table with any of these guys, or if I have, it's been a long time ago, or for so short a period of time that I don't remember them. And just based on what I can see here, it's just so hard to judge.
Is Ben all in here?
Ben just shoved all in for 6, 7, 800,000. Oh no, less than $500,000, and immediately called by Shiva, who has an ace at least. A7 for Ben. Ace 5. A lot of chops here. I mean, Ben is clearly the favorite, but these are lots of chops. The funny thing is, Ben wants to see a lot of small cards, but just not a 5. And so that's actually, the 3 is a good card for Ben. He needs another like low card so that his 7 will play.
Or A7. Or
yes.
A7.
A 7 is a good turn card too. 7 is a pretty good turn card for him as well, I admit.
I guess he'll know his stack size now.
See, some people would see a 4 on the turn if that had been the turn card instead, and they would be with their A7. They'd be, oh God, he picked up a wheel draw. Now he's got more outs. And I'm like, but no, that's a great card for you, because now when it's just any big card that doesn't pair the board, your 7 plays. Like, so that's actually a great card for you, because otherwise, if it had been another big card, you were probably going to chop. So even though, yes, it gave him 4 more outs to win, it gave you a ton of outs to win yourself. So it is a funny spot, though, because I think most players in Ben's spot, the 4 on the turn would have like bothered them more than pleased them. But I would have been thinking like deuce or 4, deuce or 4, deuce or 4. Like, yeah, I know you get a wheel draw, but now then I have all those other outs,
To double up.
6, 7, 8, 9. Every other card that everything that didn't pair the board now is a good card for me to scoop this puppy. I lost a hand the other day where I was like all in with ace deuce against ace three, and it felt like I was robbed because I'm like, man, we're supposed to chop like almost every single time. I mean, we're getting to the river and we're 50-50 because if I hit a deuce, I win. If he hits a three, he wins, and everything else is a chop. And so when he hit his three on the river, I mean, it's hard to complain. Like, wait, the guy went in with the better hand and he beat you. What are you complaining about? I mean, it still feels like a bad beat. I mean, he is the favorite, but you know, it's like he's supposed to win whatever 4% of the time, and I'm supposed to win 2% of the time, and we're supposed to chop all the rest, kind of a thing. And so it feels like a bad beat. And a little pot there for Blade. A lot of people don't appreciate the value of all the little pots.
There's a lot of value in the little pots.
I mean, that used to be the secret of my success back before the poker boom, was just that people were a lot worse at playing no limit back then, a lot more straightforward, and made lots of bad decisions, but they would often really telegraph that like they didn't have anything and were going to fold, and so you could just take all the small pots where no one had anything. And at the end of the day, that's what added up to like winning the tournament instead of, finishing 10th or 20th or 30th or something else. Kirk is over here and he makes a little hand sign. Like as soon as Mike looked at his cards, he was like, "Mike's folding." A little way, the way Kirk waved his hand, he's like, "Mike's folding." And then
And I should probably let him get back on here pretty soon. So
that's right. He's like eager. It's like Kirk is eager. He's like, I want to say these things.
I want to play Mike heads up right now.
me too. Well, any of these guys that want to come up, send them up to the cash game room. I'll be up there taking on
Okay,
taking
so
on any.
If anyone wants to do a heads up freeze out, Brian says he'll take you on. Either just have credit with the casino where they'll give you the cash, or bring the cash with you. Hey, lend me $5 million and I'll play you heads up for $5 million. I promise to pay you back as soon as I win. Not even tomorrow. As soon as I win, I pay you back.
Can he charge you juice?
100%.
Yeah, right.
Oh, he's going to charge me 100% juice if I win, or even if I lose. It's pretty hard for me to play if it's 100% juice when I lose.
Well, it depends what we're playing.
Doesn't matter. I can't win.
I know.
I have to beat you more than once at least. Like I have to beat you and then beat you the second time, and now I'm ahead. I got to beat you the first time to break even. I mean, you could overcome that just by like shoving blind every hand, and then you'd still become like a mathematical favorite.
If anybody, the people who do see me play think I do that anyways.
Well, you don't just shove, boom, 200 blinds or anything.
Kurt says he does.
I mean, I've seen people actually make a prop bet kind of a thing where, like, a guy might say, there might be like there's someone like girlfriend or wife or friend who's watching, and oh yeah, they've never played before, they don't understand any of this. And you make a prop bet with them, like I'll say to you, like, okay, Brian, look I'm going to take that guy's girlfriend, and I'm going to like coach her for 5 minutes, and then she's going to play you heads up, but you have to lay her 10-1. Like you guys will both start with whatever number of chips you want,
but you have
like
to pay
tournament
her
chips. But like you have to put up like $1,000 to her 100 or whatever, and you'll be thinking like, there's no way I'm going to lose. She doesn't even know what beats what. But all I got to do is then go over there and tell her, like, every time the dealer says it's your turn, you just say I'm all in. And then like it doesn't matter like how deep the stacks are either, because it's like even if you wait for aces and call, you're still not a 10-1 favorite for the all in. So it's kind of like no matter what you do in response to her, I'm all in every single hand, you won't be a 10-1 favorite to beat her. So
That's
then
a good
now I'm a huge favorite on the back. Maybe you're a 4-1 favorite to win, but you're laying 10-1. So it's like a great spot for me backing her who's never played before. As long as she doesn't do something stupid and like stop shoving every hand. Mike is calling. Oh, Sass should have been paying more attention to the action leading up to the call.
JT raised.
So JT is raised, Mike is called, and we're going to see a flop heads up. No, button raise and big blind defend, so the hand range here is wide open.
That's all Mike. Mike's got that. He's got an ace.
Kirk says, this is all Mike, he's got an ace. Which I have to like Mike's... I mean, before I see the flop, I think Mike's ahead on average. The thing is, that if I'm JT, even knowing that, I'm still going to c-bet here because now Mike's going to fold every hand that doesn't have an ace in it. But Mike is raising.
They both might have an ace here in this spot.
I agree, they both could, but statistically it's so unlikely. But I mean, I'm just always going to c-bet, especially a flop this scary, because even though knowing Mike's tight, he just called, he didn't re-raise. He
Right.
probably would have re-raised with ace-king.
And he could have nines
And
or
ace-queen,
jacks
and, yeah, he
there
could have a pair.
in that spot.
I mean, Mike might fold king-queen in this spot. I don't know. I mean, we haven't seen yet whether he would, like, would he semi-bluff check raise a gut shot draw like that with king-queen? Would he make that raise with a 10? If he had something like jack-10, would he check raise there like that? Or would he just call? Or would he actually be worried you have an ace and fold?
I think every time he has an ace, he slowly looks at the second card.
Ah, so that's Kirk's telling us the tell is that when Mike has an ace for his first card, he slows down while
Remember the
like
ace
squeezing
rang,
out his
fold
second
into play?
card.
Yeah.
No, I know what you mean. A lot of players do that because so like if he sees the 5 first, then no tell. But if he sees the ace first, he's giving off the tell of squeezing out the other card. Yeah, he's
All right. Well, with you guys five-handed and everything, I think I'm going to turn it back over to Kurt. He's much better at this than I am, but I do appreciate you guys having me in the booth.
He's a great play-by-play for sure.
Great.
And his actual color commentary and reads have also come across very well.
And don't forget his charity events. His charity events are fantastic as well. So
Cool.
they are good play, good structure, and whenever I'm town, I play them. So thank you for having us here. And
Thanks for coming, Brian.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
I'll see you guys back out there.
And we'll send up the 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd place guys for the heads-up challenge.
Send them on up. So I'll be up in the cash room game for a while.
So that's Brian Moon. He's got a sponsor, actually, Financial Freedom Advisors. Brian, what exactly is that? I see you wearing the patch.
Well, it's a company I have that we do debt resolution with the IRS. We decided to come up with the patch because a lot of poker players do have tax issues. We find that since I've done that, a lot of people have asked me questions about it. We've been in business 11 years, A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, 0 complaints with any third-party verification system, and we really do a good job with helping people out with their tax issues. And knowing poker players and sometimes me being a poker player, knowing we can get lazy with paperwork, we're here to help. We're here to help with whatever tax issues you might have come across, whether it's a big score and need to balance things out for next year. Whatever it is, you can go to our website. It's financialfreedomadvisors.com and check us out. Or you can always tweet me at the number 7, then 10 spelled out off. And we'll be able to help you whenever you can, or just come up to me on any of the poker circuits. So.
Sounds good, Brian. Appreciate it, buddy.
Thanks, guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you very much.
See you next time in
See you next
Chicago,
time. See you.
or maybe on the road at one of these HPTs.
Absolutely. You guys have a good day. So.
4 to a wheel on our flop now. No reason to think anyone has a 5 here, but it's the kind of card that you might use to scare people. Shiva thinking here. We got ace 2, 3, 4, queen on the board. So hard to put anyone on a 5, but obviously people can have top pair. They can always have bluffs.
He's telling himself to fold here.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't happy with his hand, but I mean, I hate getting bluffed, you know, and I never like to fold if I think I might have the best hand.
All in
Set
and a
of
call. I think you have a
threes
flop set versus what?
versus
He's drawing dead, apparently.
Oh, a 3 on the river,
already-
too. I
wow.
forgot it was on the river. So he probably had him beat till the river.
Yeah.
That is always one of the most painful things. Like, if you don't have that, you have the marginal hand on the flop, and you call the guy down, and then he hits some, like, 2-out or whatever on the river or runner, and you're just like, I was 100% right. And I didn't even play the hand wrong, because if someone says, well, why didn't you just raise him so he didn't get there?
Well, how am I
I'm
supposed to
like,
know?
Well, it's not only how am I supposed to know, but it's like, why would I want to raise him off of, like, a 2-outer? Mm-hmm. You know, in the long run, I'm going to make a lot more money if I just let him keep bluffing every single street.
Exactly.
So as long as I don't, like, call, fold, you know, when he is bluffing, then I'm playing it to max value, so to speak, by call. And if he has 2 outs twice and he hits, then I'm just like, you know, again, it's FML. But if he was going to bluff if he was going to bluff the river when he missed, then obviously you made the most possible money by just calling him down. But it does hurt when you're right and they get there. That was how I busted my first World Series main event, so to speak. It wasn't, I was right pre-flop, you know, that the guy was full of it. And then he beat me anyways. But it was difficult back then that, I mean, making calls with what we would consider a marginal hand was just some people didn't do that for their tournament life back then in 2002. Mm-hmm. In fact, I'm sure like there was lots of people like when I
In
called.
my day, those kids folded ace-10 offsuit.
Well, my hand in particular was like this guy who was very super loose, super aggressive. You know what you would call a maniac. He is raised in middle position. It's folded to me in the big blind. I had ace-queen suited, and I thought for a good while. Because to be honest, back then you're like, you know, if I had just folded, people wouldn't have thought that was a bad play. Mm-hmm. Obviously today we would say like, are you kidding me? Especially since someone who's like loose and aggressive instead of someone who's a nit. And after thinking a little while, I 3-bet, and I don't remember the numbers now, but like maybe I have 80,000 chips and I've 3-bet to 12, 15,000, somewhere in the teens. And he now immediately goes all in. And I tanked because my hand, by the standards of 2002, was just 100% obvious a fold. There's no way that you're not beat. Mm-hmm. And finally, after like 5 minutes, I just said, I can't fold the best hand I call, and tabled my hand immediately. And you could just see everyone else at the table looking at me and then like leaning into each other and talking to each other's ears. And basically they're all saying like, what's this idiot's problem? There's no chance ace queen is the best hand. There's no, I mean, he's what an idiot. And then the guy who was raising me like is kind of like giving the little head bob, like giving a little type facial expression. He didn't make that noise, but I'm trying to convey it through the audio. But he's kind of like giving a little like nod, like, oh, okay, I see what you got there. And then he tables 10-4 offsuit.
Wow.
And then everyone at the table's looking at me like, wow, how could you know?
Yeah.
How could, I mean, this is insane. No one would ever 4-bet.
With 10-4 off.
Such a horrible hand. And then the flop comes 8-9 jack, queen on the turn. He makes the straight and knocks me out. But I bet a lot of those players in that era, instead of saying like, oh, you see, sometimes you have to like take chances and make marginal calls because you can be a huge favorite. Mm-hmm. They'd have been like, see, that's why you got to fold, even when you think you have the best hand, because that doesn't mean you're gonna win. You might lose. And it's like
they either have you beat or they're gonna beat you.
Yeah, and I'm like, wait, you're saying I should fold instead of getting it in as a 2-1 favorite? I mean, it's not like we were on the bubble. Mm-hmm. I mean, 45 people got paid that year, and this was about 80th place. So we still had hours to go to make the money. So I would have, I mean, if I had folded and he showed me 10-4 offsuit, I'd have been like just furious with myself for folding when I was so sure I had the best hand. The fact that he got there is just kind of like...
That's poker.
Yeah. It was extra painful, though, that I hit the queen for him to beat me. Like, I hit top pair to lose.
You want my out to beat me?
Yes.
No. Okay, you can have it.
I mean, we kind of switched those outs. I mean, he went from the 10s or the 4s to the 4s and the queens to beat me. But, was. But certainly that whole experience, that was like the third day, I think, and I was kind of like, man, I am never going to not play this tournament again if I have any choice whatsoever. Like, if there's any way for me to play it, I am there. This was just too much for me to turn away from.
Mike's taking his time. Yep.
Was that the squeeze of the ace there, the second?
No,
first card?
I don't think that. I don't think he has an ace in this one, but I think he has a premium.
Well, maybe he had like a jack or a queen first, and then he saw the ace.
Yeah.
Like, you know, that's the thing. If he has ace
Show
king,
the pair, Mike. Show the pair.
If he has ace king, you can't tell necessarily because he might have squeezed the ace first or second instead of first.
We got to find a spot. If he shows a hand with like a king as part of it, does he squeeze the king the same way as he would an ace? Because, you know, it's like king, ace.
Well, but then
king,
you still don't know
king.
if he was squeezing the king or the ace.
Yeah.
Now, if he turns over king, queen, you know he's squeezing a king or a queen.
Mm-hmm.
But
Gonna have to go back with the broadcast and see how many hands I may have been close to. Watch, he's got 4-5 offsuit the whole time. He's just playing us.
sure.
Except for the 2 times he showed jacks and the time he showed the ace 10 and
Well, I can't remember which tournament it was earlier this year. I went broke to this guy, and like, I would say over a period of 2 hours, I had opened for a raise, let's say 5 times, and he had 3-bet me every single time.
mm-hmm.
And on the 5th time, I now like 4-bet shoved with like ace queen, something like that, and he snap calls with 2 kings, you know. And then I was like, God, I mean, I said, was I unlucky there, or did you just have a hand every time? And he's like, oh, you know, the worst hand I ever. He goes, I'm scared of you. He goes, the worst hand I raised you with was queens. So it's like 5 times that I open raise, and he has queens or better every single time.
Jeez.
or he's bullshitting me. But,
Yeah.
You know, I mean, my impression
He's setting
was,
you up for next year.
My impression was, though, that he was not, you know, he was, I mean, it felt 100% truthful.
Mm-hmm.
So he's either an exceptionally good liar, you know, or he really just was dealt those great hands. I mean, basically, he told me, you know, it was like queens, kings. He goes, it was aces the last time, and it was ace king once, you know, and it's like, you kidding?
Like,
me?
really?
I mean, I'd love to see that, you know, like if there was not a whole card camera tournament, you know, and I'd love to have seen those cards because, like, man, if you're telling me the truth, it's really shit luck for me.
Nope, that was paint. He threw paint away, so it might have been a queen. We're getting there, Mike. I'm taking notes for Mike. If he takes your poker training class, you can bring this video for him. Be like, all right, what'd you have here? This is what we think. This is why.
Yeah. I mean, certainly, like, if I made the November 9, one of the people I would be hiring would be, like, Joe Navarro, the tells expert.
Mm-hmm.
And I would be having him, like, watch all the footage from the main event that was shown on TV. And I would be having him, I'd be paying him to, like, travel around the world wherever these guys were playing in that 4 months.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, you know, if I hear that so-and-so is at this event, like, I want to fly you there, Joe, and you're going to sit on his rail and watch him all day and, like, look for tells. And you just sit there and take your notes and, you know, come back and report to me. And heck, if it's not, like, breaking the law, we'll have you, like, videotape the stuff from the rail so you can show me.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not going to have him like, oh, wait, that could, you know, if you get caught doing that in this country, you're going to go to jail. I wouldn't ask him to do it, you know. But if it's not illegal, I would have him do that as well.
And it takes that player like maybe 2 events before he realizes, when Joe keeps asking, hey, what'd you have that hand? Really?
Well, I mean, obviously Joe's not going to
Yeah.
do that, but I mean, he's going to get to see the cards on some of the occasions, and he's going to have opinions on all of them. And I mean, Joe is just exceptional at this stuff. The thing is, he's just not a poker player. So he might say, like, this guy's weak, but he can't say, like, he has this or that, because he's not sure, like, well, which hands are weak that he might have played to this point.
Is he weak with a draw? Is he weak with ace high?
Yeah, he wouldn't. I mean, well, Joe actually might be able to tell the difference between, like, he's weak but has potential versus he's, like, total air, has nothing. No hand, no draw. But I would be hiring him, I'd be hiring some other people as like coaches, and and like maybe, okay, I'm hiring someone, and like your job is like these two guys, and I'm gonna have you traveling around watching them play anything they play between now and then, and you'll be following their Twitter so you know what they're up to, and then you'll go there and watch them and find their patterns. And I don't know why you wouldn't like spend several $100,000 doing all that kind of stuff. I was kind of surprised Mark Newhouse was saying like, oh yeah, he basically just took a 4-month vacation, didn't play any poker at all. He didn't do any preparations, nothing.
That might have been his mental preparation for it, is knowing what happened last year, not wanting it to happen this year, and not going into it all freaked out or over analyzing. You just we'll start it back up. I'll play some cards.
Well, I mean, I understand, and we've had other people from the November 9 who are like, oh, or I didn't even have someone on the rail like telling me what had been on the live stream, on the TV show.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so instead of having someone watching it and looking like, oh, did that guy bluff on that hand, an hour ago? They like, I don't even have anyone telling me that, so I don't want to know. Like, it's just gonna, it's gonna confuse things. And I'm kind of like, man, I don't see how that can't be helpful.
You would reiterate what you thought. Like, if you thought they were bluffing and you still folded, and then you find out they were bluffing, then that helps you out.
Yeah, I would have to think that stuff would have to help more than it could hurt anybody. JT's a good guy. He's building up this big stack with like no blue chips. Yeah, I do love doing the poker training though. I should like hang out every time I'm at one of these events and I don't make the final table. I should go hang out when they're down to the last 10 to 12 players. I'm kind of like, oh, by the way, guys, you can hire me to work for you tomorrow, and I'll coach you from the rail between hands, and I'll look for tells and all that kind of stuff. And I love doing the poker training. I do my seminars all over the place.
To find a way to get you here on January 31st. Got a big charity event that's televised. See, maybe you can come out.
The hard part there is it's difficult for me to like sell my seminars from a distance.
Yeah.
And so it's not like, if I'm marketing myself, so to speak, I can't. I charge a very inexpensive price. A full day seminar with 30, 40, 50 students, it's $300 per student. So to try to get people to come pay $300, I can't like be doing like running ads in the magazines and stuff like that. I'll spend more than I collect in revenue.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like there's so many poker players following me on Twitter that when I'm going to have an event in one specific location, that there's thousands and thousands of them that are going to even see that kind of social marketing. So most of the time what I've got to do is make the deal with the casino where they're going to agree to buy some minimum number of seats. And then I know, in other words, they're going to do the marketing.
Yeah.
Because they're going to buy these seats from me, and they're going to sell them to their customers either directly by selling them, or they are going to, more usually they will take their like high hand promotions, stuff like that, and they give away the seats as the prize.
Yeah.
And since they were going to give away that same prize money anyways, King Queen all in against Ace 8, and I think Ben has the King Queen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not a good flop for him. Spade. He has the running spades or a King Queen.
I call Ace 8 the Osama bin Laden, the dead man's hand.
The non-spade 7 though would end it completely, or the non-spade ace.
Oh.
Wow! And he hits. So he has to fade the ace and the 7. So 7 outs against Ben now. That was a huge turn card.
Well, JT had the King Queen against Ben.
Sorry, everyone. JT had King Queen. Ben had Ace 8. So that is 5th place for Ben Castle. Which,
$34K.
I mean, it's one of those spots. Like 34,000. You really have no. You go tell your friends. It's not like, and you're unhappy. They'll be like, "What are you talking about? 34,000?" But you come in as the chip leader. You're just never happy with anything other than a win. If I had come in like Blade with 10 blinds at the beginning of the day and finished 5th,
would have been happy with it.
It'd be like, okay, I really can't complain. I made a lot of money today. My equity was way below 34.
Looks like we're going on a break. Is it a dinner break?
Oh, yeah, it's almost 6. I don't know if they're going on dinner break. We'll hear from them, though.
40 minutes, he says. So maybe it is a dinner break.
Well, yeah. I hate breaks like that, though. I either want them a little longer so we can have a more relaxed dinner.
Take a nap.
Or like just have a normal break where we're not going to eat at all.
Yeah.
Like one of the worst things is going broke right after the dinner break.
Oh, man. You got to wait 40
You know,
minutes.
like I wolfed down like the slice of pizza or whatever it was, and because that's all I had time for in 40 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And now I go broke as soon as I come back, and it's like, man, I could have gone out for a real meal, but now I'm not hungry.
Why couldn't you knock me out beforehand or double me up?
Exactly. Like, you know, why didn't you guys knock me out like 2 hands ago before the dinner break? But so basically, what I wanted to say to everyone was like for my sessions, it's like if you want me, you know, I hear people like, when are you going to be, you know, here or there, wherever I live, and I'm like, well, talk to the poker rooms in your area, talk to your poker room managers, and tell them like, hey, you know, book Greg Raymer seminars, get a Fossil Man Poker Training seminar here. And, you know, because I call these guys up and discuss with them, here's the advantages of having my seminar, and it's not going to cost you any money because you're just going to redirect your promotional giveaway or whatever. And so if you help me convince your poker room manager to book me, then I'll be in your part of the country teaching a seminar. But we are in the 40-minute break now, so everyone, enjoy your 40-minute break. Kirk and I will be back, you know, in approximately 40 minutes. Which
7:30.
will be at about 7. No, that'll be 6:30 local time.
Oh, yeah, your clock's a
my
little
clock's on Eastern here.
Eastern.
Kirk looked at my laptop, but my laptop's still on Eastern time because I live in North Carolina. But it's going to be about 6:30 Central time, so about 7:30 Eastern, and so on. That we will be back. We'll give you new chip counts here in our four-handed final table from the HPT at Ameristar East Chicago. Chicago.
All right, now that Ben is eliminated, when we come back from this commercial break, only 4 players will remain at this nationally televised HPT final table. Don't go far. We'll be right back. Thank you. Now we welcome back. Yeah. Here we go. Welcome back to the HPT. It's James Larson down here, and behind me are final 4, and one of these gentlemen are going to be about $164,000 richer after we find out who our new champion is going to be. And with that, I'll send it over to Freddie and Maria. It'd be pretty tough. And we're back. Can we get that air turned down again, Jeremy? Can we talk to somebody just a little, not like last time, maybe just split the difference. Yeah, yeah. And if I can get some white towels and some, I'm just joking. Everybody good in the audience? Give yourselves a round of applause. Whoa, who's this? What's your name? Trina. All right. Have you dealt before? Okay, good. Oh, Majestic. Yeah.
Do you know what she asked me?
What?
Are we going to show the river card to the,
Oh, the
camera
rabbit.
that we used to have?
No rabbit. And I can't needle people. I can't needle players anymore either. All right. And welcome back to HPTpoker.com. It's James Larson here at the Ameristar Casino, East Chicago. We started with 498 players, and now we have your final 4. So we're going to start the tournament clock, get the cards back in the action, and I'll send it over to my broadcast partner, the Fossil Man, Greg Raymer. Greg?
Hey, James. Thank you very much. And I am back with Kirk Falla from Windy City Poker. And blinds are 50,000, 100,000, and a 10,000 ante, he says.
And everybody's got almost the same chip stack. We've got
Exactly.
4.5 million as the leader, 3.125 as the short stack. So
Yep.
it's going to be a grind.
And that is JT, who is our chip leader with that 4.5 million. We got Mike Puccio as the short stack, but he's still got over 3 million. 4.1 million for Blade and 3.3 million for Shiva. Or did I just misspeak there? Wait.
We got a prediction from Poker Pro Mike Mustafa, who played in the HPT this time around. Mike thinks that Shiva
Busted
is
me.
going to... He busted you? Really?
Yep. He called with his draw and got there to beat my set.
He predicts Shiva to win the tournament, and he says that Mike needs to loosen up. And Mike is loosening up here by raising. I'm guessing Mike has 7 high.
Well, there's always some little bit of like resetting your image when you come back from these breaks. In other words, people might not go with the image they had before.
You got a belly full of steak or a belly full of pizza, and it's like, all right, let's...
Well, they always wonder, like, did you like get advice on the break? They told you like you're playing too much, you're playing too few hands, you need to bluff less, bluff more, whatever. So they always wonder if you weren't going to come back and play a lot differently than you did.
This is a quite interesting board. We got Queen Jack 9 with 2 hearts. Very coordinated. Goes check, check.
Not sure what we're waiting on.
It's funny, we can't tell if it's a freeze frame or if Blade's just kind of sitting there, and he's just sitting there, but it looks like a freeze frame.
A little bit. I mean,
Maybe he did not check. Maybe he's
there's that-
action's on him.
I
Oh,
guess-
we got a third player. Hey, JT wants to play.
Oh, there we go.
Wow, look at this. 10 of hearts on the turn.
What a brick. Total brick. Man, Brian tweeted a picture of us doing commentary earlier, and that is a really bad picture of me. I mean, like, it's not that I take good pictures, but that's, for me, from my standard, that is an especially bad picture.
You're angry.
I look extra heavy, extra smug, everything. It's like horrible picture for me.
Mike's going to bet into this hand. Again, we got 4 cards to a straight, 3 cards to a flush. There's a whole lot of potential. This was the first hand back from dinner break.
Yeah, I mean, if you're sitting there with like top 2 pair, you're just like,
What do I do?
What do I do with this? I mean, like, and again, that would be one of those spots where it's like if you fold it and you're wrong, you're an idiot. If you fold it and you're right, like, oh, what a genius, And if you call and you're wrong, you're an idiot. If you call and you're wrong and you're right, you're a genius. I mean, it's like no matter which decision you make, you you're a genius or an idiot based on results.
King of Hearts. Oh, wow.
What, a 5-card straight to the board?
Yeah.
I mean, King of Hearts is a good card to have now. You have the Mike quickly checking.
Is Blade upset he folded? Does it look like it?
Well, I don't know what he could, he doesn't look happy, but I mean, that's a big pouty lip for sure. Here, he had it there for a second, but I mean, this is a great spot to check when you have it.
And let the other person stab at it.
And this can also be a really interesting spot. Like, let's say you become convinced that you and JT are chopping. If you have it in you to, like, check raise here, then you get him to fold all those chops.
This looks like a big bet here.
And that may be a, like, I'm trying to get you to fold all the chops type bet.
A couple times, like if I have the nuts at this point, or the second nuts with the straight flush on the board, I will way over bet, thinking they're never going to call anything.
Ooh.
Chop, chop.
Wow. They both have ace-king?
Yeah.
Wow.
They both turned Broadway with a scary 10 of hearts.
That's pretty surprising. It's just hard to have chops and hold 'em,
That was a pretty big bet for the size of the pot, I think. I think he bet, 1.5 million.
I'm not sure. You know what? I don't think I like JT's bet anymore because you're never getting a chop to fold. And the question is, like, how often will he call me with just a king or calling me with something else, hoping for the chop, versus, and you're never going to get a flush to fold either. So in other words, that big bet by JT is never going to get a better hand to fold, I don't think.
It's dangerous.
I mean, you might get someone to fold ace-king there, but probably not. And
if there are 4 cards to a flush on the board, you might be more likely to get him fold.
If he somehow, I mean, we don't expect Mike to have this, but if he has deuce-3 of hearts, he's still never folding.
Yeah.
So it's like you're never getting better to fold, really. And how often are you getting called by worse, though? The only worse hand that I could imagine is going to call you is just the king, like someone who had king-queen or king-jack or whatever and has the second nut straight. That's the only real value of that bet. So it's one of those spots where I like his bet if he's playing the board, and I like his bet if he has a flush. To get called by both the king and the ace-king. And especially if he has a high flush, get called by worse flushes as well. But I'm not sure if I'm happy with that bet, given he has ace-king. But Mike has been sticky. I mean, once Mike gets in, he's been tight to get involved, but sticky once he gets there. So you certainly might just get him to say, like, screw you, you're trying to get me off the chop, I call. I'm going to pay $1.4 million to get half of this pot.
You got to raise another gun with by JT. Shiva's in the big blind.
Looks like we're getting more action since dinner. So people have gotten their blood sugar back up and are getting more aggressive.
Flop is ace, king 3.
So now that would have been an exciting flop last hand.
Yeah.
I mean, it still would have been a
all in the call.
But
Shiva didn't connect with this board at all. JT's going to put in a bet. Question is how much? Oh, I'm wrong. Okay, I'll see you later.
well, I mean, if I'm him, I feel like he's the original raiser. I think he should have bet the flop no matter what. The only reason to check is going to be opponent specific. My basic strategy is always c-bet with one caller. And I don't change that until I know an opponent well enough to think that against him, this time, not betting is preferable for some reason. So, like, if Shiva was, like, super aggressive, I might check behind when I have a hand that I'm willing to call down with.
Keep the pot small. Don't get yourself out of trouble.
Well, both of those things. Like, if he has nothing, let's induce bluffs. If he has me beat, I lose less. So if I had something like, ace-jack, ace-10, like, I'm probably never folding the hand. But I'll check the flop because I'm also not worried about giving a free card.
Wonder what the odds are if he has ace-king here again. That'd be an interesting check on that flop if you have ace-king. That'd be really deceptive.
Yeah.
And, of course, that's what happens. Spades get there. Straight gets there.
But if I've played this hand like JT with the check on the flop, I mean, I'm still never folding like my ace-9 or whatever. I mean, if Shiva bets into me here, I would need to have unless I see some amazing tell that's very reliable, I'm just never folding an ace. And I might play like just any king X hand exactly the same way. But if you're going to play it that way, if you're going to play the hand so that you're inducing a bluff, then you'd better be really, really sure of your read if you're going to then fold when the guy bets into you. It's like I checked so that I could induce bluffs, and now I'm going to let it work. See, and the fact that he's just willing to fold says to me like he should have bet the flop.
Yeah.
Any hand he might have checked that flop with that he could fold correctly now should have bet the flop. And if Shiva doesn't, and then you can just give up. Like if he calls you and you have nothing, you know, oh, I have 8-9 suited. And he calls me on that ace-king board, I can just give up. You know, like if I don't get a tell that says he's on some kind of draw, and I can still
You tried, it
you know,
didn't work.
yeah.
Move on.
You know, I can maybe a bluff is still a good play on the turn or the river. That's fine, but that'd be also another reason I like to do things like let's say I play this hand and I have hit it hard, top pair or better. I see bet every time on the flop against the guy. Let's say he calls. Well, now I'm also like checking the turn pretty much every time. And then if he checks again on the river, now I'm betting the river for value with my big hand. But now that means because I have that kind of pattern that he's seen, that I can also now bet the flop, give up and check the turn. But if he checks again on the river, now I can decide that a bluff will work and fire the river because he's seen me play the same pattern with ace-king, top 2, and so on. You know, it's funny. It's not like I play super loose or anything. At least I don't think. You know, it doesn't seem like I play all that loose or anything. But every time I'm at one of these final tables, it never lasts a long, long time. It just doesn't.
Yeah.
I mean, even if I'm not the one like involved in the hands, it's like something about my just mere presence. Everyone just starts firing away.
This hasn't been that talkative of a final table either, and I think that might play into it also. When you have a couple guys that kind of lighten up the atmosphere, you're going to get the adrenaline rushing. You're going to play.
Well, this one's actually moving along quicker than a lot. You know,
Yeah, we are four-handed, and it's 30 big blinds is the minimum.
A lot of these final tables have moved much slower than this in the last year or two with the current HPT structure. But I mean, the first HPT that I won in Albuquerque, that was when it was still 6-handed. We knocked out 4 people in something like 7 hands.
Wow.
We were heads up after 7 hands, and on the first hand of all in, I have him all in and he's behind. Now he got there and doubled up, and we ended up playing, several dozen hands heads up. But if my hand holds up like a small favorite all in on the first one, then I'm just sitting there thinking like, how are they going to make a TV show out of this?
It's
man?
a video editor's dream.
We dealt like 7, maybe 8 hands. We're dealt, and that's it. Boom, 5 people eliminated in 7 hands.
Wow.
And I was just
the producer's freaking out. The editor's like, all right.
This is supposed to be like 2 one-hour shows,
Yeah.
So I mean, it was like really, really like they would like take all those hands until we were heads up, show every single one of them, show a couple of heads up hands, and now go to the next episode for just heads up play. But that would have been funny, like the shortest final table in televised poker history. 7 hands were dealt.
That was one worry of mine when I was doing my shows in 2010 and 11 here in Chicago, is that you get to the final table, what if 3 hands later, boom, game's over? It's possible, but it's unlikely, and it'd be frustrating if it did.
Open up the range a little bit. When the player's talking to you.
I'm sure if JT is saying he's going to open up his range on the button, or he's saying they are.
I think he was wanting Shiva. I got to keep saying that. I think he was wanting Shiva to start opening up his range, because Shiva was just the button.
Why would you want that when you're at the small blind? I love a button
I
that's
could be
tight.
wrong.
I love a button that's tight. Yeah, it wasn't clear to me what he was trying to suggest, but, I'm perfectly happy with the final table where everyone else is just waiting for aces and I can just grind away. And part of what I teach in my seminars is the idea that most of a poker tournament is a cash game in the sense of how you're trying to get things done. And I promise you, an HPT main event, the World Series of Poker main event, any big tournament, if you let me get all my chips in 60-40 on the first hand, I would gladly do it. Because I know mathematically I will make more money. But once you get to the final table, now things have changed a lot. And if I get to a final table and I have a bunch of opponents who are going to let me run them over, then why flip? Why play a huge all-in pot as a 60-40 or 70-30 favorite if I know I can pass on that opportunity and then grind this guy down with 100% certainty? But people often don't give you that opportunity because they play better than that. But you have reached a point now when you get this deep in the tournament where you're really playing that tournament poker, and it's not about the EV, the equity of the one decision, but it's, then I think you can say, oh, there'll be better spots. But when I hear that from someone I'll wait for a better spot, and it's early in a tournament, I always think that's a really bad decision on their part. If they think this was a profitable spot, then they should have taken the chance rather than wait for something better.
Little summary for you folks who are joining us after the dinner break. We had 498 players in this main event. Prize pool valued at over $714,120. We are four-handed. The minimum anybody will take home right now is $46,275. And this is the last HPT event of the year here in Chicago. The next one coming back April 30th to May 10th. So for those of you that missed it this time, keep your calendars open for April 30th to May 10th for the next Heartland Poker Tour event here at the Ameristar East Chicago Poker Room. And for those of you that are interested in playing in the poker room upstairs, cash games, tournaments, every day, all day, they do have a high hand promotion starting on the 16th of January, or December. Tomorrow, actually, excuse me. Tomorrow through the 31st from 2 to 6 p.m. up to $500 an hour for the high hand promotion. So definitely come on up and try your luck in the new poker room with real nice tables, USB chargers for your cell phone.
Yeah, I really love the room. I love the chairs or the kind that I like.
Oh,
I hate the ones that are on
comfortable.
wheels. They have the little 5-pronged
Yeah.
thing with the wheels. Because
You're always
I
kicking
don't
your
have
toe.
the space to put my poker bag down there, under. I like having the 4 legs, but then it's a wide base on the bottom of each of the 4 legs so that it still slides easy on the carpet.
Yeah.
So you can slide in and out from the table without it getting caught on the carpet. So it's exactly the kind of chair I prefer. And the charging stations and the automatic shufflers and Bravo and all that stuff. And the nice little help yourself drink station to get your soft drinks and water and coffee right there without you don't have to wait for the cocktail waitress to come by an hour from now. Which happens in some poker rooms.
We got a
You
pretty
can just
big
go
hand
help
brewing
yourself.
here.
I don't know if that's a problem here because I just help myself. I don't even pay attention to
Yeah.
whether or not the cocktail waitress has been coming by. But I've been in places where you're like, man, I'd like a drink, and it's you're looking and looking, and it's an hour later, and I haven't even seen one.
Yeah. We got a raise, a call, and a re-raise. Shiva is going to take this down pre-flop.
Little squeeze play there, whether he meant
Fresh
it
squeezed
that way
orange
or
juice.
not.
I call it.
Yeah. Squeeze play. He might have just because you're doing what would qualify as a squeeze play doesn't mean you don't have a hand.
Was he on the button and he did that? No, he was the small blind. I was about to say because JT wanted him to open up his range maybe on the button. That would
Yeah.
be careful what you ask for.
The squeeze K can be so strong there, and especially when you got these stack sizes and stuff going on. JT raises, or who raised first? Was it? It must have been JT who raised first or something. That wouldn't be right. He was the big blind.
Talking about Brian.
But anytime you you have player A raises and player B calls, and you put in the re-raise, you are squeezing player A between you and the original caller, because not only does he have to be worried about your hand, maybe I should fold because you could have me beat, but I might also have to fold because that guy who called in between, he might be trapping with a huge hand, and I have to worry about him as well. But of course, the guy who just called usually doesn't have that big of a hand. So once the first raiser folds, there's a really good chance the guy who called doesn't want to call that much more, and he'll fold. So, I mean, if you just did a squeeze play, every time there was a raise and a call, you'd be overdoing it, obviously, and making some mistakes, but it wouldn't be that horrible to just go for the squeeze play like every single time that it came up. But you can't really do it early. Like when everyone has 400 big blinds, you can't. Then they'll just be like, 20 more, I call.
Yeah.
I got 380 left, I call.
You're all in blind? Sure, I'll call.
Well, they won't do the all-in, but I just mean when the first guy makes it, 3x, and the next guy calls, and then you make it 12, it'd be like, I got 300 blinds. I can call 12 to see a flop.
And then everybody else calls, and now you're playing for...
Yeah, you're just playing a bloated pot,
Yeah.
so there's no reason to do it unless you just think it's correct to raise because of the strength of your hand and so on.
Mm-hmm.
But once you get this deep in the tournament, the last few tables, and you're in the money, and people have that 10 to 60 blinds, the squeeze play can be a great play to be, overusing, so to speak.
We got a pretty big pot brewing here between Blade and Shiva. We had a raise pre-flop by Blade, a call by Shiva and Mike. Blade bet the flop. Shiva called. Mike folded. We're at the turn. It is a paired board with flush opportunities, and Blade's going to lead out here. A little over $1 million, I think.
Yeah, there's like $2 million almost in the pot. Was it 6-6 deuce? and then a
960,000. Yeah, 6-6 deuce 9, 2 clubs.
So, not a board that really is supposed to be hitting people. When the flop comes 6-6 deuce, you expect whoever had the best hand pre-flop to still have the best hand.
And it looks like Blade's the one with that.
Yes, so.
Yep.
So, you always wonder there. It's like, was that like a? Well, Shiva's been playing pretty, snug. So I wouldn't put this on him. But, for a lot of other players in that spot, I'd be wondering if he wasn't floating when he called the flop. But it's like, oh, you bet again the turn. I give up on my plan to try to bluff you.
Yeah.
If you checked me, I was going to try to bluff, and that's the only reason I called on the flop.
Yeah, Blade only had about 1.3, 1.4 behind at 900,000, so...
Yeah, you don't expect him to be bluffable. But I've seen some very good players who will make that kind of bluff where it just looks like he can't be bluffing.
Mm-hmm.
But if you raise him, then he will snap full because he literally just, hey, I have no hand, no draw. But it looked so strong that I felt like it was profitable for me to try this bluff.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of players just don't have it in them to oh, wait, even if they believe you. You're right, that would be a profitable way for me to play the hand, but when I'm wrong, every time it doesn't work, I burn through half my chips. So they just won't take the risk, even if you can convince them that it is a profitable attempt.
I think we've had a raise in every single hand since we've been back from the break.
And JT raises and shows an ace. But, to me, that's also one of the big differences between the best players, in tournament and cash game, and those who just aren't really there yet, is the fact that the best players are willing to take risk whenever they believe it is profitable to do so.
They have the experience and the courage to do that, as inexperienced players won't be able to, because they'll be so worried about making that big mistake. They have not had the opportunity.
Yeah. And see, courage, it actually probably does come down to that to some extent in reality. But, from my point of view, it's there's no courage. And when people talk about, oh, that's a scary card, I know exactly what they mean, but I'm thinking, what's scary? This is not like a gunman breaking into the building and coming at you. This is just a game. So it shouldn't be scary in the actual emotional sense of fear. It's just strategy, okay, this changes things. How does it change them? But, that's why, if you tell me, Greg, I'm not even going to tell you what the two strategies are, but this strategy will, on average, get this result, and this strategy will get that result, and the second strategy makes more money. Which do you want to do? I'm like, strategy B. I don't care what it is. You know, you don't have to tell me any more than that. If there's no doubt that strategy B is more profitable, that's the one I want. Now you can tell me what it is I need to do. But a lot of players really just they hate the variance. They try to avoid. Like, I don't want to get in a situation where I can get unlucky, so I'll just fold.
Yeah.
And sometimes, you know, that just means you're minimizing your chances of like getting those wins in final tables.
Well, Blade opened up pre-flop and checked both the flop and the turn. I don't know. The Shiva doesn't look comfortable here. He might just be taking a stab at this. And it's going to work. See, 1, 2, 3, 3.5 million there for Shiva.
Yeah, in some senses, I kind of prefer it when there's more disparity, because that creates that interesting dynamic, you know, of those in-between stacks. Are they going to like take risk, or are they going to wait for the short stack to go broke before they would ever dare challenge the chip leader? You know, whereas now everyone's kind of in the same spot. I mean, everyone here, if they play the huge all-in, if they're not eliminated, they're crippled. And you know, since everyone's kind of in the same spot, it's
Mike's raising.
You know, in some ways, it's less interesting.
Blade's calling.
Oh, he's considering more than that. But you're right.
Shiva. Bye-bye. Has JT looked yet? He has. He's calling. I just heard him call.
Nope. Can't call if you make that face. You can make that face and then call, because it's like, okay, I can't represent.
I think he threw up in his mouth.
You know, I mean, unless the flop is all small middle cards, I can't represent anything.
Ace, 5, 6, 2 close.
Yeah, I mean, you could represent like a straight draw on that flop after the face he made.
275 is the bet.
Mike puts out a declaration of the same bet, 275.
Well, fortunately for him, he followed up with the words 275. We ran into this issue on one of my first tables here, where like the guy had bet 500, and then on the turn he says same bet and throws out the 1K chip, and then the dealer says same bet is considered a meaningless phrase. You tossed out a 1K chip, your bet's 1,000. And and that is the technically correct ruling. Because I was curious. I mean, I was the opponent in the hand, so it did make a difference to me. But I was curious. I asked. I mean, at the time, I was just like, yeah, I really don't. In this moment, I don't care, and I'll just be folding anyway, so it doesn't matter. But then on the next break, I asked Jeremy, our tournament director and poker room manager, and he confirmed that, like, yes, that would have been his ruling. He had been called over. The only thing he thought the dealer did wrong is, like, the dealer shouldn't have said this is the way it is. The dealer should have said, wait, I have to call the floor.
Okay.
But that's one thing you got to keep in mind. Some of these phrases, like if you say same bet, that is treated as a meaningless statement, because
he actually didn't bet 275. He raised it to 275, so the bet amount is what?
Well, and it's also like you say same bet, and then so let's say there was a 500K chip in play right now. He says same bet and tosses out 500K. Well, what is the dealer supposed to announce? Like, if the dealer says 375, are you like, wait, dealer, he bet 275 last time, you made a mistake. You know, or the dealer says 275, but Mike was thinking it was 375, and that's what he meant to bet. You have all these potential confusions, like, or maybe the dealer doesn't say anything. Mike says same bet, tosses out the oversized chip, and everyone thinks that the other guy knows it's 275, but he doesn't know that.
Yeah.
Because he forgot what the bet was.
Yeah.
So you have all these potential issues, and that's why they say, no, you can't use phrases like that. And like, this is a no-limit game. You can't say something like, I bet the pot. And it's like, because the dealer's not supposed to tell you how much is in the pot. That's for you to know.
I've actually done it a couple times when it's been like 120 in the pot. I go, pot. Wrong game.
Yeah.
Here's 125.
Yeah, but it's like, I mean, officially, if you say pot and toss out an oversized chip, it's like, no, okay. If you had just said pot and waited for the dealer to say something, now the dealer can say, you're not allowed to do that. This is a no-limit game. You have to announce an amount.
Mm-hmm.
And nothing has happened. Nothing
Say
bad
what you're
has
doing
happened.
or put out the chips that you want.
I mean,
Don't-
the only problem we run into here, though, is like, let's say I know that you do play pot limit, and so I know you know what that would mean, and now I announce pot, and then wait for you to react without putting any chips forward.
Yeah, you think that's a bet, but it's not.
Well, no, I mean, I know it's not a bet, and I know I'm going to be told by the dealer that, no, Greg, you have to verbalize an amount. It's like, now let's say you say raise, I'm all in. And I'm like, now like we call the floor over, who's like, well, when Greg said pot and didn't put a chip forward, he still hasn't acted officially. Now, do I have to bet? Can I now just check fold?
Mm-hmm.
Do I have to bet the minimum, just like one big blind? Do we have to count the pot and make me bet that number?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, what do you do? As the floor man, there's really no great resolution to this problem. But officially, when I said pot and then did nothing else, the phrase is like, it's no different than if I had said the sky is blue and then looked at you to get a reaction. Because saying pot is a meaningless term in a no-limit game. So it's just one of those funny things. So, I mean, it's, as a player, you need to be careful. When these kind of phrases get spoken, you need to not react, because that player may not be bound to do what you think they're going to do.
And a lot of people will get lost in those, because I'm the straightforward. If I say something, it's exactly what that is. I let the chips do the talking. I never act out of turn, all that stuff. But a lot of times people will do that, and some will do it on purpose. Some will just accidentally do it.
Yeah.
They mean well, but
Well, I mean, the guy
it does
who
mess
said
up with the
pot,
game.
He might have been bluffing, but he really meant, like, I'm going to bet whatever is in the pot. I'm not trying to pull an angle. But now when you say, I'm all in, and the dealer's like, wait, guys, slow down, I have to call the floor. And now the floor comes over and says, okay, look, at pot is not a statement of any amount. It doesn't apply in this game. It's no limit hold'em, blah, blah, blah. The action's over here, sir. What are you going to do? Now, okay, my bluff wasn't going to work. I check fold.
Yeah. Now, it's
So-
possible the guy that said all in knows that bet's not a legal bet and says all in knowing he does not have to put any money in the pot. Because
Well,
then
but
now
that would
it's,
be the question, though. What if the ruling was like, well, pot isn't an amount, but I am going to force him to bet. And now and since your verbal declaration of all in is after his, you do have to go all in. I don't know. I mean, again, it's a spot where, as the tournament director, there's no resolution here that's going to necessarily be fair to everybody.
yeah.
And especially if I'm going to rule the same way no matter who the two people are. Because if I know that one of these two guys is a known angle shooter, I don't want to rule in a way that lets his angle succeed. But I also don't necessarily want to rule that same way the next time when it's two guys who aren't angle shooters.
Yeah, just
And
accidentally.
they're just like, don't know what they're doing. They don't understand the rules.
Yeah.
So how do you handle that kind of stuff?
It looks like we're on a short break to fix some equipment.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a break that'll be over in a minute or...
I think they said 10
or
minutes.
longer. Are they announcing an amount of time?
I heard someone say 10 minutes, perhaps.
All right. Well, nothing else happening. Might as well sit here and we'll watch the dealer gesture towards Jeremy.
Should play some solitaire while we have the dealer play solitaire while we wait.
Well, but the deck is all shuffled, ready to go.
Ah.
They'd have to reshuffle. So if you are listening to our live feed still, thank you so much for participating. And you can send questions to me. I am at Fossilman on Twitter. And Kirk is it just at Windy City Poker, right? Just
Yeah, Windy
those
City
exact-
Poker.
Yeah, Windy City Poker, no numbers and strange letters or anything. And you can tweet to us, and we will see your questions, and we can answer you here in the broadcast. It is on a 30-minute delay, so when you tweet at us, like if you're hearing it now, I mean, so to speak, it's really 30 minutes from now our time, and so we're not going to see your questions for a while. So don't think we're blowing you off because we don't get to you immediately. Well, actually, though, I should see the tweet right away. So they'll tweet, and I'll see the tweet in real time. But we'll be already
30 minutes past the
it was 30
actual
minutes
hand.
from now before
Yeah.
they were like, "Oh, wait, I can do that."
I have to remember what I said 30 minutes ago.
Well, that's true. If you're asking us about something specific we were talking about, you will need to like add some detail. But you can send more than one tweet if you want.
I think I might take a small opportunity here to let people know about some of the charity events that Windy City Poker does.
Sure.
Those that watch TV poker, and especially here in Chicago, may have seen the Windy City Poker Championship on Comcast Sportsnet. It's a show that will broadcast and promote charity events in and around Chicago, and we've done a couple events outside of Illinois, but mostly in Chicago. And we happen to have a couple events coming up in January, including a $1,000 main event. It'll be televised live online from the start to the finish. I can guarantee 35 players minimally for that $1,000 event. For those that are interested, you can tweet me at Windy City Poker. You can contact me via Facebook or email, kirk@windycitypokerchampionship.com. Love to have you come out and play. We're actually going to have a couple free rolls where you can win the seat to the main event, or you can play in one of the regular charity events, $60 buy-in, 40,000 chips. Nice little format, and the rake goes to the charity for the day. And it's all legal, guys, so don't worry about it being an underground home game. It's 100% approved by the state of Illinois. And we play poker just like you do here at the casino. And it's a lot of fun. It's been a quite interesting last 6 years doing these poker shows, and I'm excited to keep it going.
Yep, the charity gaming law in Illinois, permits charities to use like Vegas nights and poker tournaments and stuff as fundraisers. So as long as the organization is handling things according to that statute, then it is totally legal, and you shouldn't have to be worried about someone busting in and, any of that kind of stuff. It's not like you're doing an illegal home game where the cops might come in and get you.
Perfect time for Chicago Joe, famous Chicago Joe, to show up. They're on a 10-minute break, Joe. We want to hear a story from you, some kind of story about poker in Chicago, something you've experienced. I know that you were behind Doyle Brunson when he won one of his main events. Come scoot closer. I'll get the microphone for you. Those of you that may know, Chicago Joe is the Ante-Up ambassador for Chicago. You can read his article every month in Ante-Up Poker Magazine. I'm going to give Joe the microphone.
First of all, I'd like to thank Greg for that great orientation on the different games with that mixed game yesterday upstairs at the Ameristar.
You're welcome. I love playing all the other games.
And it was so nice because, if you didn't know the game, you were explaining them and, showing the details. And that's the first time in a long time that I really had a lot of fun just sitting there and playing and having a good time.
Cool. That's what I like to hear. I mean, I really wish all these other games, the stud games, the draw games, and everything would get more popular nationwide, worldwide. I really think the split pot games are a lot more fun. There's a lot of strategy elements that just don't exist in, Hold'em or PLO games. And, to be honest, I mean, almost everyone in the poker world nowadays, whether they're good or bad, Hold'em is their best game. And I'd rather play them at their not best game.
Boy, you guys let anybody on the air here.
Absolutely.
You guys let anybody on the air here. You got Joe. Joe, how you doing, man?
I actually snuck in through the back door. I was hoping I'd last a little bit longer before somebody caught on.
Before I go back, give me a bear prediction. What's the score going to be tonight?
Listen, I play poker. I don't even know where the Bears are in the city or not.
Good answer. Good answer.
What do you mean? And you would fit right there at the table with those guys for the Dub Bears segments on Saturday Night Live. I mean, you, me, we would be like part of the crowd, like in a heartbeat. Boom.
Oh.
At least based on appearance, and
Yeah, I guess you got a good point there. So
how would we not fit in with except I don't drink and I don't care about football. But if we just took a still picture, I would fit in really well.
Yeah.
Me and Norm. I forget who else did that segment on SNL. I know it was whenever he was a guest star, he was part of it. George Wendt.
Oh, okay.
Sure. he would do that bit on Saturday Night Live, the Bears. In fact, I think sometimes he came back. He wasn't even like the guest host that night, but he'd come back just for that segment because they wanted to do a segment of the Bears. And Farley did that, and I don't even know who else. I think Mike Myers was always one. He always had the thick, fuzzy mustache and stuff. But those guys are pretty funny. But I wouldn't actually want to hang out with that crowd because I don't like beer or football. So, we're supposed to get a poker story from you, Joe.
Well, trying to think of one, but while I'm thinking about one, I was just going to bring up the fact that, Greg, you've got a little bit of a background here in Chicago in that.
Yeah, when I finished law school, I went to University of Minnesota. My first job was for a law firm downtown. I worked for 3 years. I worked for this firm and was in the NBC Tower there, just north of the Loop. And my first apartment was like the Grand Ohio building on the corner of Grand and Ohio there, just another block north of that. And, so I was, Chicago lawyer for 3 years, but that firm kind of had a bunch of. I'm trying to think if I can say this word in the live, but it's a live stream, so I can't. Basically, most of the partners were assholes. There was a few really good guys, but a lot of it, I hated working for these people, so I ended up finding a new job down in San Diego.
Yeah, also the weather is a little bit more warmer there, so.
Well, I do biotech as well, and there just wasn't enough of that in Chicago. This law firm really didn't have any biotech. It was mostly litigation. And actually, that's the issue. Unfortunately, lawyers aren't bad guys, but litigators tend to be assholes. Again, some of my best friends are litigators, and they're not. But whatever percentage of the general population you think fits that description, at least 5 times as many litigators fit that description. So if it's 10% of the general population, it's half the litigators. If it's 2% of the general population, it's 10% of the litigators. For sure. But I had a good time in Chicago. Can't get that good hot jardinere anywhere else.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to be dealing again, folks. So we are still at 50, 100,000 blinds with a 10K ante, 4-handed. Stacks are all still reasonably close. As you can see, basically everyone has pretty much a full stack of blue, which is the big chip in play, $100,000 in tournament equity for each chip, and everyone's got 15 to 25 blue chips, and the base chips are 25,000 each. So, but these guys are all close enough. Everyone at this table right now can either knock the next guy out or can cripple him and double up through him and cripple his stack and get him down to next to nothing. So this is really a tight race right now. Blade calls. So it looks like 250 to go pre. 8, 9, 10 rainbow. That is definitely not a dry flop at all. I doubt it's a great flop from Mike, though. He's not the kind of guy who's too likely to have Jack Queen or Jack 10 or those kind of hands that really love this flop. Thanks for coming by, Joe. Appreciate it. Hopefully we'll see you in the next mix game here. Dealer's choice game. We'll get to play some more Badoogie and stuff.
Can you play Joker's
Mike
Wild?
Mike is going to take that one down with a C-bet. Wild cards are not permitted. We had a whole stack of tiles when it was your turn to pick. So we had, and Hold'em was removed, by the way. If we're going to play Dealer's Choice, we are not going to let anyone pick Hold'em. Because if you want to play Hold'em, you can go to every single poker table in town, basically, and play Hold'em.
Yeah.
So if we're going to play a Dealer's Choice game, it's let's play something different. So I threw those tiles away. So you had the Omaha tiles, and you had all the different stud games, and you had all the different draw games. And we had Res Doogie was something we played, and Badusi, Badasi, Badoogie, triple draw, ace to 5 triple draw. No one ever called it, but you could have called Pineapple or Crazy Pineapple. And all these games could be played limit, pot limit, or no limit. We played it. Well, if you choose a game and it's going to be limit, we played $4 $8 limit. And if you picked a no limit or pot limit game, we did $1 and $2 blinds. We even played 5-card stud a couple times. That was called 5-card draw for high. The 5-card, the draw games for the low ball, the deuce to 7, ace to 5 things.
It's kind of like a home game.
Yeah. Except, you're not allowed wild cards, and, you're not allowed things to, follow the queen, we're playing stud, and if someone gets a queen, the next up card is wild, and, so none of that kind of stuff. And there's a game I remember from those, home games in college, low Chicago or high Chicago, whoever has the highest spade in the hole in a stud game gets half the pot. And that's a horrible poker game because, okay, great, I get the ace of spades. Now I just raise at every opportunity. No, I'm at least, I'm getting half the pot no matter what. And it's a horrible game, too, because if you're ever worried about someone cheating, it's not even if I could hold out an ace It gives me a big edge in Hold'em if I could steal a card, keep it up my sleeve, and then switch it out. I mean, that's a pretty big edge that I can trade one of my 2 cards for this ace instead. But now if I could steal the ace of spades and we're going to play high Chicago, it's like, no, I put that in my whole card. I always get half the pot every time.
Why do you always win half the pot?
Yeah, it's like, man, you get that
You
ace of
luck
spades
bucks.
every time.
Luck
Jeez,
bucks.
you know. So those are the kind of games you can only play those with your good buddies who you just know 100% I can trust everyone here.
Yeah.
You can't play a game like that in a public room, you know, even a well-run, you know, room with the cameras and all the security in place, because it would just look too suspicious.
Well, Shiva looks a little dejected.
Yeah.
He's lost some chips in the last couple rounds.
Yeah, he's our short stack now, and you're right. He does not have like the positive vibe going at all. And the thing is, you know, four-handed poker, you know, you have to play lots of hands, so you're not starting with premium hands. It's hard to make a hand where you're like happy to get a lot of chips in. And so when you're sitting here dejected and you're not willing to like stare down the opponent, figure out that maybe he's bluffing and I need to be calling here with small pairs or ace high or things like that, you're going to get run over. And there's just, so unless Shiva changes the attitude, he's going to have to get hit by the deck to make a comeback here. And that's just one of those things you got to get used to, that if you've been here in these spots often enough, then you've done things like go from chip leader to short stack and short stack to chip leader. And so emotionally you can say to yourself, like, I've been here before and things have turned around. I know I can do it again. One of the things I always like, let's say I lose a huge pot right now. Like, let's say Shiva had just lost half his stack the last hand. I would look down at my chips, count them up, you know, and say like, oh, wait, you know, like I have 2 million chips. How would I feel if I had just doubled up to 2 million chips?
That's a good point.
I would feel fantastic.
Yeah.
If I had just gone from the short stack of 1 million to the short stack of 2 million. And there's no reason he shouldn't feel the same way right now, even though he's lost a bunch of chips to get to this number.
Hey, he is going home with no less than 46,000 too. That might help.
Well, yeah, that might, but now that you've already got the 46,000 in your pocket, it doesn't feel like that much.
Excuse me. We have a raise and a all-in.
Shiva raised, JT went all in. So you wonder, like, is he like just sensing Shiva's like weakness, his negative demeanor, or does he just happen to have a really good hand this time? Yeah, Shiva's like, you don't have to count your chips. I know you have me covered. So Shiva has a little over 2 million behind. I mean, if those stacks are 20 tall, then that's 500,000 each beige stack. So that's 1 million in beige behind. 1.2 million, 1.3 million, and then plus the blue chips. So it's like 2 million behind, and he bet 3.
Yeah, so he's still got 20 big blinds if he folds.
300,000 bet, 2 million behind. And folding and having 2 million chips, it's not like you're in some horrible spot here with 20 blinds. And 2 million is still enough to put a huge dent in everyone else at this table. So you're still threatening. I mean, at the beginning of our final table, when Blade had 10 blinds and the average player had like 50, he wasn't, you know, if you put it in bad and double him up and you're one of our chip leaders and you just lose 10% of your stack, it's not that big a deal. When I won the main event, I only actually like put the chips in bad and then sucked out 2 times in the entire week. And both of those, though, were at the final table. And it was the guys who got knocked out 9th and 8th.
Yeah.
But both times, I mean, it wasn't that I put it in with some stupid hand knowing I was behind. At both times, I thought I was putting it in a good spot, and turned out like, nope, I'm way behind. But the thing is, in both cases, it was only like 10% of my stack. So it's like, even if I lose this hand, I'm still the chip leader by a big margin.
Yeah.
You know, I go from 8 million to 7.2 million, and the second biggest stack has 4.5 million. So I'm still in great shape, and I've doubled you up to 1.6, but you're still pretty short. And but because those are both at the final table and therefore seen by everybody, it was like, wow, you ran so good, you know, just sucking out all the time. And I was like, no, I swear, like that was
You saw the highlighted hands.
Those were the 2 hands. I mean, like nowhere on days 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And, you know, none of those. I didn't ever put it in bad and then get there. Not once. You know, I mean, there were plenty of times I put in a little bit bad. You know, I'd call your pre-flop raise with pocket 8s and then flop a set, and then I got the rest of it in against your pocket kings. But it was like, okay, almost all the chips went in after I had 3 of a kind to your big pair.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there was not a single other pot that entire tournament where like I put it in way behind and then caught the card after all the chips were in the middle. I mean, I'm not saying I didn't run good, though. I did run good, but it just wasn't that tight. I didn't run good by sucking out.
Mm-hmm.
I would say I mostly ran good because I only got sucked out on twice the entire week as well.
Yeah, 2 hands out of 1,000 hands is not considered
2 hands
running
where
good.
they put bad beats on me, where it was like all the chips went in and I was way ahead and I lost. That only happened twice as well. So that's what I would consider the biggest part of my luck factor that week.
There's a $20,000 pay jump from 4th to 3rd.
And that's a lot of money, I mean, for almost all of us.
Mm-hmm.
And it may be weighing on someone's decisions a little bit, but probably not because these stacks are so close. Like, you know, if Shiva was sitting there with $500,000 or something, then I could see Mike or Blade or JT or any one of the 3 playing overly tight. Like, let's let Shiva get it all in and hopefully go broke before I risk anything.
Mm-hmm.
But with all the stacks being, you know, 2 to 5 million, I really don't see that.
You can't wait around.
Yeah.
You gotta.
I mean, if I wait for a guy to blind off 2 million chips, that means I've blinded off 2 million chips, and now instead of 3.5, I'm really short with 1.5. So you can't like wait around with the short stack still being so big. JT is raised, got called by Mike. A little C-bet here on the ace-ace-5. So now that's, again, I like to size my C-bet quite a bit smaller when the board is this strong. It's kind of like, if Mike doesn't have an ace, what could he possibly want to call me with on this ace-ace-5 flop? I mean, even if he has pocket kings somehow, he's going to be like sick about the situation. So he's probably going to fold just as often for, you know, like a 200K bet as a 300K bet.
Well, we've got a raise announced.
It's really hard not to give Mike credit for an ace. He's breathing heavy.
He's got a. I don't think he's pulling a bluff here. I think he's got a big hand.
Well, unless JT also has an ace, he's probably going to be folding right now. I mean, he has to have an ace or pocket 5s, basically,
Yeah.
to want to continue. I would hate to be JT with kings or queens. That would be such a horrible spot to be in. It's like, I crush 100% of your bluffs, but if you have an ace, then I'm practically dead. You know, and if it's someone else, if it's someone, you know, who's a lot more of a loose, aggressive player, then you're like, I'm really agonizing before I could fold, you know, a big pocket pair. But it's, you know, if Mike was bluffing there, then you're like, look, if you're going to bluff that infrequently, I'm just going to have to let you get away with it every time you do.
Yeah.
And that's what, like, with Dan Harrington, you know, that's what we would say, you know, about him basically, is like, you know, it's not that he won't run a bluff. We saw a huge bluff. He did an all-in squeeze play at the final table with 6-2 offsuit. And it's like he's a good enough player to recognize, like, this is a great spot for the squeeze play, and my stack size is perfect.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's such a good chance that neither one of them will call that I'll do it. But, you know, so it's not that he is like a nit, or he's just going to be like, oh, this hand has too much risk, I'm not going to take any chances. He'll take all the chances in the world when he thinks it's correct to do so. But because he is still so tight most of the time, it's like, just don't mess with him. If you think he could be bluffing, then let him win anyways.
Yeah, that 1% of the time he is bluffing.
Well, even though it's going to be a lot more than that, but it's still like so much less often than, let's say, like a Josh Arieh at that final table.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if I'm going to let Josh get away with bluffing me, then he's going to run me over 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Dan, if I let him get away with bluffing me, it's not going to do that much harm to my stack. You know. So open limp from the small blind. Blade versus Shiva. Now this is where, like, if I have absolute error, I'm going to bet if I'm Blade.
I thought he was going to check there for a second, but he was reaching for chips.
And if he had checked, if I was Shiva, I would bet like 100%, basically. I mean, it's just a spot where, you know, there's a potential flush draw. There's some, you know, there's the gut shot straight draws for the wheel. I hate to give a free card if I have something, but there's such a good chance that my opponent has nothing that I hate to like miss a chance to bluff, where he just, you know, it's like Blade just limped in. He could have been trapping, but he could have absolute error. You know, he could have had 8 high or 7 high or something like that, for all you know. But once he bets, it becomes a lot more expensive to try to do anything. And, of course, the chances that he's got error have gone down. So we had a Twitter comment. One of the comments was saying, like, they thought I was, like, going too far when I would say things like, oh, I would bet anything here.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, you're not there at the table. You don't know all the elements and the dynamics and stuff. But actually, my response to them is, it is exactly because of the elements of the fact the tournament, the stack sizes and stuff that we're seeing. That's why I'm saying I'd bet anything in some of these spots. Like, there's just such a good chance that no matter what you have, that you're supposed to bet it right now, that it doesn't matter about some of these other factors that I don't know. I mean, if a guy has to fold 80% of the time, then
that's good for you.
Then you should be betting every time you have nothing. And the only question is my hand so overwhelmingly strong that I want to give a free card to hope that I can induce a bluff from him or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But on some of those boards, you know, it's like you wouldn't want to take
the situation
chance.
was given to you. You can win the pot. You bet. You got to bet.
Yeah. I mean, instead the board comes like Queen Jack 7 with 2 clubs. You know, like I have 3 queens, but I'm not going to risk a free card because half the deck either makes the flush or the straight possible.
Yeah.
And rather than give him the free... Well, this one, there's not really any risk.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, was that the Queen of Diamonds?
Queen of Diamonds.
So, I mean, they're the flush draw, but there's no straight draws. So the only dangerous cards if I had a queen would be potentially a diamond. You know, nothing else is likely to ever be able to beat me. You know, so there it's quite different. Like giving a free card has almost 0 risk.
Mm-hmm.
But
it's going to be a king. Oh, or that.
I bet I could chop this pot, and I don't even have cards.
Yeah, right. Rebuy.
So now this is a spot where I would just, I love to see people get aggressive here with nothing. I mean, it's like if I'm JT, if I don't have that queen for quads, I'm kind of like, do I really want to call 400 to get half of what's out there? You know, but how can he have a queen? Come on, you're kidding me. You know, like, so this is where also JT could, like, you know, decide that I'm going to, like, raise and make you fold.
Mm-hmm.
But JT is just voice. He said, well, do you have something like 7s? In other words, that's the real issue. Do you have a pocket pair higher than those 5s? You know, it would actually be extremely, if this board was 5-5-5, queen, queen, now it's like, I'd love to know what Mike had. If we just had the whole card camera.
Pocket 3s. He was beat. Pocket 3s. Counterfeit.
Yeah. I hate those too. I hate getting counterfeited. It's just, it almost feels worse than when they suck out. When they, like, you just get counterfeited and now you're like chopping.
I mean, come on. That's the only card.
Yeah. I had a huge pot when I made the final table of the 40K buy-in at the World Series. In 2009, they did a 40K buy-in at the beginning of the series because it was the 40th anniversary.
Okay.
And we're at the final table, and I had raised pre-flop with 7-8 suited, got called by Isaac Haxton, who turned out to have ace-queen. And the flop came 8-8-9. And I c-bet, and he called. And then the turn was a 9. And I hate the card, but I'm just like, when he checked, I'm still, you know, I'm almost certainly still the best hand. And then the river's a 9. And so I'm like, we're playing the board, you know.
Yeah.
I'm just like, and you know, so when he called me, I bet the river and he called, and he turns over the ace queen for the chop, and I'm just like, I mean, I almost have, he has to come ace ace or queen queen for me to lose, or 9-9 for me to tie.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm just like, and he was prepared to just call me down. I mean, if it had been anything else on the turn, I mean, on the river, he would have called, like, with the ace high for the probable chop. Mm-hmm. 8s and 9s with an ace kicker.
And you scoop a nice pot.
If it had been an ace or a queen on the river, he would have at least called. And I scoop a really huge pot.
Runner.
You know, and I was just like, Oh man, this hurts so bad. That was such a strange tournament. I mean, that was 201 players. I ended up finishing third. I never sucked out on anyone the entire 5 days of that event. I mean, not once did I put the chips in bad and then win. Not one time ever. I had aces cracked all in pre-flop twice on the second to last day. I had several other bad beats throughout the tournament like that, where huge pots and I'm the big favorite and I lose. And I finished third. And I'm like, okay, look, I finished third out of 200 people, and it was like the toughest field ever at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I know I got lucky. There were definitely, I mean, you know, dealt better than average cards or hitting more than flops than I'm supposed to or whatever. But I'm like, looking, I'm like, I just don't know where the luck. I couldn't figure out, like, where did I get lucky to go this deep in this event? Because it just doesn't feel.
It doesn't feel like it.
It
Yeah.
didn't feel like it. I mean, like, I never sucked out. People sucked out on me right and left.
You won those small pots you were talking about. That's what it was.
You know, I mean, I did get, you know, paid off a few times by a couple of there was only a handful of fishy players in the field, and I got a couple of them to donk off big stacks to me. So that was certainly lucky that I was there, you know, and they gave it to me instead of someone else. So I know I got lucky, but I still just can't figure out to this day, like, in what way did I get lucky over those 5 days to go that deep, you know?
Mike's going to raise.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're spot on. Unfortunately, that's like a useless tell.
I know. It does nothing for me.
Well, I mean, even if you're like at the table, if you're JT at the table with that tell, what good does it do you? It's Mike's turn. He looks at his cards, but before he actually says anything, I know he's going to raise. It's like, what do I do with that, you know? Like I said, the only thing that would matter is if Mike didn't give those tells off and then he still raised. You'd be like, oh, that's probably not a very good hand.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe someone did tell Mike, you know, he listened to Mike Mustafa. He decided he did have to loosen up, but he gave off the tell first, or the lack of tell first.
Yeah.
And then said, oh, wait, you know, Mustafa told me I should play hands like this, you know.
We should take a look and see if he, I think he waits his turn before he looks at his cards.
There seems to be more and more like good players out there now that say look right away. And I've always been a fan of the wait till your turn. Yeah, Shiva looks defeated. His body language and everything.
Mm.
Like he's just waiting for a premium hand now, it seems. And I mean, this is how much in orbit? 190,000 in orbit?
Yeah.
I mean, you really can't be waiting that long. He's losing 10% of his stack every orbit waiting for the good hand. JT raise, take it. And that's like 4.5 million, give or take.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
Yeah. 4.3, 4.4, which I guess really that's where we started with since our last break. He has
14.9 million in play.
So, I mean, he's still there at a little less than a third of the chips. And Mike had almost 2 full stacks of the blue, though. So he would be our chip leader there.
He's putting it in. Put some money in.
He has like 1.4, it looks like.
250 is the bet.
I don't think he's bluffing. He has a real hand for sure.
Fold.
4.5. He's got close to 5 million.
2, 3. 4 million for Blade.
Yep.
Who wants to see a flop? All right, Shiva with a raise to 250. Blade makes the call out of the big blind to defend. Heads up to the flop. There's an ace in every flop.
So, you know,
Is it a...
So now this is where Shiva should like see bet like, you know, 150, 175. Like you don't even need to bet anymore. If he can call 270, if he's going to fold for 275, he'd have folded for
150.
For 175.
Yeah.
You know, so you don't. I mean,
It's the same information for
as long
less.
as you do that every time. That there's like the the ace or the ace 5-5 or you know the kind of flop that like if you don't have that ace, you just can't continue.
If he calls you there, and then he has you beat, you gave away an extra 100,000 for the same information.
I mean, you can get into trouble doing that against like really inexperienced players because like they just don't understand. And so when you do that against them, they take that as a sign of weakness. Like, oh, wait, Greg would normally c-bet here. Like, if he made it X pre-flop, he would do X plus 1 chip on the flop, and now he's doing, 2/3 of X. Why so little? He must be weak. I think I can bluff him.
Mm-hmm.
So against the inexperienced players, you got to be careful. They will, like, misread the scenario, and then they'll check raise, and you'll figure like, well, it's ace 7. What could the guy check raise here with unless he has an ace or a total air? And
That's the third small blind in a row that Blade has completed with Shiva checking his option. Doesn't want to get put in a raise and then get re-raised off his hand.
so Shiva min bets this queen jack deuce flop, and 9 of spades is definitely the opposite of a brick. So this is a pretty good spot to. I like if Shiva could check almost every hand he would be playing right now, and I like it. It's like if you hit that 9, if that 9 of spades was a good turn card, you might induce a bluff, things like that. And if you didn't hit it, you could be saving a lot of chips. The only danger in checking that 9 of spades on the turn is if you have a hand that might still be the best hand, but it's not good enough that you're going to call the river bet.
Mm-hmm.
And now you might have induced a bluff that succeeds. Then that's the real downside to checking that turn card. But to be honest, some of those really crappy hands, I might then turn into the pure bluff on the river when I raise the river. And it's like, oh, you're getting cute and trappy. That's why you check the turn. It's easy for them to give you credit for a big hand if you play it that way. So don't forget, folks, if you are out there, you can tweet us questions. I am at Fossilman. Let's take a peek here. We got anything? Don't forget to tell him it was a 6-way. Mike Mustafa. Don't forget to tell him it was a 6-way limp pot, and I was in the big blind with an open and straight draw and turned the nuts.
When he knocked you out.
Of course. I never said otherwise. I still think actually Mike's call of my check raise on the flop was a mistake, because I basically check raise a third of my stack, and you have a king queen 4 with 2 hearts, and he had jack 10, and he didn't have the heart draw. So it wasn't.
We got an all in here.
All in.
Yep. Shiva said, "Okay, let's do it."
It's like I don't think it was a horrible call by Mike, but I think it was a clear mistake, not a big mistake. If you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes some mistakes are like, wait, like this is a mistake that lots of players could make, and it's a huge mistake, like in terms of it, you're way, way, way behind, but it's not obvious that it's wrong. And then sometimes there's mistakes that are like obviously mistakes, but they're really small. Like, oh, it's clear to me you're putting it in bad, but you're only putting it in like 5% bad,
Mm-hmm.
or whatever. And it's like, well, that's not a big mistake or anything, but I think when we look at the math, it's obviously a mistake. And Mike might not. I'm sure he disagrees with me completely, and he's a good player, and that's fine, because I've taught a lot of my seminars and WSOP academies, and often have lots of other great players who disagree with me on strategy advice. And I'm happy to declare that they're all wrong. Well, I can't say that. I'm always willing to consider the alternative, because maybe I'm wrong and I can get better by learning.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean. It's like I want to be convinced.
So we have a raise from Blade, an all-in from Shiva, and JT wants to know
he's
the amount.
considering coming in cold. So that obviously it has to be a good hand. You can't be considering cold calling here with the third player still to act.
I thought he was getting a little impatient. He seemed like he was just watching him for about the last 10 minutes. It just seemed like he was starting to get more active. Yeah, this guy here is Blake.
Chicago Joe watching here in the booth with us. 1.59 million is the all-in.
So this is a good spot to be like also
He
looking at
just
Blade.
calls. We
Well,
have
it's
call.
a big enough raise. Yeah, Blade can't. You're not really worried about like I have to re-raise to shut out
He's
Blade.
got queens. Tens versus queens, maybe. Jacks and tens.
Yep. That's just a cold deck. I mean, your four-handed game. I mean, no matter what order of action we were in, tens are going to get it all in, especially the short stack. Well, you got two hearts. He needs a 10 or the running hearts. Shiva needs a 10 or running hearts, or he's going to be fourth place. And there goes the heart draw.
Here comes that 2-outer.
It has
Can
to
we
go
have it
to-
at the final table, the 2-outer? Is it coming? You know, I think I folded a 10, so he's got one out, actually.
You folded a 10 from the other room?
7 of spades. That's going to send Shiva to the rail.
Yeah, that's just a pure cold deck. I mean, it is possible if you traded these hands, though, like JT might have folded 10s to this action. So maybe it's not a pure 50-50 the way I like to call them. I mean, if those were two aces and two kings, I'd be like, it doesn't matter who has what, it's all going in.
Yep.
But given the first raise from Blade, JT might have folded 10s. I'm not saying he should have or would have. I'm just saying he might have.
Yeah.
Some players
You got a
might
raise and an
have.
all-in. You got 10s here. What? You're
Yeah.
fighting an overpair, maybe? Or
And there's a huge difference between jacks and
overcards.
tens, you know, facing that scenario for sure. But still, Shiva, you know, he might have gotten a little tight there at times, but he definitely didn't do anything stupid, didn't make any bad decisions, and
just lost a few
you know,
hands. And
you and I both know from watching lots of these televised tables that, you know, when you see the whole cards, you're like, sometimes you're amazed, like, wow, that's a horrible play. What is that guy doing? You know.
we are three-handed. Next person takes home 66,550. You know what? They should have taken $110 from somebody and moved it to third place for 66666. That would have been funny. Where's Jeremy at? I gotta give him an idea. Next person, $66,000. Second place, a little over 100,000. First place, $164.
You tell him, James. Yeah, and we're not on break, folks. James is just shooting these
Promos.
bumps. He's shooting bumps for the final edited TV show. Because it doesn't come across very good when there's like, you know, now you can clearly see all the empty chairs in the audience, and
Need to get a couple of the HPT girls to come along with.
I don't think there are any HPT girls.
I'm gonna have to get some. Have them sit in the front row.
You know what? There's a lot of other things I'd rather they spend
Money on.
you know, like give us instead of paying salaries for HPT girls to follow the circuit, like just give us like nice buffets on the breaks or something or whatever. Or you know, I mean, I can come up with probably 50 things that don't give me enough time.
I brought my to-go bag.
But and that was the last hand of the level.
Blinds are up.
60,000, 120,000, 15,000 Annie, 225,000 chips per orbit.
Yikes.
So these guys are spending basically on average 75,000 a hand to be dealt in, and you started this tournament with 30,000 chips total. So these guys are basically, it's
They're playing four people.
2.5 buy-ins
Yeah.
per hand just to be dealt in, basically.
That'd be fun to say. I raised 5 buy-ins. And just
Yeah.
put out the 150,000.
It was one of the funniest things, you know, for a spontaneous thing that I've ever heard at a poker table, and it did not make the TV show. I was on the feature table and on maybe day 4 or something when I won the main event. I got Josh Aryeh behind me. The blinds have become 10 and 20,000. And we're like sitting there and we're chit-chatting, the dealer's shuffling and stuff. We're not in the middle of a hand yet. And I'm holding like my 2 10K chips for my 20,000 big blind. And back then you entered the main event, you paid your 10,000, you got 10,000 chips. So I mean it was like dollar, and I'm like all of a sudden I was like, you know, this is like 20,000 in real money in a way. You know, I'm like, I mean, look at this. I'm putting up $20,000 for my big blind. I mean, like, you can buy like a new car with this. And people start laughing, like, what kind of car do you drive? You know, and I'm like, I mean, most of my life I've had like a Honda Civic, you know, and you can buy a nice new Honda Civic for $20,000. And they're all still laughing, like, Honda Civic, you know. And now the dealer starts dealing, so I place my blind. The cards get dealt. Josh is sitting to my left. He grabs 6 of the chips. And he says, "Make mine a Lexus," and throws out the raise. and the thing is, like, Toyota was the sponsor.
Really?
So it's like, they own Lexus. So it's like, why would you? And this is on the feature table. You know,
Yeah.
it's all being filmed. I'm like, how did the editor not put that banter into the show? Like, that was hilarious.
Maybe nobody, no producer was listening at the time and made a note of it.
I can't even imagine.
That'd be perfect.
I mean, like, make mine a Lexus. You know, it's like, it's not even like you said, make mine a Caddy.
Yeah.
You know,
it doesn't even have to be a hand.
Their brand.
It could be a promo for Toyota as part of it because the World Series owns that footage, so they can take that and put it into a Toyota promo.
I just don't see how this just got swept away and never used. I thought that was hilarious. You know, but JT shows the king that he raised with on the button.
It's fun to figure out fun little promotions like that. I had a couple Pocket Queens promotions.
Well, I mean, it was just a humorous, off-the-cuff comment from him. I mean, obviously it wasn't rehearsed or something, or it's not like he's retelling a joke that he heard some stand-up do.
Yeah.
You know, it's like this is just spur of the moment. Boom, you know.
Did a high-stakes cash game in Jacksonville, Florida during the Chad Brown Poker Championship a couple years ago. And it was a $50K buy-in for the cash game, and Scott Long from Ante Up Magazine was one of the announcers, and he's talking about how there are 9 Winnebagos on the table right now because every player bought in for $50,000, and it was just amazing to see that what you can get for some of these buy-ins, things like that. Like right now, $66,000, you can get yourself a brand new Lexus right now.
Yeah. Just had a nice tweet there from Stan Jablonski saying he's enjoying the commentary and he's playing like the main event at the Bellagio. And I mean, he does live in Vegas, but I thought I would see Stan here. We miss you, Stan.
He finished second last time, didn't he?
Yeah, he was second last time the HPT was here at Ameristar East Chicago. So I really thought he'd want to come back and try to like move up the one spot. But I mean, that's a larger buy-in event, so there's more potential money for the winner, and it is in his backyard.
Yeah.
I mean, he lives primarily in Vegas. He has a house in western Pennsylvania and a ranch and stuff, and so that's not that far from here. But he'd still be flying in from either one, I think. I don't think he would drive from western Pennsylvania, but I still figured he would be here just because he did so well last time.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that my friend Joe Hashem is there at the 5 Diamond because he won that one back, several years ago, and so he's just like, I'm always going to come back and play the 5 Diamond because I won it in either 06 or 07 when he did that, and I know that's why he keeps coming back. So there's that 30-minute delay, and I'm expecting to see another tweet from Mike Mustafa. Since I'm going to tell you the hand, you can comment on it if you like.
Sure.
And I also did this on Share My Pair, which is a site I'm part of, where you can like post hands. So it's software like an app for your phone, iPhone or Android. You can like post the hand on the Share My Pair app, and it creates like a little video.
I've seen a lot of those with Faraz Jaka. They're always fun to watch.
Yeah, and I posted it there. So it's like, I'm forgetting the numbers exactly, but as Mike pointed out in his tweet, it's a 6-way limp pot. I am the small blind. He is the cutoff or hijack seat, but he's late position. So like under the gun is limped. So 6 people have limped. I called with pocket 4s from the small blind.
I have a nickname for that. I'll tell you later.
And the flop comes King Queen 4 with 2 hearts. And I checked, and it checked all the way around to the button. Now the button has a stack almost as big as Mike's. Mike had started day 2 as the second chip leader, but had lost like half his stack. He got his aces cracked and stuff. And but this guy on the button now has a couple 100,000 chips, and he is almost as big as Mike in terms of stack size. I am a shorter stack. I only have less than 100 to start the hand.
Okay.
So I forget if we've put in 6,000 or something pre-flop, 4,000 each. I forget. But it checks around to the button who bets 11, and I check raised the 31,000, and I only have like 60-odd thousand behind, like 60,000 and change behind. And then Mike fold, fold, fold. Mike calls in the late position. Well, that turned out to be Jack 10 with like 1 heart, 1 spade.
Okay.
So he doesn't have Jack 10 of hearts where he has straight and flush draws. He has just the straight draw or the runner flush. And I thought, in hindsight, I don't like that call. But the problem is, like, if it was just like if I had just bet out and he's calling, that's one thing. But the problem is that if he doesn't make his straight on the turn, you got to presume I'm now going all in for the 60-odd thousand. And now you're priced out and you don't get to even see the river. But also the problem is, like, the button made the bet and I have check raised. When you call, what are you going to now do, like, when the button, if he's not going to fold, is quite often going to go all in? Or maybe the button has a flush draw, but he's now not going to fold. He's going to overcall. And now you don't have the ace of hearts or the 9 of hearts as an out. And if this guy has a flush draw, and it's all in somehow, now you have to make your straight with it not being a heart, and the board, like, has to not pair if I have a set or something like I do. So it just seems to me like there's just too many possibilities since it's potentially a 3-way pot. There's too much risk. I think there's just too much gamble in that call.
That's what I think. I think he might have just been in the mood to gamble there, and if it doesn't come a good card on the turn, then he's only giving away 31,000. If he had 200,000 there, you say
he's got over 200,000 by far. I mean, he has maybe closer to 250, 300,000.
So it's about
but
10 to 15% of his stack to gamble.
Part of the thing is I don't like that kind of mindset of, like, I can afford it. To me, it's just like, is this a profitable decision?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how much of my stack.
And this was right after you said he lost with aces a couple.
It may not have been it wasn't like the next hand or anything, but it was
recent.
He had lost a couple of big pots, in the last, in the first 30, 40 minutes of the day, and had gone from like 400 and change down to, lost almost half of his chips from 450 or whatever down to the 200 and something.
Okay.
So, and you certainly could tell. I mean, he was not in a good mood. You could tell he was unhappy. And so, like I said, it's one of those spots where I think his decision to call there is, to me, it's clearly wrong. But it's not like it's wrong in the sense that, like, it's a huge loser. If we were going to measure his EV and calculate all the different, like, what percentage of the time do we think the button's going to fold? What's the button going to call? What percentage of the time? If he calls, what does he have? If he re-raises, what does he have? If we started trying to come up with reasonable estimates for all these things and we calculated Mike's equity, I don't think he's losing a lot with the play, but I think he's clearly losing equity with the play. So I think it's in that category of mistake where it's, it's not a huge mistake in the equity, but I think it's pretty obviously. I can't come up with very many scenarios where this is a profitable call.
Other than just a straight-up gamble. So you flop a set with Obama, pocket fours, 44th president. That's my nickname for it.
Okay.
And he gets the straight on the turn?
Yeah, the turn is the ace of spades, which makes 2 spades and 2 hearts. And so, again, like, he's called my raise, the button is folded. So there is something in the neighborhood of 90, 100,000 chips out there, and I have 60-something behind. I just, I hate the situation I'm in. Both choices, checking and betting, both just feel horribly wrong. It's like if he does have Jack 10, which I know he can have, then obviously he's never folding when he has me beat. Part of the problem, though, is like if he has some kind of draw, like maybe he flopped a pair in the flush draw or something else like that.
So now he's got 15 cards.
Now it's like I'm giving him a free card. If I check, he can take the free card. I mean, the only reason I think I should ever check that turn card is if I'm pretty sure he's just going to use that apparent weakness to put me all in. And then I can induce those bluffs. But the problem is that ace of spades in particular, that's just like I don't want to check there and it turn out like he has ace jack. Like maybe he has ace jack of hearts. And so he turned the gut shots, he flopped a gut shot straight draw with a flush draw. Now when he hits top pair on the turn, he'll probably check. Because he knows that there really aren't very many river cards that are going to be bad for him. If he's beat, he's, it's not going to change on the river. If he's ahead now with that ace, it's not going to change on the river most of the time. So I'm giving him the free card again to like catch a 10 on the river and make the straight, or a heart on the river to make the flush. Whereas if I bet, he has to call with all those hands. He has to call with ace 10 and ace jack and 2 pair hands you know, a pair and a flush draw. All those hands have to call that I think might often check behind. And I mean, he's like taking the free card and maybe inducing a river bluff when he does those things, and he knows that. And he's a good enough player to understand all those things. So I think I'm just giving him a free card way more often than I'm like taking away the opportunity for him to bluff. But since he had the Jack 10, it all goes in, and you know, and I have to hit a 10 outer on the river, which I failed to do.
Looks like we are on a 10-minute break.
Yep. Probably technical difficulties since the level just started not that long ago. So it's certainly not like a scheduled break for the levels, but anyways, anyone who wants to see the details again can go to Share My Pair and look at those hands and others by other pros. You know, like I said, Faraz Jaka and Brian Hastings and Phil Helmuth and other pros post their Share My Pair hands, and it's just it's a good way to share the things with your friends too. You could just like when I create the hand, it sends out a tweet. So here's a link to that page where they can look at it. So now you know, I don't have to be like a well-known poker player. I mean, just anyone, you know, if his poker buddies follow him on Twitter, then he can like, okay, boom. I don't have to like call the guy up and say, you won't believe this hand, whether it was a bad beat or a
And you're more than likely to
suck
get somebody to want to watch it than hear you tell the story.
Exactly.
Because when you're telling a story, it's always it's not the actual physical, okay, aces, kings, queens, here's the flop.
Well, and it's a little video, and it's got a pause button. So like, wait, what was that? I can pause it, and, you know, double. I mean, the hard part, though, for most people is, like, getting all the numbers and things right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's part of it, too. I get, you know, all those fans who come up to me, and they're like, oh, okay, like, I got to tell you this hand. I can't figure out what I did wrong. And they start going through things, and I'm like, well, wait. You said you had this many chips, but that size bet, you'd already be all in. You didn't say you went all in.
Yeah.
Well, no, I had more than that.
I think
you
I
know,
did this, yeah.
And so they're trying to, like, you know, explain the hand to me, you know, so I can, like, analyze it. But I'm like, but your numbers and things, you're all over the board.
I can't give you an answer now because I don't even know what happened.
Yeah. I mean, it's somewhat related to this. One of my favorite, like, poker stories, so to speak, I was working for Pfizer for 6 years, living in Connecticut near the Foxwoods Casino, so I played in most of their tournaments when they had World Poker Finals and stuff. And I've been knocked out of the tournament that day, and I'm in a cash game. And it's a few hours later, and a friend comes up behind me, and he's like, oh, my God, you just wouldn't believe this hand, because he's just been knocked out. He's telling me his bad beat story. And he's like, you wouldn't believe this hand. He's like, the flop comes 6 deuce blank. And I never heard the rest of the story. He says those words, and I start just laughing out loud. You know, and he's like, what? You know, what? You know, I'm like, 6 deuce blank, and I'm laughing and laughing, and he's like, what were you? He's, you know, and he's like, I don't understand. I'm like, 6 deuce blank, you know, what do you? And I'm like, what could be a blank? There are no blanks when the other two cards are a 6 and a deuce.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, the point is the other card doesn't matter. And I said, it matters no matter what it is, because it's either makes a straight possible or it's an overcard. You know, and there's a big difference between a 9 overcard and a jack overcard. You know, one's a lot more likely to have been hit by the guy.
Yeah.
You know, and he says, you don't get it. The point is, I'm like, no, you don't get it. Like, if you don't think it doesn't matter, then
It
Then,
matters.
you don't know what you're talking about. And
Yeah.
he
You just
finally-
want me to make you feel better.
Yeah, so I mean, eventually he's so flustered he just walks away, and I never hear the rest of the story, which is good, you know. But I'm just like, deuce 6 blank, you know. I'm like, like it can't, you know. It's one
I got
thing
knocked out. What
when
was the
they
flop?
say-
XXX. I don't know. It just I got knocked out.
Yeah, when they say ace queen blank, okay, it's like 8 or below, and it's not suited or whatever, and you can assume all those things, and that's what they ought to mean. But you know, when they say deuce 6 blank, I'm just like, you know, you don't get it, do you?
It obviously wasn't a blank because you're walking out right now, knocked out.
You know, maybe you're about to tell me that you had a set of deuces and you had a set of 6s, and you hadn't gotten to that point, you know. But
Yeah.
you still need to say, like, there's a huge difference there between how you should have played your set of deuces against deuce 6 ace and deuce 6 8.
4, 6, 4, 2,
and
yeah.
deuce 6 7 and whatever. You know, yeah, and like I said, I mean, if it's deuce 4 6, maybe the guy's worried you have a pair and a draw. Or, you know,
Or 5-3 offsuit, which is called the mumbler here in Chicago, because when you win with it, the other player walks away mumbling how the
that was one of my most profitable hands. But before the poker boom, you know, we would only get a no limit cash game happening 2 or 3 times a month, maybe. and it was usually like 2-5, no limit. And back then, again, before online poker was big, no one had ever thought of the idea of putting a cap on a buy-in.
Mm-hmm.
That was invented by online poker, as far as I know. And so you could buy into this game. There'd be a minimum buy-in for the game, but never a max. And most people are buying in for 1 to 500, and I'm usually I'll just buy in for 5,000. Like I want everyone covered. You know, I want to always have them covered. And if someone starts winning big and doubling up, I still want to have them covered. So let's just buy in for cover the whole table put together. And plus, it's intimidating.
Yeah.
So I would do that. And excuse me. So, God, I've like completely lost something. Like I had a hiccup, and now I must have had a brain hiccup too.
$5,000 cash buy-in, have the
Yeah.
whole table covered.
Yeah, I forget why I meant. Oh, 3-5 was my fair. I mean, for some reason, it just seemed like. I mean, every time I played 3-5, the flop would come deuce 6 blank.
Excuse me, sir. What's the other card? It makes sense.
Deuce 6 and some other bigger card.
Yeah.
You know, like maybe I'd been the last aggressor pre-flop or something. It would like go check on the flop, and then the 4 would hit, and they would always have pocket 4s, and I would have that 3-5.
Wow.
And I mean in that exact scenario like that. I mean the blank was a different card every time, but it was always higher than the 6. And I mean I must have been 3 or 4 times where it's like I would stack the second biggest stack at the table. I would felt him in that exact spot.
Wow.
You know, where he's called my 3-bet pre-flop or something with the 4s, turns his set, gets it all in, and is drawing.
Thinks he just hit Yahtzee.
It's like I just hit gin, but I'm actually drawing at a 10-outer now. And they never got there for the full house either.
Every time we come back from a break, we
JT.
always have big hands. The raise is up to $2 million in chips.
JT has raised against Mike. So that's always the interesting thing with like really tight players.
I think Mike's the big blind. And
He
Blade
just opened for 2?
Blade's the one who
Blade.
opened.
Okay, Blade opened. Yeah. I mean, the one thing let's say when a tight player like Mike, he puts in the first raise, you always are like, okay, wait, this guy's tight. Does that mean if I 3-bet him, he's going to fold more than he ought to?
Mm-hmm.
Or is he the kind of tight player that waits and waits for a good enough hand, but once he gets one, he is very sticky with it?
Mm-hmm.
And so you got to be careful. Don't think just because someone's tight that means you can get them to fold when you 3 or 4-bet them. Because some of those tight players, once they finally decide to enter the pot, are very sticky. Looks like Blade might have opened to 4. Is that 3 or 4 blue chips? I mean, if his opening raise was 400,000, that's just too big.
The blinds are 60th and 120, so he probably opened to 4.
That's too big in my mind. That'd be like
Then
over
maybe
3x.
Yeah.
Blade says all in, and it's really not. It's.
He's call. I mean,
JT's getting 3-1 on the call.
yeah, it's another 1.7 million to call.
I don't see how JT can
1, 2,
fold here,
3.
getting 3-1. So it was 1.9 instead of 2, but still, you're getting 3-1. You just can't fold. And the thing is, like, let's say Blade has an overpair, and you're like a 4-1 underdog, and you were wrong to call getting 3-1, but you're not that wrong. And you got to assume that his range must include at least a few hands that are not overpairs to whatever you have.
Mm-hmm.
That the ace king, ace queen, that kind of stuff is still in there. And then maybe you're only a 3-2 or 2-1 underdog against those hands, depending upon what you have.
So if JT does call here, what do you think Blade has? And I'll try to guess what JT has.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm going to guess that JT has ace, king, or jacks.
Well, then he's nit rolling here by not already calling. If his hand's that strong, jacks are better, and ace, king, then it's just like, it's just what you're wasting your time for. You're getting a price, and you got a huge hand. It was 1.9 million for the 3-bet, and it was 2.3 million more from Blade all in. So, I mean, they've each put in 1.9. That's 3.8 plus Mike's money plus the antes. You got like 4 million out there. It's 2.3 million to win like 6.3 million. So he's not getting 3-1, but really close to 3-1.
So other than jacks or ace, king, what are likely here? Do you think if he does call?
Well, I mean, he should actually be considering if he's taking this long, then it should be actually like ace jack or ace 10 or like 7s, 8s, 9s for this amount of thinking.
You know what? Yeah,
'Cause I think
7s, 8, 9 sounds a little bit better than jacks
I
right now.
mean,
You're absolutely right.
You know, jacks I would have just called almost. I would have like taken 5 or 10 seconds to think about it and then called.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's just go through this and make sure my math is right. And yeah, I'm kind of pot stuck for this good of a hand. But the thing, even with 8s or something like that, if you call and he has an overpair, yes, you're a 4-1 underdog, but you were getting 3-1, so it's not. It's one of those things where if you knew he had an overpair, it's a clear mistake to call, but it's not a huge mistake.
Okay.
Whereas, you know, if you fold 8s, you're getting almost 3-1, and he ends up having ace king. It's like a disaster almost. You know. I
Blade is staring
I
him
only
down
need like
right now.
28% equity to correctly call here, and I actually had 52% equity, and I folded.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's basically a disaster.
I'll tell you what Mike's thinking. Mike's thinking, please call. Please call. I want to
Oh
move
yeah,
up.
I mean, if I'm Mike, I
want 20.
don't want to call whoever's ahead. I want to call because if
He calls.
yeah, he had to. I mean, I don't care if he has 7-6. Looks like deuces or something though.
I think he has ace. I saw an ace and a paint. Maybe ace queen? Ace 10. Ace queen.
Yeah. And that's always the danger here. Like, I mean, we're three-handed. The guy makes the first raise. Ace 10 figures to be the best hand. But you do need to... I mean, his re-raise to the 1.9 million was the mistake.
Okay.
I mean, it's kind of like whether Blade made it 3 or 400,000. Like, why do you need to make it 1.9? And now you're pot stuck. You could have made it 600,000, and then this would have been an easy fold. So this bet sizing, this is a huge bet sizing mistake. If we've got these numbers right, that's a huge bet sizing mistake. But and unless he gets very unlucky on the river, Blade's going to be a big chip leader here. He's going to have like 8.5 million. And that's like 8.5 million chips, I think, for Blade's stack now.
Wow.
And he played the hand just fine. I mean, if he made a mistake, if his first raise was 400,000, that's bigger than it ought to be. But again, it's one of those things where I think you're making a mistake, but it's not like it's some big mistake. I think you're just, you know, you're raising more than you need to get the job done.
And your read was
Kind of a
was
thing.
spot on with the ace jack, ace 10.
Well,
I learned from it,
He
believe it or
shouldn't-
not.
I mean, it's not that I'm not saying you would have been. It wasn't even I thought you were wrong.
Yeah.
It was just that if he was taking that long with one of those hands, then it was just like, buddy, that's just a pure cold deck, and you can't be talking yourselves into folds when you've been cold decked, because there'll be so many times that you weren't cold decked and you're throwing away the best hand. I mean, how sick would he be right now? You know.
If he had ace king,
if he
and
had
folded.
this information and he had thrown away, you know, any of those pocket pairs, because ace queen never hit, you know, and I mean, if he had agonized like that, folded a pair of 8s, and then, you know, Blade says good fold and throws ace queen out there, and he might not even be taunting him. He's like, I assume you had worse, or you would have called.
Yeah.
So he's showing him, yeah, that was actually a good fold because you wouldn't have folded if you had this beat. And now you'd just be sick to your stomach. Like, I had like a 53% chance to win the 8.5 million chip pot.
Yeah.
Instead of folding and throwing away 1.9 million.
For a player like myself, if I was in this spot, the pay jump is so big that I would consider folding because I don't want to raise for 36,000. But I might not make the one. I might not have it in me to make the 1.9 million
I mean,
re-raise.
the funny thing is, given their exact hands, like if Blade had showed him ace queen before he decided what to do, his call was almost exactly even money. And therefore, because of ICM, he could correctly fold. So it would have been a correct fold given that situation. But the big mistake, again, if we were seeing this correctly, if it was 400K for the first raise and then 1.9 for the 3-bet, why 1.9? I mean, that's just it's this horrible, awful number that just achieves nothing for you. If he was going to fold for 1.9, wouldn't he fold for 1.5? And wouldn't he fold for 1.2 and stuff like this? And And the thing is, if you make it like, he goes 400K and then you make it $1 million, which I still think is bigger than necessary. Now it's not 2.3 more. Now it's 3.2 more.
And ace 10
And
gets
you're
a little
not getting
less.
a good price, and you know that he just 4-bet, and ace 10 is probably behind, and I'm not getting the price, and I can fold and be happy with it. And if he bluffed me, well, then so be it. He bluffed me. But you always got to be paying attention to these stack. Like, one of my rules of thumb, too, is like, I look at like the raise I might make if we just had tons of chips. Oh, you bet 400. How much am I going to raise? Let's say my normal raise there is going to be 900,000 or $1 million. If we have infinite stacks. Okay, fine. Now I know what my raise or my bet amount would be. Now we go back to the real world. Like, okay, that's my number. If that number is like about 1/3 of the effective stack or more, then I usually will just go all in instead. So if I thought 1.9 is my number, well, the effective stack was Blade, who only had 4.2 million. So it's almost half of his, it's over 40% of his stack. I'm not going to, like, make that raise. I'm going to just go all in. And you're going to make exceptions for the opponents and stuff like that. But that's, like, your basic strategy. And that's always where you can, like...
Because Blade could fold ace queen if JT had shoved the ace 10 instead.
He could. It's not so much that he would have folded ace queen, but the problem is... Like what if Blade had deuces in this spot? And when you made it 1.9 million, he decided, I think that's weak. He wants to really make sure I fold. So that means if I go all in, he's going to fold. So now you induce a bluff with deuces, a 4-bet bluff. You call with ace 10, but he's still now the favorite. And as we see, deuces would have held up for a win.
Yeah.
So you hate that when it happens, that you induce like a bluff attempt from an opponent that is never going to work, but it would have been more profitable for you if he had just folded. Or even if Blade had king-queen just now. You would rather he fold and give up the 400,000 and the blinds and the antes. That on average is more profit for you than if you get it all in against him and you're this like 55-45 favorite for the 8.5 million chip pot. You'll make more profit on average by just getting him to fold. So you don't want him to 4-bet and you call and now you're a small favorite. You would rather he fold and you're the guaranteed winner of the small pot. So you always got to be alert for those scenarios where...
We're going to get some chip counts.
Sometimes even when you're putting it in good, you'd have been better off if they folded. And this is one of the most common and significant mistakes that you see at these televised final tables, is people making these huge bet size mistakes where they're just like risking way more than they need to get the job done. And we're all familiar with the guy that like makes the huge over raise with jacks. Oh, I hate jacks. Everyone cracks my jacks. I always get beat. There's always an ace, blah, blah, blah. So the guy who normally comes in for 2.5 times the big blind, now all of a sudden he comes in for 6 or 7 times the big blind. And then when everyone folds, he shows the jacks, and he's like, yeah, I didn't want any action. I just wanted the blinds. But it's like he's really horribly misplaying the hand, because he's basically guaranteeing that everyone will fold unless they have aces, kings, or queens.
And then if they re-raise him with aces, kings, or queens, what does he do with jacks?
Exactly.
He bitches and moans, folds it away, or he says, fine, I call.
Yeah, he tends to either put it in bad. Well, we have another tweet here. This is Keith tweeting about the whole Mustafa Greg Raymer hand. He says, LOL, finally the truth comes put. That's probably a typo for out.
Stop texting while you're driving, Keith.
But again, that's like, I'm not saying Mike like made some horrible mistake. I'm just saying I think he made what was clearly a mistake, albeit a small one in terms of equity.
JT's going to go all in here. He's got 1.85 million in chips.
I don't like that shove either, really. He's got 15 big blinds.
Mike has got 4.4 million and Blade with 8.7 million in chips.
Yeah, JT's stack is just a little too big here, in my opinion, for this.
Blinds are 60 and 120 with a 15 chip ante.
Yeah, 15 big blinds in my mind is just a little too big to shove. I would like him...
You have a call.
Blade says, I don't believe you at call.
Blade with 72 big blinds makes the call.
What is he calling with? I saw like a 9. The other one didn't look like an ace.
He said he didn't believe him this time.
Don't believe you, I call. Ace 6 for JT.
Ace 6 versus Ace 9? King 10.
No, King 10. It was a 10 I saw, not a 9.
Okay.
Well, I mean, that's the problem here is like you just called there. I mean, it was 15 blinds. So you're calling 14 more to win like 17. You're not getting a price. Oh, but he's going to work.
Boink.
This is my Achilles heel this year. Every time this year, I mean 100%, every time this year I have been in an all-in hand with Ace X against like 2 in-between cards. They're both higher than my kicker but smaller than my ace. Whether I'm all in or the other guy's all in, I've lost every single time all year long.
Oh, man.
I have not won a single one of those hands this year. And it looks like JT is not going to win this one.
And that's going to do it. From chip
I mean,
leader
I
to
feel
out
like
in
there
third
must have
place.
been one that I won and forgot about. There just has to be. It's just statistically what is it? Because, I mean, I must have been in that spot 30, 40 times this year.
Yeah.
You just can't lose all those, can you? So I'm sure I must have forgotten some.
You're
but
losing them all this year so you can win them all next year.
I hope.
That's what the poker gods are doing for you.
Well, I mean, the truth is, I mean, there is no luck in poker in the long run. However, again, if you're a tournament pro, there is long run, there is luck even in the long run, so to speak. Like, maybe lifetime I am going to flop set. So let's listen to this in case, I think the audience can hear this.
So Blade has this, Mike has this, 10.6 to 4.4. Now it makes sense.
Aha.
Now it makes sense.
So it wasn't a brain fart. It was like you said, I mean, it was a brain fart, but it wasn't like, I don't know what I'm doing. It was like, oh, I miscounted my chips.
Might have been so focused on the hand and the situation that he didn't realize these were 100,000 chips. And they were stacks of 20.
He was just like, he probably said to him, like, okay, a stack is $1 million. Take off a couple of chips.
Yeah.
Kind of a thing. But instead he, was like, oh, wait, this is 20 chips, not 10.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that really is unfortunate, and I have heard that more than once from players. Usually, though, it's been things like the chips are a really unusual color they're not used to. And it's like I thought I was tossing out 3 5K chips, and instead I tossed out 3 of the 25K chips, kind of a thing.
Yep.
So they kind of get the colors mixed up. But like he said, I guess so he probably was thinking like a stack is $1 million, take away 100 and push it out.
Yeah. And he is wearing glasses, too, so a lot of times with the sunglasses on, it does make it harder to read or see the color differential, and you might remember this, you might think that, and now it makes complete sense.
In other words, it wasn't like I don't have the knowledge or I didn't know what I was doing mistake. It was like this kind of a brain fart.
Yeah, he was trying to make it 900,000, like you had said. The right bet there would have been 900,000.
Yeah, and that's a perfectly good amount. He makes it 400, you make it 900, and then when he 4-bet shoves you, you can figure ace 10's no good and fold, and he loses 900,000 on that pot instead of losing 4.2 million. So, I mean, basically, 3 million chips in the difference in the outcome for him, and that is like, when you consider we paid $1,500 for 30,000 chips to start. I mean, that's like 100 buy-ins of chips. That's almost like making a $150,000 mistake.
Yeah.
It isn't because ICM, we've already paid out a big chunk of the prize pool, but I mean, 3 million chips because of a brain fart is probably costing him in equity with ICM, $40,000 or something like that, 50,000.
Yeah. 34,000 is the cash value. Well, we're heads up, and everyone has 35 big blinds or more. Mike is sitting on 36 big blinds with a little over 4.3 million in chips, give or take. And Blade, who came in as the super short stack.
Very short
He
stack.
didn't even have a
10x.
big blind or something.
He had 10x. They were 15 and 30,000 to start the day, and he had 365 basically.
Sounds like somebody who recently took down a main event, started as the short stack and worked his way up to the chip lead. Didn't Martin Jacobson started with 10 big blinds, didn't he, in the final nine?
Was he that? Well, he was definitely one of the short stacks all the way. I don't know if he was that short or not, but
Yeah.
I forget now. But I'm not saying you're wrong because I know he was the shortest stack for most of the final table.
I think he was down to like 8 million or so.
You know, but I mean that's the thing. No matter what
You're
happens
never out
to
of it.
you, yeah, until you actually are out of it, you have a shot, even if it becomes highly unlikely.
Yeah, don't freak out if you have 10 big blinds and wait for the first suited connecting card.
See, I'm not mad at Mike at all for knocking me out or anything.
Mm-hmm.
I am mad though he didn't let me keep my one chip. Because
I would have done that. I do
mean,
that often.
That disappointed me. I mean, what I like to do is like I don't go all in. I bet all of my chips except for like the one smallest chip.
I do the exact same
And,
thing.
and they're like, "What? You're not all in? What do you?" I'm like, if I lose, I want a chance to come back from the like at that time it was like half an ante.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I lose, I want to have a chance, that 1 in a million shot or whatever at the ultimate comeback story.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I will like and I'll like, I'm going to check dark like every street that's still left. And the only reason I'm ever going to bet the one chip is if I am in position and I have the stone cold nuts on the river. Well, then if I don't bet, I'm going to get the penalty.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the only
You're
reason
forced,
I
yeah.
am ever going to bet that chip is if I have the stone cold nuts on the river to avoid the penalty.
I do that exact same thing, and
And-
you'll be able to tell a lot because some tournaments have bad beats in it. Bad beat qualifier for a tournament, things like that. I always say, well, I want one more hand for the bad beat, or hey, I want that story. I want to be able because if somebody did that to me, I'm checking it down
So, I mean,
for you.
I mean, it's not like I'm mad. Or
If it's a
anything,
bounty
but
tournament,
I am highly. And here's the thing too: is like if even like some of I don't know if Mike cared or not. Some of the players are really, really happy to get the fossil. So when you knock me out of a tournament,
Mm-hmm.
The fossil I've been using, I'm gonna like say, to Mike Mustafa, congrats, you got me, and sign it and date it and the event name and stuff. And that's a big deal to some players, and other players could care less.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know about Mike. I hope he loves it and is glad to have it.
We'll make him use it at my TV event on January 31st.
But if he had not bet my last chip and we had checked it down, then if I was like all in the next hand for the ante and lost, he's still going to get the fossil. Like not you because you won the next hand where I was all in for the ante.
Yeah, he earned
It's
it.
still going to be, sorry, Kirk, Mike gets the fossil, even though you officially knocked me out. And let's say I win that hand, and now, oh wait, I have a whole small blind now.
Yeah.
And I lose the next one after that. I'm still going to like sign. I mean, unless I make practically a full comeback and have several blinds,
Mm-hmm.
it's like the fossil's still going to go to Mike when I get busted.
I'll even do that with cash chips. Like if I have $40 left or something, I'll put 38 of it in. I give 2 to the dealer. Like if I'm going to lose this hand, I don't want you to get my full 40. I want the dealer to get a tip because you're only going to tip $1 on a $200 hand.
Well,
I know that's fun sometimes.
Here's a funny one. I've heard this a couple of times, kind of, but like, you get two guys that are just really, they're just, they're in that pissing contest. They're mad at each other, and insulting and stuff. And so the story is like these two guys are now in another pot, and like player A has bet enough to put player B all in. Let's say it's 80. It's a 1-2 game. He's bet his last $80 on the flop, the turn, the river, whatever. And the guy is sitting there, and you can say he doesn't really have that good of a hand, but he doesn't want to fold because he might be getting bluffed, but he doesn't want to call because he knows he's probably not supposed to call. And all of a sthen, like the cocktail waitress comes up like with his coffee, and he's like, oh yeah, and he's like starts to grab $1 from his stack of 80, and then he's like, wait, and then like takes the other 79, gives it to the cocktail waitress, and calls for the $1. And it's kind of like, you know what, I'm probably going to lose, but I want to see your hand, and I want a chance to win what's out there, and I don't want you to have my $79, you SOB. So he like
That
tips,
is good.
He tips like his entire stack except for like $1 or whatever
That
to the
is
cocktail
good.
waitress. And I mean, it's obviously like a horrible play because like, well, you're out the $80 either
No
way.
matter what.
But now if you win, he doesn't have to pay you the 79.
Yeah.
So you've just saved him from paying you 79 by doing this.
That's funny.
So he's like only punishing himself potentially.
Yeah.
It's like either the same result for him or worse.
Mm-hmm.
Wow,
that's funny.
That's the thing. Like when people get pissed like that, and you see this a lot too, like business negotiations and things of that sort. People will, like, if they feel that, like, oh, you have hurt me, you've wronged me, whatever, even if it hurts them more, If you give them an opportunity to hurt that other side, they will do it. So, like, we're in a business deal, and even if it's damaging to me, like I'm going to put a term in this contract, and I know that in reality it's going to hurt me, cost me this much money, but I also know it's going to hurt you. So I'll hurt myself for $2 million rather than just so I can hurt you for $1 million. I don't hear you through the mic anymore. So I hear myself through the earpiece.
Are we on? Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
Mike's still on. So going back to some of the stuff I was talking about earlier with the charity events. Recently, a friend of mine that I've known for quite a while doing the charity events, Angelo Fusconi, came out with me and another gentleman named Adam Dillick to Toledo, Ohio to play in an event. And this guy gets a free car ride, a free buy-in.
Well, tell everyone who it is.
Oh, Angelo Fusconi.
This is Angelo Fusconi.
This is Angelo Fusconi.
Okay.
I'll put him on the microphone just a second.
It wasn't clear to me that you were talking about the same person.
Yeah, Angelo Fusconi, free car ride out to Toledo, free buy-in to the satellite, 30% of his action I owned. Gentleman wins a $1,000 main event seat. And what happens, Angelo, in the tournament?
And then from there, pretty much just won the whole thing.
You're welcome.
Thank you. No, that was no. Kind of what happened was the week prior, I'd been out in Arizona for 2 weeks and had some personal tragedy. My uncle passed away. Going through some stuff. My brother had surgery. It was kind of rough time, so I had to come back and deal with the stuff. Family and whatnot. And I get a text from Kirk and it's like, are you interested in going out to Toledo, Ohio? Now, I had no intention of going out to Toledo, Ohio.
No one turns down an invitation for a free trip to Toledo.
Right. So, and it was Labor Day weekend. I thought about it for like a minute. I'm like,
yeah, holiday
why not?
in
You know
Toledo?
what? I needed a break away from the vacation, so.
Didn't Bing Crosby and those guys make a movie, Holiday in Toledo, or something like that? Or
Well,
Toledo Holiday? I thought they did something like that.
The Holiday in Toledo. Well, I don't think it would have been filmed at the hotel we were staying in.
Yeah, I got a nice hotel. You guys picked the...
Yeah, that hotel, other things may have been filmed in there, but it wasn't a holiday that was filmed there. But I said, yeah, hey, why not? I can get away for the weekend. And it was for pretty much the buy-in. It was from charity that I dealt with. Not kind of like a history, as I've known Kirk, especially we were introduced when me and one of my best friends, we had our charity called Main Event Charity Games. We used to run charitable tournaments, and Shady Oaks was one of our charities too. Now, they're gladly enough they run with the Windy City Poker Championship, and they fronted pretty much, kind of put me up into the qualifier, to get into main event. So, if it wasn't for Kirk and if it wasn't for Shady Oaks, which is a great charity by the way, based in Homer Glen, Illinois. None of this would have been possible. It was pretty much the biggest cash that I've had in my long poker career, if you will. And that includes playing in the 2006 main event where I was at a table with this one gentleman who busted out with pocket eights. It was called with pocket aces. What was it? Yeah, he was a pro. What was his name? Greg something. Greg Raymer? Was it?
I don't even remember.
Yeah, I know.
Honestly, I have no recollection of...
So...
I can't remember a single hand of the 06 main event.
It was a blur.
Well, I know I didn't last that long. I'm pretty sure I didn't.
Nothing induced, was?
I'm pretty sure I busted day one.
That was day two. It was actually day two.
Was day two in 06?
Yeah, I got moved to your table and.
See, I didn't even remember that.
Yeah. Exactly.
I was thinking I hadn't made it out of day one since 05, except for the year I was day two with Jason Alexander on the feature table, which was like maybe 4 years ago or 4 or 5 years ago, something like that. But I keep getting these great table draws on day one in the main event and then just get screwed by the deck.
Oh, yeah. Day one for me was pretty good. I mean, I just went from 10,000. I ended that day with about 53,000 that day. And
wasn't that year they gave us 20,000 to start?
They started 10. Actually, it was 10,000. They were still, in 06.
In 05, it was definitely still 10. I thought
Yeah.
06 was the
It
year
was
they
still- it
doubled.
was still 10.
There was one year they started you with double, and the next year they went to triple, and it's been triple ever
Right.
since.
Yeah, I think in 07, I think they went double, to my recollection. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm
then
not
it's
sure.
been like triple to stacks, whatnot. But
Yeah.
but again, getting back to Toledo, when I won that was just something that just
Because when you're in Vegas, all you're thinking of is getting back to Toledo.
yeah, exactly, sure, yeah, send me back to Toledo.
Enough of this Vegas playing the World Series crap. I want to get back to Toledo.
I'm getting the shit beat out of me here. Just send me back to Toledo. I know. Oh man. But it
we're
really
making
was an
fun of
experience.
Toledo, but I mean it's at least as beautiful as Gary. So
No, yeah, no, not as beautiful as Gary. Trust me, or not as beautiful as that one buffet in Gary that they have at this one of the casinos in Gary. But anyway, but it was a hell of a time, and I want to thank Kirk and Shady Oaks Camp for everything they've done. So, but again. And in fact, here we go, and give it back to Kirk.
Now, I got to tell the folks at home how you ended up winning that tournament from the standpoint of the actual play. So, we are, I remember everything, okay? We were your railbirds for 14 hours. So, flip this back around. We're five-handed, I think. Yeah, we're five-handed.
Oh, yeah. Five-handed for 14 hours?
Well, no, we railbirded. We railbirded for 14 hours. But when it got down to about five hands, when they were five-handed, right before the break, we're looking at the
I
stacks.
could play poker for 40 hours easier than I could rail for 14.
So we realized how much money. Actually, no, it was four-handed. Was it four?
No, was it six-handed?
Six-handed. Sorry, six-handed. So he had a lot of chips, and then he just got real unlucky and gave away a bunch. And we're figuring, okay, it's during the break. We're going to talk to him. We're going to figure out. We're going to slow him down. Very last hand before the break, open shove, all in. Gets called on the flop.
I shoved with Jack 6.
He had Jack 6. The flop was.
I teach that hand in my seminars all the time.
He basically.
I'm rolling my eyes, by the way, for the audio.
He gets lucky, doubles up. We're like, okay, so we come back, we slow him down. No, he just keeps firing all in, knocks a player out.
Well, the reason why that was pretty much what I was doing. I was trying to raise. They were playing back at me by shoving. That was their only move on me. Was all in.
They kept pushing him around. He had all these patches on,
Okay,
by the way.
If they want to play that game, then you know what? You flip the script on them because now I'm going to put that. So what happened was, it was just okay. I'm going to go all in. And finally, the opponent to my right. I wake up with a hand ace king. He raises with king 10. I go all in. And he's like, I call. Like he snap called.
Got him frustrated.
And sure enough, he had king 10, ace and a king on the flop.
So we're glad that he didn't slow down. we get heads up, and we're like, okay, Angelo, play some poker. The bracelet, the story, it's wonderful. What does he do? All in.
Mike gets to my left. We've got played. It's anybody's game. But the cool thing about this heads up, both of these players will go home with a six-figure prize. Give him a round of applause for that. It's either 100,000 or just over 160.
James has given us our introductions for the heads up play, and we
we
have Mike Puccio to the left of your screen in the baby blue shirt, the baby blue dress shirt, and he's on the dealer button this hand. And then we have Blade Shahali. I hope I'm saying that close to correct. Blade Shahali. Real name Bledar Shahali, but he goes by Blade. And as you can see by looking at the chips, Blade is the chip leader, and he's got over 10.5 million. And Mike has under 4 million.
Over under 10 hands till this is over. I take the under.
I take the over because I don't think unless Mike loosens up, it's going to take longer than that. But
No, he's raising. First hand. Heads up, you got to raise the button almost every single time.
See, I'm a huge fan of the min raises here on the button. It's even easier to get people to fold because they're out of position the rest of the hand.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I think, in other words, Mike made it 320, but if he had made it 240, I bet he gets the same result almost every time.
Flop comes 7 of clubs, 6 of clubs, queen of diamonds. Action's going to be on Blade. Remember, heads up, the button X first pre-flop. The big blind X first post flop, if I could say that correctly.
Yeah. I mean, for me, the math, so to speak, is real simple heads up here. Like, if I'm the button and I'm going to play the hand, I raise to 2x. If my opponent calls and checks the flop, I bet 2x on the flop. If he calls that and checks to me on the turn, if I'm going to bet, I bet 4x. And then if the same thing on the river. Now, it doesn't mean I'm going to bet every one of those streets. I might decide to check behind on the turn and so on. But I'm pretty much always going to c-bet the flop. And the only reason I'm not going to c-bet the flop is if I've started to learn some things about this player. You know, like if I don't c-bet, I can induce aggressive action from him, and I want that. Or I have a tell, and I can see that he hit this flop and is probably going to check raise, and so I'll take the free card. So, I mean, I'll start making exceptions as I learn my opponent. But that is like my starting point for all of these things. And I think it's really important that you have like this solid basic strategy. You know, something that you would implement like online or whatever, where you don't know the opponent and can't see his tells. And then you only start changing it as you learn about the opponent.
We are heads up for the Heartland Poker Tour main event championship here at the Ameristar East Chicago Poker Room.
And if our heads up play lasts long enough, we'll answer your questions. You can tweet to us at Fossilman, and I'll see it, at Windy City Poker.
And
Kirk
maybe
will see it.
We got a raise and a re-raise here.
Raise and a re-raise, and
Blade
Blade
says,
quickly folds.
Just kidding.
And again, I mean, it's pretty much impossible to be too loose or too aggressive heads up. Obviously, you can be. But especially here pre-flop, it is just, you know, almost impossible for someone to say, like, oh, like you would be a good heads-up player, but you're too aggressive. It almost is impossible to say that and be correct. You can say you're too aggressive in certain spots, or you don't back down when it's obvious the guy won't fold, and, you know, you could come up with some specific things. But to just tell someone, like, just generically, you're too aggressive. And, I mean, one of the reasons I love getting to the heads up, besides the fact that it means you're that close to winning and all the other good stuff, but just playing heads up, is that there's so many players that they have so little experience. I mean, they know they're supposed to loosen up, but they don't really, you know how far to go with it.
One of your titles was against Ryan Hickey, who made one of my final tables in 2012. He actually played you heads up not too long after that.
He played me heads up for one
hand.
And that one, though, again, the
Kings
decision,
versus Queens.
The decision, I'm pretty sure from both of us. Like, I don't know how he plays heads up because we only played one hand. But, I mean, I'm trying to, like, recreate the numbers in my head a little bit, so I might be off. But I think he opened on the button for, it was either 5 or 6 times the big blind. And it really surprised me because I could tell he was an experienced player, you know, was not at all clueless. And I thought he was going to be doing like the min raise on the button when he came in, but you know, given his stack size, it was like, wait a minute here. I mean, his whole stack was like only like maybe 30 blinds, and I felt like, I think he's really strong. This is the first hand. He's coming in for the oversized raise. He's hoping that I am going to like put him all in to kind of assert myself as the chip leader, and to like intimidate him. And so I think he wants me to shove. And then I looked at my cards and had pocket kings, so I gave him what he wanted. and
he gave you what you wanted.
And then he snap called with queens and tossed them down and was starting the celebration, fist pump and stuff, and I turned my kings over, and then he just almost fell to the ground. I mean, and so it was super unlucky. And, of course, if I'd had jacks, it would have played the same way, but now he would have been the huge favorite and likely to double up. You know, or if I had queens and he'd had kings, and so on. So, I mean, again, it was a 50-50. We could have switched hands and it would have played exactly the same way.
Yeah.
But, you know, so unlucky for him. And, you know, but I respect the fact that he was, you know, like, thinking and aware enough to say, this could be this spot where I ought to make this really, really big raise, because I think I might be able to induce this desired result.
Yes.
So even here on the first hand, when I don't know how Greg plays heads up, I mean, the thing is, in actuality, he was wrong. Like, if I had just had some bad hand, I never would have, like, I'm going to put him all in to teach him a lesson and push him around. I just wouldn't have done it. So it wasn't going to work if I had had air. The interesting thing, if I'd had something like ace jack or ace 10, or like pocket 8s, pocket 9s. Like now, what do I do with my read? But seeing those would have heads up such huge hands.
Mike's on a little bit of a run here. 3 hands in a row, he's won.
Yeah.
2, 4.
So
He's up to maybe 6 million.
So Mike has, loosened up, or he's getting hit by the deck, one or the other. I still feel bad for JT now that we know that it was like this kind of like I miscounted and made it 1.9 instead of 900.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just such a ugly thing to have happen. Again, I hadn't looked him up on like Hendon Mob or anything, but it's pretty darn likely that was, this was like his best opportunity to date, most likely. For like a big poker result. And to have it turn around for a reason like that is just,
I think he has.
I was going to look him up here on Hendon Mob.
I think somebody mentioned something about him having some success recently.
Oh, is it? We got the right Josh Turner here. I always got it's from Missouri, it says, but I don't think he's the other one from. So this is the right guy. He has the 7th here in an HPT in St. Charles, Missouri, and and he has a pretty long list of cashes and smaller events. It says his biggest cash is like 32,000. So this still would have been, if he wins this,
for him.
If he wins this, it's basically like an order of magnitude almost better than anything he's ever done. But he does have a $250,000 here in total live earnings. So, it's not that he is a noob or anything like that. And, and like I said, the mistake he made, I've seen like super highly experienced players make that kind of mistake.
Yeah.
Where they just kind of grab the wrong chip, whatever. I was the beneficiary of a mistake like that at like this EPT London High Roller several years ago, where this young guy who's one of the best online pros out there, he's got like 3 5K chips, 3 1K chips, and then handfuls of the other denominations, and he is like re-raised me pre-flop, and I have called. He's first to act on the flop. He intended to grab the 3 1K chips and bet 3,000 into a pot that was somewhere between 4,000 and 5,000, but he instead grabbed his 3 5K chips and tossed out most of his stack. And I'm trying to I'm thinking there why would you bet so much? I haven't even looked at the flop. I've been looking at him and then his bet, and I don't even know what's out there. And I'm like, why wouldn't he just go all in? And I'm like, well, I guess he's just saying all in without bothering to say it or grab all of it. Like, I don't want to grab all 20, 30 of my chips. I'll just grab the 3 big ones that matter and put out 75% of my stack. And it's the same thing, essentially. And then I finally looked at the flop. I had pocket 9s, and the flop was like 966. I was like, okay, I'm all in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Come again. And then as soon as I said all in, he all of a sudden finally opened up, and he's like, God, these chips, they're all the wrong color. And, so he just and I was wondering too, was that,
accidental?
Was that the live misclick? I didn't do what I actually intended to do. And again, I'm blanking on names because I'm so horrible. But he was the young kid who had that prop bet the one time, whether he could run on the treadmill for, I don't know what it was, 100, 200, 300 miles, in 24 hours on the treadmill or something like that. Some huge distance. I don't remember. I don't know that it was that big, but I mean something that was he wasn't supposed to be physically capable of doing.
Yeah.
That he could run, jog, that many miles in that period of time. But he made this huge prop bet for hundreds of thousands against other online pros and stuff. And
it seems like a really stupid one.
Apparently it was just he wants to challenge himself. Felt like this is more of a mental challenge than he knew physically he could potentially pull it off, but it was mentally he wanted.
Run 100 miles in one day on a treadmill.
Like that. Yeah, it was something like that. It was, I don't remember the exact numbers, but it was the kind of thing where it was a lot of people would be oh, you're drawing dead, but he felt no. I mean, because apparently he used to be a wrestler in high school or college, state champ and stuff like that. And so, I mean, he had he was in extremely good physical shape. He wasn't he wasn't one of the bears here sitting around the table.
This is turning out to be a pretty interesting hand here.
Yeah.
Mike wins this, I think he takes over the chip lead. Is he coming in for a raise? Jack high. Wow. Wow.
Mike snaps off the bluff, so he's definitely not playing nitty.
And
We're not 100% sure if he was playing nitty all this time, but he definitely isn't there. You don't like call with baby pair on the river, if you're a nit.
Mike is now the chip leader.
And it turns fast.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mike, I believe, has about 8 million, and Blade has about 6.5.
I don't know. It's hard to tell sometimes. Like you need to see the stacks like from the overhead camera and from the side cameras, and like on Mike's stacks aren't like a specific number.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to count.
I know
his
Blades are in
chips,
20. Let's see if we can get a shot of Blade.
But those look like those are at least.
That's more than 40 on those blues.
It's definitely got to be over 8 million.
Yeah.
That's something else James loves doing, like trying to figure out, does anyone in the audience look kind of like anybody
else?
person?
Oh, I do have the celebrity counting.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, 6.5 to 7. So Mike has a little more than half. Mike has 55-60% of the chips.
I believe this is hand 7. I'm almost to the over. I'm going to lose this bet.
So Blade just put in a raise there, but as soon as he was tossing in the raise, he had this like frown on his face, like he really just wasn't happy.
Is Mike going to re-raise here?
So, I mean, if I'm seeing that look, then I basically, if I have like aces or kings, maybe I'm going to just call, but I'm going to like re-raise with almost everything else because I'm not going to fold when I see that tell.
Mm-hmm.
And if it turns out I'm wrong, then I'll start folding in the future maybe because I'm not reading his tells very, very accurately. But there's really nothing I ever want to fold. The question is my hand so strong that I want to trap? And you do have to be careful. You don't want to trap with, even like ace king. Because then, okay, I missed. He was like trying to steal, but now the board is jack 7-3, but he could have any one of those. You don't want to be trapping with ace king, and you don't want to trap with small pairs.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll just call here with my pair of fours, but it's like, wait, now the board is 6-9 queen. He could have hit one of those even by accident.
And we got a little over $1.5 million in this pot, I believe.
That's a great flop from what I was saying. Like, ace king is like, ugh. I do have a gut shot to the nuts, but other than that, I could be beat. And, if I have a small pair, there's 3 overs. So you need to have a pretty huge hand to trap. Well,
that's an inviting bet. Come along.
Well, but that just when he tossed it out and waited and then said 600, like it felt like, hey, you know how much this is, right? Like, don't just be snap calling because you think it's some wimpy little bet. I mean, again, it felt like Mike wants him to fold, but Blade doesn't have anything, anyways. So it'd be really tough for him to pull off a bluff raise there after that, like body language.
If he does, God bless him for that performance.
Well, that's the thing. That's why I'm always telling people, like, don't be doing that stuff. Don't give anything away. What if you're thinking about it there, like, this is a really crappy hand, and your body language is making it clear it's a crappy hand, and then you realize, like, oh, wait, here's a good reason I shouldn't fold. Well, now you can't represent anything because you've kind of given away that you're weak. I'm always telling my students, like, adopt a pose where you can comfortably sit for the duration of the hand and not move a muscle.
Mm-hmm.
You only move when it's your turn, and now you tap your finger to check or you grab chips to bet, and that is it. You only move when you absolutely have to move.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's all these tells, they're subconscious. They're not, you doing something intentionally. They are subconscious things because your body, emotionally you feel strong because you got a good hand or weak or whatever. And as you're sitting there moving around and I'm thinking and I'm waving my head back and forth as I'm looking up in the sky and tilting my head as I think, and by moving you're allowing your subconscious to now influence your movement. And it will make you move in slightly different ways than you would, you'll move differently when you're strong in thinking versus when you're weak.
Just
in
like
thinking.
right there, Mike readjusts himself.
Yeah. It's like you want to get in your position before you're looking at your cards so that you can look at your cards, and then like he says call, he can put out the chips. But now he just has to move like that one arm to grab the chips. It's so easy to give off tells. So you got to like really guard against it, almost like it's got to be a habit. Blade has like 6 million in his stack there right now, I'm pretty sure. We did have 15 million in play essentially. So, Blade started this hand with a little more than 6, and Mike started with a little less than 9. Yeah, it really isn't a good thing either. Like, why verbalize the bet after you make it?
I think he's doing it to help know what the bet is for.
Yeah, I understand that, but I still don't like it because
you can hear something in your voice, maybe.
Yeah, one reason a lot of players don't ever like to talk is because they're worried about giving off tells with their tone of voice.
350.
And intonation, exactly. It's one thing, even if you have that concern, if I verbalize my bet first, like if JT had said 900,000 and then pushed forward those 19 chips, the dealer would have said, no, that's too much. And then, you're right. I only meant 900.
Yeah.
I didn't want to put out 1.9. That's why I said 900. And it's not like it's a tell that he shoved the wrong stack forward either. So he then would have avoided the mistake by saying it first. But by saying it after, if you've made a mistake, it's too late.
And then if you make the reaction of knowing, oh, no, I just screwed up, that's even worse. Like, you see that a lot of times. People toss out the wrong, they go, oh, my God, and they're not necessarily doing that on purpose. Like, they really want to bet that.
We got Mike's feedback, Mike Mustafa. He says the flop was king, queen, 4 rainbow. I disagree. There were 2 hearts.
Okay.
Because I remember thinking about, do I want to risk checking this flop around with 2 hearts? So I was first to act from the small blind. So 100% it was 2 hearts on the flop, and it was ace of spades to make 2 spades when the turn card hit.
Okay.
So he says 11K flop, you make it 32. Which if those numbers aren't correct, then they're really close. So I'm pretty sure the button bet 11, and I'm thinking I made it 31, but maybe I made it 32. So I have no problem with that number. And then he says, turn, ace of spades, you bet, I shove. Well, I didn't actually I bet all but 1 chip.
Yeah.
So the shove was kind of irrelevant. I've already committed myself. He says, you had about 80 plus K after your flop bet. No, I had low 60s for sure. So in other words, the implied odds aren't so much there. He says, can't see how I made a bad call. I was going to shove the flop, but wanted more caller. So he's saying I didn't, when I check raised the flop, he's saying he didn't, check re-raise because he wanted, the button to stay in.
Okay.
I'm like, why do you want the button to stay in? You have a straight draw.
I say mulligan. Let's restart the whole tournament.
I don't really understand. In other words, you might be thinking, I have a draw. I want him in, so if I hit the draw, I win more. But the problem is, if you're keeping him in, what if you're keeping in his flush draw? But since Mike says the flop was rainbow, he's not worried about a flush draw.
Okay.
But I'm as certain as I can be without, I'm certainly not willing to bet my life, but I'm as certain as I can be that there were 2 hearts on the flop.
Okay.
And so I'm thinking, I don't want that guy to stay in.
Okay.
On top of me.
And maybe if there weren't 2 hearts out there, then the gamble,
the real concern isn't so much that I do want him to stay in if he's only going to call. But my concern if I'm in Mike's spot is, well, what if I call the 32 from Greg and now the button goes all in for his 200 and change, and that's 80-90% of my stack.
Yeah.
It's like at this point I'm probably pot committed with 2 cards to come and my straight draw, but it's not like it's a great spot to be in.
Yeah. I've done that before too with Jack 10. I've made the same play.
Yeah, and it's not.
Of course, I don't get there.
I have played hands. Let's say I'm right about everything. And so this is a clear mistake the way I'm describing it. It's not like I'm trying to say like, oh, I'm so good I wouldn't do it. I've made worse mistakes than that. For whatever the cause of the mistake. So I'm not trying to put Mike down. We all make mistakes, and I compare poker a lot to golf.
Mm-hmm.
Like the guys on the PGA Tour and stuff like that, they are not like on the tour because they hit greater shots than the wannabes.
Mm-hmm.
They're there because they make fewer mistakes than the wannabes, than the guys that are not quite good enough to make it on tour.
Okay.
So it's like, of course we've seen Tiger Wood, he makes this great chip in and great putt and all these great shots. There's no doubt. I mean, they make great shots. But they mostly win the tournaments because, like, I'm not hitting balls out of bounds, I'm not hitting into the rough, I'm not hitting into the water hazard.
Mm-hmm.
When I'm trying to, like, sink the 30-foot birdie putt, even when I miss it, it's still a tap-in. It's not 5 feet past the hole where I can easily miss the comeback.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, they don't make mistakes, or they make them so rarely. And the guy who isn't quite good enough to get on the tour, he hits, 10% fewer fairways. His lag putts are, averaging 5 feet from the cup instead of 3 feet from the cup.
Yeah.
It's all those little things that he makes those little mistakes more often than the better pros do. So we all make mistakes. The trick is, don't make mistakes too often. And again, if this is the worst mistake Mike would ever make, the way I remember the hand,
Mm-hmm.
like I said, it's a small equity mistake. So if that's the worst mistake you ever make, then that automatically makes you like one of the greatest players. Because that means like you are not making the huge mistakes. You're not getting it all in a spot where people say that was bad and you're a mile behind.
Yeah.
As opposed to, just like, oh, yeah, you're in, you get it all in with kings against aces, you made a mistake in the sense that you put it in behind. But no one would say you misplayed the hand.
Mm-hmm.
But if you get it all in with deuces against aces for 50 blinds, a lot of people might say you misplayed the hand. And against his range, you're only 40%. So you made us, you basically 20% behind. Something like that. I mean, on average, it's 60-40 given when he has overcards and when he has overpairs.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a not insignificant mistake if you make it. So, I mean, you got to keep that in mind when you're talking about poker mistakes as well, that, if you and I have to get into the nitty-gritty details of the numbers to show that something was wrong, then it's like big whoop.
Mm-hmm.
You make those mistakes all day long, it adds up to a tiny amount of equity. And then if you're avoiding all the really big and obviously bad mistakes that some other people are making. Like, let's say JT had intentionally made it 1.9 million. That's a huge mistake. Huge mistake. It's clearly wrong, and it's a ton of equity lost when he doesn't get the fold.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of so that would be the guy who isn't going to make the PGA Tour because he's making mistakes like that still. Versus other things. So we are back in action again, and it's still 61-20. We just had to stop. Maybe they were switching out batteries or something in the cameras, the whole card cameras. Still 120,000 blinds at this point. Mike's first to act on the button, and he's looking for a long time at his cards there. What did that mean, Kirk, when he looks a long time at his cards?
He's pipping his ace.
Well, he wasn't squeezing. He could see. It was clear that he could see both of them, but he was like looking and thinking. So I don't know if that meant something yet in your mind or not. To me, it usually means like some kind of marginal hand. Like I'm trying to figure out if I should play this Jack 8 or just throw it away kind of a thing. And by the way, heads up on the button, I'm playing Jack 8.
Yeah. And you're flopping second pair here, which is probably pretty good.
Yeah. Again, my starting basic strategy, let's say for heads up with reasonably deep stacks, I'm going to open raise my button 85-90% of my hands. I'm going to fold the rest.
Mm-hmm.
And I know there are some of the really top heads up specialists out there who they're going to like open raise 100% of their buttons. There's probably actually not many top heads-up players who would be folding any more than 10 or 15% of their hands.
It's rare for kings against queens heads up. A lot of
Very
times
rare.
it's this hand versus that hand. Let's see who hits.
King 3 versus Queen 9, and those are both pretty good hands. Looks like a re-raise from Blade. And Mike says all in. We had a raise from Mike, a re-raise from Blade, and all in from Mike.
I think this is the 9th hand. So is my my under 10 hands possible?
Of course it is.
Come on.
Of course it's possible.
Come on.
But Blade has to call and then lose.
Yeah.
I didn't catch Blade's re-raise amount, so I'm not sure whether I think Mike should have shoved or not. But I mean, actually, no. There's no way it can be a bad shove in terms of like it was too much, because Blade put in at least 10% of his chips on that 3-bet. At least 10% of his chips went in on that 3-bet. So just putting them all in for a 4-bet can't be a big mistake no matter what. And he's
going to show. He
Oh,
flopped two
it's
pair.
on the flop. I didn't realize we had a flop out there. I thought this was still the pre-flop. But Mike raised his button with 8 deuce.
He's loosened up. He's listening to you, Mustafa. We told Mike that you said loosen up a little bit,
I
and
would say, though,
he's done it more than once.
Like if I'm folding 10% of my hands on the button, I think 8 deuce is part of the 10%.
See, now Blade's going to be like, I have no idea what this guy has.
Yep.
Every time. Did he flop 2 pair again?
That is absolutely correct.
So now what he needs is he needs to show him aces or kings in that same scenario, and then really put Blade in the confusion zone. Let's see, we got 4.6 million for Blade, and 10 million for Mike.
It's like 360, I think James said. Mike is folding. I don't need anyone else to tell me. Read that tell for me.
What's he going to do with those? Did he have pocket 2s, maybe?
I don't know. I don't know that I'd be folding pairs, though.
All right, Greg, time for the recap for the folks at home just joining us. 498 players. We're down to 2. 714,000 in this prize pool. First place will take home 164,000. Second place, a little over 100,000. Both of these guys going home with 6 figures. Right now, Mike, who you see here, has the chip lead, roughly about 10 million in chips. Blinds are 60 and 120.
Is that his wife in the white top?
I believe so.
Just crossing herself and stuff. I mean, he's just like, it's the first pre-flop decision, and she's like crossing herself and kissing her hand after she does it. It's like,
she's like, I can get an
that's his wife Rosa.
If he wins, I can get a Lexus. I can get a Lexus. 2 10s and a king. Check, check. Another king.
I think Mike just limped the button.
Yeah, this is a limp spot right here.
And well, now Mike bets and gets called.
And a call. Interesting.
It's hard to have like a calling hand on that board. I mean, what can you call with besides, either slow playing a 10 or a king, or you have an ace? What else are you really calling with? And you could call with a queen. Oh, good check. He has it then.
He had a king? Oh, he had a 10.
10-9.
10-9. Looked like quads for a second there, but that's a 9.
Yeah.
He's got to bet that. He should have bet that river to get Mike to call off with a high card.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know from this point. We haven't seen that many hands. Would Mike ever open limp his button with like an ace? And that he's calling, that he would then, if you check raise the turn, is he going to call with an ace high? like, oh, I think you're trying to steal from me. You don't have anything.
Well, if Mike just raised with 8 deuce, you would think with a whole range of hands like an ace or even a random king, king, queen, he'd raise it and he'd bet the flop. And then he hits the full house on the turn, he might check it.
Yeah.
So, even a small bet by Blade there on the river might get a call from a whole wide range of hands that are nowhere going to beat him.
Yeah, the only hard part for Blade betting the river is if he gets raised.
Yeah.
Like is Mike for some reason bluffing me, or does he have? The
Did he wake
king?
up with some weird?
Does he have that king? You know, it's
Are we
like,
chopping with a 10 maybe?
Yeah. I'm not too worried about that one because then it's like it's only horrible if I fold.
Yeah. Plus 2 with the stack sizes the way they are, it'd be a tough spot for Blade if he does put out a bet and gets raised. As he goes, well,
Yeah, see,
am I going to call off here
he's
with?
Thinking about this, it's like
He's staring at the dealer.
I mean, it's just his whole body language well before he turned it over was just like
disgusted.
Well, it's just like you can't do that unless you just have already decided I'm going to fold.
Yeah.
And if you've already decided you're going to fold, then like why Hollywood it? Just fold, save time, move on, get another. By slowing the game down, you're getting in fewer hands per level, and if you're the better player, you want play
More
to
hands.
move along at a quick pace so that you get in more hands each level. Less variance because you have more deeper stacks. So there's just lots of these little things that can kind of add up to a big difference. I'm not saying you should act quickly and make all your decisions quickly, but like once you make a decision, don't waste time.
Got a slow little look here.
Yeah, he does look like he's squeezing there.
Is he trapping?
It's hard for
here?
people to break old habits too.
Yeah.
So even having been told like, hey, you're giving off this tell, by
maybe ace rag.
squeezing your kicker when you see an ace.
If he has an ace, then he might have paired the middle card here, maybe a 4 or 3, ace 4, ace 3. No. I would like to see this hand, to be honest with you. I want to see what he has. $300 with ace 3. 3 for a 3.
I mean, like, if Blade's going to fold, he's probably folding for 200, so why not bet 2?
I wonder if this goes to showdown.
I feel like Blade has a hand he's willing to call down with. If this is like any ordinary size bet on the river, if Mike bets and it's not like an atypically large bet, I think it's going to get a call from Blade.
Blade's going to lead into Mike here. Nope. All right, he had nothing.
Well, I mean, would Mike just snap fold some kind of ace rag there? Like ace 5?
Maybe. Flops the gut shot. Decides to bet it on the turn.
I mean, there are some times where you kind of want to take a little time, but the question there would be like if I snap fold, does that make my opponent assume that I had like absolute junk? Like I had 10 high all along? You had 10-5 off. Something really horribly weak like that. Versus like, oh, I would snap fold an ace. At this point, I'm going to put you on at least a pair, if not better. So sometimes you agonize a little bit just so that they give you credit for a better starting hand. So they don't start trying to like read too much into it, so to speak.
We got a walk.
I'm glad these guys are playing more aggressively, though. It was so annoyingly slow, like that one final table where they just kept limping the button, and like I'm not sure if anyone ever like bet with air in that heads-up match. I mean, if they did, we didn't see their cards. It wasn't like they bet with air and then like checked it to the river and had hit something huge. At that point, like, oh well, I was betting with the 8 high on the flop, had nothing, and then it came 8-8. So you did see my hand on the river.
Yeah.
Like we just never saw any of that.
What do you think about heads up getting rid of the antes?
It's fine with me because I know what you're getting at. It's kind of like it just seems like it slows it down a little bit.
Because you always have some.
Pulling those ends.
How much is it? And it's almost like if the blinds really are.
Or you could just
75,000,
now, like,
135,000.
Yeah.
I know in the events that I do, at least the low buy-in events, when it gets heads up, we get rid of the antes. Just let them play.
But like if I'm someone who's like I'm winning a lot more of the pots in numerosity, I don't want you to, because now you're essentially lowering the blinds,
Yeah.
so to speak. I wouldn't want you to do
If you're
that.
short stacked, I want you to put more of your money in the pot.
Yeah. Well, it's just like if I'm grinding the guy down, I'm grinding him a little quicker with the antes. So I wouldn't want you to. And I would say of all the times I've ever played heads up, I've been grinding the guy down. Well, I mean, actually, if one of us was grinding the other down, I'm pretty sure it's 100% in my favor. I don't think I've ever let anyone grind me down heads up.
Good bet, sir.
Yes, and a full. Winner of the hand.
Well, Blaine seems to have gotten into a nice little rhythm here where he feels more confident, more comfortable. I think Blade might have thought, I'm going to just run this guy over heads up.
And it did not start out that way.
And then it didn't happen.
Thank you very much. I have some water.
Another tweet here for us from Steve Fox, good friend of the HPT, plays a lot of the events. He was part of that heads up challenge matches going on in the poker room last night. He just said, another great job. Thank you, sir. Any predictions on a winner? And I don't have a great prediction on who's going to win between these two. I don't feel like either one is a clear favorite at this point.
I think in the long term, Blade would be a winner if this goes on a significant amount of time. I think in the short term, Mike has the advantage.
Well, I think if they started with even stacks and did this 100 times, I think Blade would win a lot more than half.
Yeah.
But
like right now, Mike's not going to lose a big pot just on accident. It's going to have to be some kind of big hand versus big hand.
But then that would mean Blade's going to be able to grind him down from this point forward, if you're correct. Because if you're not willing to get some chips in with less than a really big hand, then you're really just going to get run over heads up.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So they're almost back to even, give or take. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, it might be 8-7 for Mike. No, Mike has closer to 9. I think all those back stacks are the 25Ks, so he has at least 8.5 for Mike. So it's 8.5 to 6.5 maybe.
Here comes a re-raise.
Of course, I don't know, unless Mike went around to the 20 chip stacks, or maybe they're not 20s. Big 3-bet, a million or so. $360 from Mike, $995, and I think both players really you can make smaller bets and raises here. You don't have to 3x it from the button if you're Mike. And the re-raise from Blade was almost 3x, 3 times the bet he was facing, and you don't really need to make it that big here. I mean, this isn't like you're at a full table and you're making a raise and you still have to get by multiple opponents. You can just make these much smaller raises. You can put more depth into it. I mean, the way they're doing it, when it goes 3, 9, it might be 2-bet, 3-bet, 4-bet is all in. If they make things smaller, now it's 2-bet, 3-bet, 4-bet, maybe it's the 5-bet or even the 6-bet before you're all in. And that, means, more decisions before you're all in. So if you think you're the better player, you want more decisions. Of course, if you're one of these guys and you're saying, I think he's a better player than me, then you do want to make the bigger raises and re-raises because you want fewer decisions. But the more of an edge you think you have on your opponent, the more you want there to be as many decisions as possible before anything, before the big pots and the all-ins happen.
Got a raise of 260,000.
260 is the new bet by Mike.
I like it. That's a good amount. That's just barely over double, and it's easy. You have 60 out there, you just toss out 2 blue, boom. That I really, really like. You don't need to make a 360, make it 260. Maybe he can hear me in the other room. I was so loud. I was talking how some people seem to have such a hard time learning to do something new, something other than what they've grown accustomed to.
Muscle memory.
Like one of the things I'll teach in my seminars is stack size strategy, and the most basic thing is like, oh, if you only have like 10 big blinds or less, pre-flop, there's only 2 decisions: fold or all in. And there are very few exceptions. So we've taught that in the morning lecture, and now we're doing our live hand labs in the afternoon, and the students play against each other, and we, myself and other instructors, will be dealing to them, and then we critique their decisions at the end of the hand. So a guy only has 6 blinds. He's under the gun +1, and he calls pre-flop. Someone raises, and he folds. So my critique, of course, was, you only have 6 blinds. Remember what we taught you on the stack size? All in or fold. He's like, okay, I remember now. The next hand, he's under the gun with 5 blinds. So what does he do? He limps in. So at that point, I was just like, okay, I think we can just give up here. I mean, it's one thing, like we did it in the lecture, and it was 3 hours, 4 hours ago. You forgot about it, and we've gone through a lot of things, so it's easy to not remember it all in the moment. But I just told you on the last hand, all in or fold. And this is pretty straightforward stuff. This is like, if you have 10 times the big blind or less,
just do this.
just either, if you're not going to fold, shove.
I'm going to make you a laminated card, and if you're not sure, read the card.
Shove or fold. So that was just like, okay. And then someone raised, and he folded that one too. I'm like, well, that's why, But he might be saying like, well, look at me, but I saved myself from going broke.
I was trying to give some
Big
chips
flop.
to be charitable to somebody else.
Ace-8.
They're both staring each other down.
It was interesting. I don't know if it means anything. It's like he checked, and he was like putting his right hand back there and scratching behind his ear.
First to bet wins the pot.
I mean, I think actually Mike might have something. I think he might have had either the ace or the 8 on the flop. Problem is, like, you waited too long to really get value from your 8. It's like if he had some kind of draw, or just, like, oh, I think king high might be good, blah, blah, blah. He can't really do those things. It's like, oh, king high might be good, and if you do have an 8, I can hit a king or a queen or whatever it is on the turn and beat you anyways, as long as you don't have the ace. But just something like when Mike's hand came up and he was scratching behind his ear, and then he just kept his hand there. There's a thing Joe Navarro talks about a lot called pacifying behaviors, where anytime someone is like touching themselves, and I don't mean
trying to calm themselves down,
but like someone just has like their left hand on their right forearm, and they're sitting there with like a finger, and they're kind of like stroking their skin, or when men stroke their chin and stuff like that.
It's a calming thing.
It's something like it's left over from like when you were a little baby, and your mom would be holding you when you're crying, and she's patting your head and stroking your back and calming you down. You do these pacifying behaviors, and you do it when you're tense. And some people get more tense like if they have a huge hand. Some people get more tense if they're bluffing. But if you watch someone closely enough, you will start to maybe see for them like the pacifying behaviors increase when they have a big hand. And for someone else, his pacifying behaviors might increase when he's trying to run a bluff or a semi-bluff. But certainly by watching these behaviors, you can sometimes pick up a pattern on an opponent. So whenever you see someone start doing more pacifying behavior, you want to, if you get a chance to see his cards that hand, see if you can correlate it. And then look for it again next time. And, if you see it 2 or 3 times, now you know you got your pattern. Keeps playing with the chips. I mean, that's just a call, right? Just counting out the call.
Calls made.
Mike raised, Blade calls.
Yeah, but he took his time. And
Paired board, paired out. Oh, way off.
So
We'll
again,
do some prop bets on the side for
if you're Mike here, I mean, let's say Blade checks. That might look like the ugliest flop in the world for Mike. He might have like pocket 9s, and he's like, what a horrible flop. But I still think you have to bet it. I mean, what if he doesn't have an ace or a queen? What if he has a king high hand, and now you give him a free card, he hits a king? You know, all those bad possibilities. And the fact that, like, he doesn't have to have an ace or queen here to be betting right now. You showed weakness by checking. I could be betting as a total bluff, which means now you have to call me with your nines. And even if Blade bets the river, Mike has to call with nines, basically, because I induced that bluff by checking the flop. So it's like you can just put yourself in really tricky spots, even when you think the flop's awful. I mean, really all Mike can fold here is like if he called the turn because he had a draw, and he's completely missed the draw. Like maybe Mike has some kind of 10 high hand with hearts, you know, so he was calling on the turn for the flush draw. Now he can fold. But if he had something that was actually a pretty good starting hand. Oh, they didn't show it to us on camera. But
We want to see the accidental.
I want to see what he showed, and I would know something. We never got the camera angle to see what those cards were that he accidentally flipped up. Another minor thing, like be careful about that stuff. You know? A habit I've been.
You took that long to think about 3 high, really, really.
For 2 or 3 years now, I've been trying to like make this my new habit. Every time I call, I toss out one small chip, pause for a beat, and then put out the rest. And that way, if I have like grabbed the wrong chips, I'm not going to accidentally raise. So I don't have to say call. I don't have to speak if I don't want to.
Chips do the talking for you.
And you know, but it's also funny because it is like frequently, I like to accumulate as many small chips as possible. So when there's plenty of small chips in the pot, like maybe you bet 325, you know, it's an early level. You bet 325. There's plenty of chips in the pot. I will toss out the 1 green chip for the quarter, and then I toss out the 1K chip. And that's because there's change in the pot. The dealer's going to give me the 700 change, and I want to accumulate the chips. But then I'll have the player who's like, that's a raise, that's a raise. You know, and I'm like, okay, I don't think he's acting. He really wishes I had raised. And it's like, no, it's not a raise, sir. I tossed out 1 chip and then the other. It is a raise, but it's an unusual type of raise called a string raise, which is also referred to as a call.
This is the 1800s. It's a string raise.
You know,
I see your bet.
But when they're just like immediately going, that's a raise, that's a raise. It's like if I tossed them both out at once, it would have been a raise.
Yeah.
And I've seen people make that mistake too, where they're just trying to like, you know, like I'm trying to make it easy on the dealer to give me change. You know, like, oh, the bet is $575, and so instead of tossing out $1,000 chip, they toss out $1,075, and now it's like, oh, now you have to raise.
Yeah.
Like that's more than half a raise. It's multiple chips of different colors.
So now it's a required min raise, but
now,
you toss 75, then you toss a 1. They give you a 5.
Yeah. Toss out the 1 green chip, and then toss out the 1K and the other 2 greens. And also you'll maybe induce this tell from the guy. Like, that's a raise, that's a raise. That's more than half. And
yeah.
It's like it would have been if I tossed it out all at once. And you could get a bad ruling. A floor man could come over and try to say it's a raise, but that would be a really, really horrible ruling.
Check, bet, call.
But by getting in that habit of tossing the 1 chip, then I can avoid the mistakes of
putting more in.
You know, just like I meant to grab, you know, 325, but I accidentally grabbed 3,025.
Yeah.
Kind of a thing. And now I'm making this huge raise that I never meant to make. Oh, you said check, bet, call. It looks like check, bet, fold, though. Oh, maybe not. I thought the way he was looking back, I thought for sure he was just going to like look again and fold.
He wants to hero. Call.
Sounded like an employee walking by, like trying to offer us a mostly empty bottle of Jack. He was like taking out the garbage from the bar, but there was still a little bit in the bottle.
Check, bet, call, and the winner is
So you got the check,
Mike.
bet, call.
Mike's the winner. Oh, maybe not.
Sixes for Blake. Neither player had hearts. Sixes winning.
Oh.
All right, new level Freddie, gotta change the computer. 8160.
Blinds are up.
8160 with 20.
80,000, 160,000, 20,000, 280,000 every 2 hands. an average of 140,000 a hand. That's almost 5 buy-ins worth of chips every hand you play. I mean, that's the thing now. Like, if they're evenly stacked here with like 7.5 million each, then essentially they can only play. They can fold 50 hands before they're broke, which is plenty. You know, they both have plenty of chips. There's plenty of play left. I mean, this could end one hand. This could last for hours.
Yeah, that's one thing I look at now is my how many hands until I'm broke to decide whether, you know, am I in a spot where I need to start picking up chips? Am I okay? Do I need to, you know, gamble here soon? You know, and a lot of players will just look at how many big blinds you have. Okay, well, what's your M? How many hands until you're broke? I've got an M of 10. Okay, I got 40 hands till I'm broke. That's a lot of hands. Call this flop Jack Squat.
Does it have to be a 4 or just anything?
Well, actually, Jack 4 is the flat tire. But yeah, Jack anything, Jack Squat. There's a different word than squat.
It's gotta be an undercard, right?
Yeah, there's a different word than squat.
Jack 10 is Jack Squat?
I think it has to be completely, like, 7 cards away from the Jack.
Well, how about like Jack 6 will be good. That's like there's no straight draw there. No gut shot straight draw. Oh, and we had a Jack Squat turn card. Well, the high card kicker is pretty likely to be the best hand right now. Whoever has the ace high or king high, whatever is highest. And quickly grabbing for chips as soon as Mike checked. Do not think this is a bluff.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We are almost even in chips.
Yep, Blade has been kind of grinding him down now. It's like Mike, I think it was like Mike, you know, started out way behind, and he's like, I can't just sit here and wait and wait and wait. I have to go for it. And then he got the lead, and then he was like, okay, now I'm going to take it easy. I don't want to like blow it now that I have the lead. But the thing is, this is heads up. It's not like, you know, even three-handed, you could get a lot of chips and then say, I'm going to kind of sit back and wait for one of these guys to knock the other out. And that's going to make you some money by moving up the ladder, but your head's up. I mean, there's no reason to ever take your foot off the gas, so to speak, other than if the guy isn't going to let you run him over, then, well, don't try to bluff him and run him over. You know, but there's no reason you should ever be, like, taking it easy, sitting back, like, I'm going to slow down kind of a thing. You slow down because he's not going to let you run him over, but you don't slow down because of chip count or anything else. This is an automatic bet, in my opinion. 400? You limped in. I don't like that bet size at all.
That is more than the pot, yeah.
There's just, I mean, basically, if you flopped huge, and for some reason you think Blade isn't going to fold, then let's, like, build a big pot while I'm way ahead here, like with my top two pair or whatever. But there's no reason to think Blade has a hand. So, like, why bet so big that you've scared him away from ever trying to bluff you? He's not going to check raise bluff you when it costs him 1 million chips to do it. So there's just really no good reason for that big of a bet.
Raisy daisy.
Raise going up to you. Up to 400.
400,000 pre-flop raise, 2.5x. So bigger than I prefer, but nothing wrong with that. The main thing, again, I want to say to these guys is, like, I would want them to be consistent. Like, Blade, if he's going to make it 400, he should make it 400 every time.
I think 400. Yeah, 400 is 2.5x right now because the blinds are 81. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a perfectly, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. It's not like, I mean, it's bigger than I prefer, but it's not like it's wrong. It's just more a matter of, like, taste and preference and stuff, so to speak. You know, but you definitely want to be consistent. You want to be like, oh, it's 350 this time and 400 and 450 other times. And humans are really bad random number generators, and so you will find that you've actually tended to fall into a pattern that you raise more or less with certain types of hands.
Check.
Well, doesn't Mike feels weak.
He doesn't like that ace either.
Yeah.
Blade says, I don't mind it.
And that's exactly when that check was kind of like check. Like, damn it, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. And I think he might have had a pair, and now he's worried that the ace gave Blade a bigger pair. And I don't mean the pair on the board, guys. I know the board. I know the board is paired. I mean, Mike had 2 pair, but his pair isn't that big, and he's worried about the ace having just beat him. Mike says, "You look like you want me to call," and Blade gives the little like, whatever.
I don't speak English.
Oh, not that guy.
Yeah. Well, 2.
There was some guy
4,
over on the
5,
EPT,
6.
and apparently he'd done this several times, but he's like at the final table, and he tosses out like a relatively big raise, and then he says call in his thick accent. Yeah, but it's clearly like way too late. You know, the chips. I mean, it's not like he was a microsecond behind. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
the chips are out there. Pause. Call. You know, and then like wait, that's too many chips. He's like, well, my English not so good. And the tournament director comes up, and he's really, the EPT tournament director, Thomas Krem's a really good tournament director, knows his stuff. And he correctly rules like this is a raise, but he also, like, before he finishes the ruling, he turns to the player who's been raised, and he informs him, this guy has already done this like 2 or 3 times in this tournament, where he's tossed in the chips for a raise, said call, and then claimed that it's because his English is bad, and that he only meant to call. Oh, no, I'm sorry. He says the word raise, tosses in the amount of chips for a call, and then he says call, and claims to have bad English. But since he said raise first, he's now required to min raise. So that's how it happened. But Thomas informs the guy, like, okay, he's done this same thing, this same mistake, so to speak, like 2 or 3 times previously this tournament, and every time he's had, like, the nuts. But it worked. He got paid off. And it was clearly, I mean, he was just shooting an angle being a scumbag.
Yeah.
There's just no doubt that that's really what was going on. But some people don't mind being scumbags, apparently. Though, in reality, it would have been perfectly just if, like, he had accidentally been, like, beaten up, getting mugged in the parking lot on his way home that night,
He wins the tournament. IRS is standing right there. Takes all of his money.
Yeah, I mean, all that would have been, like, very karmic.
Well, Blade now has the chip lead. They're pretty close. 2, 4, 5, 6,
That's like
8,
less than 6.5 million.
8 million to 6 million.
Less than 6.5 there. So, like, 8.5, 6.5, give or take. Mike now has that kind of defeated look to his bearing.
Both players with their head tilted.
I got that big chip lead, and now I've lost it, and I feel like I'm going to lose now. Again, what Mike wants to do right now is, I mean, they started heads up. He only had 4.3 million. He has 2 million more. He has to say to himself, if you had told me when we were heads up started that like an hour from now I would have 6.3 million, wouldn't I be happy with that news? So there's no reason I shouldn't be happy right now.
It's a weird board. A 9 or a 5 will complete a straight. There's no flush out there. Blade's going to put in a bet. Mike wants to call.
At least. Careful. Looked like his, like, I thought for a second he had a chip under the cards, like he was going to accidentally flip it up when he picked the chips up. I was wrong. It was just like the light or something. But for a second I thought he had gotten one of his chips like partially under the card, and he was going to, like,
grab
that stack and then like turn the card up in the air. But I was wrong. It was always on top of the cards. But I would keep those chips away from my cards. Just, you don't need something like that to happen by mistake.
All right, Mike, show your 10 high straight.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Choppy chop.
Four players have the bottom straight.
Both players get there on the river. Actually, no, they turned the 8 high straight. Both players, I think.
No. Mike only had the 5, I think. And I think Blade had the 4, 5. So
Yeah.
Blade turned the 8 high straight. Mike has 5 deuce.
5 deuce. Okay.
So he was drawing to the 3 out chop.
Okay.
Well, no. The 9 could have come, and that would have been 10 high on board. They would have the 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 on board. They would have chopped that way.
Yeah.
But he was drawn to like 7 outs for chop. He could not win, I don't think. I didn't notice the suits if Mike had a flush draw.
Awesome week of poker highlighted by a big finale here at this long final table going on 10 hours.
Oh, wow.
10 hours here.
I didn't know it was 10 o'clock.
Because of all the troops in play and the great players that we have here at this final table. Very competitive players at this HPT final table. Call, I believe. Option is check. So let's go to flop. 7, 6, king, have a check. No blade.
Alarms are going off.
450,000 now.
450 is the bet by Blade on the button. King high board.
6, 7, king, 2 clubs.
Hannibal, blade.
I want to go tag team either player. You know, like here, let me take it from here, please. It'd be so much fun.
I'll take Mike's stack.
I'll take either stack. And I'm not saying like, oh, because I would win. I'm just saying I just want to play. I mean, you know, I don't get any money or anything else, and no money, no glory. Just let me play.
We got 1, 2, 3. We got 6 players here. We can sit and go. Can we do a sit and go here?
Dealer's choice.
Dealer's choice.
Dealer's choice. No, mixed game.
Mixed game.
Yeah, it's too late for me. I'm not playing poker tonight. But even if this finishes on this hand, by the time I get some food and stuff.
Got a raise by Mike. Going up to 375,000. 375 over to Blade now.
Little pouty face there by Blade.
Yeah.
I don't want him to
little
raise my big
strange.
blind. I'm gonna re-raise him.
It's a very strange face here when you say he's like cutting out a re-raise too.
Take that 375. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, like your tone of voice is exactly what his face is saying. Yeah, take that. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, see?
you're exactly there.
You want to raise me? Yeah.
Well, no, now you're starting to sound like James Cagney. Before you were sounding more like Catwoman. And so he's got more of that, you know, oh, Catwoman, oh, you raise me, will you? Oh.
Nice, like, you know I do landscaping, right? You want to raise my raise? Got a couple freshly laid plots for you.
First, okay, he is folding. At first, I thought Mike was like, oh, I'm very unhappy I fold. And then for a second there, I was like, oh, shoot, he's going to be going for the 4-bet. He didn't do it. But he's definitely getting ground down now, whether it's because of the cards or because he's tightened up too much.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe he didn't. Maybe he's always hasn't tightened up. Maybe he's just always still been
He needs a
tight.
break. After every break, he comes through firing. That's what it is. When's the
Well,
next break?
I don't know how soon the next break is, but
When the tournament's over? No breaks, heads up.
no, they're scheduled breaks. I mean, you got to let him go to the toilet at some point. I mean, if it's not scheduled, you still, if someone says, "Hey, can we take a break? I need to use the men's room." You got to, you could tell them.
If the tournament director said no, I would just go all in, run to the washroom, come back.
Like when Scotty Wynn won the main event. You mean that one? At one point, his opponent heads up, like had gone all in, and then we were waiting for a little bit for Scotty to make a decision, and then the guy like turned to the tournament director and was like, "Can I want to go to the men's room? Can I go?" It's like, "I'm already all in." And they're like, "Well, yeah, you don't have any more decisions. I guess you can go." And he left, and Scotty was like, "Where'd he go? What's going on?" It's like I was like staring him down, and now he's gone. And then like he didn't come, and then Scotty's just sitting there like waiting for him to come back, you know, like. I mean, nowadays they would have had to tell him, I think, like current rules, like, well, no, I mean, maybe I don't mind if Scotty doesn't mind, but otherwise, if you walk away from the table, your hand's dead.
Yeah. Let's say you do that, and then Scotty says, okay, I fold. Next hand. Dead hand. Shuffle. Next hand. Dead hand.
Exactly, that too. I mean, the one year at the World Series when they first had the strict F-bomb rule, you know, if you were in the tournament, any tournament, and you used the F word, it was like boom, like 1 round penalty or 10-minute penalty or something like that. And there was a spot at one of the, like, I think it was a PLO final table, and the two guys are heads up, and the guy lost a big pot, and kind of under his breath. It wasn't like out loud. It was barely audible. But like the dealer and the opponent did hear it, but it wasn't loud. You know, he was like, like kind of like an F, man, that river card hurt. Kind of a statement, but very quietly under his breath. But the player's like, I heard that. Like, he had, and they give him the 10-minute penalty, and I guess this other player must have, like, I don't know how he did it, but like they said, the dealer was just like on turbo, like, how fast can I deal each hand?
Wow.
And that's why they switched things. Like, that's part of the reason it's been switched now. It's like instead of 10 minutes being the standard, it's like 1 orbit.
Mm-hmm.
It's like now heads up, you would just lose the 2 hands.
Yeah.
But this guy went from chip leader to short stack in the 10 minutes.
Wow.
I mean, they dealt that fast.
Wow.
Dealer was just like, dun, 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 as fast as he could, dun, 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 get the cards out, fold, post the blinds, get the cards out, fold, and the other guy, of course, is just like, card, here, fold, because his hand's dead, I win. And so it was zipping along so fast. And fortunately, the other guy did make the comeback when he returned. And he did win the bracelet and everything else. And the guy that's kind of a scumbag move to, like, it's not like the guy, he didn't direct it at you or anything.
Yeah.
And then to say, like, oh, you got to give him the penalty. I mean, yeah, technically you're right and blah, 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 but it still seems kind of scummy to, like, say, yeah, you got to give him the penalty there.
I might say skip the penalty, just make sure you tip an extra 1,000 to the dealers.
But, I mean, they were so strict that year. I heard a story, too. I mean, like, the tournament is on break. 2 buddies are walking out. Like, they're from different tables, sitting at different tables, but like, oh, here's my buddy. We're walking out together. We're halfway away from, like, our table to the door. We're 3, 4, 5, 6 tables away. And one of them says, like, you wouldn't believe this F and beat I took. And of course using the F word, not effing. And there's one of the floormen standing nearby, and he's like, I heard that 10-minute penalty when you get back from break. And it's like, we're on break. I'm not at the table. How can I get penalized? How can you penalize me on break?
Forget the Constitution.
Like if this is the dinner break and I go like to the restaurant at the front of the casino and I say the F word, like do I get a penalty then when I come back from dinner break?
When am I allowed to say the F-bomb?
Yeah.
When you step out of the
This
tournament.
is a 3-day tournament, and like I use that word in my hotel room tonight. I mean, since I'm still in the tournament, do I get a penalty?
When you get knocked out of the tournament, can you just let out all the F-bombs you want? Then what happens?
Well, then you're not in a tournament, but...
You go cash out, future penalty, next event.
Well, I have heard of people getting, like, next event you play, we're going to, like, start you off with a penalty. But that's been for, like, not something like that, but more of, like, being extremely abusive. Like, maybe you make a play that I think is horribly bad, you bust me, and now I'm sitting there going off about how you're the worst player in the world and you're an idiot and using other negative words.
I'm going to take your mom out to a nice Sizzler dinner and never call her again. Penalty for you, sir.
Sizzler?
I don't know. It's not that fancy of a restaurant. You're not going to spend too much money on it.
I'd rather eat at any hole-in-the-wall Mexican place than Sizzler. I'm just not a steakhouse guy.
Yeah.
I like ethnic food, so...
I've never been to the Sizzler, actually.
I don't know that I've been to a Sizzler maybe since I was a kid or something, but I'm not, like, trying to, like, diss the Sizzler. Mm-hmm. I just don't like steakhouses. So you name the fanciest steakhouse you want, and I would rather go to the Viva Las Arepas, in the bad part of town in Vegas and have Venezuelan food.
Yeah. I had a $20 mashed potato thing at Gibson's downtown.
Yeah, that doesn't appeal to me at all. Even if it was the best
I took it home.
Ever.
I didn't finish it, so I took that thing home.
Even if it was the best mashed potato you've had in your life, like $20.
I know. That was the last business meeting I had there.
I can. Oh, Mike feels weak. Now, one thing I tend not to do heads up, like when my opponent is limping the button, some players are like, oh, I should raise a lot. Like, he's weak, let's take advantage. And I'm not saying they're wrong, but my first thought is, like, I don't want this guy to start raising. I want him to call. If he's not going to fold, I want him to call. So do I really want to penalize his limp by raising? In other words, you got to try to estimate, if I start raising his limps, is he going to fold more in response, or is he going to raise more in response? Like, is he going to raise instead of call, or is he going to fold instead of call? If I think it's going to induce him to fold more often, then absolutely you would want to do it. But I'm always concerned that maybe they're going to decide to just raise more often. Think of James is just helping the dealer make sure that this flop is pretty
nice and straight.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of these ones that are like angled down from left to right. Maybe that's like angular dyslexia. Like I have a hard time telling what's linear and what's level.
Could be
like what's crooked and.
It's a different type of felts. So the physical.
I mean, it just like moves the cards, like even though you didn't want them. Like this isn't where they're supposed to be, but it put them there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're being asked if we have a Twitter handle for Blade. I don't personally. Poker Joker Gear, I'm sorry to say, who had tweeted this, but maybe someone who knows Blade is listening and they can tweet at you and give you his Twitter name or something like that. But
Blade doesn't look like a Twitter kind of guy. Neither does Mike.
I
think Mike has a Facebook page with like 45 likes because he hasn't done anything with it yet. It's all his friends.
I think Blade is 10 times more likely to be on Twitter than Mike.
That I do agree with you.
Whether Blade's likely or not, I have no idea. But
at this final tables, we're going on 10 hours, but it's been great poker. One player will go home as our champion and just over 164,000.
Who will it be? Too bad I don't have more of that radio voice, That's the thing too, though. I mean, I do like when Jeremy was like, "Oh, no breaks, heads up." He was he was joking, but it was also like, you hate to like go on a break when it's like one more hand and it could be over.
Yeah.
Like, go on break and they finish the next hand. You're like, oh man, we should just not go on break. And
I've got the momentum. I've got him on the ropes. Now he's got time to regroup.
Oh, well, that's part of the reason you just schedule the breaks, and then the only reason you can do it at any other time is if both players agree. Because I mean, I don't want to like let the guy go on the break if he just like is looking defeated and I'm running him over.
You shouldn't have drank all of that water.
Big re-raise.
2-bet, 3-bet.
That was like $1.5 million or something.
At some point, Mike's going to say, "All right, that's enough." Let's see let's see. Could this be the hand?
What was Mike's original raise?
Well, let's see.
Did you see?
It might have been to 400 again. 1, 2, 3. Nope, doesn't matter.
1,760,000 for the re-raise? Ugh, yuck, yuck, yuck. Hate it. God, it's so too much. It's so much too much. I don't think Mike made it, 700,000 or 800,000. So unless something like that happened, then I just didn't see it. I guess, which is very
I think
possible.
Blade was just trying to say, okay, just shove here or fold because I don't want to. I don't want to play a post flop.
Yeah, but it's just it's such a bad move. And you see it not infrequently. Again, like people at a full table, people do things like, okay, I normally open for a normal amount, but now I make the huge opening raise when I have like jacks, tens, ace, queen. Because like I just want you all to fold because I just feel like I'm always like getting, I always get some kind of beat on this hand. But that's just, You just have to get past that psychological problem you have rather than make the huge raise. It's like, I have people like, oh, I hate jacks. I don't ever want to see jacks. I'm like, give me your lifetime supply of jacks, and let me give you my lifetime supply of deuce sevens, and we'll both be happy, right? Because you just want to fold anyways with that kind of hand. So, if you just got dealt jacks over and over and over again, I mean, unless you played them horribly, you would be this huge winner. Well, that'd be one piece of advice for Mike. Like, just don't ever open limp your button. Just never, ever do it. At least against this opponent. I haven't seen any reason that you would want to open limp against Blade. Yes, it's like the cards are all like angled instead of parallel, and and it seems like they've been that most of the dealers. It's like the cards come out that same kind of little off-centered thing.
Betting a call to the river. Six. Oh, of course I called it after I saw the 6.
Blade says 7, king and 7, or 2 pair, 7 and 6. Ace king. That's the winner.
I wonder what he would have called with. Guess he must have had the straight or the flush draw that he called with. That's nothing else to make sense, really.
2, 4, 6, 7.
But yeah, Mike is looking super defeated right now. I mean, if there is a scheduled break and they're asked, do you want to go on break or do you want to just keep playing, Mike should definitely take the
Go
break.
to break.
Yeah, 100% needs to go to break and have some
Do a couple
friends.
push-ups.
He needs some friends to tell him, like, hey, quit acting defeated. If you're feeling defeated, you feel like when you have all these marginal hands, which is usually about as good as you can hope for heads up, is marginal. Now, but you feel defeated with them, so you fail to value bet when they're good, and you sometimes fold them when they're good.
Mm-hmm. You're not being efficient with your hands the way you should.
You're not going to get max value because you always feel like, oh, I can't bet this second or third pair because I'm sure he's either got me beat or he'll just fold. So you're going to miss value and everything.
The bet is now 380.
I feel like you're right. Like, unless there's something happens where, like, Mike just says, screw it, I'm all in, and then manages to get the double up, I don't see things going well for him unless something... Oh, he posted the small blind there instead of the big blind. So he's just making his blind right at 160. He still has to decide if he's going to fold, call, or raise. That's 220 more. See, I love it when I'm in Blade's shoes here, when I get to these spots where I can just see how defeated my opponent looks and feels, and I'm just going to keep applying the pressure, and,
They're going to focus more on
small
the
raises, pre-flop, small bets on every street, just no reason to back down at all until he starts wanting to fight back.
Mike just said it. Come on, dealer, I need some cards here. He's focused on the cards, not on the situations, not on the plan. He's just waiting for the cards to do the work for him.
Exactly, and I mean, it does require, some like thoughtfulness. I mean, the things you don't want to do is do something like, like that board.
You might have a re-raise here, maybe. Okay.
I mean, what you don't want to do is take something like that second pair, third pair, fourth pair type hand, and then like raise the river with it.
Mm-hmm.
Because then you will, if he was bluffing or if he has bottom pair or whatever, you're not going to get paid off. But if you're wrong and he's got you beat, you're going to be just throwing away money. And there's James saying, see, get them parallel. Get the chips up there. He's trying to make it pretty for the camera shot. Blade's thinking a little while. He's not. Oh no, he checked already. I guess we didn't see the check motion. 450.
Check, bet, call. Check, bet, call, turn. Nope. I'm 50-50 today on my predictions.
Well, you're doing like, but you're not just saying I predict a check or I predict a bet. You're predicting like 3 actions. You're making it really hard on yourself. Well, wait, you did say check, bet, call after it already gone check, bet, so at least this time.
So I was 66% correct.
But one of the other times, though, you were like the check, bet, call before they did
and it
anything.
worked. Yeah.
And you were right. So I mean you're making it hard when you're trying to predict the next 3 actions in a row.
All right. Raise, call, check, check, bet, fold. Watch, Alan. I'm telling you. Okay, here we go. Raise it up. Make it 375. No, 380. $380. Okay. All right. Raise. Call. Just a call, Mike. Come on, Mikey. You got it. All right, all right. Here we go. Here we go. So the flop.
You're getting really close to your parlay here.
All right. So the flop is going to be the flop's going to be suited.
What do you
with,
mean? Like all 3 of the same suit?
No, 2 suits. 2 suits.
So
There's going to have
flush
2
draw on the flop.
There's going to be thank you. Flush draw on the flop with 1 paint card.
1 paint card and 2 of the same suit.
Okay. All right. We got to check from Mike. We got to check. Now we got to check from. Come on, Blade. Check behind. Don't ruin my plan, buddy.
Nope, you're screwed.
All right, that's it. You're gonna lose this hand.
We have King 3-7 with 2 clubs, and Kirk was like turning into like
I was so close.
Mr. Psychic there for a little
I
while.
was so close.
He was almost like Mr. Cleo. That looks like a race.
This might be the hand.
Mike, Blade may be wishing he'd checked behind. Mike does not really look that strong to me. So we got the $500,000 C-bet and the check raised to 1.3. Blade has a little something, but see, this is where, like, let's say you have second pair. If you're Blade with like a 7 right now,
he should have listened to me, by the way.
He should have, but he didn't. I mean, that's where I'm like normally, like, if this hand is in isolation, it's the first hand. I don't know anything about my opponent. I'm not going to just like bet fold my button there with second pair.
Yeah.
But given the dynamics of this situation, I would fold the 7 because Mike, is still going to have that, like, I don't want to take the chance here of like letting Mike win the huge pot or the double up and get his juju back and start feeling confident. Letting him win a small pot is going to revive him a little bit, make him feel better, but it's not going to be enough to really turn things around for him here.
If Mike wakes up with a decent hand here, it's going to get him back into the groove. Let's see what happens.
I think Mike's going to raise here no matter what he has.
I agree. Oh, failure.
We suck.
Failure.
We suck.
Failure to launch.
Yeah, it's been 160 for the entire level. Wait, didn't someone say something about a set of 5s? Like 30 seconds ago? Check, check. 4 diamonds, check. Not sure I'm happy with that check by Mike on the turn. This is either like a 10 or a bluff, in my opinion. This is either a value bet with a 10 or I have nothing, I'm going to try to bluff. You've shown so much weakness. I mean, if I'm Blade and I don't have a hand that I think is going to win at Showdown, when it goes check, check, you got to bet. Because it just seems there like Mike is just going to fold so often. So if Blade had something, like 6, 7 high, things like that, 8 high, that he just figures like even when it goes check, check, and I know Mike's weak, I'm still going to expect to lose most of the time. I mean, what can you not bet there? It's kind of like, it's pretty clear Mike has nothing, so unless he hit the 10 on the river, he's going to fold. And that's like another good reason, again, to like get in your pose where you can't be giving away tells, because then you don't look so weak. And maybe this is the time that you were trapping. You decided to just check your flush draw on the flop, and then you made your flush on the turn. You went for the trap. I didn't bet. You know. And so now, you know.
Now the option. Raise has been announced by the option.
I don't know.
Just that tone of voice.
Yeah.
There's no way Mike doesn't think. Mike thinks he has the best hand, for sure.
But there's something about Blade just calling there on the button. I saw. I could be wrong, but he looked like he liked his hand.
Blade has called on the button a few times, so that in and of itself doesn't mean he's strong. But there's no doubt Mike's raise is legitimate. I mean, he's not raising here with like, oh, I have 6-7 suited. It's a hand that plays well, and I'm going to try to steal from you. Yeah, Blade. You're right. I agree with you. I think Blade definitely has some kind of pretty decent hand.
He capped his card right away after completing that.
I don't think he's like huge strong, but he has something that is definitely a well above average hand.
He's got.
And that's the kind of flop that would hit the kind of hands we're talking about.
Yeah.
You know, he has something like, you know, King Queen, King Jack, Queen Jack suited.
700,000 chip bet.
Let's see.
If Blade folds, then I'm going to put him on like some kind of like just, you know,
Middle cards?
ace 9 kind of a thing.
Ace 9.
Like I have like a hand that's pretty good, and I've decided like mix it up by just calling with this hand. I know.
When he, I think I saw this before. He when he slowly plays with the chips like that, he wants to call. I'm wondering if Mike doesn't have big ace, ace king, ace queen. The bet is 700,000.
He's counting out that much.
Yeah.
And it's a call. Ooh.
That could be a. That could be a very dangerous turn if both players have an ace. Players all in. Yeah, ace.
$4.5 million though. That's a little much for this pot. I mean, he's betting like double the pot here, and he keeps pushing the chips out. He doesn't. I mean, that's. I mean, he thinks he has the best hand, but I don't. You know, this is not like 2 pair or better for Mike. He might have just turned the ace, you know, and he just has whatever ace jack. I don't think Mike has the huge hand. I mean, if Mike had an ace or better, that was really a good spot to check, because it looks like that could be a, you know, scare card that you're worried that Blade has the ace. The only real risk you're taking is like, oh, well, there is the draws out there. Am I going to give him a free shot? But it's hard to put too much effort into worrying about giving people a free shot at a straight or a flush draw when you're playing heads up. It's just so hard for them to have those things. It's just something you got to worry about a lot less in the heads-up game. Well, there's so many more marginal spots, you know, and when the table's full and people are, you know, you raise and someone calls, it's like the chances of there being a pocket pair have gone way up versus a heads-up game, and all these other, you know, the premium hands of chances, you know, suited hands, all that's gone way up.
Raise has been announced.
380. That's a fold. All right, Mike's getting his juju back. You can see how he's.
He doesn't want to give up the cards either.
You know, his Here's we got some tweets here, and okay, I will. He's going to keep an eye out on my website for my training classes. Thank you very much. If you're interested in that, you can go to fossilmanpokertraining.com. And there's nothing posted now. It's what I've found over the years is that people just don't book for the next year after it has begun, because they're finalizing this year and they don't have their budget set for next year and so on. But hopefully through the month of January we'll be adding some stuff, and I'll be coming to a place near you with one of my training seminars. If you want to improve the chances that I come to a poker room near you, then go talk to your poker room manager and tell them that, like, hey, have you heard about Greg Raymer's Fossil Man Poker Training Seminars? I want you to book one, bring it here, because I want to attend. And I appreciate your help with that. And then question here is, like, do you think they should allow a cage fight challenge in poker for bad play suckouts? Probably not, because I would say that there'd be a lot of players challenging for the cage match when actually it was they who played bad, not the other guy. So there'd be like way too many challenges. And in many cases it would not be a deserved challenge. And there's a big difference between just like making a mistake and making some really horrible, horrible play. When I got heads up against David Williams in 04, we played 7 hands heads up before we were done. And we had tons of chips. I mean, the blinds were 50 and 100,000, and there were 25 million chips in play. So, I mean, I had more than, a little more, I had like 70% of the chips, but I mean, with 30% of the chips, he still had like 75, 80 blinds. And people expected a really long heads up match. And so I think some of the reporters I heard had like, oh, we're going to like go like downstairs and get,
something to eat.
Like, yeah, we're gonna get like a sandwich or something. Like, either eat it
Settle
quick,
in for the long haul.
Yeah, either eat it quickly or order a sandwich and bring it back up. And then when it was over on the 7th hand and people are cheering and shouting and stuff, and I heard like some of these reporters are like, "Oh no, oh,
we missed
shit.
it all."
Like, oh shit, I missed all the heads up, and they're running back upstairs. Like, what happened? What happened? And it was like 6 hands of nothing, and then boom, 1 hand, we get it all in, with action on every street.
Check. Turn card.
It's an action flop, Jack 10-3 with a flush draw potential.
And there's the card.
There's the non-blank non-blank turn card. King of clubs, overcard, makes the flush, makes the straight. I mean, these players could both have monsters, but it's heads up, so they probably have like ace high and 1 pair, Ooh, 4-card straight, 4-card flush. I mean, if I'm sitting there with like ace queen and no club, I'm just like sick right now. Like, I turned the nut straight, and now good chance I'm losing. Now, to be honest though, calling with like just the queen for a straight right now is probably not. In theory, it shouldn't be any different than calling with like 1 pair.
I don't have a club. I can't call you.
Is Blade going to show a club? Nope. I mean, but like if I'm Blade, or Mike, if it had been Mike who was betting, it's really not a spot where you'd like, oh, I'm going to bet my queen for value. I hope to get called by a pair or 2 pair, or things like that. Normally speaking, you would expect that he's not really likely to call me with any of those hands.
Mm-hmm.
So, you can bet any club for value, like even a small club. Like, I can now hope that I'll get the crying call from the straight or from the 2 pair or whatever. But it's really tough to bet a straight and expect to get called, by the lesser hands. And it's really, really tough to, like, bet something like top pair or better that's not a straight. I mean, if you know your opponent well enough, though, you can do those kind of thin value bets. Like, I have two pair, I'm going to bet because I think he might call me with just one pair.
Yeah.
But you better know your opponent really, really well to do that and be correct that you can be doing it for value.
Blade capped his card right away again. Whoa. That was a little bit of a cat reflex check.
Strange. It was almost like a...
His hand slipped. He wanted to say all in, but he's like, oh, never mind. Check.
You think?
No.
That ace was straight, and then she tilted it.
Blade's got an ace. Betting a call.
Well,
Betting a call.
then Mike had better hope to make something better.
Mike needs a 7 of clubs.
No, 9 brings in a potential straight. I don't think I would check an ace there. I'd go for the value if I was Blade with an ace. But if he was inducing a bluff, it worked. Or Mike has got it and betting for value.
No, I was wrong about the ace.
I mean, just an ace and nothing else. This is pretty much an automatic call, and you really can't raise because you don't expect to get called by worse, and you don't expect better to fold. It'd be very thin to do anything else other than call with one pair right here. Ooh, I'm not a fan of betting the 5 on the river. I wonder if Mike thought he was bluffing. Because the thing is, I mean, we saw he got called by an 8 by the next pair above him. So it was like, at least in hindsight, it was never going to work as a bluff. I mean, do you really expect to get called by worse? Like, it's an ace and a king on the board. Are you going to get called by queen high? You're going to get called by pocket 3s? So I really don't... I mean, I could see Mike checking and calling, inducing a bluff. But I really don't like the idea of just betting out with a 5 there. It's just... It's too weak to get value, and it's too strong to be turning it into a bluff. They call me Houdini, he says.
You don't know what I'm thinking right now.
It's 160 though, not 180. Someone needs to tell him it's not 180 for the blind.
All right, we start with Blake.
He put out 180. Mike put out 180 for his big blind. If he folds right now, he's gonna losing 20,000 he shouldn't have lost. I mean, he even was saying it's 180 for my blind, and it's it may not matter here. It looks like he might be re-raising, so it doesn't matter. But he posted too much. And he called. It's the same difference. But I was sitting there thinking man, I'm gonna have to zip around the corner real fast before they can.
You don't
deal the
want
next
to. I
hand.
just slipped on the floor, by the way, walking out.
Uh-oh.
I did not see the caution sign. I just went to the floor.
Oh, I didn't even hear you fall. I'm sorry. Hope
It was
you're
a
okay.
well, I'm okay.
I'm glad you didn't get hurt. I mean, you said you were doing some knee surgery thing.
Yeah, I have knee surgery next week, but I did a push-up.
You don't need emergency knee surgery instead.
Yeah, right. And I can't do anything because there's a caution sign right there. I don't even see it. I'm trying to be all quiet, and I go to the corner, slip.
So I was about to we need to run around the corner to the tournament and say, wait. He owes him 20,000. He posted 180 for his big blind and folded. I mean, You don't see the 9180 level very often.
That's a new one to add.
I have seen it though. I have seen the 9180 level, but I think one time, and I have no recollection where that was. But when they say they're not going to skip a level, they really mean it when they say 9180.
Yeah, right. Blinds are starting at 0-0. Good luck, everybody.
Ooh, putting together a lot of chips. Mike has like 5 million and change here. You know, I think less than 5.5 million total there that he's working with. I think he's thinking of just all in now. Nope, it's a call. So he's got like maybe slightly under 5 million left. And that's a significant card.
I see king and 7. King and 7 for Mike. Over here is king and 9. So the winning hand threat is the 2 pair flop. Kings and 7s.
King's up.
And he, is trying to trap with it instead of, go for value. And it turns out, like, your opponent had top pair and you missed out on all the value.
Yeah.
Again, like one of the slides when I'm doing like tournament seminars, and this is an exaggeration, but I say never slow play is the title of the slide. And I don't mean literally never slow play, but I do mean that most people slow play way too often. For most players, it seems like as soon as they reach a certain strength of hand, like this is a huge hand, I'm going to slow play.
Mm-hmm.
And that's like the end of the thought process. This is huge, I'm going to slow play. But the issue is not just how strong is your hand, and is it so strong that it's safe to give a free card. If I flop a straight flush, yeah, of course, you might be drawing dead no matter what you're holding. And I cannot lose by giving a free card. But the question I should be asking isn't, is it safe to give you a free card? The question is,
how much can I get out of
you? On average, am I going to make more out of you by betting now or betting later? And
you've got 2 streets to catch up. You might call.
Well, it's like you might catch up, but think of like, let's say the flop is 6, 7, 8 all hearts, and I have 9, 10 of hearts. And let's give you a good starting hand like ace, king, ace, queen, that kind of a hand. Well, yeah, if you have like 1 heart and the next card is a heart, fantastic for me. You just made the nut flush, second nut flush in your mind, and I'll win a lot from you. But what if you have ace, king without a heart, and the next card is a heart?
Yeah,
now I'm definitely not getting anything from you at that point. And what if the next card puts a 4 straight on the board? Now I'm still not getting any. In other words, there's way more cards that are likely to scare you and minimize the chances that you put chips in the pot, rather than there are cards that will improve your hand so that you want to put chips in the pot. So the only reason I really think you want to slow play is if you have an opponent who's super aggressive. It's like anytime I show weakness,
he's always going to bet into you.
Yeah, if I show weakness, this guy is going to try to steal from me. So if he has some kind of decent hand, fantastic. If he has nothing, I'll induce a bluff. But if I bet this huge flop, he probably will just give up all those crappy hands that he might be holding. And so unless there's a really good reason to slow play because of who my opponent is, just don't do it. And there are exceptions, and there are times it's good to slow play and so on. But if you just said, unless I have this super aggressive opponent who can be induced into bluffing, I will never slow play, not even once, you're not going to be wrong very often. Most of the time you would be correct to not slow play. But I think it seems like most players, it's like as soon as I flop something big enough, their default mode is slow play. So I'm like, ugh, hate it, It's more complicated than that. Now, Blade is asking, he's asking maybe this is a misdeal. He's not sure that he's supposed to be the big blind again.
I really don't remember.
You raised. You first act.
But that's correct. They just ran the footage back. Just check for that. That's correct.
He's so sick of Blade has aces here.
He's like, I know the button is right. I know they'll confirm it's right, but I'm going to act like I'm unhappy with my hand. But I mean, the rule of I haven't seen the ruling here actually at Ameristar East Chicago, but in most places the rule is substantial action. If there has been substantial action, it's too late. You play the hand as is.
Yeah.
But here, one action, the raise by Mike, is not substantial. And usually what they say is, like, if there are 3 actions of any sort, like 3 checks or whatever, 3 folds if it's pre-flop, 3 actions of any sort, that's substantial.
Okay.
If there are 2 actions that are not just checks or folds, then that is not substantial. And if there's only 1 action, no matter what it is, it's not substantial. So that's kind of the most common rule you'll see out there. So if you're ever in that spot and you're like, oh, wait, I just realized we might have a problem, maybe just don't say anything. If it's like, oh, there's already been, like, pre-flop, it's been fold, fold, raise at my table. It's like, it doesn't matter. Even if I'm right now that I realize the button's wrong, it's too late. It doesn't matter. It's kind of like when you throw in the wrong chips too. Like, if you throw in the 3 1K chips instead of the $300 chips, like, if you can, just don't react. Like, that's what I meant to do.
Yep.
What you're
Like,
wondering?
oh no!
You're wondering why I bet so much? That's for you to figure out, dumbass.
It's pronounced Dumas, sir.
Dumas.
Mike's got a smile on his face.
Well, I mean, he's making the big comeback now.
2,
He
4,
has
6,
over
7,
half the chips.
8. Yep.
So he's back in a good mood. And there are definitely players out there who I have just a ton of respect for because, like when I see these guys and I go say hi, I can never tell whether they've been winning or losing based on their, like, attitude and demeanor. Like, they are the same guy winning and losing. They don't, like, get unhappy. They don't get all negative,
overly emotional
and stuff. Yeah, they just, like Mark Grigorich is one of my, like, best examples of that. I mean, he's mostly a cash game player. The only way you could even guess whether he's winning or losing in a cash game is looking at his stack and, like, okay, wait, what game are you playing? Maybe I know you well enough to know that you would normally buy into this game for 1 rack and you have 1.5 racks of chips, so you're probably winning. You could have, like, lost, reloaded, lost and be losing right now, but you're probably ahead. And if I see, like, half a rack in front of him, then I know he's losing.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, if I'm walking through the poker room and I run into him and he's walking back to his table from the men's room or something like that, no chance I could guess whether, talk to him for 30 seconds, he has to go before it's his big blind, and there'd be no way for me to ever guess whether he's ahead or behind for the day.
I think this is the last hand at this level. Blinds will be going up next.
It's odd. Instead of like something I think that's just coming through on Twitter came through on my text messaging. My phone gets a text and then a second later I get the tweet at mention. What is that?
We are on a 10-minute break.
10-minute break before the next level. So here in Chicago it is 10:40, so we'll see you back at about 10:50 Central Time. Continue heads up. Now we are back. All right. We are back, everybody, and we are still playing Heads Up, this epic battle between Mike Puccio and Blade Shahali. Did we get our chip counts? Do you know, Kurt?
I think it was 8.6 to 8.2, or 8.6 to 6.2. One of those.
We got a massive tilt now on our. And James is like, no. Level, parallel. Yeah, that was pretty significant. That was a good 10 degrees. Oh man, Will Wheaton's enjoying one of my favorite shows right now. At Midnight. Have you seen that one on Comedy Central? I love it. It's funny. Apparently it's now Xmas a Movie is their category for hashtag wars. Return of the Jedi's Fruitcake. From Will Wheaton. Holidays of Thunder. Oh, here's a good one that Will retweeted from someone else. The Wreath of Khan.
There we go.
Star Trek II, The Wreath of Khan.
Big fan of At Midnight. I keep wanting to do. I'm only on Twitter with the Windy City Poker Twitter handle. So if I ever do one of those, it'd be kind of weird to see Windy City Poker as one of the hashtag war winners, or even like the ones when they play for like specific Twitter handles. You know, you win a headset or something like that.
Oh no, that one sounds like Will has Citizen Candy Cane. I'm like, that sounds like a porno.
Now they have sandwiches. I just got a cookie. Now I want a sandwich.
Oh, wait, we're told there are sandwiches available. Zoom, zoom.
You want a sandwich, Chicago Joe?
No, I got to take a test, so I got to fast for 12 hours.
Call is made.
Raise and a call.
Just eat it quickly.
Yeah, eat it fast.
Our blinds are 200,000 now with a, I think it's a 20K ante. Not sure. Deuce 6, Queen of Diamonds. Could be some excitement.
Check, turn.
It's one of the ugliest ways to like lose heads up though. Is something like I flop a flush and you flop a bigger flush, and it's like, it's like so massively cold deck. Like,
Oh yeah.
Like it's easy to put you on a flush draw, like you have, even a pair in the Ace of Diamonds or something. But it's so hard to ever think I can give you credit. Like I can fold, a 7 high flush or whatever because you have, Jack high or, it's just really hard to give you credit for another flush.
That's how the Chad Brown Poker Championship Season 2 ended. Chad against Corey Burbick. They both had a flush heads up, and Chad finished second in his event. Actually, wearing the shirt for that event right now. I've got about 7 or 8 of them. It's my favorite shirt. Every time you see me playing poker, I'm wearing the Chad Brown Poker Championship. Way to remember.
Chad's a great
remember
guy.
a good man.
I don't know anyone who didn't like Chad.
I have him to thank for my poker TV career because I was doing the Windy City before I did his events, and we ended up going down to the Jacksonville poker room to do his first event, which was an 880 buy-in. It was a real good success, and then we went down and did event number 2 for him, which was a 5K buy-in with a feature table, the final table, and then we did a $50,000 high-stakes cash game right there in the middle, and that kind of launched my TV poker career and made me want to continue this for a while, so I owe a lot to him.
He picks mushrooms. You get the mushrooms in? You ever go in the woods and, no?
I think the Red Bull's kicking in for Mike. Mike had a Red Bull during the break.
Talking to him about mushrooms. You ever go picking mushrooms? That's kind of... I missed the segue. I'm sure that came out of something else, but like if you just came that out of nowhere... you're from Michigan? You ever go picking the mushrooms? I'm like, I didn't know Michigan was known for that. So, 100,000 on the button. And Blade has posted 200 and... Oh, good. He's min raising. I love it. Just like there's no reason to do any more. You just don't need to. Blade's out of position. If he would fold for 500, he'd probably fold for 400. So you just you don't need to do it more. And now, if Blade checks the flop, I want to see Mike just bet 400,000 again, no matter what. I bet you bet 400 no matter what. Doesn't matter if you like that flop.
It's an all-red flop and turn. There are no black cards in this deck. Check, check. Red card, red card. Oh, epic fail, epic fail. Little smirk on Blade's face there. He's like, I'm going to bet this, and I'm going to win
I
this.
feel like he has a deuce.
He's like, I got to
I
let
just
me
made
get there.
I made 3 deuces.
Are there's sandwiches in there, aren't? Okay, there are sandwiches, and they're going to be all eaten soon. I'm going to go grab 4 of them for all of us, and then if nobody wants them, Joe, you want a sandwich? Just pretend you want a sandwich.
And it looks like Mike's going to call here. He's getting together. Yep, he is calling.
Thank you, Alan. Alan Ellison, everybody. Going to grab a sandwich for me. Just be careful. It's wet over there.
Queen high. Pair of 5s. So, I mean, yeah, I'm not too excited about that. I mean, Mike, raises a 9-5. Cool. I mean, there's nothing I'm going to give you any grief when you raise on the button heads up.
Mm-hmm.
Now you flop second pair, but it's massively vulnerable. It's deuce 5-6, and you have a pair of 5s.
On a
Every single
flush
card,
board.
7 and above, except for the 9. So 7, 8, 10, Jack, Queen, King, Ace. Those all could give him a higher pair to beat you.
Mm-hmm.
If a 3 or a 4 comes, those could give him the 1 card straight. If a diamond comes, he could get it. I mean, it's like there are no cards in the deck other than a 5, another 5, or the 9 that isn't the diamond that you are going to like, oh, good, I'm so glad to see that card. So, I mean, there's like, what is that? 5 outs, basically, and every other card is ugly.
We got chips, we got sandwiches, we got the whole 9.
Like hockey pucks, man.
Yeah, right? We're eating for weeks over here. They take care of us here at the Ameristar.
Man, Will Wheaton's just going crazy on this at midnight hashtag wars here. 3 wise men and a baby. Bring it on 2, let it snow.
What's one we can do for poker right now for that?
I mean, poker and Christmas themed. Like, we got a Christmas movie, so something with rounders that makes it Christmassy.
Mm-hmm. Maybe
Rounders 2, the christening.
Xmas a poker player.
Oh, you mean turn a different hashtag war?
Yeah.
A different war of the hashtag.
Well, let's see. Xmas a poker player. Let's see here.
Oh, we don't need to. We just did Chris Jesus Ferguson. It's already done. It's already done for you. No one even has to know you're in hashtag wars.
All these sandwiches, Subway's going to report you missing.
Yeah, I still got half a Subway left too.
Open fold on the button there from Blade. If I don't have a hand, I don't have a hand. But every hand has fold equity. Until the other guy goes all in, every hand has fold equity.
Blade's doing a lot of talking. He hasn't been saying much at all this final table. The talking's going to work in the favor of Mike, I believe.
But yeah, Mike's much more like energetic, alert, positive.
He's a businessman. He can handle the conversation.
Business?
Business, yeah.
He's a businessman in Chicago. With the open limp, and then Blade raised. Don't open limp, the button, heads up. Not unless you know your opponent, and you know there's a good reason to do it. No, it's 100, 200 with a 30K ante. That's what it is. I should have known that. That's what it ought to have been.
360,000 per round. Action's going to be on Blade on the button. Caps his cards and says, I'm going to raise it up. $450 is the new bet. 2.5x. Mike makes the call. Mike is the chip leader right now. Flop's coming. Deuce, 9-5 with 2 spades. Action's on Mike. He's going to check it over to Blade. Blade's going to c-bet.
Good. It should be. You need to be c-betting.
475.
There's just every chance in the world that Mike just doesn't have anything that he's happy with on that flop.
And if he does, he'll reveal himself. He makes it 1 million to go.
Yeah. I mean, and now the only tough part is like, okay, what chance is there that he's like bluffing? You know, that he's or semi-bluffing rather than he has, you know, he's hit the flop. But you can really, you can keep things kind of simplistic, and most of your decisions come relatively easy. A lot of great poker strategy is not, you know, what people think. It's actually like, let's do things in a way that I can tend to avoid tough decisions, you know, by putting myself in tough situations. Because it's those tough decisions that people really screw up.
Yeah.
I mean, that's when, you know, when someone pooches it, it's usually not a real simple basic decision that they pooch and make the big mistake. It's, you know, they put themselves, or they just accidentally got into a very, very tough situation. And so sometimes you're doing things just because if I play the hand this way, I won't be in that tough spot. And, you know, and then also, how do I do things so that I can now put my opponent in a tough spot? And let him hopefully make the big mistake. But a good 8.5 or 9 million there for Mike now. See, I mean, he does not look that much like him at all.
That's actually Kevin Boyd. Kevin finished second in the Windy City Poker Championship 3K sit and go in May. Faraz Jaka took him down. Kevin's biggest score of his career, $7,000 for second place in May. He plays on the Heartland a lot. He travels around with you guys, follows.
So we have another open limp on the button. Yep. So Mike is open limping his button now a couple times, and he wasn't doing that before, I don't think. So rainbow flop, 2-3 king. Oh, Mike really needs to c-bet more. Blade. See, it's like now you didn't c-bet this flop. Is Blade betting because he has something, or is he betting because you showed weakness? So, I mean, if you're going to check behind on the flop there, you know, it needs to be for a really good reason. Like, I'm trying to induce a bluff. You know, I intend to call down or go for the raise or things like this.
Going up to 750.
750 now. So Blade bet 300. Mike raised to 750. Blade quickly calls. So Blade either says, like, I don't believe you, or I have a draw. Like, I could have Queen Jack that I just hit. You know, I could have had 4-5. Could have had spades. So either Blade was like, well, 450 more, I'm going to call with my draw. Or he just like, I don't believe you. I think I'm the best hand, but I'm just going to, like, induce more bluffs in case I'm right. Like, my hand isn't strong enough to 3-bet. But it is good enough to, like, call, check, call again. So, like, let's say he hit a 10 on the turn. You know, so then I would kind of like this line if he calls now. If he has just a 2 or a 3, it gets really tough to call here. Mike could have been bluffing you, and he just hit that 9. Either made the straight or just paired the 9.
I'm telling you, every time we come back from a break, Mike switches gears. We could find out if he has a real good hand here for that, but Mike's taking down 2 hands in a row.
Has Mike like got some buddies that are like maybe coaching him and stuff on the break?
His wife did have a conversation with him, so.
Uh-oh, what's this? Oh, I thought he was like getting ready for an all-in.
He's calling.
He's just calling with those chips instead.
Mike flips over. Over here I have king and 6 for a pair of kings.
Kings with a 6 kicker, so top pair not a good kicker, and Mike shows
Here's 7 tray. Busted.
total bluff.
Oof.
Or busted. They go with threes. The winner in hand is the king.
Yeah.
That's a big pot.
But the problem is, like, you know, it wouldn't have worked here against top pair, but, like, why not c-bet, you know, the flop? And then, you know, you find these things out, and maybe you don't get in this spot. There's just so many advantages to that, and like kind of like the more simplistic, like here's the pattern, and since I'm doing it the same way every time, you don't know where I'm at, and now you're making your bigger decisions later in the hand. But you're able to, against a lot of opponents, you're able to kind of grind them down and just win lots of these little small pots where you're winning 1 blind or 2 blinds from them. And then, you know, so then if you have to, you can play tighter in these tough spots on the turn in the river. Maybe tighter than perfect, but it's okay because you're still winning more than you're losing.
And that is a fold, so watch the reward.
I mean, when you're playing cash game, you know, it's like winning the most you can per hour. You know, if you're playing an opponent and you're saying, okay, if I adopt this strategy, I will beat him for this much more per hour, but it's going to increase my variance. You might say, well, that's worth it, you know, because I'm going to win so much more per hour. Instead of playing in this game and making $40 an hour, I'm going to make $50 an hour. And so you'll take the risk. But when you're this deep in the tournament at the final table, it's not about like how fast can I beat these guys. It's not, you know, about profit per hour. It's just with what certainty can I beat them. So you want to pick the strategy that you think gives you the greatest chance of winning or going the deepest at that final table. Whether it's going to get the job done in just a few hands or whether it's going to take hours of grinding. Let's see if that hit that Mike took. Yeah, Mike took that hit, you know, when he did that semi-bluff and then followed through with the river bluff. And so, you know, is he now going to, you know, get back more into that kind of defeated attitude we saw for a while, or is he going to stay more energetic and upbeat? I mean, Blade does have the lead now. It's like about 8 million to 7 million in Blade's favor, give or take. Blade might have a little more than 8 million.
6, 7, 8, 8.2.
One of these guys, their stacks must not be 20. Because if those guys both have them stacked in 20s, then there's just not enough chips.
Yeah.
There's not enough chips in play. So someone's stacks are higher than 20. And I'm not sure whose. Like Mike here might have like 25 chip stacks or something. I don't know.
Oh. That's I really don't want to call, but whatever.
Yeah. Ooh. Well, that could be. If that was what Mike was feeling, he might have been like, I can't even. It's a bottom pair of 4s. I still can't fold. But like, oh, I just hit gin on the river. So that's certainly possible if he was unhappy but calling. So it's definitely a spot. I mean, if you do have trip 4s, you got to go for value and get in a raise here. You can't worry that, like, what if he flopped a set and has a full house? What if he has a better kicker? You know, it's just too hard to make that good of a hand. You have to go for value. Now, probably doesn't have a 4, of course.
Calls.
Maybe calls with a queen.
King high. 10 high.
10 high.
So ace jack is flipped over 4.
And top pair. Even there, I mean, he should have been going for value. Top pair, good kicker. He should have been going for some value on one of these earlier streets. I mean, you'd look at it now and then say, wait, I induced this bluff from 10 high that I would not have gotten if I had been more aggressive. But you got to also remember those times when maybe you get more aggressive and he pays you off with the queen.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff like that. So, and then plus, because if you flop top pair and you play it slow like this, now when you play another hand fast, like the 7-3 that we saw, you know, he doesn't believe you. He's like, when you flop things big like a pair of aces and better, you tend to trap and slow play. So now I can, when you get aggressive, I just like, every really great hand I'm taking out of your range. I don't think you have any of those great hands, top pair or better, because you always keep trying to trap me with those. So that's part of the issue as well.
Mike's got his energy back.
He wins one nice spot. Boom, he's back.
Get a raise to 575 and a call. Flop is Brunson. 10 deuce deuce. Action is on our chip leader, Mike. Mikey P.
Blade limped pre-flop, and Mike raised his option. Made it 575 total, so there's like $1.2 million in the pot. Mike is now c-betting this flop. And there's every reason to believe like this flop didn't hit anybody. So there's one thing to keep in mind too. I mean, when you look at a flop, any flop, if there are 3 different cards, you know, A, B, and C, well, then that means there's 3 other A's, 3 other B's, 3 other C's. So your opponent or opponents have 9 possible cards they could be holding where they flop something. Whereas when the flop comes like ace, ace, I mean A, A, B, now there's only 2 more A's and 3 B's. There's only 5 cards they could be holding. So it's when you have 3 different cards on the flop, it's basically almost twice as likely that your opponent could have hit something. So anytime the flop is paired, it's just
We
way
got
less likely.
a bet, a raise, and an all-in. So Mike let out for 550. He got raised to, I think, 1.5. And now Mike is all in. And Mike does have Blade covered.
Well, so if Blade made at 1.5, he has like less than 4 million behind. If those stacks are 20 tall, then it's 2 million in blue. The 2 full stacks of beige are another million. That's 3. The beige he's playing with in the partial stack, you know, a little more than 3.5 behind. Which means that $1.5 million chip raise is like 30% of his stack. So it's really tough to get away from anything here, unless you were just bluffing. Like if he had folded something like a 10 because I give you credit for a deuce or an overpair, you know, that's a massive fold. That's a huge, huge hero fold lay down. So he should have been just bluffing there basically for him to fold after committing that many chips.
Momentum is now definitely in Mike's corner.
Yeah. Better give the dealer that all-in button, Mike, or he's going to pitch you 2 cards for the new hand and you'll be all-in even though you didn't.
He doesn't want to give the cards, doesn't want to give the all-in button.
Well, I mean, it's not literally true, of course. They're not going to roll him all in because he failed to return the all-in button. But you might want to give it back anyways, just in case. I would hate to see like the cards get dealt, and then before Mike actually literally does anything. Wait, we just dealt that wrong. Even though the button is the small blind, you deal the first card to the big blind. Am I forgetting myself?
I didn't see.
Well, no, but when your head's up, it is small blind on the button, but don't you deal the first card to the big blind and the last card to the button? Because these cards were just dealt the other direction. The dealer gave the first card to Mike, second card to Blade, third card to Mike, fourth card to Blade.
Let's. I think you're absolutely right. Yeah. Let's.
Yeah, there still has the all-in button too.
Let's pay attention to see if he does it again.
Yeah, I mean, in a sense, I mean, personally, I don't care. Like, it's one of those things that, like, technically it's a misdeal and all that, but I'm like, these are random cards.
Yeah.
So who cares? You know, if you and I are playing a home game and we're all friends and we're not worried about anyone cheating, you know, and now it's like, wait, is this your card or my card? Like, neither of us have looked. Who cares? Like, give one card to you and one to me, and so what? You know, the fact that we might have gotten it backwards. So did you deal correctly that time?
We only saw the Mike's chip, so I don't know.
Couldn't tell. I mean, the only reason you worry about those kind of procedural things in the casino is the fact that, you know, a lot of these people are strangers. You don't know them. It could also be like a free roll thing too. Like, I look at my cards, and if they're good, I keep my mouth shut, and if they're bad, I point out the dealer mistake, and I get a redeal.
He did it right that time.
Every time he did it. Maybe I was, you know, not paying close enough attention. I could swear that other hand when I brought it up, he dealt the cards backwards. You know, so it's. Again, I don't think it matters. It's not like I'm like, oh my God, this is awful. The integrity of the tournament is ruined. I mean, that's no. I don't mean any of that, because, you know, again, it's random cards. if you and I wanted to make a deal, like, okay, we're going to deal the correct cards to us in our heads-up match, and then every now I'll just look at you like, you want to trade? Okay, let's trade. You know, like neither of us have looked. Let's trade. What the heck? I mean, the sick part would be if we traded cards. One of us has aces, one of us has kings. You know, and then whether the kings get there or not, it's still like sick and like, oh my god, we agreed to trade. And the loser is now like, I can't believe I did that.
I gave up aces for these?
I gave up aces for kings. You know, or I gave up my kings, I improved to aces, and then you sucked out. Oh my god, I would have sucked out if I hadn't traded. I never would have folded kings.
I'm a firm believer of in that universe, it would have always been different.
You're a firm believer in what now?
Well, like anything that could have happened does happen in some universe.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So if I had called your raise pre-flop, the flop would have never been when we rabbit hunt. It would never have been that. But in that universe that I do call you, it's completely different.
Huh? No, they all exist. It's
okay,
you can't even say
the actual,
that.
Yeah, the actual
there's
reality
more than
that
one
we're
universe where you called me. There's a universe where you called me and the flop was the
same. But I only picked that there's one more universe. I would say, well, in the other universe, it would have been exact opposite.
I don't know that you can make that theory fly in the world of physics.
It's just a way to get the other person to stop complaining about the fact they folded what would have been the nuts on the flop.
Oh, I don't think that's going to work either. I'm not sure the people that do that kind of complaining are bright enough to understand at all what you're referring to.
You may shut down immediately. You're like, okay, next hand.
6-5. Check. Let's see the turn. Queen of diamonds.
So we had a little raise pre-flop and check the flop. 5-5-6 queen, 3 diamonds on the board.
450 is the bet.
That looks like a bluff. Or at least a hand where Mike wants Blade to fold.
Blade's under 3 million chips right now.
Oh, I thought it was 3 diamonds on the turn for some reason, but it wasn't. My bad. 5-5-6 queen. Now it's 3 diamonds.
I have a check. And now a bet. 650. Check, and I bet up 650 by Blade.
Bet 650 with 2 million behind. If Mike has a flush, we're going to see an all-in. Or a full house. If he has any of those big hands, I think we're going to see an all-in. I haven't seen him do this yet, where he cuts out calling chips and then raises.
Blade says ace high. Over here we've got king 8.
Wow.
Pair of 8s on the river. Let's see. Can we see the cards? I'm curious if anyone had draws, like flush draws or something. But hits an 8 on the river.
We are
down
close to the all-in
and
a call.
2 million. And he's only got like the 10 blinds now. Was it 2 million or he had a little more net?
He's got, I think, right at 2 million. He's got $1 million in the 25Ks and about 10, 11 blue chips.
So, yeah, he's definitely at the point now where you can certainly argue for whoever's first to act should either fold or shove. There's every, the only reason not to shove would be like, I'm just going to I'm going to limp because I'm trying to induce a shove from you. Or I'm going to min raise to induce a shove from you. So, I mean, unless Mike is trying to induce because he intends to call the shove, he should go all in or fold.
You should just apply the pressure.
Yeah, it's either all in, fold. Yeah, see, I don't like that bet. It's, it's like, well, I'm sorry, that's a min. That's right, I'm sorry, that's a min. Yeah. I was thinking 3.5x. But that's just a min. So if he's not ready to just call this every time, then I don't
he
like
shouldn't
the
be
first
raising.
Yeah, the first raise is bad unless he's going to call. Yeah, see, I don't like that.
Yeah, he just gave him an extra 300,000.
Part of the problem here is now I'll see some players in Mike's spot, and they'll say, okay, see, I mean, if I'd shoved, he probably would have called, and I lose 2 million, and I only lost 400. So look at all the chips I saved. But there are going to be plenty of times where Blade shoves, you fold, but if you had just put them all in the first place, Blade would have folded, and you would have won the 200 instead of losing the 400. So it's you gotta,
You gave up the initiative, Blade, because Blade's like, all right, I got it, I'm all in. Now you have to call off, which you're absolutely right.
I mean, and there are definitely spots there where, Blade would shove with hands that he would never call with if you put him all in. Or at least, let's say, any generic opponent, this would definitely apply. That there'd be plenty of spots where, Now, there's lots of hands I like checking with here. Like, there's no reason to shove like any mediocre hand. Like, just take your free flop.
Mm-hmm.
You know, maybe he limped in because he's trying to induce the raise.
All in and a call. He flopped the nuts. Flop two pair.
Flop two pair, sevens and trays.
Come on, Mikey.
Who is the chip leader? Bring that in for me.
Versus ace queen.
Oh, runner. Yeah, he has to hit runner, either diamonds or two pairs. So Mike's a huge favorite. And that's exactly, Blade was trying to induce the shove.
Yeah.
Like, ace queen is strong enough, I want to induce the shove. Or at least the raise. So let's see if he's going to get lucky.
Oh.
Big turn card, 9 outs. No, I'm sorry, the 7 and the 3 are paired, but he both has diamonds, so.
That's it.
And that's it. Mike wins.
Yes! Any hand was flopped, sevens and trays. It holds up. It faces the diamonds at the end.
But now he's stuck for life with his luckiest hand being 7-3 off.
He's always going to have a Red Bull at the end. He's going to play 7-3.
There, I was going to say, where his wife couldn't have left after. She's not going to stay this long and then leave. So like, I didn't know Blade was so tall, or is Mike that short?
I think it's a combination of both.
It's both. Well done, gentlemen. It was a long, brutal heads-up match, but it is $164,249 to Mike Puccio and $100,405 to Blade Shahali. Let's listen to James interview our second-place winner.
All right, it's finally over. I'm joined down here with Blade. This has been a marathon session. Heads Up was crazy, but let's talk about the true story here. You started today as the short stack. You grinded it all the way back, second place. How do you feel you played?
I played really good, and I feel great. I feel happy. I started with 362, so I'm happy to be second place too. So
Hey, talk about head.
first place, but
Talk about the heads-up play. It went back and forth. We've been here for several hours. Where do you think it slipped away from you?
I was drawing some card heads, some trying to bluff, and didn't work. He was hitting cards and trying to limp in with ace queen, and that's it.
All right, second place, not too shabby. You're going home with over $100,000. What is that money going to do for you in your life?
Oh yeah, it's good money, you know. You can even buy a house in Detroit these days.
All right, folks, give him a round of applause. Not too shabby. Second place, just over $100,000. Freddie and Maria? Great job.
All right.
Guys, I'm going to say...
We're going to be doing some other stuff. We better say our goodbyes. Kirk, I appreciate you came in and you stuck
problem.
around here for like, 9 hours or something?
Yeah.
So thank you so much, Kirk.
No problem. Happy to be here.
And good luck with all your poker tournaments and your charity events. And
Appreciate it.
fantastic that you do that. You know, use poker to raise money for charity. It's fantastic.
January 31st,
Thank you
$1,000
so
buy-in
much.
for any of those that are interested here in the Chicagoland area. You can contact me, WindyCityPokerChampionship.com.
And thanks also again to Craig Casino, who had joined me for the first few hours of the show, and I appreciate his help. He's a good friend and love talking to him as well. Thank you all, especially any of you who stuck around for the whole show. I am Greg Fossilman Raymer. You can find me at fossilmanpoker.com, and if you're interested in my training seminars, you can find that at fossilmanpokertraining.com. And hopefully I'll be able to have a seminar somewhere near you. Just tell your local poker room you want them to book one of my seminars, and we will try to make it happen. You can follow me on Twitter as @Fossilman as well. Look forward to seeing you guys at my next live event, but that won't be until sometime in 2015. Thanks at all. Have a good night, everyone, and thanks for watching the show.
It's not real. When this is done, you guys can hop over the rail and do all your pictures.
Don't actually hop, though.
He's the boss, you know.
Yeah, we're whenever we're ready. You ready, Fred?
In 3.
Never played 7-3. I checked that, and I just hope he made a move, and sure enough, it was over. It was a struggle. He played pretty tight. I didn't know how to maneuver with him, so I just kept calling and checking, but eventually the cards played.
It was like a roller coaster, though, and went back and forth. Did you ever feel it was slipping away from you, this championship?
Oh, yeah. Yes, I did. Towards the middle of our round, when my chip started declining. At first, I started getting all sorts of cards. Yeah, but throughout this whole tournament, what I learned is that you just can't give up. Absolutely. Even when you're having that little struggle, just believe that those cards are going to come. And be patient.
Well, now let's talk about the fun stuff. No more poker. 164 and change. You've got your rail back. Your wife's back here. All your friends. How are you going to celebrate this victory? And am I invited?
You're always invited. Because I think you might be the leader of the pack.
Oh, well,
yeah.
maybe. Yeah. But it's a lot of money. It's going to change your life, and hopefully play a few more HPT events.
Every event, I'm coming back. I'm coming back. All right. Right, hon?
Anything you want to say to your rail here before we send it back over to Freddie?
Love you guys, and thanks for coming out and supporting me.
Give him a big round of applause, everybody. Mike played great. It was a long day, but we do have a champion. He's going home with just over $164,000. Freddie and Maria, we'll send it back to you.